In the CF family villa, a woman clad in a black suit held the icy, pallid hand of the person sleeping upon the hospital bed, her eyes red-rimmed with sorrow. "M.O., M.O.," she murmured, her voice hoarse. "None of those involved in that calamity escaped. I have avenged us. No one shall harm you ever again." Her voice caught in her throat. "So, when will you awaken?" When Assistant Sue entered, she discovered her boss half reclining on the bed of young Master Yi, speaking softly. With a silent sigh, she approached and handed over the document she held to Xie. Beside her, Assistant Sue's eyes were filled with concern. "Boss, do you truly wish to activate 1001? It currently poses safety issues, and it may have unpredictable consequences for your health." 1001 was the initial rapid transit system developed by the CF family, still in its experimental phase and fraught with instability. Upon hearing this, Xie gently tucked Yi Yinma's unconscious hand into the blanket and placed a tender kiss upon his forehead before lying down beside him. "I am willing to pay any price to save Mo. It was all her fault. Had she not insisted on keeping Mo, he would not have suffered at the hands of those individuals. Yet, thankfully, the technology of time travel had been successfully developed. As the name suggests, time travel technology allows a specialized intelligence system to transport the host to different parallel worlds based on their needs, enabling them to encounter the people they yearn for, thereby awakening the human mind. Thus, her Mo would be saved. Xie held Yi Yinma tightly, her eyes filled with hope. With a firm grip on Yi Yinma's hand, she embraced him and turned her head to gaze into his eyes, brimming with deep affection. "Let us begin." Beep detecting host life force, initiating binding successful. With the sound of electronic tones, Xie fell into a deep slumber. In a void, Xie slowly opened her eyes. "Greetings, host. I am your system 1001. Xie moved her fingers, and a wave of pain coursed through her mind as a pearlescent orb of light floated before her. "Host, your beloved's consciousness is scattered across the myriad worlds. The system will assist you in retrieving your beloved, allowing your fates to intertwine once more." The orb soared upward in a graceful arc. The cheerful electronic voice of 1001 chimed. "Host, prepare to enter the first world. Commencing transmission. Transmission successful. Xiao Qiao, take this outside. Be gentle, do not disturb your sister's rest." In her dazed state, Xie heard a man's voice. As she opened her eyes and rubbed her swollen forehead, she found the room empty. The man had likely left. Xie surveyed her surroundings. The brick walls were adorned with a layer of newspaper, suggesting a bygone era. Sitting on the earthen bed covered with a cotton mattress, she pondered silently and could not help but inquire within her mind, "Where am I?" The electronic voice of 1001 dutifully responded, "Host, this is Xie Village from the 1970s. Please select whether to begin transmitting memories." Xie rubbed her temples and replied, "Yes." "Very well. Commencing transmission." As the electronic voice of 1001 faded, Xie felt an influx of memories belonging to this era enveloping her mind. In this world, the heroine is Shun Xuejuan, a youth sent to the countryside from the city. The hero is Xie Xing, the son of the village chief of Xie Village. Shun Xuejuan's mother is the factory director from Luxian County, where she once held a position. However, her life took a turn for the worse due to a contentious stepfather. Thus, influenced by her stepfather's whispers, her job was handed over to her half-sister, Shining Chuan, while she was compelled to go to the countryside. Upon her arrival, she was assigned to the Xiangyang Brigade in Xie Village, where she fell deeply in love with Xie Xing, the village chief's son. The two were on the verge of marriage when rumors, orchestrated by a male antagonist from her hometown, spread about her. In this conservative era, such rumors could be lethal. Feeling a sense of guilt towards the hero, the heroine took the initiative to call off the engagement, but the hero, unwavering, insisted on marrying her. After their marriage, the hero engaged in profitable trade, while the heroine eventually succeeded in passing the college entrance examination and enrolled in Beijing University. The two left Xie Village for the city, never to return. The original owner, Xie, is one of the few high school students left in Xie Village, a mere passerby in the heroine's journey to success. Given her somewhat notable reputation in Xie Village, the heroine cultivated a favorable relationship with her, making Xie one of the most well-regarded youth among the incoming intellectuals. Xie furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate it. What about MOMO? 1001 had mentioned that she would encounter her MOMO upon her arrival. In response, 1001 hesitated slightly. He is also in this world. Xie expressed her confusion. After a brief pause, 1001 continued. He is the male antagonist who seduced the heroine. A moment of silence enveloped the air as Xie clenched her fists. What is his fate? Due to the rumors circulating about his inappropriate relationship with the heroine, he became isolated by everyone. Furthermore, his parents were professors prior to his relocation, which rendered him even more unwelcomed in the village during this era. Ultimately, he succumbed to a cold and died alone one winter after the passing of his parents. The male antagonist? Isolated, dead? Xie inquired coldly. 1001 instinctively recoiled, as if shrinking away. What time is it now? It is just about to reach a critical juncture. The male antagonist's attempt to seduce the heroine has failed. Xie maintained a serious expression. So, MOMO is still at the U station? Yes. Before Xie could respond, the door swung open, revealing a boy of around 10 who entered with a bowl in hand. The boy stared blankly at Xie for a moment, then abruptly set down the bowl and called out while exiting. Father, third sister has woken up? Third sister has woken up. With a resigned sigh, Xie stood and stepped outside. The boy, named Xie Qiao, is the fourth child of his aunt. The Xie family is a prominent clan in the village. The original owner's father tragically passed away during childbirth, and her mother succumbed to illness when she was merely 10 years old. Following that, she began living with her aunt, Xie Yun, who has 5 children, 3 daughters and 2 sons. The eldest, Xie Min, and the second, Xie Huan, are already married. The eldest has a child who is now 3 years old, and last year, the second family welcomed a baby boy. Meanwhile, the third sibling, Xie Lu, is already engaged. As for the fourth, Xie Qiao, and the fifth, Xie Ran, they're still quite young and generally stay home to assist with household chores. However, today, the fifth child has remarkably accompanied the others to the fields. Despite the numerous members of the Xie family, they are all earnest and hardworking individuals, leading a life that is not particularly harsh. The original owner's ranking also follows the order of Xie Yun's children, thus making Xie Lu the third, with the other children following in succession. After work today, the original owner, having heard her youngest cousin express a desire for fish, ventured into the village river to stealthily catch some, only to unexpectedly fall into the water. Chapter 2. The pitiful supporting male character in the historical novel, Part 1. When the original protagonist was rescued, she was, in fact, already deceased. The physician had declared her beyond saving. Her aunt, however, refused to believe this and insisted on bringing her back home. At that moment, Xie happened to arrive, causing concern for Xie Qiao. As Xie stepped outside, she saw Xie Qiao supporting a middle-aged man with a distressed expression rushing towards them. Xiaoji, you're awake? The man was Lan Shi, the original protagonist's uncle. Xie responded with a gentle nod. Lan Shi's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice quivering as he exclaimed, "It's good that you're awake. Very good." Beside him, Xie Qiao wore a look of joy, saying, "Father, I told you that Sister San is blessed and would surely be fine." Despite his relief, Lan Shi remained somewhat uneasy, inspecting Xie intently. "Xiaoji, do you feel any discomfort? Why did you come out right after waking up? You should lie down and rest." Following her memories of the interactions between the original protagonist and her family, Xie gently guided Lan Shi to a wooden bench in the courtyard. "Uncle, I assure you I am perfectly well." "Really? Are you truly all right?" After a moment's contemplation, Lan Shi continued, "No, Xiao Qiao. You must go find your mother and ask her to take your sister to the clinic for another checkup." "All right," Xie Qiao replied and was about to dash off. Xie quickly stopped him. At this hour, Xie Mu was working in the fields. With the autumn harvest underway, Xie Mu's family had already spent considerable time on her behalf. Xie did not wish to burden them further with her own matters. "Uncle, I am genuinely fine. Please wait for Aunt to return this evening to check on me." Yet, Lan Shi still appeared hesitant. "I assure you, there is no issue," Xie encouraged. Lan Shi wiped the corner of his eye and grasped Xie Qiao's arm, instructing, "Stay close to your sister today. If she feels unwell, come find me and your mother immediately." "Understood," Xie Qiao nodded. with the eldest An's family leaving only Sister San behind. Xie Qiao had been raised by Xie Mu to always be considerate of Xie Zi. The original Xie Zi was also kind-hearted, doting on her younger siblings, respecting her elders, and possessing remarkable intelligence, making her one of the few high school graduates in the village, lauded by the elders. Noticing Lan Qi's gaze upon her, Xie Zi reluctantly nodded obediently alongside Xie Qiao. She had initially planned to go out and find Mo today, but it seemed she would have to wait for another opportunity. That evening, when Xie Mu and the sisters returned, they showered Xie Zi with concern. Seeing her articulate and spirited, Xie Mu patted her shoulder with relief, nearly believing that the last thread of bloodline from her sister had been severed by her own hands. Meanwhile, Xie Ran stood nearby, anxiously biting his lip in silence, his hands fidgeting with the hem of his garment, his gaze fixated on Xie Zi. A few days prior, he had seen the neighbor, Uncle Lin's son, relish fish soup, and in a moment of envy, he had mentioned it to Sister San. Not realizing it would nearly cost her life, Xie Mu had already scolded him for this, and he was now filled with remorse. In the past, Sister San had always cared for him. He would rush to find her first upon returning home, but today he felt a sense of trepidation. As Xie Zi glanced at his hesitant demeanor, she immediately discerned his thoughts and smiled gently. Xie Ran, what troubles you? Have you grown distant from Sanjia after just a few days apart? With that, Xie Ran rushed to Xie Zi's side, embracing her waist and weeping inconsolably. Though merely 10 years old, the weight of recent events had burdened his heart, leading him to secretly cry alone each night. Xie Zi tenderly ruffled his hair and softly patted his back, offering comfort. There, do not cry. Sanjia is just fine, see? The several men of the Xie family also wiped away tears nearby. As dusk approached, Xie Mu consoled everyone, while Xie Fu called the family to dinner. After their meal, the men began to clear the dishes, and Xie Zi was gently urged to retire to her room. The Xie household, though numerous, resided in modest quarters. The elder couple shared one room. The elder and second sisters each had their own with their husbands. The two boys occupied another, and Xie Zi shared a room with Xie Lu. After spending some time in her room and aligning her thoughts with the current timeline, Xie Zi quietly rose to leave once Xie Lu fell asleep. According to the narrative of 1001, this should be the second year since Yi Yanma was sent to the countryside to shield their son from the repercussions of their family. Ye's parents had secured him a placement early on. A month after Yi Yanma's relocation, his parents were also sent to the cattle shed, and soon after, the news reached Yi Yanma's ears. It remained unclear who had disseminated this information, but it marked the beginning of his ostracization at the youth station. Drawing upon the original owner's memories, Xie Zi swiftly arrived at the entrance of the youth station. The building had been constructed specifically for the team and resembled the houses in the village. At that moment, the young people had just finished their meal. Xie Zi refrained from entering, observing from a distance as someone washed the dishes in the courtyard. Her gaze was fixed upon that individual, and she instinctively took a couple of steps forward. It was Mo, her beloved Mo. With just a glance, she recognized the person who held a cherished place in her heart. Xie Zi? She collected her emotions and turned to see the approaching figure was none other than the world's heroine, Xinshu Ejuan. Xinshu Ejuan glanced at the youth station, finding it empty. She assumed Xie Zi had come looking for her. Xie Zi, do you need something? Xie Zi cast a brief look at her before turning away from the youth station, leaving Xinshu Ejuan perplexed. She sensed an air of hostility in Xie Zi's eyes that day. The following day, when the Xie family went to work in the fields, Xie Zi accompanied them. Those laboring in the fields noted her recovery from illness, marveling at her rosy complexion. Whispers circulated that the third child of the Xie family was on the brink of death, yet she appeared even more spirited than before. One of the Wang family men, glancing at the Xie family, leaned in to share with a companion. Beside him stood the husband of the Zhang family's youngest daughter, who wiped the sweat from his brow after harvesting a handful of grain. Who knows? Perhaps the little Zhang doctor is exceptional, managing to pull her back from the brink of the underworld. The Wang man nodded in astonishment. The villagers secretly scrutinized Xie Zi, yet she remained indifferent to their gazes. Today, she was assigned to a plot of land not far from Yi Yanma, prompting her to work with great haste, contemplating how she could assist him once she finished her own task. In the sweltering heat exceeding 30 degrees, Xie Zi soon found her clothes drenched with perspiration. Glancing at the diligent worker immersed in his labor, she approached him, wielding her sickle. Yi Jiqing, allow me to help. Yi Yanma was startled by the sudden appearance of someone, and upon turning, he recognized it was a woman from the village. He hastily attempted to refuse her assistance, but she had already bent down, beginning to aid him. Yi Yanma bit his lip, feeling at a loss, ever since he learned of his unfavorable social standing. Few from Xie family village or the youth station had interacted with him. Yi Jiqing, go rest under that tree for a while. I will finish up shortly, Xie Zi said with a gentle smile amidst her work. However, Yi Yanma did not heed her advice to rest, and instead joined her in harvesting the crops. At noon, Xie Qiao, the fifth son of the Xie family, arrived with his younger brother, Xie Ran, to deliver meals to the family. Third sister, it's time to eat. Xie Zi responded from a distance. All right, I'll be there shortly, yet she remained in place. Yi Yanma glanced at her. His voice barely above a whisper, but audible enough for both to hear. You should go eat. Thank you for today. Xie Zi wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her smile radiant. It's nothing. Yi Jiqing, please don't be so polite. This little work is no burden to me. Yi Yanma looked down, avoiding her gaze, while Xie Ran urged her onward. Xie Zi wished to dine with Yi Yanma, but, considering the many villagers around the field, feared it might tarnish his reputation. So she bid him farewell and left. It was only when she observed the black cloth shoes turn away that Yi Yanma lifted his head, revealing a sun-kissed face. In the afternoon, Xie Zi completed her portion of the work early and, under Yi Yanma's hesitant gaze, finished his as well. That night, Xie Zi slept soundly. The following morning, she hastily ate a little before rushing to the field to await Yi Yanma, only to be informed that he would not be coming today. As she worked, she inquired, 1001, where's Momo now? The mechanical voice of 1001 replied monotonously, at the youth station. Frowning, Xie Zi resolved to check on him after her shift. Later, as the Xie family prepared for their meal, her younger brother, Xie Ran, burst into the room, exclaiming, Third sister, it's bad news. Yi Jiqing is in trouble. Xie Zi's heart tightened, gripping Xie Ran's shoulders with urgency. What happened to him? Xie Ran gasped for breath. I heard from Lu urged that Yi Jiqing was cornered at the youth station. I'm not sure of the details. He heard it on his way home, and since he mentioned that his sister helped Yi Jiqing with work yesterday, he hurried to inform you. Before the Xie family could comprehend the situation, Xie Zi dashed out, with Xie Min and Xie Lu quickly following her. At the youth station, a crowd gathered noisily at the entrance. Xie Zi managed to squeeze her way in, only to find Yi Yanma's eyes brimming with tears as she clutched the hem of her garment tightly. On the other side, Shen Shuejuan stood with a composed expression beside a refined young man. What on earth is happening? A middle-aged man slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Today. Xie Xing came to the youth station looking for Shen Jing, and lo and behold, he stumbled upon Yi Jing in Shen Jing's room. The two of them. TSK, how shameless. He refrained from saying more, yet the onlookers' imaginations ran wild. Xie Zi turned her cold gaze toward the man, her voice icy as she asked, Did you witness it? The man, known as the long-tongued fellow from the Wang family, was taken aback. If you didn't see anything, then refrain from slandering others' reputations. That could land you in prison. In Xie family village, few understood the law, and upon hearing Xie Zi's words, the whispers around them abruptly ceased. The man from the Wang family shuffled aside, muttering under his breath, with Xie Xing blocking the way, Can it be false? Suddenly, Yi Yanma, who had remained silent, raised her head to address the man from the Wang family, saying, I sought Xinjing for another matter. There are no ulterior motives. The Wang man rolled his eyes, replying, Who knows? Upon seeing Xie Zi's frosty gaze fixed upon him, he hastily fell silent. Xinjing, haven't you anything to say after all this time? Xie Zi prompted softly. Hearing this, the crowd finally turned their attention to Shen Shuejuan. In such situations, people's eyes instinctively gravitate toward the male party, often overlooking the other key figure present. Shen Shuejuan hesitated for a moment before stammering. Yi Jing is looking for me regarding another matter. What sort of matter necessitates the two of you speaking privately in a room? Yi Yanma fidgeted with her clothing, feeling somewhat uneasy, and finally admitted. I came to borrow money from Shen Jiying. Borrow money? A male youth from the youth station scoffed. With so many male youths here, why seek Shen Jiying? This young man, Sun Hongyu, was one of the admirers of the female protagonist. Clearly, there is something questionable about your intentions. Indeed, I have often seen Yi Jing seeking out Shen Jiying. Another chimed in. Yi Jing appears gentle and lovely. How could she engage in such behavior? Everyone in Xie family village knows that Shen Jing is Xie Xing's partner. Just like that, Yi Yanma became the target of scorn. I did not. I merely came to retrieve a letter that belonged to my family from Shen Jiying. Yi Yanma's explanation was drowned out by the cacophony of voices. The villagers were skeptical. and she found it challenging to clarify, given her previous engagement with Shin Shuejuan. After her family encountered difficulties, the ties between the two families had frayed, rendering the engagement null and void. The letters in question had been entrusted to Shun's family by her uncle for delivery. The reason for her seeking Shin Shuejuan's assistance today was rooted in their former connection. In this unfamiliar place, she had hoped to rely on Shin Shuejuan. But she had not anticipated running into Xie Xing, nor that he would escalate the situation. I was acquainted with Shin Jiqing in the past, as we resided in the same apartment building, which is why I sought her assistance for a loan. However, Yi Yanma's explanation was abruptly interrupted. Yi Jiqing, I am aware of your previous acquaintance with Sister Shuejuan. Yet it is unbecoming for you to display such a pitiful demeanor in the presence of Sister Shuejuan within the confines of the room. Initially, I thought Yi Yanma's actions were inconsequential, but upon hearing Xie Xing's hesitant remarks, the villagers erupted in gossip. Xie Zi could not help but roll her eyes. Was the male protagonist not the quintessential White Lotus? With her hesitant demeanor, it seemed as if something untoward had indeed occurred between them. So, did you witness anything between the two of them? In response to Xie Zi's inquiry, Xie Xing turned to look at Yi Yanma, bearing an expression that suggested she found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. Did you actually see anything, or not? Xie Zi asked impatiently, taken aback by Xie Zi's interrogation. Xie Xing gritted her teeth and replied, It seems I may have seen something. After all, only the three of them were present at that time. Xie Zi approached Yi Yanma and scoffed, It seems. She then turned to inquire with others from the Jiqing courtyard. Did any of you see Yi Jiqing seeking out Shin Jiqing? A few of the villagers nodded in affirmation. Xie Zi further questioned, When did Comrade Xie Xing arrive? One male villager furrowed his brow and asserted, As soon as Yi Jiqing entered, Comrade Xie arrived. Xie Zi nodded, turning back to Xie Xing, just as she entered, indeed. The male villager pondered for a moment and added, Moreover, we were all present in the courtyard at that time. And the doors to the female Jiqing's rooms were wide open. Upon hearing this, Xie Xing's complexion paled. The other villagers in the courtyard began to comprehend the situation, exclaiming, Yes, it is still early in the day, and the female Jiqings have not yet returned. Thus, when Yi Jiqing sought out Shin Jiqing, the doors were indeed ajar. The Jiqing accommodations were communal, with several individuals sharing a room, and during the day, doors were typically left unlocked. Before Xie Xing could continue, the male villager interjected bluntly. Comrade Xie Xing, one must bear responsibility for their words. The Jiqing villagers were outsiders, and any scandal could further tarnish their reputation in the eyes of the locals. Chapter 4. The pitiful male supporting character in period literature, Part 3. The other villagers began to realize the implications. Indeed, with so many individuals outside and the doors wide open, if those two were to engage in anything, it would surely be visible for all to see. Little Xing, do you not think this may be a misunderstanding? Seeing that the matter was unfolding, the team leader stepped in to mediate. Xie Xing, his face pale, noted that the villagers around him wore expressions of eager anticipation. It is I was overly anxious and mistook the situation, Xie Xing lamented, his voice tinged with a hint of distress. Witnessing his state, the onlookers displayed a degree of compassion. However, Xie Zi coldly retorted, Comrade Xie Xing, your mere statement of misinterpretation nearly led us all to mistakenly accuse Yi Jiqing. Are you not aware of the significance of reputation for a man? Should you not offer an apology to Yi Jiqing? Xie Xing looked up at Xie Zi in disbelief. He never anticipated that he would still be asked to apologize in such a state. Comrade Xie Xing? Xie Zi let out a cold laugh as she regarded him. Enough. Beside them, Shin Shuejuan, who had remained silent for a while, seemed unable to endure it any longer and pulled Xie Xing behind her. Today's event stemmed entirely from me. Do not make things difficult for Comrade Xie Xing. Behind them, Xie Xing gazed at Shin Shuejuan's back, filled with deep emotion. Xie Zi clicked her tongue. Shin Jiqing, why did you not speak up when the incident occurred? Xie Zi feigned concern. You must not let this happen again. How can a woman lack a sense of responsibility? While saying this, she stole a glance at Yi Yanma, her expression suggesting that this person was inadequate, not as good as herself. Since you have acknowledged your mistakes, both of you should apologize to Yi Jiqing. Shin Shuejuan and Xie Xing were taken aback, just as they were about to protest. An elderly villager nodded in agreement. Indeed, an apology is warranted. Others around them also nodded in assent, and some even apologized for discussing Yi Yanma earlier. I apologize. Yi Jiqing, it was I who spoke incorrectly. It was my misunderstanding, my fault. Yes, I am sorry, Yi Jiqing. Shun and Xie listened to the villagers around them, each offering their apologies, their faces alternating between shades of green and red. Ultimately, under the gaze of many, they offered their apologies. I am sorry, Yi Jiqing, I misjudged the situation. After Xie Xing uttered these words, she covered her face and ran away. Xin Shuijun also offered her apology, while Yi and Mo merely shook her head, neither forgiving nor holding a grudge. Once the apologies were made, the villagers began to disperse. A few remained, and a tall, dark-skinned woman approached Yi and Mo with a sincere smile. Gao Hui, daughter of the Gao family from Xiejiao village, 23 years of age, unmarried. Xie Ji listened to the robotic voice relay the information about the person before him, his temples throbbing. Yi Jiqing, Gao Hui, somewhat anxious, rubbed her hands together. I heard you were looking to borrow money. I can help. I can offer $60 as a bride price. What do you think? Yi and Mo was the most attractive among this group of educated youths, even more so than Xie Xing from her village. Although her background was not ideal, marrying her would mean he would become part of their family, and the past could be disregarded. Seeing Gao Hui take the initiative, others no longer held back. Yi Jiqing, look at me. My father said we could offer 100 as a bride price. Yi Jiqing, consider me. I am sturdier than they are. Yi Jiqing, I have received an education. Yi and Mo was taken aback, unsure how the conversation had suddenly shifted in this direction. Instinctively, she stepped behind Xie Ji. Xie Ji turned to look down at Yi and Mo, speaking earnestly. Yi Jiqing, why not consider me? I am Xie Ji. The others, still in the midst of self-promotion, fell silent. I can work harder than they can. I have received an education. And I am not lacking in appearance. Plus Xie Ji winked at her. I cherish my husband. You will be the head of the household in our family. Yi and Mo gazed at the handsome smile before her and pushed him away. Everyone, please return. I currently have no other intentions. Others expressed their disappointment, reluctantly gazing at Yi and Mo. Xie Ji shielded her entirely behind herself, prompting the women to depart. Are you truly not considering me? She boldly inquired. Honestly, I am taller and more attractive than she is. Yi and Mo remained silent as she regarded her, and after a brief moment, she could not resist stepping on Xie Zi's foot. Observing the pain on her face as she clutched her foot, Yi and Mo smiled and remarked, Comrade Xie, you should hasten home, lest you find yourself locked out for returning too late. At the entrance of the courtyard, upon seeing her sister limping out, Xie Ren stifled a laugh as he assisted her back home. Once they returned, Xie Ren animatedly recounted the afternoon's events to the family, eliciting laughter from the younger members of the Xie household. However, Xiemu recognized that Xie Zi had developed feelings for Yi Jiqing. Xiaoji, are your feelings for Yi Jiqing sincere? Xiemu inquired, squatting on the Kong. Indeed, Xie Zi affirmed without hesitation. After a moment of silence, Xiemu replied, well, if you are determined, we must not neglect the young man. Preparations must commence. Xie Zi nodded. Having discreetly sold a few items in the black market over the past few nights, thus accumulating a small sum of money, the original owner's mother had previously left her 600 yuan, a considerable amount during these times. However, Xie Zi intended to refrain from using it. Firstly, it was a legacy from the original owner's mother, and secondly, Xie Yun would soon fall gravely ill, necessitating those funds. Spending the money on Xie Yun would also be a way of repaying the kindness shown to her family by the original owner. That evening, in the youth commune, Yi Yinma waited until everyone was asleep before stealthily slipping out to the village's edge. The autumn harvest was in full swing, and under the captain's urging, it swiftly came to a close. Indeed, on the day following the completion of the grain harvest, a torrential downpour ensued. As a result of the rain, the CF family remained indoors. Bored, Xie recalled that the original owner had high school textbooks and attempted to search for them, but to no avail. Knock, knock, knock. Just after the CF family finished their meal, several men were washing dishes in the kitchen when they heard a knock at the door. Who is it? Xie asked as he approached to open the door. Upon opening the door, he found Yi Yinma standing outside, his face etched with anxiety and drenched from the rain. Yi Jiqing? Xie instinctively glanced inside. Yi Yinma clutched the edge of his clothing, hesitating as he looked at Xie, who was half a head shorter than him, and asked, Is Xie home? Xie nodded and stepped aside. My sister is at home. Please come in. I'll go fetch her. With that, he dashed into the courtyard. Yi Yinma hesitated at the entrance, aware that it was inappropriate to intrude upon someone else's home unannounced. Yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. Just as he lingered at the threshold, he caught sight of Xiemu, who had come out searching for her husband. Yi Jiqing, is there something you need? Xie Mu scratched her head, to which Yi Yinma nodded in affirmation. You are here to see Ziyi, aren't you? She is at home. Come in, it's pouring outside. Upon inviting the guests in, Sister Xie retreated to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, two young men in their 20s entered the room. One of them cradled a child, while the other approached Yi Yinma to pour a cup of warm water. The incessant rain from the previous night continued to fall, and the air was chilly. Yi Jiqing, dressed in light clothing, had gotten half of her body drenched. It was imperative that she did not catch a cold. Do not feel constrained. I am the brother-in-law of Ji Yi, remarked the man who had poured the water, smiling. The man holding the child nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Yinma, feeling somewhat awkward, responded with a timid, thank you. Before they could exchange further pleasantries, Xie Ji arrived, accompanied by Xie Ran. Mo Yi Jiqing, what brings you here? Xie Ji was taken aback to see Yi Yinma seeking her out. Initially, she thought it was a jest from Xie Ran. Observing that Yi Yinma's clothes were completely soaked, and knowing she had braved the downpour to find her, she surmised that there must be urgent matters at hand. Comrade Xie. Yi Yinma stood up and took a few steps towards Xie Ji as she emerged. Noticing Yi Yinma hesitating to speak, Xie Ji glanced at Xie Ran and the two brothers-in-law, instantly understanding the situation. Xiao Ran, please go inside with your brothers-in-law. I need to have a word with Yi Jiqing, she instructed. Xie Ran, somewhat displeased by her dismissal, cast a reluctant glance back at her as he departed, casting a lingering look at Yi Yinma, remarking, Yi Jiqing is truly beautiful. Once they were alone, Xie Ji stepped closer, her tone softening. What is it? Yi Yinma raised her gaze to meet hers, her petite face etched with desperation. Could you possibly lend me some money? Upon perceiving Xie Ji's silence, Yi Yinma assumed her request had been declined. Gritting her teeth, she added, regarding what happened a few days ago, I promised you. But I need 200 yuan as a bride price. Xie Ji was taken aback. Her earlier silence was due to her communication with 1001. According to 1001, Yi's mother was gravely ill and required a substantial sum for hospitalization. After being sent to the countryside, Yi's parents coincidentally resided in the same village as Yi Yinma. For the sake of their son, the elderly couple seldom met with her. Half a month prior, Yi's father fell ill with a cold, and Yi's mother, lacking the funds for medication, sought out Yi Yinma. With little money to spare, Yi Yinma was alarmed as her father's condition worsened. Yi's mother, desperate, ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, but tragically fell and broke her leg. With both parents incapacitated, the situation for the Yi family spiraled further into despair. Yi Yinma exhausted her finances to save her mother's leg, yet was unable to afford the subsequent medical expenses. Thus, she resorted to seeking a loan from Shinshuejuan, only to encounter unforeseen circumstances. 2 days ago, Yi's father's condition deteriorated further, and Yi's mother's leg healed slowly due to inadequate nutrition. In her desperation, Yi Yinma recalled Xie Ji's earlier mention of assistance in the youth commune. Xie Ji was the sole individual from Xie village who would stand up for her. She was willing to take this gamble. Yi Jiqing, you require 200 yuan? 200 yuan was indeed a considerable sum at this juncture. Yi Yinma recognized that her request may be perceived as overly ambitious, yet the image of her parents lying in the barn weighed heavily on her heart, prompting her to nod in affirmation. Xie Ji spoke succinctly, saying, just wait for me a moment. After uttering these words, she exited the room, her earnings from recent days securely in her possession, making it convenient to retrieve them now. Not long after her departure, Xie Ran entered, carrying a set of dry clothes. This is my brother's attire. You may wear it for now, he said, offering a gentle smile that revealed 2 charming dimples. Noticing that she hesitated to accept, he recalled she had come from the city and quickly added, it's unworn, brand new. Yi Yinma waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine, this is your brother's clothing. Please take it back, I'll be leaving shortly. Yi Jiqing, it's still raining outside, and the cold could make you ill. Please, take it, he insisted. Yi Yinma continued to refuse until Xie Qiao entered and firmly guided her into her own room to change. Only then did Yi Yinma relent. Upon seeing her accept the clothes, Xie Ran mischievously glanced outside and leaned closer to Yi Yinma, saying, my third sister asked me to give this to you. Yi Yinma's cheeks flushed as she softly murmured her thanks. Xie Ran and Xie Qiao promptly exited. The clothes from the farmer's family tended to be a size larger, and as Xie Qiao and Yi Yinma were of similar stature, the garments fit her perfectly. After changing, Yi Yinma emerged to find Xie Ji waiting outside. Xie Qiao and Xie Ran had seemingly vanished. Yi Jiqing, here is 500 yuan for you, Xie Ji offered. Yi Yinma shook her head in refusal. I only need 200. Xie pressed the money into her hand, reassuring her, it's fine. Consider the rest as a loan from me. Gripping the money tightly. Yi Yanma lowered her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Come, I will escort you back to the youth station. The rain is quite heavy, and I wouldn't feel at ease if you went alone. Xie took the only oil umbrella from home, donned a raincoat, and set out with Yi Yanma. The rain poured heavily, quickly soaking their shoes and socks. The roads were flooded, and no one in the village would venture out in such weather. Xie wrapped her arm around Yi Yanma, angling the umbrella primarily for her protection. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the youth dormitory. Yi Yanma looked at the person before her, drenched from the waist down, and felt a surge of emotion. Please, go inside first, Xie urged. Noticing Yi Yanma's gaze fixed on her, understanding her concern, Xie reassured her, I'm fine. I'll warm up once I return. Thank you. Not only for today, but for that day as well, Yi Yanma said, her eyes glistening. This person had not only defended her on that occasion, but had also been a constant source of support in the days since. Before visiting the Xie family, she had prepared for the worst, knowing that no one would offer 200 yuan to marry a man with a questionable background. Yet, this individual had not hesitated to agree and had even brought her back. Her family was equally kind and good-hearted. Marrying her would indeed be a fortunate prospect. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you. Let us choose a date to obtain our marriage license, Xie proposed. Yi Yanma stared at her feet, feeling a tumult of emotions. As for the remaining 300 yuan, I'll repay you in the future. Xie turned sideways to shield him from the majority of the wind and rain, holding an umbrella with one hand while her fingers, unable to resist, caressed the corner of his eye, dampening her fingertips. There is no need to rush. Think it over before speaking, she gently coaxed. It's cold outside. Shall we go inside? Yi Yanma's voice quivered with a hint of tears. You should return soon, too. Your clothes are wet, and the wind is quite chilly. All right, Xie replied, patting his head. I will go back once you're inside. After watching Yi Yanma enter the youth commune and the door closed behind him, she turned and walked back into the storm. Chapter 6. The pitiful male supporting character in the era fiction, V. Upon returning to the Xie household, Xie was urged by her father to change into dry clothes, all the while sipping hot water as others bombarded her with questions. Does Yi Jiqing like you? Xie asked with wide, expectant eyes. Xie smiled gently. I'm not sure. Xie pouted, seeing someone brave the torrential rain to seek out his third sister. He found it hard to believe she was unaware. However, with his sister's striking beauty and Yi Jiqing's good looks, he mused that their future offspring would undoubtedly be both handsome and intelligent. Setting down her bowl, Xie turned to Xie Qiao and said earnestly, Thank you for today. Xiao Qiao, once the sky's clear, I will buy you 2 new outfits. Xie Qiao chuckled, covering her mouth. Why say such things among family? I have plenty of clothes. Xie shook her head. That is different. Noticing Xie squatting nearby, gazing at her with hopeful eyes, Xie smiled. I'll get something for our little Ran as well. Xie beamed. Thank you, third sister. After borrowing money that day, Yi Yanma took her parents to the county hospital as soon as the sun shone the next day. Due to her parents' special status, she was concerned that the team might object to their visit. Prior to leaving, she had bought wine to approach the team leader, but to her surprise, he not only refrained from objections, but even granted her a special pass, declining the wine she had brought. After completing her parents' hospitalization procedures, Yi Yanma stepped outside to purchase a few meals. With limited funds, she dared not buy anything too extravagant, opting for several vegetarian dishes from a nearby restaurant. And with a heavy heart, she also purchased a meat dish. Yi father had long fallen into a deep slumber, and Yi mother, watching her son bustling about, was filled with concern. Amo, come here. Yes, Yi Yanma replied, sitting beside her. Tell me honestly, where did the money for this hospitalization come from? She had asked the same question the night before, but at that time, Yi Yanma had merely stated that she had borrowed from someone, refusing to elaborate further. While her own leg was inconsequential, Yi father's condition could not afford delay. He had been delirious with fever for days, filling her with dread. Concerned that her father might overthink, she had refrained from pressing the matter until now, with him asleep. The sum of 500 yuan her son had produced was not insignificant, and she couldn't help but worry about which friend would lend them such a large amount. Meeting her mother's serious gaze, Yi Yanma lowered her head and stammered, It was a friend who lent it to me. Which friend lent you this? Your mother knows none of them. In CF Family Village, it is rare to find someone who can afford to pay such a substantial sum for a bride. After much internal conflict, Yi Yinma, realizing he could not evade the matter, finally laid it bare. 300 is borrowed, the rest belongs to me, my betrothal gift. What did you say? Ye's mother exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before her realization set in. Mother, please remain calm, Yi Yinma urged, gently patting her back while cautiously observing her legs. Betrothal gift? Yes, but whose? Ye's mother grasped Yi Yinma's wrist, her heart aching. We must return this money, Amo. I can't bear it. We must return it. Mother. Yi Yinma, seeing her attempt to rise from the bed, hastily knelt down, tears brimming in his eyes. Do you want me to watch you and father lie in a cowshed? Overwhelmed with grief, Ye's mother clutched her chest, filled with remorse. She and Ye's father had only 2 children. The elder daughter had married early and joined the military, while their younger son had been cherished since childhood and had never endured such indignities. Amo, it is I who have wronged you. Mother. Ye's mother held Yi Yinma's hand, and the two conversed for the entire afternoon, both tacitly avoiding the subject when Ye's father awoke. As evening descended, with no available beds in the hospital, Yi Yinma attended to his parents until they fell asleep before hastening back to the youth commune. Upon his return, he found the commune quiet, with everyone asleep, except for Sun Hongyu, who was at the entrance with a wash basin. Oh, where have you been? I haven't seen you all day, Yi the educated youth. Sun Hongyu had always been at odds with him, but Yi Yinma chose to ignore him and proceeded straight into his room with his green cloth bundle. Annoyed by the dismissal, Sun Hongyu stomped his foot in frustration but, fearing he might awaken the others, eventually abandoned the basin and retreated to his own room. The following morning, Yi Yinma set off early from the commune to the hospital. Upon arrival, both his parents were awake. When he entered, he noticed Ye's father had red and swollen eyes, gazing at him as if wanting to speak, but hesitating. Once Ye's father stepped out to freshen up, Ye's mother revealed, "Your father was worried about you last night. He asked me about you." Her voice was hoarse. "He knows everything." Yi Yinma watched as his father, now entering with a few more strands of white hair, and the similarly aged mother, forced a smile. "It's all right. Let us eat first." Breakfast consisted of buns and plain porridge. After eating, Yi Yinma engaged his father in conversation about life in the countryside. Suddenly, Ye's father inquired, "Is that child from CF Family Village?" Yi Yinma paused momentarily before nodding. "Yes, she is CZ from CF Family Village." To ease his father's worries, Yi Yinma took his hand and reassured him, "Do not fret. She is a good person and treats me well. She often helps me with work." Ye's father caressed his son's gaunt face, his voice filled with tenderness. "My Amo has grown up. Once I recover, I will go to see her. If she is not suitable, I will return that money, even if it costs me everything, and take my son away." Yi Yinma instinctively rubbed his face against his father's palm. After spending 5 days in the hospital, he resumed work at the commune. Every day is now a matter of counting the grains, and he has already been absent for several days. If he continues to neglect his duties at the youth station, others will certainly voice their concerns. After all, he resides at the station, and they share meals and living quarters, naturally taking turns to cook. Today, it is his turn. Fortunately, the situation for Ye's parents has improved, and they can now manage their meals independently. Yi Yinma gave the remainder of his funds to his mother, who only retained 50 yuan for herself. After a few days apart, Mo finally encountered his beloved in the fields today, and excitement bubbled within him. "You're back?" Yi Yinma nodded, and without wasting time, Xie continued working while conversing. "How are Annie and Uncle doing?" "Much better," Yi Yinma replied sincerely, observing the sweat-drenched individual before him and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." "It's nothing," Xie waved her hand, seizing the moment when others were distracted to secretly slip an apple into Yi Yinma's pocket. "Be good, go eat it under that tree's shade. I'll finish up shortly." Yi Yinma's eyes widened at the bulging pocket. I don't want it." He attempted to return the apple, but Xie would not allow it. Retreating with a grin, "Momo, don't be so polite. Go on, I can handle this work quickly." Chapter 7. The pathetic male supporting character in era literature. 6. Yi Yinma refused, continuing with the task assigned to him, but unexpectedly, Xie began to compete for the work. With no alternatives, he bit his lip and stood aside, waiting until she finished her part before resuming his own. At noon, the CF family, as usual, sent meals through Xie Qiao and Xie Ran. Yi Yinma returned to the youth station to cook, and after a considerable wait, Xie finally saw him return with the food box. Mo, come, let us eat." Yi Yinma pushed it away. "I've eaten," You should eat. You have? Well, that is fine. Xie then produced an orange from her pocket. Then have some fruit. Their seating was relatively secluded, so no one noticed Xie's gesture. Yi Yanma was surprised by the large, vibrant orange she presented. Where did you get this? After just giving him an apple, now she offers an orange. He couldn't help but wonder. Don't worry, Xie assured, noticing his hesitation. She peeled the orange and fed him a segment while he was distracted. I bought it. The orange was quite sweet and juicy, but where could such fruit come from at this time of year? Yi Yanma found himself perplexed by her actions, and seeing her intent to feed him more, he quickly took it. I'll eat it myself. You enjoy your meal. All right, Xie responded, handing him the orange with a tone of affection. After they had eaten, Xie approached to clean up, casting a teasing glance at Yi Yanma as he departed. Why do you help me so much? Yi Yanma couldn't resist asking, watching the person bent over pulling weeds before him. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Xie straightened up and playfully replied, because you're quite handsome. What? Yi Yanma was momentarily stunned, and upon processing her words, his face flushed a rosy hue. You rogue. Xie raised an eyebrow, mischievously leaning closer. A rogue, huh? Mo, you have wronged me. What I said is indeed true. Mo possesses a delicate visage, as lovely as a celestial being, and my heart was stirred to assist her. You have no shame. Yi and Mo had never encountered such audacity, glaring at her before turning away. Xie smiled indulgently, bending down to continue her work. Moments later, Yi and Mo's voice resonated again. Rest assured, I will repay the money I owe you. Xie nodded in acknowledgement. I will not retract my promise. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to register our marriage. Yi and Mo spoke while looking down. Do you have time tomorrow? Yes. Xie's eyes sparkled, staring intently at Yi and Mo. Mo, are you serious? Yi and Mo shyly nodded. Yes. Really? Xie inquired once more. Yi and Mo shot her a look of disdain, ignoring her and returning to her tasks. Even when dismissed, Xie grinned. After all, in the real world, she had yet to marry Mo. That evening, Xie shared the news of her and Yi and Mo's relationship with her family, who were all astonished by her swift actions. The following morning, Xie borrowed a bicycle from the team and waited at the entrance of the youth station. Her family had gone to town to purchase items for the wedding. Oh, little Xie, what are you up to? Xie grinned. Third uncle. I'm waiting for my partner. Third uncle was taken aback. He had not heard of any engagement arranged for Xie Yanji. He then watched as Yi and Mo emerged from the youth station and approached Xie, dressed in a light-colored shirt paired with navy blue trousers. Yi and Mo appeared simple yet elegant, his rosy lips and white teeth captivating. Xie observed her beloved, who looked bashful, feeling light as a feather. Third uncle. We shall take our leave. Oh, all right. In the blink of an eye, Xie was already cycling away with Yi and Mo. Yi and Mo shyly grasped the edges of the front passenger's clothing. The rural path was uneven, and instinctively, Yi and Mo wrapped her arms around Xie's waist. Xie, pleased, pedaled with more vigor. Upon arrival, the two secured their marriage certificate, and Xie carefully placed the precious documents against her body. Mo, I'll hold on to this. It's of great value. Yi and Mo sighed at the sight of her beaming face. I'm not going anywhere. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, Xie planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Now there was no escape. Startled, Yi and Mo glanced around, relieved that they had not drawn attention. Covering the spot where she had been kissed, she nudged Xie's clothing. Scoundrel. This doesn't count. How could it be with my darling? Who? Who is your darling? Nonsense. Yi and Mo blushed and scolded her. You are utterly shameless. You. Xie pushed the bicycle alongside him. Mo, darling. Silence. No more of that. Someone is looking our way, Yi and Mo warned sternly. Xie quickly closed her mouth, fearing she might provoke someone. By the time the couple had completed their marriage registration, it was nearly noon, so Xie led her companion to the nearest state-run restaurant. What would you like to eat, Mo? Yi Yanma glanced hesitantly at the yellowing menu on the wall. Anything is fine. Xie found a seat for him and ordered 2 dishes and a soup, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, along with a bowl of rice. The portions were generous, more than enough for 2 people, and they would certainly struggle to finish if they ordered too much. Noticing that Yi Yanma had eaten to a point of satiety and was no longer interested, Xie leaned closer and asked, Is it not to your liking? It pales in comparison to what I make. In the past, she had even taken the time to learn cooking to ensure he would eat more. Yi Yinma glanced at the restaurant staff, leaned in closer to Xie and whispered, "Keep your voice down. What if they hear?" Moreover, he did not think the food was bad. He was already full. "Once we finish the wedding banquet, I'll cook for you," Xie teased as she pinched his earlobe. Yi Yinma felt a warmth spread from where she touched him. Wedding banquet? Yes. After finishing their meal, Xie and Yi Yinma exited the restaurant. "My aunt plans to hold it tomorrow. I know the time is tight, but rest assured, you will receive everything you need. No detail will be overlooked." Xie. Yi Yinma looked at her, unsure of what to say. He had accepted her money and registered their marriage, thinking that would be the end of it, but he had not anticipated. "What are you thinking?" Xie gently ruffled his hair. "Nothing, really." Yi Yinma suppressed his emotions. "All right then, let us go buy a few things up ahead." In the 1970s, shopping required not only money but also ration coupons. She had managed to gather plenty beforehand, making purchases relatively easy. After buying some candy and malt extract, Xie also picked out 2 outfits for Yi Yinma, along with 2 for the 2 men in the Xie family, totaling 4 pieces. Once everything was purchased, Xie paid and led Yi Yinma to the entrance of an alley. In the depths of the alley, there were individuals engaged in the black market trade. Items like watches were hard to come by, but Xie had met someone in the black market who promised to provide her with one today. She instructed Yi Yinma to wait outside while she ventured into the alley to retrieve the watch. Before long, Xie emerged. "Is everything settled?" "Yes." They walked to a corner where Xie pulled a watch from her pocket and took Yi Yinma's hand, fastening the watch around his wrist. "What is this?" Yi Yinma asked in astonishment, staring at the men's watch adorning his wrist. "It's for you." The other items were easy to procure. I had already prepared them. After pushing her bicycle a couple of steps, Xie suddenly remembered something. "Mo, let me show you something new." She led Yi Yinma to a bicycle shop. "Boss, I'm here to pick up my order." Recognizing her, the shopkeeper promptly wheeled out a Phoenix bicycle without hesitation. "Here it is, just as you wanted." Mo. "Do you like it?" Xie urged Yi Yinma to take a look at the bicycle. Unlike her flashy bicycle, this one is designed for men. "Is this also for me?" Yi Yinma tightened her grip on the hand that was holding hers. "Indeed," Xie responded with a nonchalant air, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Does your aunt know about this?" "Of course." Noticing Yi Yinma's hesitation, Xie gave her a gentle push. "Why not give it a try and see if it works for you?" "I don't need these." Yi Yinma refused to budge. Xie, puzzled at first, then suddenly realized, "You don't know how to ride a bicycle? No worries, I'll teach you later." "That is not it." Yi Yinma interjected, stopping the person about to make the payment. I don't need these things, they're too precious." If it were before, he wouldn't have thought twice about it, but ever since moving to the countryside, his entire world had undergone a profound transformation. "What is Mo thinking?" Xie squeezed her hand. "These items are merely a dowry, nothing out of the ordinary. Besides, if others have them, my Mo shouldn't be lacking either." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Yi Yinma's ear and whispered, "Don't worry, your future wife is well off." Seeing Yi Yinma blush and fall silent, Xie chuckled softly, paid for the items, and wheeled the bicycle outside. On the way back, Xie rode her bike alongside Yi Yinma, who was on another bicycle. 2 bicycles returning home was quite a rare sight in the village. Moreover, the Xie family had purchased a plethora of items for the occasion, announcing that they would host a wedding banquet for everyone. Villagers gathered around the entrance of the Xie household. "Z, are you getting married?" An uncle stood at the door, his gaze fixed in astonishment on the radio and sewing machine recently delivered to the Xie family. "Yes." Xie did not shy away. Standing before the crowd with Yi Yinma, "I have registered my marriage with Yu Jiqing, and we plan to hold the wedding banquet tomorrow. Yu Jiqing's family resides elsewhere, so these items will stay here for now." The villagers, seeing not only those 2 items, but also the bicycle, erupted in chatter. Unfazed by their remarks, Xie took out the milk candies she had bought and began distributing them as wedding treats. The surrounding children, delighted with their candy, left with smiles, and the villagers had no choice but to gradually disperse. However, for the next few months, the Xie family and Xie would become the subject of much gossip among them. In the afternoon, the Xie family invited Yi Yinma to stay for dinner. After the meal, Xie accompanied her back to the youth station. Mo, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning." "All right." At the entrance of the youth station, Xie reluctantly watched Yi Yinma and her. Just as she turned to leave, she unexpectedly ran into Shinshuejuan, who had just returned. "Xie," Shin Shuejuan approached habitually. Why haven't you come to see me these past few days? I had someone find some books for you again. Would you like them? The protagonist had forged connections with others through her love for reading, indulging in novels, and such. However, now that Xie pondered the situation, knowing the protagonist was engaged to the male lead, it seemed likely she would soon be cast aside. Thus, it would be more advantageous to utilize her while she still could. By the way, do you happen to have any old high school textbooks? Shin Shuejuan was puzzled. The college entrance examination had long been abolished. What do you need this for? What for? Naturally, it's for my family's Momo to apply for university. It's nothing really. I just want to see if you can find a few of my old textbooks. Some of them have gone missing. In this, she had not deceived Shin Shuejuan. The original owner's textbooks had genuinely been lost. This might be a bit challenging. Xie fell silent, retrieving 100 yuan from her pocket, which she discreetly slipped into Shin Shuejuan's hand, saying, "Consider this as funds for purchasing books." It was absurd. The female protagonist surely possessed an aura that would allow her to procure textbooks without difficulty. Shin Shuejuan wore a reluctant expression. All right then. I'll see what I can find. After leaving the youth station, Xie returned to the Xie family and began discussing the arrangements for the wedding banquet with her mother and father. They had already finalized the guest list. The upcoming wedding was to be quite grand, and although Xie offered her mother money, her mother refused it, prompting Xie to insist on giving it to her. The Xie family was doing reasonably well, but only just so. Xie did not wish for her marriage to impose any burden on them. At the youth station, as soon as Shin Shuejuan entered, she heard Sun Hongyu speaking in a mocking tone. Yi Yanma, I heard you're marrying someone from Xie village. Is that true? Yi Yanma, who was sitting in the courtyard washing freshly changed clothes, ignored him. If you marry someone from Xie village, you'll never return to the city. Aren't you afraid? Seeing her as expressionless as ever, he clenched his fingers tightly, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. You aren't seriously marrying her because you've already been claimed by that Xie, are you? The surrounding youths who were eavesdropping exchanged glances, their expressions shifting towards Yi Yanma. What nonsense are you spouting? Shin Shuejuan glanced at Yi Yanma, who was coldly glaring at Sun Hongyu, her brows furrowing. Upon noticing Shin Shuejuan, Sun Hongyu smiled slightly and replied in a soft voice, I'm not speaking out of turn. The whole brigade knows that Yi Yanma is marrying Xie. Once a youth marries, they can no longer return to the city. Yi Jiying, out of the blue, is suddenly getting married. Isn't that cause for speculation? Shin Shuejuan had spent the entire day outside and had not heard anyone mention this. She looked at Yi Yanma in astonishment. You're marrying Xie? That has nothing to do with you, Yi Yanma replied, holding a basin as she headed to pour out the water. Sun Hongyu, seeing Shin Shuejuan's displeased expression, habitually defended her. Yi Yanma, how can you speak like that? Shin Jiying kindly asked you a question, and you ignore her. What with the pretense of being high and mighty when you've already been toyed with? Yi Yanma cast him a sidelong glance and splashed the water from the basin onto him. What are you doing? Sun Hongyu, drenched and shivering, jumped up, shouting, My clothes! Yi Yanma, if you dare to insult me again, the next water you'll be doused with will be hot. Chapter 9. The pitiful male supporting character in a period drama. Part 8. Sun Hongyu took a step back, still unwilling to relent, muttering, Yi Yanma, you're ruining the unity of our collective. I'm going to report this to the brigade leader. Go ahead. It's just the right opportunity for me to inquire about the consequences of spreading slander and tarnishing someone's reputation. In response to Yi Yanma's clear and icy gaze, Sun Hongyu felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. The matters at hand were indeed initiated by his own words, and should the brigade discover the truth, he would undoubtedly face their reprimand. Moreover, Yi Yanma was soon to marry into Xie family village, a community known for its fierce protectiveness over its own, leaving him little room for advantage. Sun Jiqing, I now believe your thoughts are flawed. I too wish to seek out the brigade leader. Yi Yanma collected the basin, casually observing Sun Hongyu. Sun Hongyu bit his lip, turning to Shin Shuejuan. Shin Jiqing, it is true that you have erred in this matter. A simple apology would suffice. Yi Yanma silently mocked, watching as Sun Hongyu, begrudgingly, stood before him to apologize. Yi Jiqing, I am sorry. Those words were mine. I spoke without thinking. I acknowledge my mistake. It was clear that Sun Hongyu had instigated the issue, yet it now appeared as if Yi Yanma had bullied him. Glancing at the others, Yi Yanma entered the house with the basin in hand. Outside, Shin Shuejuan looked pensively in the direction Yi Yanma had departed, lost in thought. Beside him, Sun Hongyu clenched his fingers in jealousy, observing Shun Shuejuan's fixation on the male Jiqing's dwelling. The following morning, preparations for the wedding commenced at the Xia household. Xia Jiqi donned a new Zhongshan suit, with her father fastening a red flower to her chest. Sister Sanma is heading out to fetch the bridegroom, announced Xia Ran, skipping joyfully into the room. All right, I understand. Once prepared, Xia Jiqi set out on her bicycle, adorned with a large red flower, to collect the bridegroom. Upon arriving at the Jiqing station, she distributed sweets to all present, just as Yi Yinma approached, flanked by two male Jiqing. Clad in a similar Zhongshan suit and sporting a red flower, Yi Yinma's complexion was enhanced by a hint of blush, making him appear exceptionally vibrant. Ah! With Sister San and Yi Jiqing standing together, they truly resemble a pair of celestial beings. The onlookers chuckled at this remark, noting how Xia Jiqi, renowned for her beauty in Xia family village, was indeed a fitting match for Yi Jiqing. The lively group returned to the Xia household, where a string of firecrackers was set off at the entrance. The crackling sound filled the air as Yi Yinma was enveloped in Xia Jiqi's embrace and ushered inside. After the wedding ceremony, the banquet commenced in earnest. Xia Jiqi retrieved a plate of food and a jar of her homemade fruit preserves, entering the newlyweds' chamber where Yi Yinma awaited her at the table. Mo, have a bite to eat. We shall soon venture out to toast our guests. By this time, it was past midday, and Xia Jiqi, noticing the banquet being arranged outside, pulled Yi Yinma into the room to dine. What is this? Yi Yinma inquired, pointing at the translucent jar filled with fruit. This is a preserve, made by me. It contains peach slices. Do give it a try. Yi Yinma opened the lid and sampled a piece. Quite delicious. The peach was sweet and crisp, exuding a delightful aroma. You should try some. Noticing Xia Jiqi's unwavering gaze, Yi Yinma assumed she too desired a taste and offered her a piece. Xia Jiqi lowered her head to bite onto his chopsticks, raising an eyebrow at him. Yi Yinma's ears flushed slightly as he gently tugged at the chopsticks. Do not tease. Speak softly, he chided. Xia Zi savored the succulent peach flesh, her gaze fixating on the glistening lips of the person before her, adorned with syrup. She swallowed discreetly and remarked suggestively, so sweet. Yi Yinma, lowering his head in silence, revealed a glimpse of his alabaster neck. Sanjia, they are calling from outside. Came the voice of Xia Qiao and Xia Ran as they knocked on the door. Understood. I shall be there shortly. Mo, Xia Zi gently cupped his face. We are heading out. Yi Yinma imperceptibly nodded. Under the guidance of the eldest sister, Xia Min, the two approached the table to toast the guests. As the rounds progressed, Xia Zi consumed a fair amount of alcohol, while Yi Yinma abstained entirely. Today, there were indeed some young intellectuals present. Apart from a few who accompanied Yi Yinma, there was also Shun Shuejuan. She had come along with Xia Xing. As the original owner had maintained a good rapport with her, so Xia Zi arranged for her to sit at Xia Xing's table. Yi Zhqing. Congratulations to you and Sister Zi. Xia Xing stood, raising his glass. This toast is for you both. After drinking, Xia Zi downed her glass as well, deliberately not allowing Yi Yinma to partake. Is Yi Zhqing still brooding over that incident? Xia Xing's eyes were filled with regret. It was my anxiety that led to the misunderstanding with Yi Zhqing. I sincerely apologize. Xia Zi pursed her lips, feeling somewhat exasperated. It was she who had obstructed the drinking, not her Mo. Today was a momentous occasion, and Yi Yinma wished for nothing to mar it. Several villagers from Xia family village were already casting glances in their direction. As Yi Yinma lifted his glass to drink, someone seized it from him. Comrade Xia Xing. My Mo cannot drink. Allow me to drink on his behalf. With that, she resolutely downed the contents of the glass. Xia Xing shot a displeased look at Xia Zi, about to voice a complaint when someone beside him tugged at his sleeve. Xing, sit down. After nodding slightly to Shun Shuejuan, Xia Zi took Yi Yinma's hand and departed. At the table, Shun Shuejuan seemed to whisper something to Xia Xing, who remained silent. Head bowed as he ate. Xia Zi observed their interactions keenly. As long as these two did not trouble her Mo, she would remain indifferent. However, should they dare to disturb him, she would pursue them relentlessly, disregarding any notion of a protagonist's halo. Are the leads soon to be wed? Indeed, Xia Zi mused, nodding thoughtfully. As long as she kept Mo away from these two, she believed she could avert the original fate. After the banquet concluded, Xia Zi and Yi Yinma assisted the Xia family in tidying the courtyard. Once everything was in order, they finally gathered with their own kin. Xia Ran, beaming with delight, gazed at his brother-in-law, while their father remarked, Shaoxi, you must be weary after today. Why don't you and your husband retire for the evening? It is quite late. Xie acquiesced, leading Yi Yinma back to their room. Shortly thereafter, she emerged with a bucket of freshly heated water. There is still some water in the pot. I will keep it warm for you to use tonight. After her father departed, Xie entered the room to find Yi Yinma already disrobed, resting against the edge of the calm. Mo, are you tired? Today, after wandering around all day, Xie, concerned about his tired feet, fetched a foot basin and squatted beside him, ready to remove his shoes and socks. The previously languid individual suddenly sat upright. Seizing Xie's hand, I can do it myself. Feeling bashful? Xie held onto his ankle, not releasing her grip. What are you shy about with your wife? Come now, let go of my hand. However, it was against the rules. What rules? Where do rural folk have rules? Seeing his stubbornness, Xie chuckled. Are you truly not letting go? Please, don't do that. Yi Yinma's cheeks flushed a deeper hue, becoming even more captivating. Xie glanced at him and unexpectedly planted a kiss on the hand gripping her arm. The soft sensation on the back of his hand startled Yi Yinma, and upon realizing what she had done, he quickly withdrew his hand. Now, that's more like it. Xie triumphantly grasped his delicate feet and began to massage them gently. As the water began to cool, she carried the basin outside, only to find 8 pairs of eyes staring at her intently. Aside from her second brother-in-law, who was unable to leave the children, the others were gathered in the courtyard. Is it that quick? Xie's eldest sister exclaimed in astonishment. Xie felt as though a flock of crows had flown overhead. What are you talking about? It's just a foot bath. Aunt, why haven't you all gone to bed yet? It was one thing for her siblings to be around, but why were their parents also joining in? We're just about to sleep, just about to. The family members quietly dispersed, each retreating to their respective rooms. Xie shook her head in exasperation and returned to her own room. Inside, Yi Yinma sat in the bedding, his pale hands twisting the quilt anxiously. The moment Xie noticed this small gesture, she understood he was nervous. Climbing onto the bed, she shed her outer garment and tossed it aside. She embraced him, kissing the crown of his head. Don't be afraid. Yi Yinma felt a warm breath near his ear, as if it were melting him away. Before he could voice his lack of fear, his lips were captured. The fragrant aroma of his youthful, peach-pink lips mingled with the lingering scent of alcohol. Though Xie had rinsed her mouth, a hint of the drink still lingered in her mouth. After a prolonged moment, Yi Yinma, his eyes reddened and face flushed, was finally released. Xie looked at the soft figure in her arms and chuckled. Mo, is this all right? Upon Yi Yinma's gentle nod, Xie's hand beneath the quilt moved to his slender waist, initiating her actions. Throughout the night, Xie ventured out several times to fetch water, and it was only then that they finally fell asleep. The following morning, when Yi Yinma awoke, he turned his head to find the elegant neck of a woman beside him. He was firmly cradled in her embrace. Awake? Xie murmured, nuzzling her face against him. Yi Yinma glanced at the curtains, where slivers of sunlight streamed in, causing a sudden flutter of anxiety within him. As a new husband, waking up late on the first day at home might not sit well with the Xie family, even if Xie didn't mind. Oh, it's morning. Yi Yinma sat up abruptly, his smooth skin marked with red impressions. After a night of revelry, Xie hoped to cuddle him and continue sleeping, but he was abruptly roused by gentle prodding. Xie, it truly is getting late. Yi Yinma's face was filled with anxiety. Then give me a kiss, and I shall rise, Xie playfully insisted. Hearing footsteps and voices outside, Yi Yinma concluded that the Xie family was waiting for them, and, suppressing her shyness, she gently brushed her lips against Xie's. You must hurry and get up, urged Yi Yinma, flustered as she hastily donned her clothes and found several garments for Xie. Once both were ready, they stepped outside to find the Xie family indeed gathered in the courtyard. The women of the Xie household had already gone to work, leaving only the men at home. Uncle, the elder brother-in-law, the second brother-in-law, Xiao Qiao, and Xiao Ran. Having met them yesterday, Yi Yinma felt familiar enough to greet them. Oh, the men acknowledged her. Behind the family Dr. Zhang Xiaozhou, a small child followed, and Yi Yinma offered her a piece of candy, to which the child sweetly responded. Third uncle. This is Ning Ning, formerly known as Xie Mingning, my elder sister's daughter. She is 3 years old this year, Xie softly introduced in her ear. And Yi Yinma smiled in reply. Zhang Xiaozhou, seeing the child greet her, said, There is food left for you in the kitchen. I will go fetch it. Xie seated Yi Yinma and followed Zhang Xiaozhou to the kitchen. Once Xie had left, Xie Ran sneakily approached Yi Yinma. Third uncle. Yi Yinma responded, puzzled by his sudden address. Hee, Xia Ran grinned innocently. I just wanted to say, third uncle, you are so beautiful. He gazed at Yi Yinma intently, adding, you seem even more lovely today than before. Yi Yinma blushed and lowered her head, clearing her throat a few times, only to hear the child continue. Oh, third uncle, what happened to your neck? Did a mosquito bite you? Instinctively, Yi Yinma reached to cover her neck. Noticing the others in the courtyard laughing silently, Xia Ran grew more curious. All right, your third uncle is about to eat, Xia Zi remarked, glancing at Yi Yinma, who was blushing. In the afternoon, Xia Zi accompanied her mother to work, leaving Yi Yinma at home to rest. When Yi Yinma awoke, she discovered the house was empty. Brother-in-law? She intended to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal but unexpectedly encountered Lu Yin, Xie Huan's husband, washing vegetables while carrying a child on his back, with another child trailing behind. Let me help you. Mo. No need. Please wait in the room. I will finish shortly. Lu Yin smiled amiably at Yi Yinma. During the busy farming season, the family recognized the effort he expended caring for the children, allowing him to remain at home rather than work in the fields. His wife had instructed him to treat Yi Yinma well to avoid disrupting the relationship with the third sister. It's all right. I have nothing to do, Yi Yinma insisted, helping to carry a basin over. The child on Lu Yin's back, now over 5 months old, gazed around with large eyes, while Ning Ning was much more lively, occasionally fetching a stool or vegetables for Lu Yin. Seeing Lu Yin struggling with the child, Yi Yinma couldn't help but offer, second brother-in-law. Why not let me hold the child for you? I can help a bit. No, he is quite well behaved, nothing to worry about. It is uncomfortable for both you and the child to carry him around like this. Would it be all right if I watched him for a while? That would be fine. In the kitchen, Yi Yinma felt out of place, just as Lu Yin remembered he had when they first married, hesitant to stand idly by. Lu Yin agreed. The child, still small with delicate, fair skin, did not cry upon seeing a new face, but instead gazed curiously at Yi Yinma. Second brother-in-law, have you named the baby yet? Yi Yinma gently poked the child's cheek. Yes, the name is Unin Xiam Mingyan, Lu Yin replied while chopping vegetables. Speaking of the child, Lu Yin's face radiated affection. He recalled how, when the baby was born, their nutrition was lacking, and it was Xie Zi who arranged for them to obtain formula. Unin was a fragile child, born after a harrowing ordeal, and required constant care. Fortunately, the elder family members were understanding, and his wife was compassionate, never engaging in quarrels with him. As they conversed, they heard footsteps in the yard. Yi Yinma stepped outside with the child and saw Zhang Xiaozhou and the brothers Xie Qiao and Xie Ran arriving. Third brother-in-law. Xie Ran set down the basket he was carrying and approached. Hey, brother-in-law, Xiao Ran, you are back? Xiao, we came back early to prepare dinner. Mother and the others will be back shortly, Zhang Xiaozhou and Xie Qiao said as they placed their belongings down, washed their hands, and joined Lu Yin in the kitchen to assist with the cooking. In Chapter 11, the pitiful male supporting character in historical fiction, the Xie brothers worked efficiently and soon had dinner ready. When the time came, Lu Yin went inside to prepare some formula for Anin, who was fed by Yi Yinma. The women of the Xie family returned shortly thereafter. Upon seeing Yi Yinma holding the child, Xia Huan thanked him and took the baby into her arms. And the family began their meal. After dinner, Xie Mu gathered everyone together, indicating she had something to discuss. Zi, please go ahead. Xia Zi nodded. Noticing all eyes were on her, cleared her throat, and said, I plan to move out with Mo. What? How can that be? Xia father exclaimed, glancing at Xia Zi, then turning to Xia Mu, who sat silently at the edge of the calm. The family has been living well together, so why? Uncle, it's like this. I am now married, and our home consists of just these few rooms. Xiao Lu was still staying in Xiao Ran's room last night. This cannot continue. Moreover, my mother's house is still vacant, Xia Zi explained, holding Yi Yinma's hand. She had already discussed this with him the previous night. Although the original owner's mother's old house was dilapidated, the Xie family cleaned it every 6 months, making it habitable. I'm fine, the impetuous Xia Lu interjected. Xia Zi shot her a look. You may be fine, but what about Xiao Qiao and Xiao Ran? You are already engaged. What will happen after the wedding? Xia Lu fell silent, and the atmosphere in the room became somewhat tense. Really, it's all right. Mo and I living in the old house would be quite good. I've been there to check, and it's fine. Xia Zi reassured everyone. After some time, I can renovate it. However, Xia father remained unconvinced. The old house isn't far. We can visit frequently. After a moment of contemplation, Mrs. Xia inquired, Ji, Have you truly made up your mind? Ji nodded. Xiao Yi, Yi Yinma, also nodded. I trust Ji. Earlier that morning, Ji Yi had broached the subject with him, and he had agreed. Very well. Then let us proceed with the separation. Mrs. Xie declared with a grand gesture. Having settled the family matters, they all returned to rest. Dear, I must confess my concerns about little Ji, she remarked, glancing at Mr. Xie. You see, they have only just wed, and now they wish to part ways. Mrs. Xie took a sip of cool water from her porcelain bowl. The children have grown. It is time for them to establish their own households. Besides, Ji is, after all, the child of my elder sister. Her lineage must not be severed. At noon, as soon as work concluded, Ji eagerly went to the old Xie residence to tidy up. The old house was reasonably clean, albeit somewhat dilapidated, and it was uncertain whether it would leak during rain. After inspecting the premises and finding no issues, Ji fetched an ox cart from the team. She had taken the afternoon off specifically for the move. Their possessions were few, and they soon completed the packing. Ji gazed at the worn house, wrapping her arm around Yi Yinma's shoulder. Mo, in a few days, let us renovate the house. How about adding a second floor? A second floor? Yi Yinma responded, puzzled and apprehensive about the costs. The old house is quite satisfactory. Given that we have just married, isn't it a tad premature to undertake such renovations? Moreover, a second floor would require a significant expenditure. Ji playfully pinched his earlobe. Hasn't the wife told you? The wife is wealthy. Yi Yinma nodded, recalling her previous assertion, though he believed she was merely trying to comfort him. Come, let us enter. I wish to show you something. Once inside, Ji pried open a brick beneath the bed and retrieved an iron box. Take a look, she said, handing the box to him. Yi Yinma, filled with skepticism, accepted it and opened it to reveal stacks of paper currency and a small amount of tickets. What is this? For you. Ji leaned closer to whisper in his ear, as I promised, you shall manage the household. Yi Yinma stared at her, his eyes wide. Why is there so much? He could tell without counting that it was a substantial sum. Ji raised an eyebrow, saying nothing directly. Would you like to count it, Mo? Yi Yinma cautiously poured out the money, counting each note and placing them carefully. There is a total of 1,300. Ji observed him intently, her face lighting up with unexpected delight. It appears my husband is quite the little money enthusiast. However, after a moment, Yi Yinma's expression turned serious. He pressed Ji down onto the bed, gazing earnestly at her. Wife, tell me honestly, how did you earn this money? Nowadays, every household in the countryside relies on shared earnings. Even with the utmost frugality, one cannot amass such wealth. Ji wrapped her arms around him, planting a kiss on his cheek. Oh, Mo, you are clever enough to have already guessed, haven't you? Yi Yinma suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with concern. Isn't reselling goods illegal? Who says this is reselling? This is called free exchange and individual entrepreneurship. Noticing that Yi Yinma still had reservations, she soothingly patted his back, saying, It's all right, I know my limits. Many places have already relaxed their restrictions. It's not as strict anymore. In due time, the policies will reach us. That's good. Yi Yinma finally felt reassured, only to realize he was being held in someone's embrace, their hand exploring his waist. Xie. He broke free from her hold and sat on the other side, carefully placing the iron box back on the ground to conceal it. Seeing his serious demeanor, Xie went to the kitchen to boil water. Once the water was ready, she carried the bucket to the side room, which contained a large wooden tub, spacious enough for two. Mo, the water is ready. You can wash up first. Yi Yinma acknowledged her, taking his clothes and a towel as he stepped outside. Just as he had undressed, he heard someone knocking at the door. Mo, if the water cools down, just add a bit more. There is soap inside. Got it. After Yi Yinma finished washing and emerged, Xie went in to clean herself. Inside the room, while Yi Yinma was still drying his hair, he felt someone embrace his waist from behind. The person pressed gentle kisses along his neck, murmuring, Mo, you smell so good. Yi Yinma's face flushed, and moments later, his grip weakened, causing the towel and his clothes to fall to the ground. The two indulged in playful antics throughout the night. The next morning, Xie left for work in the fields with a prominent handprint on her cheek. The autumn harvest had concluded, but there were still some finishing touches to be done. At the end of the workday, the team calculated each person's contributions, distributing grain and tickets, which finally brought smiles to their faces. Mo. Xie returned with a fish and, seeing someone wiping her sweat, exclaimed, Tonight I'll make you sour fish. After exchanging for some pickled cabbage from Uncle Wong next door, CSZ quickly prepared the fish. The fragrant, sour, and spicy fish soon emerged from the pot, and Yi Yanma's eyes sparkled with delight. For the past few days, it had been CSZ cooking, leaving him with plenty of leisure. After dinner, Yi Yanma washed the dishes while CSZ rinsed beside him. I visited the team leader's house today, Yi Yanma said thoughtfully. I heard the village primary school is in need of teachers, and I want to apply. Chapter 12. The Pitiful Male Supporting Character in Historical Fiction, Part 11. Noticing CSZ was silent, Yi Yanma looked up at her. Rest assured. My teaching at the school will be recorded for contributions. I won't be a burden to you. Mo, CSZ chuckled. What sort of burden is that? The village needs teachers. Your desire to teach is a good thing. After a moment, she eagerly asked, what did the team say you would teach? How did you know the leader agreed? He hasn't even mentioned it. Seeing that the dishes were already washed, CSZ refilled the basin with warm water, taking Yi Yanma's hand to lather it with soap bubbles. My Mo is so clever and knowledgeable. The team leader has no reason to refuse. Yi Yanma blushed at the compliment. Not at all. Just tell me if the team agreed to let you go. Yes. Yi Yanma nodded slightly. They want me to teach mathematics. CSZ dried her hands and gently patted his head. The primary school is a bit of a distance from home, but we have a bicycle, so it will be convenient for you to go every day. He had hardly ridden the bicycle at home. Initially, he had planned to walk. Understood. Yi Yanma, clutching the edge of her garment, contemplated for a moment before gently tugging at CSZ's collar and brushing her lips softly. After the kiss, Yi Yanma, overwhelmed by embarrassment, attempted to flee, only to be caught in an embrace by the person who had quickly regained their composure, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her towards the side room. Mo, we have yet to enjoy a bath together, CSZ declared, not waiting for a response as she placed Yi Yanma into the wooden tub, following closely behind. Life passed in a rather mundane fashion, and in recent days, CSZ found herself with ample leisure time, spending each day either visiting the black market or fetching her beloved Mo home. The village primary school had few children, and Yi Yanma, attending 3 classes a day, found herself increasingly joyful rather than fatigued. CSZ. Just as CSZ returned from the town where she had sought a carpenter to repair her house, she was intercepted at the door by Shinjuejuan. Look, here are the books you requested. CSZ flipped through the pages, nodding in approval. Indeed, these are the ones I wanted. Thank you. How much do I owe you? I shall pay you. Upon hearing this, Shinjuejuan felt a stir within her, glancing at the closed door behind CSZ, and exclaimed, no need for that, Comrade Xia. They are merely a few books. If you wish for more, I can certainly provide. CSZ perceptibly noted the glimmer in her eyes, narrowing her gaze slightly as she slipped 2 large denominations of currency into Shinjuejuan's hands, subtly obscuring the door behind her. You should definitely keep this, Shinjiqing. Those 2 bills should be more than sufficient to purchase those books. Whether or not you accept money is irrelevant. I primarily wish to secure these books to avoid any future entanglements with the main cast. After repeated refusals from Shinjuejuan, CSZ's patience began to wane. If we continue this discussion, Mo will soon return. Shinjiqing, believing that CSZ intended to sever ties, reluctantly accepted the money, feigning difficulty. Then, if that is your decision, I shall accept it. Shinjuejuan took the money, carefully tucking it away and casting a few lingering glances at the Xie family courtyard before departing. Since moving to the countryside, her family had ceased to support her. Each day was filled with arduous labor, yielding scant rewards. Fortunately, Xie provided her with assistance. Previously, CSZ had sometimes offered her help, but since marrying Yi Yanma, she had seldom reached out to her. Shinjuejuan began to harbor suspicions. Could it be that CSZ had endeavored to bond with her solely to pursue Yi Yanma? That evening, upon returning home, Yi Yanma was presented with the books by CSZ as if they were treasures. High school textbooks? Yi Yanma exclaimed in surprise, flipping through the pages. Where did you acquire these? I procured them from someone. Well, considering I gave money to Shinjuejuan, it would be fair to say I bought them from her. Yi Yanma did not inquire further, aware that CSZ engaged in some unconventional culinary ventures for profit, and her acquaintances were undoubtedly diverse, making the acquisition of a few textbooks unremarkable. Mo, please read these more often. They are quite important. CSZ winked at him. Yi Yanma carefully placed the books in a safe spot. Being an aficionado of literature himself, he naturally wished to peruse them frequently. Even though the college entrance examination had been abolished, indulging in literature was always a worthy endeavor. As the weather gradually turns cooler, Xie begins to contemplate the matter of renovating their home. My dear wife, I have something to discuss with you today. What is it? Xie glanced at the person who rarely addressed her as wife and added a few pieces of sweet and sour ribs to his bowl. I want to go to the hospital tomorrow. Go ahead. Xie replied casually, unaware that Yi Yinma interpreted it differently. The person at the dining table softened his tone and cautiously explained, I'll only be there for a short while and will return soon. It won't interfere with my classes. You didn't take a leave? Xie frowned. No, Yi Yinma admitted honestly, shaking his head. Your parents are being discharged tomorrow, right? With all the commotion surrounding their discharge, how can you not take a leave? Although she planned to go as well, it would be better for their son to accompany them. Moreover, she had yet to meet the elderly couple, having already taken their son away without knowing their stance. However, Xie served him more ribs, her voice gentle. Tomorrow, we will first request leave from school, and then we will go to the hospital. We? Yi Yinma had never considered that Xie would join him. Yes. Xie set down her chopsticks and looked at him. I just don't know what your parents like. Tomorrow, let's buy some things from the supply and marketing cooperative to bring to them. By the way, I tidied up the room in the east a few days ago. It will be perfect for them to stay and when we pick them up. Yi Yinma's eyes brimmed with tears, large drops rolling down his cheeks. Wife, are you really going to have my parents live with us? Of course. Seeing him cry, Xie felt flustered, cupping his face and gently wiping away his tears. Don't cry. Otherwise, your mother might think I'm bullying you. Hearing this, Yi Yinma wiped his tears and mumbled softly, You wouldn't do that. After exchanging a few more words, Yi Yinma had stopped crying. Xie encouraged him to eat a few more bites before clearing the table to wash the dishes. But my parents have a bad background. The team might not agree to let them live with us. They definitely won't agree now. But the situation may change in the future. The eldest daughter of the Yi family is about to rise to a significant position in the military. Your parents will be brought back, and once the college entrance examination resumes next year, they should be going to the capital to become professors. However, this information cannot be disclosed to you just yet. It's fine. Xie squeezed his hand, lowering her voice. We can secretly bring them over to live with us. No one will notice. Though her words were riddled with loopholes, Yi Yinma, unaware of the circumstances, believed her. That evening, Xie took a bottle of fine wine and a chicken to the captain's house and returned late at night. Did you go drinking, my dear wife? Yi Yinma washed his face and brought her a glass of water. I had a couple of drinks with Aunt Xie. It's nothing serious. Xie took a sip of tea. Seeing that she truly was fine, Yi Yinma took her to wash up before going to sleep. With important matters pending the next day, they dared not linger too long and retired early. Chapter 13: The Pitiful Male Supporting Character in the Chronicle, Part 12, At Dawn. Xie took Yi Yinma to the town. At the supply and marketing cooperative, Xie purchased some brown sugar and malted milk powder, then made a trip to the black market. By the time she emerged, her olive green canvas bag was filled to the brim, and she held a mesh bag of fruit in her hand. Mo, let us proceed to the hospital. Upon arriving, Yi Yinma guided Xie inside. Xie's palms were slightly damp with perspiration. In the realm of reality, Mo was the child she had adopted from the orphanage and had nurtured with her own hands, and this was their first encounter with her parents. Mom, where's Dad? As Yi Yinma entered, only Ye's mother and another patient occupied the room. Ye's mother set aside the items she had organized and immediately turned her gaze towards Xie. Your father has stepped out. He will return shortly. Noticing her scrutiny, Xie confidently called out, Mom. At the sound, Ye's mother paused, glancing at her son, whose face had turned slightly red. She did not respond to the call, but continued her tidying after a brief look at the two. This is Xie, Mom. Yi Yinma tugged at his mother's sleeve, offering a pleasing smile to Xie. Seeing him like this, Xie was about to speak when she heard Ye's mother reply in a subdued tone. No. Before long, Ye's father returned. Compared to Ye's mother, his demeanor was considerably more gentle. With Xie's engaging conversation, he was immensely pleased. After leaving the hospital, Xie first took them to a state-run restaurant for a meal before they boarded a vehicle to return home. When the ox cart reached the village, it was already evening. The streets were deserted, which proved convenient for their small group. Upon arriving at the Xie residence, Ye's mother furrowed her brow and, shielding her husband with one hand, insisted, Let us be taken to the edge of the village. If the brigade were to discover that they were staying at the Xie household, both of them would face dire consequences. Yi Yinma was unwilling. Just as he was about to persuade his mother, he heard Ye's father say, Let us heed your mother's wishes, Amo. I know you and Xiao Xia are good children. Your intentions are enough. Now that your mother and I have regained our strength, let us return. Dad, please rest easy here. Xia Zi urged them to sit inside first. Ye's parents understood the necessity of not lingering at the entrance, for being seen would lead to trouble. Hence they stepped inside. Xia Zi locked the door and lit an oil lamp within. Mom, you and Dad can stay here. You have no idea. Xia Zi embraced Yi Yanma and settled down. Before you arrived, Mo cried every night, worrying about you. Hearing this, Ye's father looked at Yi Yanma with deep sympathy. Ultimately, after Xia Zi's persuasion, the elderly couple decided to stay. How do you speak so well? Once the room was arranged and the two elders were settled for the night, Yi Yanma retreated to his room, where he conversed in whispers with Xia Zi. She pinned him against the headboard, gently nibbling at the bridge of his nose. Is that all you wish to say to me, Mo? What else is there? Yi Yanma replied, his clear, innocent eyes filled with sincerity. The dim-witted fool. Yi Yanma felt uncomfortable being pressed down, pushing away slightly. The blush on her cheeks extending to her neck. Move aside, my parents are here. Xia Zi, during the act, was quite forceful. If her plump parents heard anything, it would be troublesome. Then I'll be gentle, and you try to hold back and not make a sound? With the wedding date of the protagonists approaching, Xia Zi felt an inexplicable unease. For the past few days, all she wanted was to hold her beloved Yi Yanma close. At dawn, Xia Zi carefully placed her on the bed before rising to prepare breakfast. The meal was lavish, featuring freshly steamed buns, meat porridge, and a bowl of chicken soup for each person. After finishing her meal, Yi Yanma bid farewell to her mother and the others before riding her bicycle to work. Ye's mother, observing Xia Zi tidying up in the kitchen after seeing Yi Yanma off, wore a complex expression. After 2 days, Ye's father could no longer contain himself and called Yi Yanma into his room after dinner. Are you and Xiao Xia always like this? Huh? What do you mean? Yi Yanma took a bite of the fragrant cake in her hand, her mind filled with thoughts of the cake giver, and she couldn't help but let out a small sound. What are you laughing at, child? Ye's father, filled with exasperation, had observed for days and realized Xia Zi's character. She treated his son exceptionally well. Is this really that delicious? Ye's father watched her enjoy the cake. Yi Yanma took a spoon and offered it to him, saying, Dad, you should try it. This is Zi's new creation, called mousse, and it's incredibly delicious. Ye's father took a bite and agreed it was delightful. He then recalled the purpose of their conversation. Mo, is it always her cooking for you? He had noticed Xia Zi occasionally washing clothes over the past few days. Yes, her cooking is really good. Yi Yanma saw nothing unusual in this. You can't keep doing this. Xiao Xia has work and needs to go to her job. What kind of husband lets his wife cook for him like this? Ye's father was concerned that Xia Zi might mind if this continued. Yi Yanma lowered her head, pondering while nibbling on her spoon, then nodded in agreement. His wife truly treated him well, so much so that he thought this was entirely normal until his father brought it to his attention. Thus, Xia Zi inexplicably gained an eager little husband who rushed to cook. Wife, allow me. Yi Yanma, with his hands damp, silently watched as he pulled the basin of dough towards himself. Helpless, she had to go wash the small greens she had picked earlier. Wife, you leave it be. Yi Yanma dashed over, quickly grabbing the small bok choy. Xia Zi caught his wrist, taking the greens from him, a bit puzzled. What is going on today? During the day, Ye's parents were both off to work, leaving only the occasionally free Xia Zi and the hurriedly returning Yi Yanma at home. Nothing. Yi Yanma still wanted to grab more vegetables. Xia Zi chuckled softly, observing his restless eyes, a glimmer of mischief flickering within her gaze. What? Do you now have little secrets with your wife? No. Yi Yanma hurriedly shook his head, ultimately lowering it as he nervously fidgeted with his hands. Wife, do you think I am lazy and indulgent? Xia Zi raised an eyebrow. How could that be? Momo goes to school every day. That is work in itself. She tentatively inquired. Did someone say something? Yi Yanma kept his head down, looking somewhat dejected. Dad said it's not good for me to let you do all the cooking. But Xia Zi's cooking is truly delightful. After a moment's reflection, Xia Zi understood her father-in-law's concerns. She gently tousled his soft, disheveled hair and lifted his chin, reassuring him. Don't worry, dear. I am more than willing to cook for our Mo for a lifetime. But I am the husband. Yi Yanma looked up at her, who said that the husband must always take on these tasks. Look at our household. You excel in academics and teaching, while my strengths lie in cooking and commerce. Xia Zi took his hand, guiding him to wash up. We are a perfect match, aren't we? Or do you think my cooking is subpar? She pinched his cheek, her expression slightly stern. No. Yi Yinma grasped her hand, affectionately nuzzling his face against it. I adore the meals you prepare, my wife. CSZ's eyes sparkled with amusement. You little glutton. Yi Yinma chuckled, playfully trailing behind her. Will you always cook for me, dear wife? He asked, his cheeks flushed. The education he received as a child made it difficult for him to express himself more boldly. CSZ turned to him, her expression earnest. Of course. With that, Yi Yinma quickly pressed a kiss on her cheek and hurried away, flustered. In the afternoon, when Ye's parents returned home, they found CSZ in the kitchen while their son was outside setting the table. Yi's father tugged at Yi Yinma, intending to say something, only to see his son with a beaming smile. Don't worry, Dad, my wife doesn't mind me. She loves me. The last part was spoken softly, yet Yi's father and mother heard it clearly. Yi's father paused, while Yi's mother cleared her throat, and as CSZ approached, the three of them regained their composure. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. CSZ had previously sought out craftsmen in town to construct a house. With her busy schedule now easing, it was time to bring this plan to fruition. The craftsmen in town were skilled and numerous, and the price CSZ offered was reasonable. The master craftsman assured her the house would be completed in a month. She left the blueprints with the craftsman, although it was a 2-story house. There were not many such constructions, so the completion would be swift. In early September, the construction officially commenced. Yi Yinma, at the village entrance, just after class. He was intercepted. Sun Hongyu? Do you need something? Sun Hongyu scrutinized him, noting his rosy complexion and trendy attire, even spotting a watch on his wrist. I heard CSZ is building a house, and seeing your new bicycle, I can't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, he remarked, glancing at Yi Yinma's well-wrapped clothing with a sense of triumph. I have heard that country folk are rather uncouth, particularly fond of engaging in physical altercations. Yi Yinma, you wouldn't be concealing bruises from a beating, would you? Last night, CSZ caused quite a scene, leaving marks on his neck, which is why he donned a high-necked shirt in an attempt to hide them. Yi Yinma had no desire to converse with such a person and retorted coolly no. After uttering this, he attempted to depart, only to be unexpectedly seized by Sun Hongyu, who yanked at his shirt collar. At that moment, school had just let out, and a few teachers along with some villagers lingered, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding drama. As the collar was tugged open, several faintly purpling bruises made their presence known against Yi Yinma's fair neck. Instinctively, Yi Yinma shielded his neck, while Sun Hongyu, oblivious to their true nature, assumed he had discovered Yi Yinma's vulnerability, his face alight with glee. Oh, Yi Yinma, what is this? If CSZ has been bullying you, you must speak up. We will stand by you. The older onlookers quickly discerned the situation, some awkwardly turning away, while others boldly chimed in. Sun Jiqing, you aren't married, are you? If you were, you would understand what this is. Sun Hongyu shot a disdainful glance at that individual, proclaiming, I would never marry a woman who strikes her husband. Sun Jiqing, what nonsense are you spouting? This, in fact, signifies the affection between a young couple. Indeed, who in Xiangyang village doesn't know that the third son of the Xie family is a fine lad, a good woman? How could she strike her husband? Hearing such remarks, Sun Hongyu assumed they were merely attempting to shield CSZ from disgrace and scoffed. Then how do you explain these marks on Yi Yinma? They are clearly from CSZ. An older man stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, Are you blind? Those are the remnants of a couple's nighttime activities. Sun Hongyu was taken aback by such bluntness, and once he regained his composure, his face flushed crimson as he stammered. I'm not married. How would I know? Then why speak so foolishly? At that moment, Yi Yinma had managed to button his shirt, his ears slightly reddened from embarrassment, though his expression remained solemn. Sun Hongyu, I warned you before, do not provoke me. Yi Yinma recalled the previous incident involving a basin of water, while Sun Hongyu noticed the gathering crowd at the school gate, filled with onlookers relishing his embarrassment, and stormed off in a huff. Yi Jiqing, in the future, tell Xie to be gentler. This is quite painful, you know. Laughter erupted around them. A few husbands in the village exchanged teasing glances at Yi Yinma, causing his face to flush before they dispersed. Upon returning home, the warmth in Yi Yinma's cheeks had yet to dissipate. Spotting CSZ conversing with a worker, he turned away, feeling a surge of irritation. It was all her fault. He had explicitly stated last night that she must not leave marks, yet she chose to ignore him. Now, he felt utterly humiliated before the entire village. Mo. Dinner is ready in the kitchen. You and your mother can eat first. I have some matters to attend to and will join you shortly. Soon. The materials she ordered would arrive, and she needed to oversee the process, directing where to place them. Yi Yinma, with a cold demeanor, entered the kitchen and brought out the dishes, urging Ye's mother and father to begin their meal. Amo, shall we wait for Xiaoxia? Yi Yinma, without lifting her head, serve the rice. No need, Dad. You and Mom can start eating. Xie will take a while. By the time she arrives, the food will be cold. After the meal, Yi Yinma went to make the bed. Once she had finished arranging it and ensured the two elders were settled for the night, she heard the sound of someone entering from outside. Lifting the curtain, she glanced out to see Xie, noticing her head towards the kitchen. Yi Yinma chose not to speak and returned to her room. Inside the kitchen, Xie observed the dishes simmering in the large pot and the faint embers in the hearth. With a soft chuckle directed towards her own room, she extinguished the last flicker of flame before carrying a bowl into the room. Momo, she placed the food on the table. Would you like to eat a bit more? Today's dishes are garlic eggplant and boiled pork slices, both of which you enjoy. Yi Yinma shot an irritated glare at Xie and curtly replied, I'm not eating. After saying this, she took her toiletries and left. Xie scratched her head, puzzled about what had provoked her. By the time Yi Yinma returned after washing up, Xie had already tidied the dishes. Seeing Yi Yinma emerge, she naturally went to wash as well. Upon finishing, Xie, accustomed to embracing her sweet husband, was abruptly met with a sharp swat to her hand. With a loud clap, even Yi Yinma was startled. Just as she intended to inquire about Xie's well-being, she found herself pinned against the table. Xie's gaze turned fierce, her eyes narrowing as she spoke in a low tone. Momo, what's wrong? Yi Yinma covertly glanced at her hand, reassured that nothing was amiss, then raised her eyes to meet Xie's. Tonight, you must not touch me. Why? Xie pressed, yet Yi Yinma remained silent, her expression a mix of annoyance and apprehension. Tomorrow, the entire team would surely learn of the incident. I need to rest. I have class tomorrow. Yi Yinma, oblivious to Xie's anger, noticed her stoic expression and pushed her lightly, but to no effect. Momo, have I been too indulgent with you lately? What are you talking about? Yi Yinma found her behavior peculiar, unsure of what had gone awry. However, Xie was absorbed in memories of Yi Yinma's past attachment, of her attempts to distance herself. Xie, what are you doing? Yi Yinma began to speak, only to have her lips silenced by an assertive kiss, fierce enough to feel as if her lips might split. Finally gaining a moment to breathe, Yi Yinma attempted to push her away, growing increasingly frustrated. Let go of me. Momo, Xie gently caressed Yi Yinma's hair by her ear, her voice laced with a hint of aggression. Be good. Just as Yi Yinma prepared to protest, her clothes were tugged, and she was thrown onto the bed. Ye's mother and father remained oblivious to the events of the previous night, noticing Yi Yinma had not risen. Ye's father muttered a few words before departing for work. After the two departed, it was some time before Yi Yinma finally managed to open his swollen eyes. Last night, Xie had tormented him like a madwoman, leaving his throat hoarse. Awake, Xie entered with a bowl of porridge. Noticing he had risen to sit up beneath the covers and approached him. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Yi Yinma was somewhat annoyed about last night's events, irritated by her antics. This morning, he awoke to find the sun already high in the sky, and upon checking the time, he realized it was already 11 o'clock. He would likely miss school. I've already informed the school on your behalf. Noticing Yi Yinma's silence, Xie spooned some porridge and brought it to his lips. Yi Yinma had no desire to eat. He felt slightly unwell, though his forehead felt normal to the touch. Mo, be good. Xie held the spoon, gazing at him. Don't provoke my anger. Upon hearing this, Yi Yinma widened his eyes and, in a hoarse voice, retorted. Xie, I haven't even expressed my anger, yet you are the one who seems upset? He found her utterly incomprehensible. Was it really necessary to react so strongly just because he had asked her not to touch him last night? Such pettiness. Mo, eat. Xie, unwilling to argue, stubbornly insisted he drink the porridge. Yi Yinma extended his fair fingers to push the spoon away, shaking his head. After being repeatedly rejected, Xie assumed he was throwing a tantrum. She tossed the spoon aside, took a mouthful of porridge herself, and pressed her lips to his in an attempt to feed him. Yi Yinma was taken aback by her boldness, pushing her away while making muffled sounds of protest. Xie had ample experience dealing with his reluctance to eat, and before long, she had forced him to swallow the porridge. Cough, cough, cough. Xie, are you out of your mind? Yi Yinma clutched his chest, coughing for a while, casting a reproachful glance at her. Yet, she merely picked up the bowl and walked away without a word. Outside, workers were still laboring, and after tidying the kitchen, Xie washed a few apples and pears, bringing them inside before exiting again. The new two-story building was being constructed on a vacant lot behind the Xie family's old residence. Once Yi Yinma had tidied himself, he emerged, munching on an apple, but did not find Xie on the construction site. Knowing she had business in town, he paid it little mind. Since he didn't have to attend school today, he decided to venture out and take a look around. From a distance, his brother-in-law, Xie Ran, spotted Yi Yinma and ran over, beaming. Little Ran? Xie Ran nodded, his small face blooming with a smile. Brother-in-law, why are you here all alone? I just came out for a stroll. Your third sister must have gone to town. Yi Yinma pulled out a handful of candies and offered them to Xie Ran. Xie Ran unwrapped one and popped it into his mouth, squinting with delight at the sweetness. Third sister, where do you want to go? I'll take you. Having grown up in the village, Xie Ran was naturally more familiar with the paths than Yi Yinma. I want to visit the village doctor. Why do you want to see the doctor? Upon hearing the word doctor, Xie Ran's face fell. Is brother-in-law sick? No, it's just to buy a few things. Yi Yinma stammered. But brother-in-law, you've gone the wrong way. Dr. Zhang is over there. The village doctor, Zhang Huanqing, had been dispatched a few years ago. He was a taciturn young man. Xie Ran held Yi Yinma's hand, and they soon arrived at their destination. Xiao Ran, you wait here for a moment. I will go in and ask, she said. Xie Ran obediently nodded and found a spot at the door to play with pebbles. Yi Yinma took a deep breath and nervously entered the room. Inside, Zhang Huanqing was engaged in some herbal preparations. Hearing someone arrive, he lifted the curtain and stepped out. Are you here for a consultation or to purchase medicine? For a consultation, Yi Yinma replied, lowering his gaze as he extended his arm. Zhang Huanqing lowered his head and began to take his pulse. There seems to be no problem. Yi Yinma retracted his hand, biting his lip. I haven't had my period this month. I just got married. Zhang Huanqing raised an eyebrow, observing the young man before him, whose cheeks had flushed. He took another pulse. How long have you been married? About a month, I suppose. Then you are not pregnant, Zhang Huanqing said, withdrawing his hand, his expression remaining cool and detached. However, you have been engaging in marital relations too frequently lately, which is not conducive to your health. Yi Yinma hung his head, feeling too embarrassed to respond. Zhang Huanqing found it somewhat amusing that this handsome young man appeared on the verge of tears from a mere comment. Do not worry. It is normal for such matters to be delayed for a few days. If it still does not arrive in a few days, come back. Reluctantly, Yi Yinma left. Knowing he was not pregnant did not dishearten him. He and Xie were still young, and she had previously mentioned they were not in a hurry to have children. Had it not been for the absence of his period these past few days, he would not have contemplated this matter at all. Let us go, Xiao Ran. Just as they had taken a few steps, they encountered Sun Hongyu approaching. Yi Yinma, you just came from Dr. Zhang's place, right? Yi Yinma was reluctant to engage with him, recalling the foolishness Sun had displayed yesterday, which made him angry. Sun Hongyu sauntered closer, swaying his hips. What illness do you have? What are you talking about? You're the one who is sick. Xie Ran retorted angrily. Hey, you little loser. Sun Hongyu shot back. Accustomed to being called such at home. Say that again. Yi Yinma pulled Xie Ran behind him. What if I do? Isn't he just a loser? Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as Yi Yinma slapped Sun Hongyu across the face, leaving him in disbelief. You dare hit me? Yi Yinma. I will get back at you for this. Having never fought anyone before, Yi Yinma instinctively shielded Xie Ran while retreating, picking up a branch from the ground. Sun Hongyu, aware of Yi Yinma's temperament, grabbed the branch and raised his hand to strike him. Stop. At that moment, Shun Xuejuan, who happened to be passing by, seized Sun Hongyu's wrist. Shun Ziking? Sun Hongyu reluctantly lowered his hand. Yi Ziking, what is happening here? Yi Yinma shook his head, looking at Sun Hongyu. Sun Hongyu, are you not afraid of me, nor of Xie? Chapter 16, the pitiful supporting character in the era novel, 15, upon hearing the name of Xie. Sun Hongyu felt a tinge of fear. The people of Xie village were fiercely protective of their own, and with no reliable ally by his side. He worried about potential repercussions. After watching Yi Yinma and Xie Ran depart into the distance, Shun Xuejuan turned to head along the main road. Shun Jiqing, Sun Hongyu, abandoning his search for a doctor, pulled a cake from his pocket and offered it to Shun Xuejuan. Here, have this. Shun Xuejuan pushed it back, shaking her head. No, take it back. As she was leaving, she added, Try not to provoke Yi Jiqing in the future. We all come from the same youth commune. Let us not tarnish our reputation. The cake he had so eagerly presented was refused, and he was met with criticism instead, leaving Sun Hongyu's expression stormy. Once Shin Shuejuan was far enough away, he consumed the cake while sulking as he made his way back. Xiao Xia, are you building a house these days? Sun Hongyu accidentally encountered Xia Zi, who was conversing with an elderly woman returning from town. Yes, aunt. The old house has fallen into disrepair. So I thought it best to rebuild. Once it's finished, do come over for a meal. After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Zi intended to return home along the narrow path. Comrade Xia. Sun Hongyu hastened to catch up. Is there something you need? Xia Zi did not recall being acquainted with this individual. Comrade Xia. Did you just return from outside? Indeed, Xia Zi replied coolly. A gentle breeze played with Xia Zi's hair, and Sun Hongyu, unable to suppress a flicker of envy, noted her striking features. She was even more beautiful than Shin Shuejuan, but regrettably, she was just a country girl. Otherwise, he would have acted sooner. Now, it seemed Yi Yanma had the advantage. Xia Zi, accustomed to the variety of characters in the marketplace, quickly discerned Sun Hongyu's intentions. Comrade, I just ran into Yi Jiqing today. I thought he was at school. What about Mo? Where did you see him? Xia Zi halted to look at him. Sun Hongyu forced a smile, his face brimming with sincerity. Just a little in front of the Liu household, with Shin Jiqing present as well. Shin Shuejuan? Yes. He deliberately omitted mentioning Xia Ran's presence, secretly delighting in the memory of Xia Zi's displeased expression as she departed. Yi Yanma, aren't you the charmer? I shall see if Xia Zi will still want you, this two-timing scoundrel. As autumn settled in, the nights in Xia village remained quite chilly. The autumn wind rustled the dry, yellow leaves, creating a soft cacophony. Mo, why hasn't Xiao Xia returned yet? Yi Yanma, having just put the meal he had prepared exclusively for Xia Zi into the pot, glanced outside with a hint of concern. The night had fallen, and the workers had long since departed. The darkened exterior revealed no signs of life. Father, you should go inside. The wind isn't good for your health. Yi's mother, casting a glance at the door, began to bring the courtyard-esque benches inside. Mo, did Xia Zi mention when she would return? No, she did not. Yi Yanma clenched her fingers, recalling the quarrel they had this morning. Xia Zi had stormed off in anger. Ye's mother then inquired, did she mention when she would return? Yi Yanma lowered her head even further. No, she did not. At this moment, both elders grasped the situation. They had witnessed the deep affection between the young couple over the past few days. Xia Zi always reported her whereabouts and schedules whenever she left. Never had there been a scenario like tonight. Mo, speak honestly, did Xia Zi bully you? Ye's mother asked in a serious tone, knowing her son's gentle nature. She believed any discord must be instigated by Xia Zi. No, Yi Yanma quickly clarified. My wife left in a rush this morning, that's why she didn't say anything. He added, my wife would never bully me. That's good. Ye's mother nodded, noticing his calm demeanor, though still feeling uneasy. Mom, you and Dad should go to sleep now. I can wait. After persuading his parents to retreat to their room, Yi Yanma was about to step outside when he heard a knock at the door. You're back, Yi Yanma exclaimed as he rushed to open the door, relieved to see her safe. Recalling her earlier attitude, he tilted his head and muttered, you know how to come back? Xia Zi stood at the threshold, carrying 2 chickens and a basket of eggs. After casting a deep glance at him, she circled around and headed into the kitchen. Xia Zi, there's rice in the pot, he said irritably, before dashing into the house. Blockhead. Once inside, Yi Yanma, clad in a cool short-sleeved shirt and shorts, pulled the blanket over his face. This was the sight Xia Zi encountered upon entering. Concerned for him, she gently pulled the blanket away, only to have it yanked back. Mo, don't cover your head when you sleep. It's uncomfortable. Hearing her words, Yi Yanma felt a surge of annoyance. Oh, so you can speak now? I thought you were mute. After saying this, he regretted it, having been pampered lately. His temper had been fostered. Xia Zi remained silent in response to his sarcastic remark, resolutely pulling away the blanket and unbuttoning her shirt. Did you meet Shin Shuejuan today? Yes, Yi Yanma replied, his gaze flickering. I ran into Xiao Ran and strolled around for a bit. Met Shin Shuejuan on the way. Xia Zi said nothing further, simply shedding her outer garment and lying down beside him, lifting the blanket. What are you doing? Yi Yanma exclaimed in alarm. No touching tonight. What? Xia Zi scoffed, positioning herself above him and firmly pinning his wrists to the bed. Mo, you should know that once I desire you, You cannot refuse. As she prepared to pull off his clothes at the slightest provocation, Yi Yinma hurriedly exclaimed, "Did you not say you would listen to me from now on?" "Yes. I will heed you in all matters, except this one. Mo, you shall not leave me." 2 lines of tears slowly trickled down as Yi Yinma had been bullied repeatedly. A person gently pecked his cheek and offered him warm water. Having already skipped work yesterday, he was determined to attend school today. Early in the morning, Xie had left, and he was unaware of her whereabouts. Seeing her absence, he forced himself to rise, his legs feeling weak and unsteady. After a brief moment of self-comfort, he set off without breakfast, riding his bicycle to school. For some inexplicable reason, Xie had recently begun to exhibit a temper. He resolved to inquire about it tonight. Otherwise, his delicate waist would surely suffer. Upon arriving, Yi Yinma secured his bicycle and entered the classroom with his textbooks. After finishing a class, he sat in the teacher's office, rubbing his waist. The so-called office was merely a makeshift room. "Teacher Yi, are you there?" He opened the door to find Deping's father, and he greeted him politely with a smile. "Yes, I'm here. What can I do for you?" "Ah, I see. I was delivering hay to my husband and ran into your uncle on the way. He mentioned he needed to see you and asked you to come to the threshing ground." Chapter 17. The pitiful male supporting character in period literature, 16. The threshing ground was designated for storing grain and threshing wheat. Currently, it was devoid of food. Only fresh wheat straw from this year's harvest remained. "All right, I understand. Thank you." Since he had class later in the afternoon, he planned to make the trip. Perhaps something was amiss with the Xie family, and they sought him out because Xie was not home. Deping's father waved goodbye, and as the threshing ground was not far, he chose to walk rather than ride. After approximately half an hour, he arrived. Strangely, the threshing ground was empty. Just as Yi Yinma pondered this, he was ambushed by Sun Hongyu, who covered his mouth and nose with a towel. As his eyelids grew heavier, Yi Yinma struggled briefly before succumbing to unconsciousness, his limbs growing weak. It was daytime, and Sun Hongyu, scanning the surroundings cautiously, saw no one before dragging Yi Yinma to a spot behind a straw stack, concealing him with the wheat straw. He then headed towards the village entrance, where a deal awaited him. "Fire at the threshing ground. Quick, put it out." A shout echoed from somewhere, prompting several nearby households and workers to rush with buckets, filling them with river water to extinguish the flames. The autumn afternoon breeze carried a refreshing chill. With straw still present at the threshing ground, a fire could result in disaster. Fortunately, the flames were contained swiftly. Numerous villagers gathered around the threshing ground at this point. Suddenly, a young man exclaimed, "Isn't that Shen Jiqing and Yi Jiqing?" Behind the straw stack, Yi Yinma sat on the ground, half-opened eyes, dazedly pressing his forehead. Sitting beside him, Shen Shuejuan's expression soured as she noticed the gathering crowd. This afternoon, Xie had been assigned to a location close to the threshing ground, so he had also come. The scene erupted with questions from the onlookers. What is going on? Yi Jiqing is already married, yet how is she still entangled with Shen Jiqing? Look, they are embracing each other. The third son of the Xie family is in for a surprise. Various voices arose around them, and it was only then that Yi Yinma regained a semblance of composure. Realizing that Shen Shuejuan was gripping his shoulder, he hurriedly attempted to distance himself from her, but the lingering effects of the powdered medicine caused his body to weaken, and he fell back again, with Shen Shuejuan instinctively catching him. Oh, how did he end up sitting in someone else's arms? How shameless. There are so many people here. Shen Shuejuan, what are you doing? Xie Xing, upon witnessing Shen Shuejuan clinging to Yi Yinma, shouted in a fit of rage. He had long suspected Shen Shuejuan's intentions towards Yi Yinma, and today, her true colors were laid bare. They had only recently become engaged and were not yet married. How could she dare to flirt with another? Yi Yinma pushed himself back slightly, taking a moment to regain his footing. Feeling the eyes of the crowd upon him, he became flustered and fearful, oblivious to Shen Shuejuan's darkened gaze fixated on her empty hand behind him. What is happening? Why is everyone here? He distinctly remembered seeking out the Xie family. How did he awaken to find Shen Shuejuan instead? How dare he even inquire? A man scoffed derisively, surveying him with contempt. You're lying with a woman. Hearing the murmurs surrounding him, Yi Yinma felt as if he had returned to a previous encounter at the youth station. I did not. I came to seek my uncle, but was knocked out at the wheat field and woke up to find you all here. Oh, it's been decades since such an incident occurred in our Xiangyang brigade. How is it that Yi Jiqing arrives and is immediately rendered unconscious? It surely can't be a self-scripted act. Yi Yinma's face turned pale, and his lips quivered. No, He glanced at the silent Shen Shuejuan behind him. Then at Xie Xing, who was glaring at him from the front of the crowd, feeling a surge of helplessness. Suddenly, he spotted the Xie family approaching from behind the crowd, his eyes brightening. Xiao Ran, Xiao Qiao. Was it you who sent someone to fetch me this morning? Saying there was something urgent at the wheat field? Please explain this to everyone. The bewildered Xie Ran and Xie Qiao, pushed to the front by the crowd, instinctively replied, "Brother-in-law, we were at home this morning and did not send anyone to find you." Upon hearing this, the crowd's disdainful gazes towards Yi Yinma intensified. Is he attempting to fabricate evidence with his uncle? Impossible. He clearly. Yi Yinma stood frozen, suddenly recalling the moment someone had covered his mouth from behind, realizing the truth. Someone intended to harm him. This entire situation was evidently premeditated. Shen Shuejuan, why are you still sitting there? Come over here. Xie Xing, seeing Shen Shuejuan remain seated, trembled with anger. Shen Shuejuan cast a casual glance at him before rising and walking over. A sharp slap echoed through the air as Shen Shuejuan's face turned to the side, her left cheek swelling instantly. Xie Xing certainly had a fiery temperament. Resorting to violence so quickly? Serves him right. Engaged yet still cavorting with others, in my opinion. Both of them should be paraded through the streets. The Xie family arrived later, and, at this moment, they vaguely understood what had transpired. In light of these events, a villager rushed to summon the team leader. To their surprise, before the leader could arrive, Xie Zi appeared. The third son of the Xie family had returned. This was bound to escalate matters. A few onlookers, eager for drama, wished to mock Xie Zi. They remembered how envious they were of the grandeur when Xie Zi married Yi Yinma, not to mention the fact that he was now building a new house. Wife. Upon seeing Xie Zi, Yi Yinma dashed into her embrace, resembling a lost soul discovering her anchor. Her delicate, flower-like face was instantly drenched in tears, choking back sobs as she exclaimed, "I didn't do it. I truly didn't." Shoo, it's all right, I understand. My dear, please don't cry. Look at your eyes, they're swelling. Xie Zi gently wiped her tears away, speaking in a soft, soothing tone. For a brief moment, the crowd in the grain field fell silent. They had initially perceived Xie Zi's troubled expression as a sign that Yi Yinma was about to face severe repercussions. Perhaps even divorce. They were unprepared for the tender scene unfolding before them. Yi Jiqing wept pitifully, and Xie Zi wore an expression of deep concern, whispering sweet reassurances, nearly cradling her in his arms. The two were so close that their hushed conversation went unheard by the surrounding spectators. A few older men, thinking Xie Zi was unaware of the circumstances, attempted to offer him a warning. "Xie Lao San, your partner was just caught in the granary with Shen Jiqing." As Yi Yinma, who had just been comforted, heard this, tears streamed down her face, yet she remained silent, shaking her head vigorously at Xie Zi. "I know, my dear. I believe in you. Let us resolve this matter first, shall we?" Yi Yinma recognized that this was not the time for tears. Nodding in agreement and standing beside Xie Zi, comforted by his trust, that was all that mattered. Chapter 18. The pitiful male supporting character in historical fiction. 17. Dear uncles and aunts, you keep insisting that my Yinma is involved with Shen Jiqing. I would like to ask, what exactly did you witness with your own eyes? What else could it be? They were simply embracing. Embracing? Xie Zi's expression remained impassive, his voice tinged with a hint of coldness. No. Yi Yinma's eyes were red-rimmed as she clutched Xie Zi's hand, shaking her head emphatically. I arrived here this morning. It was De Ping's father who informed me that my uncle was looking for me. I had no idea why Shen Jiqing was here as well. Xie Zi tenderly ruffled her hair, offering a gentle smile before turning to face Shen Shuejuan. Shen Jiqing, will you remain silent once more, as you did last time? The team leader has arrived. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Coincidentally, Aunt Xie was present as well. Shen Jiqing, you should speak up too. What exactly is going on? Shen Shuejuan instinctively glanced at a bright red handprint, then turned to look at Xie Xing, who had turned away. After a deep sigh, she finally said, when I arrived, Yi Jiqing was already here. It was by chance that I discovered him. At that moment, Shen Shuejuan paused, squinting at Xie Zi. Lying behind the straw stack, he appeared to have been rendered unconscious. What is going on? Impossible, Captain. Such occurrences have never transpired within our team. Perhaps these two have conspired to fabricate a lie. This matter significantly affects the reputation of our Yangyang Brigade. The captain hesitated, realizing that there was no substantial evidence beyond the words of these two individuals. Xie Zi, well aware of this rationale, turned her head to inquire of Yi Yanma. Mo, did you just say it was your uncle, Xiaoran and Xiao Qiao, who sought you out? Yi Yanma nodded. Xiaoran, what did you say? The two brothers, upon being questioned, paused momentarily and lowered their heads in silence. If they truly hadn't sent anyone to find Yi Yanma, it could only imply that she was deceiving them. Others began to believe this was the truth, curious about how Xie would respond. Everyone had witnessed Xie's recent demeanor towards Yi Yanma. It was no trivial jest for someone she had cherished dearly to betray her. Yi Yanma clutched Xie's sleeve, who reciprocated by grasping his hand and offering a reassuring smile. Wasn't it said that Uncle Daping mentioned Sharon was looking for my Mo? Then let us summon Uncle Daping for clarification. What do you think, Captain? Uncle Daping had been working in the fields all day and was not closely acquainted with Yi Yanma or the Xie family, thus his words would carry weight. All right, the captain, eager to avoid such scandals within the team, pondered how rumors of improper relationships could jeopardize the prospects of marriage for the men in their village, complicating matters for women seeking husbands as well. Uncle Daping was not at the wheat field. His home was distant, and when the captain and others arrived, he was busy preparing a meal. Upon being brought to the wheat field, the captain inquired about the events of the day. Yes, it was I who sought out Yi Jiqing. Oh, Uncle Daping, this matter is quite significant. Could you please elaborate on what transpired? Uncle Daping glanced at Yi Yanma's tear-streaked eyes, and seeing half the villagers present, he swallowed hard. Earlier today, I was delivering fodder for my wife when I was stopped by that lad from the Xie family. He asked me to relay a message to Teacher Yi, stating he needed her assistance at the wheat field. After recounting this, Xie Ran and Xie Qiao exchanged astonished glances with Uncle Daping. Are you certain it was a lad from the Xie family? Uncle Daping scratched his head. Indeed. He claimed to be from the Xie family and the little uncle of Teacher Yi. Living far from the village and not engaging frequently with the locals, Uncle Daping, having married into the village, could barely recall the younger generation, though he remembered the elder villagers well. He only knew that the Xie family had two young men, one of whom was of similar age to the person he had spoken to that day. Sensing something amiss, Xie's heart sank. Can you see anyone nearby who might have asked for your help that day? Uncle Daping surveyed the surroundings, but shook his head in response. No. Xie Ran and Xie Qiao were clearly in sight, yet he insisted he saw nothing. Those around, familiar with the Xie family, were bewildered by his words. Are you certain you didn't see them? The captain inquired once more. Uncle Daping shook his head. I remember that person vividly. He was about the same age as Teacher Yi, dressed in blue clothes and black pants, with short hair. Unable to recall further details, Uncle Daping shared only what he remembered. What on earth is happening? The host, Sun Hongyu, had impersonated a member of the Xie family to incapacitate Yi Yanma, intending to sell him to traffickers. However, he was unexpectedly discovered by the protagonist, Shen Xuejuan. The footage from that moment was promptly shown to Xie. It was already afternoon when Shen Xuejuan spotted Yi Yanma, who was buried beneath some grass, stirring her thoughts. Yi Yanma was meant to be her fiancé. Had it not been for the misfortunes of the Yi family, they would have been wed long ago. The more she pondered, the more discontented she felt, especially since a mere commoner like Xie could marry Yi Yanma, while she herself could not be with him. Just as she lifted Yi Yanma, intending to take action, she realized he had awakened. Yi Yanma weakly pushed against the person holding him. Sensing his frailty, Shen Xuejuan's eyes flickered with excitement. And just as her hand reached out, a voice from outside yelled about a fire. The number of people rushing to extinguish the flames increased, forcing her to abandon her intentions. That cry for help had been Sun Hongyu's. Sun Hongyu had made arrangements with the traffickers the previous day to deliver a man. After incapacitating Yi Yanma in the morning, he sought out the traffickers, only to discover they did not believe him. He traveled to the town, reiterating his success until the trafficker finally agreed to accompany him to the village. When he returned, he inadvertently stumbled upon Shen Xuejuan's nefarious intentions and, in a moment of panic, shouted for help. Xie took only a moment to absorb the video. After witnessing the entire sequence of events, she realized how close Yi Yanma had come to danger. Her gaze turned icy as she regarded Shen Xuejuan, nearly wishing to exact vengeance. Yet she understood the significance of reputation in this era. What about Sun Hongyu and the others? They were just in the crowd. But they have since moved toward the village entrance, the host replied. Pursuing them now would be futile, especially without evidence. The most she could establish was that Sun Hongyu had deceived them, which was insufficient for a conviction. I happened upon Yi Jiqing unconscious and just revived him when everyone arrived. Shin Shuejuan added, with Uncle Daping as her witness. Following her statement, she cast a glance at Xie Xing, filled with a hint of sorrow and grievance. Xie Xing recognized the injustice and felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing her swollen face. Shuejuan, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. It's all right, as long as you, little Xing, are happy. I am willing to endure any hardship. Chapter 19. The tragic male supporting character in historical fiction. 18. Xie. Disinterested in the unfolding drama between the protagonist and the male lead, turned to the captain and said, Aunt Xie, I fear this matter is far from simple. The captain was certainly aware that the use of a sedative was a grave matter. In the past, there had been instances in the village where drugged children fell prey to human traffickers, and it had only improved in recent years. It was unexpected to see such occurrences resurface. I will discuss this matter with the team upon my return, ensuring that Yi Jiqing receives a proper explanation. Xie, of course, did not rely on others and merely nodded in acknowledgement. With the issue resolved, the captain sternly warned the people in the threshing yard against spreading rumors and slandering others. The villagers nodded in agreement, realizing the truth had come to light. They could no longer voice their grievances, having misunderstood Yi Jiqing, who turned out to be a victim as well. Aside from a small group of gossipers who still suspected a relationship between Shun Shuejuan and Yi Yinma, the rest lost interest in idle chatter. After bidding farewell to the Xie family, Xie took the person in her arms and headed to the village clinic. Zhang Huanqing, who resided at the clinic, was somewhat surprised to see the charming young woman accompanied by another tall woman. What brings you here? Xie explained the situation regarding the sedative and requested Zhang Huanqing to examine Yi Yanma. There's nothing to worry about. The dosage was small. I will prescribe some medication to help with the metabolism, Zhang Huanqing assured her. After receiving the medicine, Xie disregarded any objections and carried Yi Yanma on her back. Yi Yanma nestled against her back, their hearts close together, his small face brushing against her neck. Dear wife, he murmured softly. Yes? Yes. After a few exchanges, Xie realized her beloved husband felt insecure and frightened. Not minding the repetition, she continued to respond to Yi Yanma. You are so wonderful. Yi Yanma whispered in her ear. I like you. Upon saying this, he blushed before she could respond. I know, Xie replied, her eyes sparkling with joy, the first time Yi Yanma had expressed his affection for her. I like you. I love you. Mo, please don't leave me. All right. Yi Yanma tightened his grip around her neck, his eyes still red but filled with joy. Beloved wife, I will never leave you. Upon returning home, they refrained from mentioning the day's events to avoid worrying the two elderly individuals. That night, Xie held him close as they lay together, gently kissing his forehead to help him sleep. Yi Yanma closed his eyes and soon drifted off. As they exited Xianyang Brigade, Sun Hongyu was abruptly pressed against the wall by a slender woman beside him. Her yellowed teeth nearly grazed his face as she glared at him fiercely, demanding, Didn't you say you had it all sorted out? How dare you toy with me? Sun Hongyu, feeling the roughness of the ground against his back, trembled and stammered. And no, I wouldn't dare to deceive you, Lu Jie. This Lu was known as a local troublemaker, having spent time in jail multiple times, and he feared provoking her anger. Seeing his frightened demeanor, Lu forcefully pinched him, savoring the moment before threatening, I am determined to have that person. You better figure it out. If you can't, you will take their place. Certainly, I will ensure that Sister Lu receives it. If this option is unfeasible, there is another possibility, the son of the captain, who is also quite attractive. The thought of Xie Xing, who had slapped Shin Shuejuan, made Sun Hongyu's gaze darken as he clenched his fists. Luda grinned wickedly, playfully patting his cheek, and blew gently towards Sun Hongyu's face. All right. Don't try to trick me, or else. She left her words hanging, glanced around, and quickly departed. Watching the entire scene unfold, Xie let out a cold laugh. What has transpired between the female lead and the male lead? After such an incident in the afternoon, they must be in a tender reconciliation now. Host, the male lead is currently soothing the female lead. Xie stroked her chin, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for the female lead to come to the rescue? After a night of sweet dreams, when Xie awoke, Yi Yanma was soundly asleep with his face nestled against her chest. Realizing that she had frightened him the previous day, Xie chose not to wake him, quietly getting out of bed to prepare a bowl of noodles for him. Yi father was already awake, and upon seeing Xie enter the kitchen, he assisted her. The aroma of the chicken noodle soup filled the air as Xie served 2 bowls at the table for Yi mother and Yi father to enjoy first. She then went to the room to call for Yi Yinma. Dear? Yi Yinma had just dressed and was putting on his shoes. Awake? Then hurry and wash up for breakfast. Yi Yinma nodded and quickly tidied himself. It smells so good. Xie served him a piece of egg pancake, and he devoured it eagerly. Slow down, dear. Yi father poured him a glass of water. Seeing the pleasant atmosphere between them in the morning, Yi mother felt a sense of satisfaction. You too enjoy your meal. Your father and I have already eaten and will head out now. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi mother and Yi father departed. Yi Yinma, not wishing to delay, finished his meal swiftly and rode his bike to school. As he was about to leave, he noticed Xie washing the dishes. He hesitated for a moment, then rushed over and planted a kiss on her cheek before exclaiming, "I'm off," and dashed away. Xie chuckled, touching her cheek with the back of her clean hand, quickening her dishwashing. As autumn descended upon Xiangyang, the weather grew increasingly cool. By October, the new house of the Xie family was officially completed. After letting it air out for a week, Xie arranged for new furniture and began moving items from the old house into the new one. Given the proximity of their families, she opted not to hire a vehicle and instead collaborated with Yi mother and others to fill the new home to the brim. That evening, lying on the fresh bedding, Yi Yinma playfully held Xie's hand. Dear, my father mentioned that he plans to go to town tomorrow and asked if we needed anything brought back. He hasn't been feeling well lately. Otherwise, he would have gone himself to avoid bothering father. Coincidentally, I need to go to town as well. I'll accompany him. Yi Yinma nodded in agreement. All right. The father likely went to the town because the eldest sister had sent something home. Unaware of the family's current situation or how her sisters were faring, one can only hope all is well. Xie placed her hand on his lower abdomen and kissed his forehead, asking, "Have you had the brown sugar egg drink this afternoon?" "Yes, I did," he replied. He had indeed consumed the syrup, but as for the egg, Yi Yinma's eyes darted about, refusing to meet hers. Xie gently patted his back, saying, "Wife's command, you." Yi Yinma froze, his big, watery eyes glaring at her in a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. At 20 years of age, how could she still scold him like that? This is a punishment. Next time, if you obediently finish your drink, I won't scold you. Yi Yinma turned away, burying himself under the blanket, silent. Xie leaned over and embraced him from behind, kissing his neck. "Be good, Momo. It's time to sleep." Yi Yinma murmured a small kicking his foot under the blanket against her leg, which she caught, finally settling down. Chapter 20. The pitiful male supporting character in the era novel, 19. After sending Ye's father to the supply and marketing cooperative, Xie gave him 5 large banknotes before attending to her own affairs. Recently, she had acquired a house in town, where she would conduct her business transactions. The authorities had relaxed regulations concerning individual businesses, allowing Xie to sell a variety of goods, most of which were food items that would only appear in later times. She also sold clothing, though those were sourced from the south and had been modified by her. Business was thriving. With such a busy schedule, Xie decided to forego her work and remain in town. Ye's father was to return home at noon, and Xie had already arranged for a bullock cart to facilitate his journey. Upon returning home, she found that Ye's mother and Yi Yinma had not yet arrived. Thus, she took a letter to the cow shed to find Ye's mother. The letter was sent back by the eldest daughter, Yi Jinhua. Later that evening, Yi Yinma grimaced as he finished eating the ginger-flavored egg. "Momo, your sister's letter has arrived." Ye's father exclaimed with joy. Even Ye's usually taciturn mother gathered around. What did the eldest sister say? Yi Yinma set down his bowl and rushed to his father's side. Ye's father carefully retrieved the envelope from his pocket and handed it to Yi Yinma. Yi Yinma opened the letter and read it word by word. "Sister is coming back. Mom, Dad, she has been promoted." Yi Yinma's eyes sparkled with delight, his entire demeanor radiating joy. "She also said that she wants to take us to the capital city soon." Ye's father, thrilled, grasped his son's hand, oblivious to the worry reflected in Ye's mother's eyes. The eldest daughter wrote that she was now highly esteemed by her superiors and had secured housing in the capital, expressing her desire to bring them over. This should have been wonderful news. Yet, she and her husband had recently been sent away, making their return challenging. Not to mention the difficulties posed by Imo, whose wife remained here, complicating matters further. Lost in thought, Xie entered with a bundle in her arms. "What is going on? Why so happy?" Noticing the uncontainable smiles on Yi Yinma and his father's faces, Xie curiously inquired. "Wife, my sister wrote. She is now a division commander in the military district. Xie nodded, already aware of the matter, though she had not anticipated that her sister-in-law would act so swiftly. This deviation from the original timeline was intriguing. Perhaps her involvement had triggered a butterfly effect. Nonetheless, Xie did not dwell on it. It was a fortunate turn of events. She set aside her belongings and retrieved 2 paper bags from within, placing them on the table and unveiling the contents. Inside were the roasted chickens she had prepared that day, their skins golden and crisp, the meat succulent and tender. Yi Yanma swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the feast before him. Yi Father promptly took the letter from Yi Yanma's hands, ensuring it was safely stored. "Come, taste this," Xie exclaimed, having washed her hands, as she tore off pieces of chicken and offered them to the others. "Did your elder sister mention when she would return?" she inquired while feeding Yi Yanma a tender morsel of the chicken leg. "She did not specify," he replied. At this, Yi Father furrowed his brow, reflecting. "Ahua has just been promoted. She likely has many responsibilities. I shall write her another letter tomorrow," he added. Yi Mother, smoothing her husband's furrowed brow, interjected softly. "By the way, there is something else." She dried her hands and produced a stack of banknotes from her clothing. "Xie, this is the 300 we borrowed from you originally." Yi Mother pushed the money towards Xie, her expression earnest and anxious that she might refuse. "All right." Xie glanced at her, nodded slightly, and after drying her hands, picked up the money without counting it, placing it directly into Yi Yanma's ample pocket. "Wife?" Yi Yanma had been watching attentively since Yi Mother returned the money, his hands freshly cleaned. The 300 Xie had lent him had alleviated their family's urgent financial need, and his gratitude was boundless. Yet, his wife had never once mentioned it or seemed to mind that those indebted to her were managing the household. "No worries. Our family is now under MO's stewardship. It is fitting for you to hold on to it," he said, feeling the weight of the pocket bulging. Instinctively grasping Xie's hand. "I am deeply grateful for your kindness." Yi Mother, being an elder, could not elaborate further, simply stating, "In the future, should there be any matters requiring the assistance of the Yi family, I shall spare no effort. However, I have but one request." After a pause, she glanced at Yi Yanma before retracting her gaze, her eyes filled with resolve. "You must not deceive my son, nor betray him." Through their time together, she had come to understand that Xie was no ordinary person. Inevitably, she would one day depart. Her primary concern was for her naive son, fearing he might be taken advantage of. "That will never happen," Xie replied earnestly, meeting Yi Mother's gaze with a similar intensity. "I assure you." Yi Mother nodded, observing her son's adoring eyes fixed upon Xie, feeling somewhat exasperated. What a hopeless case. With their conversation concluded, the family began preparations for dinner. In recent days, Xie had been exceedingly busy, so Yi Yanma had taken it upon himself to cook. Yi Father assisted him in the kitchen, while Xie finished her tasks outside, washed her hands, and joined them. The meal was rich and flavorful, and once they finished, everyone returned to their respective rooms. The wedding of Shun Xuejuan and Xie Xing was scheduled for mid-November, as it was deemed an auspicious date by the Xie family. On the day of the celebration, the captain's home was abuzz with activity, with nearly all the villagers in attendance, including Xie and Yi Yanma. Initially, the two were disinterested in the matter at hand. However, after Shin Xuejuan personally approached Xie and subsequently Xie Xing sought out Yi Yanma, they decided to attend. After all, it was merely a banquet, and they assumed nothing of great significance would occur. When it was time for the newlyweds to toast, Xie Xing linked her arm with Shun Xuejuan and approached Xie and Yi Yanma's table. "Sister Zi, Yi Jiqing." Xie lifted her glass, nodding, "Indeed. May you enjoy 100 years of bliss." She tilted her head back and drank. Upon finishing her drink, she proceeded to serve dishes to Yi Yanma. Xie Xing's expression stiffened slightly as she subtly exerted pressure on Shin Xuejuan's arm. Shin Xuejuan, engrossed in observing Yi Yanma, was taken aback by his sudden grip. Puzzled by his erratic behavior, "Xiaoxing, shall we move to the next table?" With that, they departed, allowing Shun Xuejuan to exhale in relief. Once, she had envisioned a wedding. But at that time, the person she dreamed of marrying was Yi Yanma. When Yi Yanma wed, she felt nothing. The Yi family had fallen into disarray. No matter how handsome Yi Yanma appeared, he paled in comparison to Xie Xing, who at least could assist her in securing a place back in the city. Yet now, her thoughts had shifted. The image of Yi Yanma's neck, adorned with the emblem of the red plum, replayed in her mind. She glanced back at him one last time, gripping her wine glass tightly. After the wedding, it was said that Shin Shuejuan moved into the Xie household. The Xie family had initially intended for her to take on their surname, but she declined. Xie Xing, unwilling to see Shin Shuejuan suffer, argued with his mother. Ultimately, both sides made concessions. Shin Shuejuan would not take on their surname, but their first child must bear the Xie name. And the couple was required to reside at the Xie home. Although the Xie family had daughters, Xie Xing's mother remained apprehensive, fearing that one day Shin Shuejuan might abandon her son. Despite the timeline being considerably delayed, the protagonists eventually married, and Yi Yanma had already severed ties with the couple. Xie Zi observed Yi Yanma, who was meticulously counting money beside her, a slight smile gracing her lips. Chapter 21. The pitiful male supporting character in period literature, Part 20. The cold wind howled, and outside, a flurry of snowflakes descended. Yi Yanma, clad in a thick cotton coat, pedaled his bicycle hurriedly towards home. Suddenly, he noticed someone ahead, wielding a flashlight, approaching him. The snow fell heavily, rendering his surroundings a vast white blur. He halted his bicycle, intending to rub his eyes. "Momo?" A voice called out from about 5 steps away. "Is that you?" Yi Yanma pushed his bike and responded, neglecting to rub his eyes as he quickened his pace. He had been occupied until after 7 due to a student's parents seeking him out, and the sky had turned dark. His wife must have been worried. Wrapping him in her embrace, Xie Zi gently rubbed his reddened, frost-bitten cheeks and snugly wrapped the scarf she had brought around his head. Xie Zi sat in front, urging Yi Yanma to hold her tightly as she cycled briskly. Aided by the flashlight, they swiftly arrived home. "Quick, drink some ginger soup to warm yourself." Ye's father brought out 2 bowls of freshly brewed ginger soup. The heavy snow fell throughout the night, blanketing the outside world in a pristine white. Yet no one ventured out to admire the exquisite scenery. This winter was particularly frigid, but fortunately, they found refuge at the Xie residence. Had they been in the cattle shed, it was likely that he and his wife would not have endured the night. As Ye's father gazed out at the snow, he continued mending the clothes that Ye's mother had previously torn. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. Despite the harsh weather, someone had come to visit. Ye's father set aside his needle and thread and, as was customary, retreated into the inner room. With school closed for the day, Yi Yanma was at home. Upon hearing the knocking, he went to open the door. Standing outside was the village secretary, bundled in a thick cotton coat. "Is Xie Zi at home?" he inquired. "My wife left early this morning. Do you need to see her for something?" Yi Yanma replied. The village secretary, seeing it was Yi Yanma, did not hold back. "We caught the person behind the drugging incident." "Really? Who was it?" Yi Yanma's fingers tightened as he recalled the incident. The village secretary cast him a complex glance and sighed. It was Sun Jiqing from the youth station. Sun Hongyu. Yi Yanma had considered him. But why would he drug him and involve Shin Shuejuan? Was it merely to tarnish his reputation? He found it hard to believe. The other village secretaries were equally reluctant to discuss the matter further, hastily exchanging a few words before departing. Navigating the slippery roads was challenging, and Xie Zi had informed Yi Yanma that she would return the next day. That night, Yi Yanma tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Eventually, he rummaged through his belongings and donned one of Xie Zi's shirts, finally succumbing to a restful slumber enveloped in her comforting scent. In his dreams, Yi Yanma suddenly felt a twinge of pain on his lips. He stirred slightly, turning his head, only to have his earlobe nibbled. Wife, the voice, soft and tender, belonged to Xie Zi, who had just awakened. "You're back." "Yes," she replied, having returned that morning to find her husband nestled in the blankets, sleeping soundly, a familiar hue gracing his exposed neck. "Darling, did you sleep well?" Having removed her outer clothing, Xie Zi worried about Yi Yanma getting cold and warmed herself by the fire before climbing into bed to embrace him. Yi Yanma replied drowsily, still not fully awake. "You may be well rested, but your wife is quite hungry." Xie Zi playfully nudged the blankets aside and slipped in beside him, her fingers teasingly grasping a small piece of fabric from his shirt. At that moment, Yi Yanma jolted awake, realizing he was still wearing his wife's shirt. How could he allow her to see him like this? Xie Zi's hand glided across his shirt, causing Yi Yanma to instinctively squeeze his legs together, biting his lower lip in embarrassment. How could he be caught wearing his wife's clothing while sleeping? "I wore your shirt because I couldn't sleep, wife." "What? Did you miss your wife so much that you couldn't find rest?" Xie Zi teased him. Yi Yanma's face flushed crimson, and a faint blush crept into the corners of his eyes, rendering him speechless. Seeing his guilty expression, Xie Zi chuckled softly. Yi Yanma glared at her. Am I not allowed to wear my own wife's clothes? Taken aback by his words, Xie quickly pulled him into her embrace. Of course you can. With a whisper close to his flushed ear, she said, from now on, the mistress's garments shall be donned by Mo every night, exclusively for her. Yin Mo, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, pushed her gently, only to be drawn closer as a tender kiss silenced her protests. After a lingering moment of dazed contemplation, Yin Mo recalled the visit from the brigade's secretary the previous day. Mistress, the brigade's secretary came yesterday, mentioning they had captured Sun Hongyu. She didn't elaborate, but she said she wanted to see you. Xie was aware of this matter. Early this morning, she had been summoned to the brigade leader's residence. At that time, the atmosphere in the leader's home was tumultuous, with Xie sobbing heart-wrenchingly while his father sought to comfort him, all the while scolding Sun Hongyu. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that since the agreement with Lu Da, Sun Hongyu had been persistently shadowing Xie. However, due to the constant presence of others around Xie, he had been unable to execute his plans. This time, fearing discovery, he had been exceedingly cautious. Yet, after nearly 2 months of waiting, Lu Da's patience had waned. Consequently, Sun Hongyu seized the opportunity to deceive Xie into going to Lu Da's place, intending to abduct him forcibly. However, upon arrival, Shen Shuejuan appeared unexpectedly and rescued Xie. Sun Hongyu attempted to flee, but was apprehended by Xie's father, who arrived just in time. Lu Da managed to escape, but the brigade leader's family had already reported the incident, leaving Lu Da with no avenue of escape. Sun Hongyu was taken into custody, where he confessed to his previous misdeeds. The brigade secretary sought out Xie for this very matter, wishing to inform her. As Xie massaged her partner's sore back and kissed the crown of his head, she recounted the events to him. After listening, Yin Mo fell silent for a while, burying her face in Xie's embrace. Mistress, I am hungry. Very well, I shall prepare a meal for you, replied Xie. Yin Mo pouted playfully. I want that spicy hot pot from last time. Certainly, Xie agreed and set about cooking. The winter was harsh, with snow falling continuously until the new year. Xie bundled Yin Mo snugly and took her out to purchase New Year goods. At the supply and marketing cooperative, they gathered a variety of items. Xie also bought roasted chestnuts and sweet potatoes. While she held the chestnuts, the sweet potatoes were given to Yin Mo to warm her hands. As Yin Mo savored the sweet and tender potato, she felt a firm grip on her other hand as they strolled leisurely down the street. After acquiring everything they needed, they returned home, for the cold outside was unbearable. Yin Mo, disinclined to venture out, settled in at home, enjoying roasted chestnuts by the fire. This year's New Year's Eve dinner was shared among the 4 of them. They spent the first day of the new year at home and visited the Xie family on the second day. After a meal, Xie's mother engaged in casual conversation, revealing that Xie Lu's wedding was scheduled for the 15th day. After visiting a few close families, Xie and Yin Mo brought some gifts to the brigade leader's home. However, upon entering, they were greeted by the sound of weeping from within. The brigade leader, seeing them arrive, felt a twinge of awkwardness, and both Xie and Yin Mo sensed the inopportune timing of their visit. They set down their offerings, sipped a cup of tea, and then quietly took their leave. Chapter 22. The pitiful supporting male character in the era literature, Part 21. The one weeping was none other than Xie. Ever since the incident where he nearly fell victim to abduction, Shen Shuejuan had returned with a demeanor that was neither warm nor welcoming, often ignoring him and frequently venturing out. Whenever he inquired about her whereabouts, she would curtly instruct him not to concern himself. It had barely been a year since their marriage, and yet here they were. The captain sat at the edge of the Kong, sighing deeply. She had long suspected Shen Shuejuan's intentions. Recently, the quota for urban returnees had been announced, yet Xianyang Brigade had not distributed any slots. Shen Shuejuan was likely aware of this change, which prompted her altered behavior. As the new year passed, the weather gradually warmed. Yinma was finally free from the burden of being scrutinized and wrapped up tightly every day. In town, Xiazi's shop had begun to flourish. And once the regulations were relaxed, she even opened branches in the county and city. With the expansion, her schedule became increasingly hectic. By day, Yinma taught at school, and by night, she reviewed her lessons at home, leading a fulfilling life. A few days prior, a letter had arrived from Eugenia, stating that she would be visiting in a month's time. Upon her arrival, Xiazi was still busy at the shop. When she returned in the afternoon, she found a small car parked outside her home, surrounded by a group of villagers. "Comrade, may I ask whom you are looking for?" A woman in military green stepped out of the car, her face serious yet polite as she inquired, "I am looking for Xie. May I ask if you are she?" Xie, observing the woman who bore a striking resemblance to her mother-in-law, remained silent for a moment before responding. "That would be me." After inviting her sister-in-law inside, Xie poured a glass of water and presented a fruit basket. The two women sat opposite each other, scrutinizing one another. "I have heard about the events of that day, and I am aware of your relationship with Amo, Yi Jinhua, being forthright, stated plainly. Your great kindness can be repaid in other ways, but Amo is different. I demand that you divorce him." After reading the letter from Yi Fu, she concluded that Yi Yinma had married out of sheer helplessness. Xie tightened her grip on the teacup, a cold smile gracing her lips. "I fear your words carry little weight here. Xie, Amo has been coddled since childhood. He is unfit for this life and must return with me." "Oh." Xie leisurely set down her teacup. "Where were you when he was first sent down? Now you claim he is unfit. Why did you not come when he was laboring in the fields under the scorching sun?" Xie understood that at that time, Yi Jinhua had her own concerns. But she had no right to demand that Amo leave her. Amo is now an adult. This matter must be addressed by him. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Xie rose. "Amo is coming back." Indeed, as soon as the words left her lips, Yi Yinma entered, pushing a cart. "Wife, what delicious food have you prepared today?" Yi Yinma set down the cart and instinctively leaped into Xie's embrace. Xie caught him, a smile gracing her lips as she planted a kiss on his forehead. "Amo, first take a look. Do you see who has come to visit?" Following her prompt, Yi Yinma turned and was greeted by the sight of his long-lost elder sister. "Sister." Before arriving, Yi Jinhua had prepared herself for the possibility that her younger brother would appear thinner and darker. To her surprise, not only had he not lost weight, but his complexion was rosy, and he seemed to have gained a bit of weight. When their parents returned, the family embraced one another, overwhelmed with joy. They conversed late into the night, only preparing to sleep after hours of chatter. Before they settled down, Yi Yinma was called out by Yi Jinhua for a brief moment. Xie set the bedding and prepared warm water, waiting for Yi Yinma to return to wash his feet. With Yi Jinhua present, Xie tempered her demeanor, while Yi Yinma, inexplicably, became somewhat clingy towards her. "My dear wife, keep your distance from my sister," Yi Yinma whispered conspiratorially to Xie in the kitchen. "She is utterly wicked." Despite his words, he diligently prepared a full cup of malted milk for Yi Jinhua. Although his sister appeared aloof, she had a fondness for sweets. "What's the matter?" She urged me to divorce you," Yi Yinma exclaimed, visibly upset. Noticing Xie's silence, he mistakenly assumed she misunderstood. "It's not that she thinks poorly of you. She just wants to take you to the capital city." "How do you know that?" Yi Yinma asked, surprised. "Do you wish to go?" Xie countered with a question. Yi Yinma gazed at her earnestly. "I want to go, but only if I can go with you." "Very well, then. We shall go together." Xie affectionately ruffled his hair, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yi Jinhua was scheduled to leave after spending 6 days with the Yangyang team, as she had other duties to fulfill. She had initially thought she would quickly return home with her family, but unexpectedly, Yi Yinma refused to accompany her. Meanwhile, the approval for Yi mother and Yi father to return to the city had also been granted, prompting Yi Jinhua to plan to take the elderly couple with her. Though their home lacked nothing, Yi Jinhua still left a sum of money for Yi Yinmo, instructing him to manage it responsibly. However, Yi Yinmo promptly informed Xie about it. After all, he was the one in charge of the funds. He merely wished to keep his wife informed. On the day of departure, Yi Yinmo accompanied Xie to see them off. "Mom, you and Dad, and my sister can rest easy. My wife treats me very well." Yi Yinmo handed the prepared food and clothing to Yi Jinhua. "Amao, take good care of yourself." Knowing she could not sway her brother's decision, Yi Jinhua said no more and assisted the reluctant elderly couple to their transport. Once they left, the house was left with just Yi Yinmo and Xie, providing ample opportunity for mischief. During the day, while Yi Yinmo was engrossed in a book, he was suddenly startled by a playful nibble on his ear. "Ouch, wife. You are naughty. Are you reading, dear?" Xie teased, as she pulled a stool beside him and wrapped her arm around his waist. "Yes." Yi Yinmo brushed her hair aside and turned a page. Observing her soft, earnest profile as she focused intently, Xie inched closer, her hand slipping beneath his shirt while maintaining a serious facade. "You are so diligent." Yi Yinmo relaxed into her embrace, attempting to capture her wandering hand. What's wrong? Just moments ago, I praised your diligence. Why are you distracted now? The warm breath brushed against Yi Yinma's ear, causing it to flush instantly. In Xiezi's heart. The person she cherished had tears brimming in their eyes, while the scene before her was shrouded in a hazy mist. Captain Shen Xuejuan had returned home once more, intoxicated. Shen Xuejuan, have you been drinking again? Xie Xing hurled a bowl from the table at Shen Xuejuan, her eyes ablaze with anger. Shen Xuejuan, heavily inebriated, did not even wince at the impact. After casting a glance at the distraught Xie Xing, she staggered to the bed and collapsed into a deep slumber. Shen Xuejuan, do you have any regard for me? What did you promise when you married me? You vowed to treat me well. Xie Xing cried out, her frustration boiling over as she forcibly tugged Shen Xuejuan from the bed. You are utterly useless. Unbeknownst to Xie Xing, something in her words struck a nerve within Shen Xuejuan. The person who had previously endured blows and insults suddenly opened her eyes wide, shaking off Xie Xing's grip, and exclaimed loudly, yes, I am useless. So what? Regretting it now? Then just divorce me. Xie Xing was taken aback by the outburst, not anticipating the mention of divorce. After a moment, a realization dawned upon her, and she scoffed derisively, divorce? So you can go and find Yi Yinma? What nonsense are you spouting? Shen Xuejuan, now sober, glared at her coldly. Don't think I'm unaware of your feelings for Yi Yinma. You're merely envious of her current prosperous life and her affluent family. Regretting your choices. The news of Yi Jinhua's arrival in the village had already spread like wildfire. Indeed, I regret it, Xie Xing confessed unexpectedly. I should have married the virtuous and kind Yi Yinma, rather than you, a jealous shrew. Shen Xuejuan replied with a cold laugh. What makes you think you are so admirable? Had it not been for my status as an educated youth from the city, would you have ever considered marrying me? Not long ago, Shen Xuejuan had finally secured a job as a laborer in town, only to be seen by Xie Xing walking alongside a male worker. Though it was innocent, Xie Xing insisted on stirring trouble, determined to sabotage that opportunity. During this period, Shen Xuejuan was filled with resentment. Their animosity escalated, leading to mutual insults, disturbing even the captain's family, who had been asleep. After a sleepless night filled with quarrels, the two continued to bicker frequently, sometimes resorting to violence. Shen Xuejuan grew increasingly reluctant to return to the Xie household, often staying away for days, and when she did return, it was always a scene of chaos. The gossip reached the ears of Xiezi and her companions. Xiezi, you have left marks again, Yi Yinma exclaimed in frustration, noticing the unmistakable signs on her collar. Let me see, Xiezi replied calmly, embracing her companion as if she were not responsible. It's nothing. If anyone asks, just say it was a mosquito bite. Yi Yinma pushed her away, covering her neck. What kind of mosquito leaves such large welts? Eventually, she managed to cover the marks and continued on her way. Later that afternoon, as Yi Yinma was preparing to return home after school, she was intercepted by the brigade secretary. Teacher Yi, I have wonderful news. The secretary beamed with excitement. The college entrance examination has been reinstated. Yi Yinma was momentarily taken aback before he finally reacted. His hand trembled slightly as he steadied himself against the bicycle, and after confirming once more, he swiftly rode back home. My dear wife. Upon his arrival, he found Xiezi engrossed in jotting down notes in a small notebook. I have something to tell you. Casually setting his bicycle aside, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, the college entrance examination has resumed. Xiezi, already aware of the news, was not surprised and indulged in his joy for a moment. So, which university do you plan to apply to? Of course, it's Beijing University. Yi Yinmo replied without hesitation. Splendid. She responded. Her business had been thriving lately, and it would be a perfect opportunity for her to expand into the capital. Dear wife, will you take the exam with me? Yi Yinmo gazed at her with wide, sparkling eyes. Although she had not initially intended to, seeing his eager expression, she nodded, all right. As soon as the announcement of the college entrance examination resumption was made, the young intellectuals in the brigade, along with a few who had attended high school, began preparing for the exam with great enthusiasm. Even Shen Xuejuan, who usually kept to herself, moved back to the young intellectual point to study. Over a month had passed since the examinations concluded, and the candidates anxiously awaited their results. My dear wife will definitely succeed. At the village's edge, Xie Xing boasted among a group of young men. My wife studies diligently every day and is already a high school graduate. No one can compare to her. The other young men around him exchanged knowing smirks. They were aware of the situation between Xie Xing and Shun Xuejuan, but some speculated that Shun Xuejuan might actually pass. What will you do if Shinjika gets accepted and leaves? One of them teased. Of course, I will leave with my wife. Xie Xing retorted. I've heard that many young intellectuals who get into college never return. You better hold on to Shun Jika tightly. Does she dare? Xie Xing growled threateningly. If she tries to run away, I'll have my mother and sister break her legs. The first acceptance letter from Beijing University arrived at Xiangyang Brigade, revealing that 4 candidates had been accepted: Xie Ziyi, Yi Yinma, and 2 other young women. Surprisingly, Shin Xuejuan's name was absent. Subsequently, acceptance letters from other provinces were issued, with half of the candidates passing, yet there was still no news about Shin Xuejuan. During the midday meal, villagers gathered for casual conversation when a chorus of curses erupted from the young intellectual point. Shin Xuejuan, you worthless fool, come out. What's wrong? Aren't you so proud and aloof? Look at everyone else who got accepted while you didn't. How could I have married such a useless person? Xie Xing shouted, hands on his hips, and as the crowd grew, he continued his tirade. Suddenly, Shun Xuejuan burst out of the dormitory and slapped Xie Xing across the face. The onlookers gasped in shock at the sight of Xie Xing crumpling to the ground. Shin Xuejuan, who usually appeared delicate and mild-mannered, surprised everyone with her ferocity. Are you done causing a scene? Xie Xing, momentarily stunned by the slap, regained his composure and began to wail even louder. Yi Yinma had just returned from class and found himself amidst the crowd, astonished to witness the transformation of the once gentle and pure young man into such a raucous figure. Shun Xuejuan cast a fleeting glance over the crowd, feeling a twinge of headache as she crouched down, cradling her head. One person was wailing while another remained silent, prompting the others to seek out the captain. After all, the captain was Xie Xing's mother, who forcibly took Xie Xing home. What's wrong? Xie Zi grasped his hand. Yi Yinma glanced at Shun Xuejuan, still squatting on the ground, then turned to Xie Zi with a smile, leading her outside. It's nothing, just a bit of sentimentality. After writing letters to Ye's mother and others, the two tidied up their belongings and boarded a train to the capital. Before their departure, the 4th member of the Xie family, Xie Lu, got married, and they attended the wedding before leaving. Xie Zi handed some food to Ye's mother and left her house keys with her. After 2 days and nights on the train, they arrived and stayed with Yi Jinhua for a few days. Once Xie Zi secured a house, they moved out. The 2 residences were not far apart. Often, when Yi Jinhua was away, Yi Yinma would visit and keep company with Ye's parents. When university commenced, Yi Yinma opted not to stay in the dormitory. Firstly, the house they purchased was conveniently close to the school, and secondly, she did not wish to part ways with Xie Zi. After settling in the capital, they exchanged numerous letters with the Xie Yun family, sending various items as well. Although Xie Yun was illiterate, Xie Lu could read and wrote the replies. Along with the letters, they also sent some local specialties from home. To Xie Zi's surprise, Xie Lu's letter mentioned Shin Xuejuan. It was revealed that Shun Xuejuan divorced Xie Xing 6 months after they left and reportedly went to another place alone. Xie Xing, too, remarried. This time to a woman from the village, with the captain personally arranging the match. The outcome for the 2 protagonists was unexpected for Xie Zi, yet she remained unconcerned. She and Yi Yinma had completely distanced themselves from the main storyline, and their future, whether good or bad, was theirs to navigate. During her years at the university, Xie Zi balanced her studies with her burgeoning career, establishing her own brand within 4 years and becoming a significant figure in the business world due to her innovative ideas and methods. After graduation, Yi Yinma planned to remain at the university as a professor, and Xie Zi wholeheartedly supported this aspiration. Chapter 24. The pitiful male supporting character in historical fiction, and the couple had been married for many years without ever quarreling. As Xie Zi's business flourished, she never neglected Yi Yinma, who nestled against her shoulder with a smile. Their harmonious relationship brought joy to Ye's parents. However, despite their years of marriage, they had yet to have children. Ye's father, concerned, brought up the matter with Yi Yinma, who, unbeknownst to him, was also contemplating this issue. Under normal circumstances, his wife sought him every night, and it was illogical for her to remain childless for so long. With a frown, Yi Yinma visited the hospital. After a series of examinations, she felt a pang of distress as she glanced at the diagnosis list. "Doctor, is there no remedy for this?" she inquired. "Given the current medical conditions, it might be quite challenging," the doctor replied candidly. With the results in hand, Yi Yinma trudged home, her heart heavy with despair. The doctor has declared that he is beyond cure, and one can only imagine how disheartened his beloved wife must feel upon learning this grim news. That evening, after they had both washed up and nestled into bed, the usually sleepy eyelids that would battle for rest suddenly broke the silence. "Beloved, do you adore children?" he asked. CSZ was taken aback by the unexpected inquiry and simply replied, "Yes, I cherish them, especially those born of you." Upon hearing this, Yi Yanma turned away, his voice muffled as he murmured, "Beloved, there is a list in the bedside cabinet. You should take a look." His voice quivered by the end of his statement. Confused, CSZ complied and glanced at the list. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon her. "Mo, what are you thinking?" She casually placed the list back into the cabinet and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on the top of his head, which was buried beneath the covers. "My precious, all I desire is you. It is you whom I love, and whether or not we have children matters not to me." "Really?" Yi Yanma turned back, revealing his head from the cocoon of blankets, uncertainty clouding his features, his nose tinged with red, and tears glistening in his large eyes. CSZ sighed softly, kissing her weeping husband tenderly. "Indeed, have I ever deceived you?" Yi Yanma sniffled, drawing himself closer to her embrace, feeling reassured. Throughout their marriage, she had never once misled him. When one relaxes, weariness easily follows. Yi Yanma had only managed to keep himself awake because of the weight on his heart, but now, liberated from concern, he quickly succumbed to slumber. CSZ gently massaged his back, and once he drifted off to sleep, she closed her eyes, intending to discuss matters with Yi's father the following morning. She understood the reason behind today's events, even without Yi Yanma's words. It was merely that Yi's father feared his son would be let down. Clearly, she had not yet demonstrated her commitment adequately. Yi Yanma remained unaware of her plans to speak with his father until later, when his elder sister inadvertently revealed the information. Sitting in his office, Yi Yanma smiled sweetly to himself, so much so that he didn't even notice when he accidentally turned his book upside down. The other colleagues in the office had grown accustomed to his demeanor. For 7 years, nearly everyone at the university knew that Professor Yi was cherished by a devoted partner, and the couple had even become a model of marital bliss at Peking University. "Beloved, when will you return?" Yi Yanma asked over the phone, reclining on his plush bed after a refreshing shower. "My dear, it will still be 3 days before I come back," CSZ replied, setting aside her documents to walk over to the window, gazing out into the night. The voice on the other end was soft and endearing, each word a testament to his longing for her. In her mind, she slowly envisioned Yi Yanma's current state. She had been away on business for 5 days, and things had become somewhat troublesome, causing delays. Mo, CSZ listened intently to the sounds of footsteps, narrowing her eyes perceptively. "Are you not wearing shoes again?" There was a brief pause on the line, followed by a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he chuckled. "I just got out of bed, and besides, the floor is carpeted." Mo. CSZ's tone turned serious. Yi Yanma felt a sudden wave of melancholy, responding with a hint of grievance. "I forgot. It's all your fault for not coming back to remind me." Hearing such unreasonable words, CSZ couldn't help but chuckle instead of getting angry. "Oh? Am I still to blame?" "Yes, it is you," Yi Yanma accused, still very much a child in CSZ's nurturing hands despite nearing 40. With a blend of exasperation and affection, CSZ smiled, her voice laced with warmth. "All right, it's my fault. Mo, please wait for me. I will return soon." After this trip, she promised herself no more business travel. "All right, but you mustn't look at anyone else while you're there." CSZ was going to a country rumored to be filled with beauties. A light laugh danced in the air, causing Yi Yanma to feel a delightful shiver, his ears flushing crimson. "Fine, I won't look at anyone else. No one compares to my Mo. Okay, I need to sleep now." He hurriedly ended the call, his face still flushed. On the other end, CSZ held her phone, her voice tender as she said, "Good night, Mo." At the age of 40, Yi Yanma faced the loss of his parents, who departed peacefully and without suffering. In the embrace of his beloved, he wept inconsolably. Having been spoiled by his parents since childhood and then by CSZ throughout his life, Yi Yanma had seldom encountered hardship, except for the initial years after moving to the countryside. Even as they aged, CSZ remained ever caring, frequently ensuring he had health checkups. In the opulent villa of the CF family, the now silver-haired CSZ nestled beside her equally aged Yi Yanma on a soft cushion. "My dear, I may have to leave first," he whispered, gripping his hand, Xiazi reassured him softly. Do not fear, I shall be with you. Yi Yinma smiled at her words. Meeting you has been my fortune, and mine as well. Silly Mo, promise me you will find me in the next life. Of course. Xiazi kissed his forehead gently. No matter where you are, I will surely find you. Outside the glass window, snowflakes descended from the heavens, blanketing the earth in white. Mo Xiazi held her motionless beloved, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wait for me. Post preparation complete. Detaching from the world. Detachment successful. In the familiar void, Xiazi lay back, gazing into the emptiness above, suddenly realizing that she and Yi Yinma had lived an entire lifetime together. Host, shall we enter the next world? The mechanical voice of 1001 sounded colder than ever. Without hesitation, Xiazi nodded, affirming her choice. Commencing transmission. Transmission successful. In the Great Yi Dynasty, during the first year of Tian Sheng, in the Golden Luan Hall, a voice called out, Your Majesty, please consider expanding the harem for the sake of the nation. As Xiazi regained consciousness, she heard this fervent plea. Frowning slightly, she instinctively raised her hand to rub her brow. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a middle-aged woman clad in a purple official robe, bent slightly at the waist and holding a ceremonial tablet. This individual was none other than Yi Yunji, the Prime Minister of the Dai Dynasty. Your Excellency, your words are misguided. Another woman, dressed in a crimson official robe, interjected. His Majesty has only ascended the throne for a year. To conduct a selection now would be rather hasty. This speaker was Ning Jingxin, the Minister of Personnel and also the mother of the new emperor's most favored concubine, Shujun. His Majesty has indeed ascended, and the nation is stable. How can we not proceed with the selection? Is it merely for the power of your Ning family? She continued. Since Shujun entered the palace, His Majesty has not visited anyone else. Shouldn't His Majesty consider the stability of the realm? Xiazi, adorned with a royal crown and draped in a dark-hued golden phoenix robe, sat regally upon the throne, observing the escalating dispute among those below with an expression devoid of emotion. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, you are speaking utter nonsense. Ning Jingxin exclaimed. I speak only from the heart. I implore His Majesty to ponder this matter. Before she could elaborate further, Xiazi, seated above, struck her on the head with an edict. Enough. The Emperor spoke in a measured tone. I believe the Prime Minister has a point. I have ascended. Yet the imperial harem remains vacant, particularly the position of the Empress. Xiazi surveyed the expressions of those present in the hall, maintaining her composure as she continued. I have decided to appoint the eldest son of the Prime Minister as the Empress. What do you all think? Ning Jingxin's previously smiling countenance froze. And before she could respond, Yi Yunji fell to her knees with a thud. Your Majesty, I beseech you to reconsider. My son is already betrothed. He is surely unfit for such a role. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Xiazi's eyes as she regarded her. I have heard it was merely a jest. She raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with menace. Prime Minister, to deceive the Emperor is a grave offense. Yi Yunji knelt with her head bowed, understanding that the Emperor had made up her mind regarding her son. Noticing her prolonged silence, Xiazi waved her hand decisively. This matter is settled then. Yunlu. Xiazi rose. The Grand Maid, Yunlu, who had been waiting nearby, bowed and announced, the court session has concluded. After the court had adjourned, Yi Yunji returned to the Yi residence, where the imperial edict awaited her. Upon receiving it, she summoned her eldest son to the study. Yi Yinma gently placed his hand on his father's and followed him inside. Amo, what are your thoughts on this decree? Yi Yunji inquired as she sat at the table, looking at her son who stood beneath her. With utmost respect, Yi Yinma replied, Your Majesty's decree is beyond my limited understanding. Yi Yunji set her teacup down. It is well known that the current emperor favors Shujun. This sudden edict leaves even me uncertain of its true intent. She paused slightly, gazing at her son with a serious expression. However, this could serve as an opportunity. Yi Yinma furrowed his brow. An opportunity? With the emperor currently favoring Shujun and no princes or princesses in the palace, such a situation could lead to great turmoil. Moreover, the Prince Ling is watching us closely. Therefore, my son, I need you to enter the palace and assist His Majesty. Mother. Yi Yinma clenched his fingers tightly, and after a moment, he acquiesced. I will obey Mother's wishes. Regardless, this matter had already reached its inevitable conclusion. Yi Yunji sighed. Imo, I apologize for the burden placed upon you. Yi Yinma merely shook his head, respectfully performed a bow, and exited the study. Within the palace, Xiazi sat in the imperial study, reviewing the video from 1001 while also examining memorials. Upon overhearing Yi Yunji's words to Yi Yinma, a flicker of intrigue appeared in her eyes. She pondered how her MOMO would assist her this time. The Empress of Yi Kingdom was capricious and tyrannical, exacting heavy tributes while constructing numerous courtyards and pavilions solely to elicit a smile from the favored consort. The 3 palaces and 6 courtyards lay vacant for the sake of that one individual, yet unbeknownst to her, Consort Ning and Consort An had already conspired with the late emperor's 3rd daughter, Princess Ling Wang Xiehui Qing, to administer a slow poison to the empress. The empress's health deteriorated day by day, with governance falling under the control of Ling Wang, while the oppressive taxes had incited widespread discontent among the populace, who openly cursed the empress. Ultimately, 3 years later, the empress passed away, and Ling Wang ascended the throne amid public acclaim. Little did anyone know, on the very next day following her ascendance, Xia Huiqing issued a secret edict, condemning the Grand Chancellor Yi Yunji to death and summoning her eldest son to serve in the palace. The Yi family scion refused to comply and, on the same day, took his own life alongside Yi Yunji. Xia Zi arrived in this world just a month after the empress had taken Consort Ning as a servant, and at that time, Ling Wang had gone to the frontier to secure military power, promising to return in a month's time. In the imperial study, Xia Zi narrowed her eyes, her vermilion brush inscribing a few words upon the paper. A month, indeed, was ample time. April 27th was deemed an auspicious day by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. On that day, Xia Zi donned a long robe of crimson adorned with golden phoenixes, crowned with a phoenix tiara, standing upon the majestic steps made of white jade, awaiting her sovereign. As dusk fell, the sound of bells and drums resonated. The crimson silk phoenix palanquin gradually appeared before the officials. They stood on either side. As a figure clad in a red phoenix robe was assisted down by palace attendants, her visage veiled by a red gauze that cascaded with delicate tassels to her chest. In the midst of the shadows, Yi Yinma felt a hand grasp his own. With his sight obscured, he could not discern the face of the individual. Yet his heart recognized her presence. A slight perspiration gathered in his palm as she held him firmly, carefully guiding him toward the main hall. Once the ceremonial officials completed their chants, Yi Yinma was ushered into Weiyang Palace. Approximately 2 hours later, he heard footsteps approaching from outside the door. A pair of brocade boots stood before him, a wave of intoxicating fragrance enveloping him. Yi Yinma lowered his eyelids, awaiting her next move. Xia Zi lifted the auspicious scales, gently lifting the veil before Yi Yinma. Mo as the gauze slipped away, the figure before him slowly raised her head, revealing a pair of large, luminous eyes glistening with moisture, instinctively gazing toward him. Her eyelids tinged with a hint of crimson, her soft, fair cheeks blushing a delicate rose as she recognized the person before her, her vermilion lips slightly pursed. "Your Majesty is truly breathtaking." Her striking features were complemented by soulful peach blossom eyes, her pale lips curving ever so slightly, her demeanor exuding nobility and grace, embodying the essence of imperial majesty. In his youth, he had heard of the then Princess Xia Zi, who was universally praised for her beauty akin to that of a jade figure and her quick wit. She was the favored daughter of the late emperor, and upon their first encounter, he found the rumors to be entirely true. Unbeknownst to Xia Zi, while she was captivated by his charm, he too was mesmerized by her. The words slipped from Yi Yinma's lips before he could contain himself, instinctively. He wished to address her as my lady, yet refrained due to the constraints of etiquette. He understood the hierarchy of sovereign and spouse. "Your Majesty?" Even as the formalities concluded and the palace attendants departed, Xia Zi remained lost in thought. Having indulged in some wine that evening, she was not quite inebriated, but certainly a bit light-headed, especially in the presence of such alluring company. Mo, the emperor leaned closer, his tone tender, every gesture imbued with warmth. Yi Yinma found himself ensnared in her enchanting peach blossom eyes, extending his neck to softly call out to her. On the crimson silk quilt, a white plum blossom unfurled gracefully, and Xia Zi could not resist plucking it again and again until dawn broke. The empress's wedding granted a general amnesty. At dawn, Xia Zi attended court, while Yi Yinma awoke alone amidst the vibrant red drapery. "Your Highness." Upon rising, a young palace attendant knelt with her head bowed, ready to assist him in dressing. "Where is His Majesty?" Yi Yinma glanced outside, realizing it was already quite late. "His Majesty has gone to court early this morning and should be returning shortly." On Yi Yinma's fair shoulders, blossoms of red plum began to bloom. causing the young attendant to blush and divert her gaze upon a mere glance. Chapter 26. The Tyrant's White Moonlight, Part 2. I have seen your highness. Lucia. Yi Yanma's close companion, knelt on the floor. The young attendant, noticing his arrival, discreetly withdrew after a slight bow. Rise. Lucia stood and approached Yi Yanma to assist him with his morning rituals. In the Weiyang Palace, as Yi Yanma prepared for breakfast, he overheard someone call out loudly from outside, "His Majesty has arrived." Inside and outside the hall, palace attendants knelt en masse. Yi Yanma stepped forward to pay his respects, but was swiftly lifted back to his feet. Everyone rise. The emperor appeared to be in high spirits. A smile gracing his eyes and brow, he led the empress into the hall. Noticing that the food on the table had yet to be touched, Xiazi urged him to sit. Your Highness has not yet had breakfast? Perfect, for I have yet to eat as well. Let us dine together. Yi Yanma paused, replying simply yes. After dismissing the attendants, Xiazi sighed with relief, realizing how exhausting it was to play the role of the emperor. The breakfast was prepared according to her instructions, featuring all of Yi Yanma's favorite dishes. After serving each dish, she finally felt satisfied enough to begin her meal. As she looked at the pointed bowl before her, Yi Yanma felt a slight headache. After managing to eat half, he set down his chopsticks and turned to the already finished Xiazi, helplessly stating, Your Majesty, I have eaten my fill. Upon hearing this, Xiazi let out a soft "oh" and continued to gaze at him, contemplating. Truly, he is her beloved. Even when dining, he possesses such captivating charm. Yi Yanma, the eldest son of the Prime Minister Yi, the most esteemed young gentleman in the capital, excels in every aspect. Indeed, even his dining demeanor is admirable. Yi Yanma did not anticipate her reaction. Remembering what his mother had said, he steeled his heart, took a small bite, and then set down his chopsticks with a mournful expression. Your Majesty, I truly cannot eat anymore. He assumed the Empress was testing him, completely oblivious to the fact that Xiazi was entranced by his beauty, failing to register what he had said. Noticing the Empress looking at him with a pitiful expression, Xiazi finally realized and cleared her throat awkwardly, saying, Since your Majesty has finished your meal, why not accompany me for a stroll in the imperial garden? Within the garden, the Empress held the hand of the Empress consort, leading the way while numerous palace attendants followed at a respectful distance. Look at this. It is called the Longevity Stone. It is said to have fallen from the heavens. Xiazi pointed to a peculiar rock and introduced it to Yi Yanma. The rock, with its odd appearance, was composed of several uniquely shaped stones stacked together, shaped by the relentless winds and sun over time. At first glance, it appeared strikingly rugged and magnificent. Your Majesty, one should not be swayed by hearsay. This is likely just an ordinary stone. Xiazi felt exposed and awkwardly coughed into her fist, acknowledging that she knew this well. However, in such a vast garden filled with stones, she was merely trying to make conversation. Once Yi Yanma finished speaking, he realized his own words and hurriedly apologized. Your Majesty, I have overstepped. Xiazi, unfazed, drew him closer and spoke gently. Why must Mo treat me with such formality? You are my husband as well. There is no need for such caution. Despite her words, Yi Yanma remained hesitant, yet did not argue, nodding obediently. Yes. Xiazi continued to lead him forward, and upon turning a corner, they encountered towering ancient cypresses, adorned with a variety of exotic flowers and plants throughout the garden. The peonies were in full bloom, and Xiazi, feeling inspired, bent down to pluck one, gently placing it beside Yi Yanma's hairpin. The water-red peony, resplendent and opulent, accentuated Yi Yanma's rosy lips and white teeth, rendering him even more exquisite. Xiazi gazed at him, unable to suppress a smile, and teased softly, Indeed, you are more enchanting than the flowers. Yi Yanma's face flushed crimson, his gaze lowered as he bit his lip, refusing to meet her eyes. Your Majesty, this is quite absurd. There are so many palace attendants behind us. Noticing his embarrassment and irritation, Xiazi playfully wrapped her arms around him. Yi Yanma, with his delicate frame, was easily embraced. Are you upset? Xiazi feigned innocence, but I was merely praising Mo. Your Majesty. Yi Yanma gently pushed her away. You are too close. Close. I feel it is not close enough, she replied, holding him tightly, her warm breath brushing against his ear, igniting a blush upon his neck. Last night, the Empress had held him in much the same way, repeatedly calling his name. Just as they were lost in their intimate exchange, they heard footsteps approaching from that direction. Yinma exerted some effort to free herself from Xiezi's embrace. Your Majesty, the ministers pay their respects. A figure adorned in bright purple palace attire, with a head full of jingling pearls, approached. Xiezi instinctively frowned, unable to conceal her disdain. This individual was none other than Shujun Ninghian. As silence enveloped the surroundings due to Xiezi's prolonged silence, Ninghian's delicate voice pierced through. Your Majesty? Xiezi found his presence quite bothersome. During these past few days, he had sent numerous inquiries regarding her whereabouts, and daily, there were requests to meet outside the imperial study. Today, she had whimsically brought Yi Yanma to the imperial garden, only to coincidentally encounter him. With a frosty glance at the man trailing behind her, she declared, "This is outrageous." The Empress's wrath naturally emanated a formidable pressure. Is Shujun blind to the presence of the Empress? Ninghian, taken aback by the unexpected scene of the Empress's fury upon their reunion after half a month, cast a reluctant glance at Yi Yanma before lowering his head to kneel. We, the ministers, pay our respects to Her Highness. Upon seeing Yi Yanma nod, Xiezi casually gestured for him to rise. With the assistance of a young attendant, Luer, Ninghian stood up. Observing that Xiezi disregarded him and focused solely on conversing with Yi Yanma, a twinge of jealousy surged within him. He had labored tirelessly to gain the Empress's favor. Although he had yet to share her bed, his affection was evident to all. What right did Yi Yanma have to receive such favor upon entering the palace? Your Highness is fortunate. This imperial garden did not possess such exotic flora before. Ninghian moved closer, positioning himself beside Xiezi. These were planted at the behest of the Empress, blooming beautifully at this time of year. You have arrived just in time. Always favored, Ninghian spoke with an air of casualness. Noticing the silence, he exchanged a glance with Luer, who nodded and softly remarked. These flowers were specially cultivated by the Empress for the young mistress. At this, Xiezi, who had been ignoring him, stiffened slightly. As the softness in her hand was withdrawn, Yi Yanma's smile waned, and she retracted her hand. Your Majesty, I am feeling unwell and shall take my leave. After respectfully bowing, Yi Yanma turned to exit the imperial garden. Just as Xiezi intended to follow, her garment was tugged. Your Majesty, Ninghian's voice turned soft and coaxing. If you are unwell, why not spend the night in my chambers? A wave of revulsion coursed through Xiezi, and she forcefully shook off his hand. Preposterous. Is this how Ning Jingxin educates her son? Shujun truly abides by no decorum. Seeing Xiezi's fury, Ninghian fell silent, while Luer behind him faltered and knelt. The Empress's wrath was formidable, and he had no desire to lose his life. Come forth. In the distance, Aunt Yunlu rushed forward and knelt before the Empress. Shujun Ning's conduct is unbecoming. She has acted arrogantly and disrespectfully. Therefore, she is demoted to a noble attendant, and from this day forth, is to be confined to the Ronghua Pavilion, forbidden from leaving without a decree. Your Majesty. Ninghian incredulously grasped the corner of Xiezi's dark robe. Aye. Xiezi shook him off and commanded Yunlu, go, summon a teaching eunuch for Ning Guisher, and instruct him thoroughly on the rules of the harem. Yes. Yunlu acknowledged with a nod. Xiezi did not turn back, striding away with determination. Behind her, Ninghian clenched his fingers in frustration, his delicate nails digging into his palm. Ning Guisher, please. Ninghian, haughty and accustomed to leveraging the emperor's favor to bully the palace attendants, thought it unnecessary for a lowly servant to speak out. He stepped forward, prepared to reprimand, but was halted by Luer beside him. My lord, do not, she cautioned. Aunt Yunlu is someone close to His Majesty. Reluctantly, Ninghian retreated and returned to his own palace. Within the Weiyang Palace, Yi Yanma stared vacantly at the peony flower he had just removed from his hair. Your Highness, are you feeling unwell? Lu Xia inquired, noticing Yi Yanma's gloomy demeanor since his return from the imperial garden. Yi Yanma shook his head, coming to himself with a hint of astonishment. It had only been a day, yet he found himself harboring thoughts of monopolizing the emperor's affections. He had even felt a twinge of jealousy towards that noble lady. Your Highness, do not be troubled, Lu Xia urged. Having grown up with Yi Yanma, she couldn't help but offer encouragement. His Majesty has specifically decreed that you will reside in Weiyang Palace from now on, sharing the same quarters as the Emperor and Empress. This is a rare honor in the Kingdom of Day. Ordinarily, the Emperor and Empress were to reside in Jingyu Palace, but Xiezi found it too distant and had chosen to keep him close. Yi Yanma did not relax his brow. Rather, he felt an even deeper melancholy. Rumors suggested that the Emperor had a particular fondness for the noble lady, and with the emperor treating him so well since entering the palace. He could only wonder what place he held in the emperor's heart. Absently, he crushed the flower stem in his hand, while the palace attendants silently withdrew. A warm presence enveloped him from behind, and Yi Yinma gasped, startled. A familiar voice echoed near his ear. Mo, what are you doing? Your Majesty. Yi Yinma looked up, his nose brushing against Xie Zi's cheek. They were so close that he momentarily froze, his face flushing crimson. Embarrassed, he averted his gaze. But Xie Zi seemed to find amusement in this, gently grasping his chin to tilt his face upward for a kiss. After a while, Yi Yinma found himself cradled in her lap, her hands softly patting his back. Your Majesty, you must not behave so recklessly in the future. You are the sovereign of a nation and should prioritize the state above all. With glistening eyes, he earnestly admonished her. How can one do so in broad daylight? Xie Zi teased, planting a kiss on his forehead. Mo, are you suggesting that I am infatuated with beauty? A foolish ruler? Your Majesty, I do not mean that. Yi Yinma stammered, startled and nearly bowing in respect. Xie Zi held him tightly, playfully provoking him. What if I am indeed captivated by beauty? Mo is so beautiful. Should I not be allowed to adore you? Your Majesty, please do not say such things. Yi Yinma's gaze flitted away, unable to meet her playful expression. After their playful banter, Lu Xia approached Xie Zi, reminding her that two esteemed officials were requesting an audience in the afternoon. Following a leisurely lunch with Yi Yinma, Xie Zi proceeded to the imperial study, not returning to her chambers until late at night. Lu Xia sat drowsily on the steps outside the hall when suddenly someone patted her shoulder, startling her awake. Your Majesty, in the sultry summer. Lu Xia knelt on the ground, his slender frame trembling, fearful that the empress might cast him aside if displeased. Has your lord fallen asleep? Xie Zi cast a glance into the hall. Reporting to your Majesty, His Highness is still awaiting your return. Xie Zi waved her hand, dismissing everyone, and entered the inner chamber alone. Within the inner sanctum, Yi Yinma sat at the edge of the couch, dozing off. The dim candlelight casting a warm glow upon his profile, imbuing him with an air of earthly charm. Upon noticing Xie Zi's entrance, Yi Yinma struggled to open his eyes, his voice laced with sleepiness. Your Majesty, you have returned? Xie Zi playfully pinched his cheek, speaking softly. Are you tired? Despite his evident fatigue, Yi Yinma shook his head. This servant is not weary. I shall attend to your Majesty's rest. Seeing him a little more alert, Xie Zi did not refuse, opening her arms to allow him to assist her. As she shed her outer robe, she felt a flutter of excitement at Yi Yinma's hands busily untying her belt. Suddenly tossed onto the bed, Yi Yinma looked bewildered, blinking up at Xie Zi, unable to comprehend how he had ended up in this position. Mo, the hour is late, let us retire early. With that, she drew the bed curtains, enveloping the room in a veil of intimacy. Why so? Your Majesty still refuses to meet with me? Aunt Yunlu had mentioned that the emperor was preoccupied with affairs of state. In the radiant palace, Ning Hian swept the tea set and snacks off the table in a fit of rage, venting her frustrations upon a small attendant. The attendant, blood trickling from his forehead, lay on the ground, only to be kicked aside by Ning Hian. Luer hurriedly approached to placate her, saying, My lady, please do not be angry. You must take care of your health. She then turned to scold the small attendant. You incompetent fool, you couldn't even summon the emperor. Hurry and leave. Yes. The small attendant scrambled to his feet, limping away in haste. My lady, do not be upset. The emperor has favored you greatly. These past few days, he has merely been constrained by the former court ministers. In due time, he will surely seek you out. Recalling the empress's previous affection, Ning Hian settled down, allowing Luer to massage her shoulders. You speak the truth. The emperor is indeed good to me. Yet, her thoughts soon drifted to Yi Yinma's exquisite face, causing her to twist her body in discomfort. But that vixen from the Yi family, upon hearing this, Luer swiftly dismissed those attending. Ning Hian, however, remained unperturbed, her expression rife with discontent. She excels only in ensnaring the emperor. Why the haste, my lady? Have you forgotten? The emperor has no reliance on us. There is still Prince Ling. The mere mention of Prince Ling softened Ning Hian's mood slightly. After a moment's contemplation, she instructed Luer, Go, write a letter to the prince. For 7 consecutive days, Xie Zi resided with Yi Yinma. The news of the emperor and empress sharing a bed stirred quite the commotion in both the former court and the inner palace. During morning court, Xie Zi, already anxious over the drought in Chuanzhou, was taken aback by another challenge. Your Majesty, the Minister of Personnel, Ning Jingxin, stepped forward, holding a ceremonial tablet. As the Empress, you ought to reside in the Eastern Palace. How can you dwell together with the Emperor? This is contrary to propriety. Behind her, another individual stepped forward. I second the motion. Your Majesty should relocate from the Weiyang Palace. I second it. I too second it. Nearly half of the ministers in the court fell to their knees. Xie could not help but smirk internally. These individuals were all part of the faction supporting Prince Ling Minister Jiang. I have heard of the severe drought in Chuanzhou, and you have sent no fewer than 20 memorials to the court in recent days. It appears that you have secured some funds? Jiang Beizhong, the Minister of Revenue, was the one who had just echoed Ning Jingxin's sentiments. Your Majesty, the treasury is depleted. Even I am at a loss. The officials in the Grand Hall exchanged perplexed glances, unable to comprehend how the conversation had shifted from matters of the harem to the drought. Xie, in a fit of rage, casually tossed aside a memorial. A bunch of incompetent fools. The weight of authority emanated from her, causing all the officials in the hall to prostrate themselves. In Chuanzhou, the drought has rendered the populace destitute, yet the ministers are fixated on my harem. Truly, they are occupying their posts without merit. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Chapter 28. The Tyrant's White Moonlight, Part 4. The Empress was in a great fury, casting a cold gaze upon those kneeling below. You may find yourselves powerless, but I have a splendid idea. The hall fell silent. Xie, with her fingers steepled, directed a piercing gaze at the bowed Ning Jingxin. Why not organize a fundraising effort from the court to replenish the treasury and provide relief to the victims of the disaster? Before anyone could fully comprehend, she continued. Minister Ning, why not begin with you? Your Majesty, Minister Yi, known for his integrity and humble estate, would likely have little to contribute. Minister Ning, however, is different. I have heard that your esteemed mother-in-law recently sought to petition for royal merchants. Ning Jingxin's mother-in-law was from Jiangnan and oversaw businesses across the nation, currently serving as the president of the Merchants Guild. Not to mention, Ning Jingxin himself had embezzled considerable sums over the years. Minister Ning, are you perhaps unwilling? In the Grand Hall, Ning Jingxin dared not utter a word of dissent, especially with Prince Ling still absent. It was imperative to remain in the Empress's favor. I shall comply, Your Majesty. You are indeed wise. Other ministers began to announce their pledged amounts for the donation. Seeing this, Ning Jingxin quickly interjected, Your Majesty. While the funds are indeed gathered, the selection of individuals for disaster relief. Oh, I have also considered that matter, the Empress interrupted, deliberately pausing under Ning Jingxin's expectant gaze. Before pointing to a place near the end of the assembly, let us assign Yi Lingyuan, suddenly summoned from the back where she had been dozing. Yi Lingyuan looked bewildered as she stepped forward. Minister Yi, what say you? I shall comply. Very well, this matter shall be entrusted to Minister Yi Lingyuan. With the decree issued, Xie cast a glance at Yun Lu, who then declared, court adjourned. Leaving behind ministers with expressions of mixed hesitation, Xie strode away. After the morning court session, she instinctively intended to head to the Weiyang Palace. Your Majesty, regarding the memorials of recent days, Xie pressed her forehead and halted, turning in another direction, to the imperial study. After spending a day in the imperial study, Xie, rubbing her swollen forehead and closing her eyes to rest, suddenly heard a voice from outside announcing, Your Majesty, the Empress requests an audience. Xie opened her eyes, her previously weary expression now infused with a spark of vitality. Admit her, she commanded, then added, remember, from now on, the Empress is not to be stopped or announced wherever she goes. The palace attendant bowed respectfully and replied, yes. Not long after, she saw Yi Yinma enter, accompanied by Lu Xia. Your servant pays respects to Your Majesty. Xie stepped forward to assist him, saying, no need for formalities. What brings you here today? I have never seen you come before. You always say that the harem must not interfere with politics. Your Majesty. Yi Yinma gestured for Lu Xia to place the food box down. The attendants quickly exited the hall. Xie curiously fixed her gaze on the food box, reflecting that in this life and the next, she had yet to taste Yi Yinma's culinary skills. This is a cloud cake made by your servant. Would Your Majesty care to try it? Oh. Yi Yinma presented a plate of delicate, snow-white cakes as thin as pages of a book, and instinctively picked up a small piece with chopsticks to feed Xie. She raised an eyebrow, noticing her husband's lack of response, and smiled, opening her mouth to taste the cake. The cloud cake was sweet and soft, melting in her mouth, adorned with osmanthus flowers that added an enchanting fragrance. Delicious. Upon hearing her praise, Yi Yanma felt his anxious heart finally settle. Only then did he realize that he had just fed the empress with his own hands. After savoring a small piece, Xiazi wanted more and opened her mouth again, waiting for her husband to continue feeding her. However, she noticed he had lowered his head and remained still. Yi Yanma? Xiazi playfully pinched his earlobe, causing him to tremble like a startled rabbit and retreat slightly. She pulled him closer and asked, "What's wrong?" "Your Majesty, I was just lacking in decorum," he replied. Having heard about how a certain noble lady was demoted and confined for a breach of etiquette. Decorum? Xiazi leaned over the table in the imperial study, playfully touching her nose to his, asking, "What decorum?" "Your Majesty." Yi Yanma, who had always adhered to propriety, never imagined he would one day be embraced by the emperor atop a table. Eager to escape, he found himself trapped and unable to move. "Empress, I am asking you." Xiazi looked at him earnestly, her hand reaching towards his lower back. "What decorum?" Yi Yanma bit his red lip, unsure how to respond. Fearing that if his mother knew of today's events, she might be utterly distraught. "Empress." Noticing his daze, Xiazi playfully nibbled at the tip of his ear. "Since you cannot articulate it, how about sharing this cloud cake with me?" Thinking it to be a simple tasting, he nodded with flushed ears. Suddenly, he found himself with his chin grasped by her, as she leaned slightly forward, a piece of cloud cake held between her lips. After being thoroughly fed the delightful treat by Xiazi, Yi Yanma left with his cheeks burning, supported by Lu Xia as he walked away, his legs feeling weak. The April breeze is not harsh, yet it carries a hint of chill. Nevertheless, Yi Yanma perceives a certain warmth within. How capricious His Majesty is. Before the copper mirror, Yi Yanma gazes at her reflection, her cheeks resembling those touched by rouge, and her heart swells with shyness. It is late into the night when Xiazi finally returns. She had instructed Yi Yanma to rest early, but the latter insisted it would be improper. Aware of Yi Yanma's adherence to etiquette learned since childhood, Xiazi did not press the matter and hastened her own return to the palace. After several long nights of toil, Xiazi managed to attend to the affairs of the court. The original owner possessed a loyal band of secret guards, yet unfortunately, the former had been reluctant to place her trust in them, resulting in a squandered resource. Upon her return, Xiazi summoned the leader of the secret guards to assign her some tasks. The court is currently divided into 3 factions, one led by Prince Ling and the Ning family, another by Yi Yunji, and the remaining members are neutral. The influence of Prince Ling is deeply entrenched, and uprooting it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Within the Hall of Jade and Harmony, Xiazi sat opposite a woman clad in elegant white attire, who confidently placed a white chess piece onto the board. Effort is a given, yet, without trying, how can one discern the outcome? Xiazi casually placed a black piece without lifting her gaze. What does Prince Beiyang think? Prince Beiyang, Xiao Biyuan, raised his eyes to the young and ambitious emperor seated before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious. As they conversed, Yunlu hurriedly entered. Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived. Since that day in the imperial study when Xiazi acted recklessly, Yi Yanma had not initiated any interaction for 3 consecutive days. Upon seeing her, the previously tense expression on Xiazi's face softened. Xiazi rose, and Xiao Beiyuan followed suit. 5 years the senior to the Empress, he had grown up alongside her. Sent to the battlefield at the age of 13 by the late king, he had earned his illustrious achievements through years of struggle. Not only had the Empress's temperament changed drastically in recent years, even in their youth, she had never shown such concern for anyone. Was she truly rising to greet him? Your servant pays respects to your Majesty. Yi Yanma performed a respectful bow, only to be swiftly pulled up by Xiazi. Chapter 29. The Tyrant's White Moonlight. The surrounding palace attendants withdrew one by one, and she urged him to sit, pointing at Xiao Beiyuan. Prince Beiyang, Xiao Beiyuan. He is also my cousin. Look, your cousin-in-law. Xiazi handed a piece of cake to Yi Yanma and poured her a cup of tea herself. Xiao Beiyuan remained standing. Offering a bow, your servant pays respects to your highness. Yi Yanma hurriedly gestured for him to rise. She had heard of Xiao Beiyuan. Known for his youthful fame and unruly spirit, although he was the Empress's cousin, he was not particularly close to her. Today, however, it seems the rumors were unfounded. Since entering the palace, she had discovered that many things differed from what she had previously heard. Why are your hands so cold? Without a hint of hesitation, Xie grasped Yi Yanma's hand and began to rub it, indifferent to the presence of Xiao Beiyuan. Though it is now spring, a lingering chill remains in the air. Yi Yanma arrived without a hand warmer, yet he himself felt no discomfort, for someone gently warmed his hands with a pair of warm palms. Your Majesty. I am quite well, he reassured. However, due to Xiao Beiyuan's presence, Xie merely warmed his hands before releasing them. Xiao Beiyuan sat quietly sipping tea, seemingly oblivious to the actions of the Emperor and Empress. Your Majesty, Lord Yi is requesting an audience outside the imperial study, a young palace maid announced. Xie recalled the matter she had entrusted to Yi Lingyu on the previous day and rose to her feet. I have urgent matters to attend to. Prince Beiyang. You may return for today, she commanded. Xiao Beiyuan, still enjoying his tea, replied, I obey your command. I bid you farewell, Your Majesty. As Xie departed, Xiao Beiyuan did not immediately follow. Outside the Yuha Hall, Yi Yanma frowned, watching Xie's retreating figure, lost in thought. The palace attendants had already vacated the area at Xiao Beiyuan's gesture, leaving only her, Yi Yanma, and Lu Xia in their midst. Young Master Yi, Lu Xia called out, startling Yi Yanma from his reverie. Prince Beiyang. Yi Yanma's tone turned frosty. I am now the Empress. Since entering the palace, no one had dared address him in such a manner again. Yet, Xiao Beiyuan seemed unfazed by the warning, stepping closer with an unmistakable air of aggression. Lu Xia quickly positioned herself protectively in front of Yi Yanma, sternly admonishing, impudence. Prince. Xiao Beiyuan cast a dispassionate glance at Lu Xia before coolly uttering, impudence? Do you not know that I could strike you down with a single command? Lu Xia trembled slightly, fear gripping her heart, yet she stood her ground, teeth clenched. Concerned that Xiao Beiyuan might direct his ire towards Lu Xia, Yi Yanma quickly stepped forward to switch places with her. Your Highness? Lu Xia began, but Yi Yanma shook his head to silence her. He was the current empress. No matter how arrogant Xiao Beiyuan might be, he could do little to her. But for Lu Xia, a mere word from the powerful could determine her fate. How outrageous! Xiao Beiyuan scoffed, fixing his gaze upon Yi Yanma's face. I have heard of your beauty, young Master Yi, and today I see it is indeed true. Such a compliment was unbecoming of a subject. Yi Yanma grimaced with disdain, his eyes icy as they met Xiao Beiyuan's. Young Master Yi, Xiao Beiyuan stepped closer, almost whispering in his ear, the Emperor is tempestuous, capricious, and tyrannical. To accompany her is akin to walking with a tiger. Would it not be better to follow me instead? Yi Yanma fought to suppress his indignation and revulsion, taking a step back to create distance. I implore you to choose your words carefully, Prince. I have already wedded the Emperor and am now his consort. Moreover, the Emperor is diligent and benevolent, devoted to governance and caring for the people. I fail to see where this notion of tyranny arises. Previously, he had been unaware, but since entering the palace, the Emperor spent each day either in court or attending to state affairs, treating the palace staff with kindness and understanding. Oh, benevolent and caring? Yet how could I forget that within the illustrious palace resides one whose identity is now universally acknowledged as His Majesty's dearest? Xiao Beiyuan squinted, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. The moon landing pavilion currently under construction is specifically commissioned by His Majesty for the illustrious palace. Yi Yanma lowered his eyelids, suppressing the bitterness within, and replied in a calm tone, and what of it? What? Xiao Beiyuan was momentarily taken aback. Even if His Majesty favors that noble attendant, what does it matter? I remain the Empress, His Majesty's wife. As long as I can stay by His Majesty's side. That suffices. Are you implying that you wish to be Empress? Xiao Beiyuan believed he had discerned his intentions, his gaze laden with mockery. I can also make you Empress. Yi Yanma abruptly raised his head, astonished, and exclaimed, impudent. Xiao Beiyuan stood unfazed, coolly regarding him. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Yi Yanma clenched his fingers, his nails digging into his palm, yet he felt no pain, only a surge of fury. Such treachery is a grave crime. His Majesty has entrusted his heart to the prince, yet the prince harbors ulterior motives, which is truly disheartening. Xiao Beiyuan had not anticipated his sudden outburst. His Majesty is a wise ruler. Should the prince remain dutiful, the Northern Sun Prince's residence would be secure. Conversely, my Yi family is not to be trifled with. Yi Yanma's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Xiao Beiyuan fixed his gaze upon him for a long moment, and finally spoke. Do you harbor feelings for her? Yet she favors another. She had expressed this sentiment earlier. It concerns the prince not. With that, Yi Yanma departed from the Jade Harmony Palace with Lucia. Only after watching that fleeting yellow figure fade from view did Xiao Beiyuan turn to the imperial study. What brings you here? Inside the study, Xie was engrossed in paperwork, barely glancing up at her arrival. Yi Lingyuan had just left, and she entered without a moment's pause. I have something to discuss. Xiao Beiyuan sat down, took a sip of tea, and cleared her throat, her expression somewhat awkward. I just had a brief conversation with the Empress. Xie did not comprehend the significance of this. Indeed, Xiao Beiyuan rose. Your husband advised me to remain prudent. Xie looked at her in confusion, her expression a question mark. Well, the king is still awaiting in the residence. I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Xie's response, she turned and departed. The more Xie pondered, the more uneasy she felt, resolving to inquire about it with Yi Yanma that evening. Later that night, within the Weiyang Palace, Xie, visibly fatigued, waved her hand to dismiss others. Yi Yanma assisted her in removing her outer robe, gazing at her with concern. Your Majesty, have some tea to refresh yourself. Xie accepted the warm tea and drank it in one go. The tea, a tribute from the local region, was fragrant and soothing. Your Majesty. Yi Yanma gently massaged her shoulders. After a while, Xie grasped his hand and pulled him close, burying her head in the crook of his neck. Mo. Give me a hug. Yi Yanma remained motionless, allowing her to embrace him, and only after a long while was he released. Why are you so well-behaved today? Xie playfully pinched his nose. Your Majesty, when have I ever been disobedient? Yi Yanma protested, her cheeks puffed in defiance. Just yesterday. Who would have thought that a dignified emperor would behave like a child, counting grievances? Did I not instruct you to open your mouth the day before? Your Majesty, Yi Yanma quickly covered her mouth, her cheeks aflame, her gaze darting away to avoid eye contact. Suddenly, her palm was brushed by something soft, prompting her to withdraw her hand hastily. Chapter 30, The Tyrant's White Moonlight, Part 6. What is your Majesty doing? This is utterly absurd. Yi Yanma turned her back, ignoring her, and crawled into bed, intent on sleeping. Your Majesty has an audience tomorrow morning. It would be best to retire for the night. Noticing the petulance in her demeanor, Xie was not vexed. Instead, she snuggled closer, wrapping her arms around him. Mo. Seeing him silent, Xie leaned in and gently pecked his neck. Are you truly ignoring me? Your Majesty. Yi Yanma could no longer contain herself, baffled as to why the sovereign of the realm could be so shameless in her presence. The candlelight flickered, and the crimson silk curtains of the Weiyang Palace swayed until the night settled. Yi Yanma leaned against Xie, her eyelids growing heavy, thirst gnawing at her throat. Xie stepped into the outer chamber to fetch a cup of warm water, feeding it to her. Your Majesty. After placing the cup down, Xie held her close, preparing to sleep. Do you have great trust in the Prince of Beiyang? Yi Yanma inquired cautiously. Indeed. Xie, not wishing to conceal anything, replied candidly. I grew up alongside my cousin. The ever-victorious army under her command was a gift from my mother, and no one else knows of this matter. Xiao Beiyuan is a trustworthy individual. You need not worry. Mo. Xie kissed her forehead. Your Majesty, suddenly. The person in her arms grasped the fabric of her clothing with a serious expression. One must always be wary. The Prince of Beiyang is no exception. Xie raised an eyebrow, recalling Xiao Beiyuan's remark in the imperial study earlier that day, feeling somewhat perplexed. What do you mean by this, Mo? Yi Yanma found herself at a loss for words. She had not anticipated the weight the Prince of Beiyang held in Xie's heart. The Empress was sincere in her dealings with others, and revealing certain matters might wound her heart. Yet, remaining silent was equally untenable. After deliberation, Yi Yanma finally said, Some individuals may not be as they appear. I worry for your Majesty. Xie, satisfied, pinched her chin and kissed her. Rest assured, I know my limits. At some point, she had unknowingly stopped referring to herself as I. Yi Yanma clutched the fabric tightly, recalling Xiao Beiyuan's words, feeling as if a stone was lodged in her heart. Ultimately, she disclosed what the Prince of Beiyang had said outside the Jade and Harmony Hall to Xie, omitting the affair concerning the Ronghua Palace. Xiao Beiyuan, Xie exclaimed through gritted teeth, instantly grasping the prince's intentions. That old fox merely seeks to test whether Mo would betray her. Yet, Xie's irritation at her own impulsiveness was palpable. Your Majesty? Yi Yanma looked at her with concern. Xie gently stroked his hair, speaking softly. Mo, after the morning audience tomorrow, I shall take you to a place. The night had deepened, and noticing that Xiezi was reluctant to speak further, Yi Yinma refrained from pressing her with questions. After all, His Majesty had an audience the following morning, and it was time to rest. The next day, upon finishing the morning court, Xiezi headed to the imperial study to convey matters of importance and instructed her attendants to prepare 2 sets of riding attire. After enjoying breakfast at the Weiyang Palace and changing her clothes, Xiezi, with Yi Yinma in tow, stealthily exited the palace, taking a carriage towards the outskirts of the capital. Outside a military camp in the suburbs, Xiezi mounted her horse, guiding Yi Yinma alongside her. She produced a jade token and presented it to the soldier at the entrance. After a brief inspection, the soldier respectfully returned the token and stepped aside to grant them entry. Once inside the military camp, Xiezi dismounted and took Yi Yinma's hand, leading him to the training platform. Mo, look. This is the ever-victorious army I mentioned to you last night. On the training ground, countless soldiers wielded long blades under the scorching sun, sweat pouring down as their invigorating shouts filled the air. Although known as the ever-victorious army, they were in truth the Second Imperial Guard dedicated to the Emperor. This army remained in the suburbs of the capital year-round, rarely departing, and took orders solely from the Empress. Even Xiao Beiyuan was merely a figurehead general. The original owner was naturally aware of this military force, but her inherent suspicion led her to mistrust Xiao Beiyuan, and later, under the influence of poison, she never even laid eyes on the ever-victorious army. Noticing Yi Yinma's gaze fixed upon the soldiers brandishing their weapons, Xiezi leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Moreover, I have a contingent of shadow guards for protection." Shadow guards? Yi Yinma turned in surprise. The concept of shadow guards had existed in Dei for some time, but few could afford to maintain them, and even fewer were able to do so discreetly, which made Yi Yinma find it rather intriguing. Indeed, just as Xiezi was about to elaborate, a low, commanding female voice interrupted. "Master." Xiezi halted her speech and turned to Yi Yinma, saying, "You shall meet her upon our return." Recognizing that this was not a suitable place for conversation, Xiezi glanced around and led Yi Yinma out first. Inside the military tent, Xiezi took a seat, with Yi Yinma beside her. General Wu, the woman, now over 40, had previously served as a deputy general to Xiao Beiyuan's mother and had followed Xiao Beiyuan after the passing of the former king. "Master, have you come today with important matters to discuss with your subordinate?" She was one of the few who knew Xiezi's true identity. Xiezi rhythmically tapped on the table, a smile playing on her lips as she regarded her. "General Wu, it seems you have been faring well lately." "What do you mean by that, master?" General Wu narrowed her eyes slightly, contemplating the Empress's intentions. With the border conflicts escalating and the Ling Wang leading troops into battle, have there been any other reports in the past 2 months? The ever-victorious army, aside from responding in times of crisis, had also infiltrated various military factions. Suddenly, Xiezi slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, "Are you aware that the Ling Wang has been recruiting soldiers in Bianzhou, poised to instigate a rebellion?" Startled by her words, General Wu fell to her knees. "It was my oversight. I beg Master S forgiveness. I am willing to rectify my mistake." Xiezi's expression hardened. Her eyes filled with intensity. "An oversight? General Wu, mere words will not suffice. General Wu is a man of both valor and intellect. Yet he is often overlooked by the Empress and rarely encounters Xiao Beiyuan. Were it not for the Empress's personal visit today, he might have assumed that the CF family had abandoned their ever-victorious army. In half a month, I wish to witness General Wu's accomplishments." "Yes." Upon exiting the military camp, Yi Yinma quietly followed beside Xiezi. Xiezi held the reins of the horse, finding it amusing that he walked so properly. "What is it?" The wind tousled Yi Yinma's hair as Xiezi gently brushed his long locks. "Your Majesty just..." Xiezi understood what he was about to say. "The Prince of Ling wields considerable power and harbors wild ambitions. I must remain vigilant." Xiezi assisted him onto the horse, positioning herself behind him, completely enveloping him in her embrace. The courtier understands. Upon entering the palace, he realized the hardships faced by Your Majesty. The courtiers will forever stand by Your Majesty's side. Xiezi's lips curled into a faint smile, her eyes sparkling with joy and charm. "Mo, my mo." As the horse galloped, the cold wind stung their faces. Yet Yi Yinma felt a deep sense of exhilaration within. "Your Majesty, I too wish to learn horseback riding." "Very well. Upon our return, I shall teach you." There is also an imperial riding ground within the palace, specifically established for the sovereign. The two stealthily exited and returned to the palace, with only Yun Lu aware of the Empress and Emperor's brief foray beyond the palace walls. Late into the night, CSZ waited for Yi Yanma to fall asleep before rising to address state affairs in the imperial study. For now, the Prince of Ling shall remain untouched. It is time to remove some of the thorns in the court. Chapter 31. The Tyrant's Moonlight, Part 7. Half a month later, the Prince of Ling, Xia Huiqing, returned to court with great victory. Simultaneously, the relief efforts for the disaster victims in Xuanzhou concluded, bringing a long-awaited rainfall. After the Xuanzhou incident, Yi Lingyuan returned to the capital ahead of the Prince of Ling, much to the Empress's delight, who appointed Yi Lingyuan as the Minister of Revenue. The former Minister of Revenue had been imprisoned 5 days prior for embezzlement. The courtiers greeted the Empress, exclaiming, "Long live your Majesty." Xia Huiqing spoke, yet did not kneel, merely bending slightly at the waist, and straightened up before the Empress could utter a word. "Sister Empress." Xia Zi's expression remained stoic as she gently parted her lips. "You have worked hard. Your Majesty is compassionate. I have not suffered." "Oh, I had thought as much." Xia Huiqing was taken aback by the unexpected remark and furrowed her brow. "What does your Majesty mean?" "The borders are harsh, and 3 months prior, the Ministry of Revenue allocated 100,000 taels for military expenses, followed by another 150,000 2 months ago, resulting in an empty treasury, leaving Xuanzhou in drought with no funds for relief." Just as Xia Huiqing was about to respond, she noticed Xia Zi resting her chin on her hand, casually continuing, "Sister, you only took 50,000 troops when you departed. Provisions for the border soldiers were prepared separately, and this conflict has indeed been costly. Nevertheless, fortunate for the victory, you have contributed significantly." A flicker of intrigue passed through Xia Huiqing's eyes, but she soon recalled the informants placed beside the Empress who reported that the Empress had exhibited no peculiar behavior lately. "Tomorrow, I shall prepare a celebration banquet for you. Sister, you must attend. I shall comply with your command." Xia Huiqing felt a twinge of unease, contemplating a visit to Ninghian tonight. In the stillness of the night, all attendants of the Ronghua Palace had withdrawn. From within the inner chamber, sounds that could redden one's cheeks resonated. "Your Highness, please take it slow." Ninghian's voice, laced with a playful coquetry, provoked a flush in Xia Huiqing's eyes. After a considerable time, she finally ceased her movements, panting heavily. "How have things been with the Empress recently?" Xia Huiqing leaned against a soft pillow, observing Ninghian, who lay in a disheveled state beside her, and relaxed in delight. Ninghian struggled to sit up, donning a garment, and replied, her tone tinged with a hint of complaint, "What else can be done? It remains as it is. Ever since she was established as the Empress, she has not cast a glance my way, let alone visit me here." "Oh." Xia Huiqing narrowed her eyes. "Is the eldest son of the Yi family truly so formidable? Even you are powerless against him?" "Indeed." Ninghian clenched the blanket tightly, her voice filled with indignation. "His Majesty now spends every night in the Weiyang Palace. Everyone in the former and current courts knows that Yi Yanma is favored." "The Weiyang Palace?" "Quite so nowadays. The Emperor and Empress sharing a bed is considered a delightful tale," Ninghian remarked with a sardonic smile. "A delightful tale?" Xia Huiqing exerted a bit of force in her grip, causing Ninghian's arm to ache. "I shall turn it into a nightmare." Seeing the grim expression on Xia Huiqing's face, filled with disdain, Ninghian suppressed her pain, secretly feeling a flicker of joy. If Prince Ling could eliminate Yi Yanma, it would not be without its merits. "Are you so eager?" A shadow guard named Chasing Snow knelt with one knee on the ground, head bowed. While Xia Zi stood outside the Weiyang Palace, gazing into the dark night, her eyes icy as frost. "Proceed according to plan." "Yes." Chasing Snow replied, swiftly vanishing from sight. Within the inner chamber, Yi Yanma slept soundly. Xia Zi sat at the bedside, gazing at his tranquil countenance, unable to resist leaning down to plant a kiss on his forehead. The following day, a celebration banquet unfolded. In the grand hall, the Empress donned a dark phoenix robe. Seated at the head of the table, with Yi Yanma, the newly appointed Empress consort, beside her. Today marked Yi Yanma's first public appearance since assuming the title. Clad in a dark phoenix robe and adorned with a jade crown akin to that of the Emperor, he presented a dignified presence alongside the Empress. The ministers took their seats according to rank, with Xia Huiqing in a dark garment embroidered with peacock designs and gold thread seated to the Empress's right. On the opposite side sat Ninghian, recently released from confinement. The atmosphere was filled with joyous song and dance, the musicians and performers gracefully adorned, their melodies resounding sweetly. "Your Majesty," Xia Huiqing raised her wine cup and stood, drinking it all in one gulp. Cheers. Xie set down her chopsticks, having just served Yi Yanma, and languidly lifted her cup in a casual salute. After finishing her drink, she disregarded Xie Huiqing and continued to serve Yi Yanma. Your Majesty, no more. Yi Yanma leaned closer to Xie, whispering softly, I have had my fill. Since the banquet commenced, she had persistently fed him, and now, with the feast only halfway through, he felt he might burst. Very well, then I shall refrain from serving you. Xie quietly swapped her bowl with Yi Yanma's. As Xie continued to drink cup after cup without showing any signs of inebriation, Yi Yanma felt a surge of curiosity. Seizing a moment when Xie was distracted, he discreetly poured himself a glass and downed it in one gulp. Cough, cough, cough. The rich and spicy liquid slid down his throat, causing tears to spring to his eyes as he bent down to cough a few times. What's wrong? Xie gently patted his back. Meanwhile, the palace banquet continued, with no one paying attention to them. So spicy. Yi Yanma's eyes glistened with moisture, revealing a hint of grievance. With a soft chuckle, Xie called for Yanlu to bring another jug of wine. Try this, she said, pouring him a drink. Yi Yanma looked at her with a trace of skepticism, cautiously accepting the cup and taking a small sip. It was sweet and sour. The sweet yet tangy liquid carried a hint of cellar aroma, gentle and non-irritating. Perfectly suited for Yi Yanma. This is this year's newly produced plum wine, just recently ready for consumption, Xie remarked, observing him as he squinted his eyes contentedly like a cat. But be warned, this wine can be intoxicating, so do not indulge excessively. Setting down the cup, Yi Yanma flashed a charming smile at Xie. I understand, Your Highness. As Xie conversed with him, she remained blissfully unaware of the two gazes fixed upon her and Yi Yanma. Ning and clenched their sleeves tightly. Their eyes filled with envy as they watched Yi Yanma. In contrast, Xie Huiqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The eldest son of the Yi family? The most talented scholar in the capital? She had never encountered him before. Otherwise, she would have certainly wished to sample his allure. Feeling the intensity of the gazes upon her, Xie lifted her head, meeting Xie Huiqing's greedy stare, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Yi Yanma was suddenly obscured by another figure. Your Majesty? Xie remained still and calmly replied, It's nothing. Mo Yi Yanma, too, paid little heed, his thoughts consumed by the wine before him. When their eyes met, Xie Huiqing did not shy away, but rather provocatively raised her glass towards Xie. Xie clenched her hand tightly in her lap, casting a discreet glance at her before turning away. As the banquet concluded and night fell, Xie, caught off guard, noticed Yi Yanma's eyes becoming hazy, his cheeks flushed. Mo, you're drunk. We should head back, Xie said as she lifted him into her arms, burying his rosy face in her embrace. Yi Yanma felt as though he were floating, light as a feather. Your Majesty? Yes, it is I. At her words, Yi Yanma found solace, settling comfortably against her as he closed his eyes. Upon returning to Weiyang Palace, Lu Xia had prepared a hangover remedy, originally intended for Xie. Little did she know that her master would be the first to succumb to intoxication. Chapter 32, The Tyrant's Moonlight, Part 8. After administering the hangover remedy, Xie dismissed the palace attendants and ensured that he lay down comfortably to rest. Unbeknownst to her, the obedient figure had just opened his eyes, staring blankly at Xie for a prolonged moment, before suddenly calling out, Wife Master. Xie's heart trembled, her voice quivering slightly. Mo. What did you just call me? The reclined individual fell silent, his round, glistening eyes fixed intently upon her. Noticing his lack of response, Xie reached out to touch his face, only to be unexpectedly seized by the corner of her robe. The grip was firm, pulling her inadvertently onto him. Yi Yanma encircled her neck with both arms, his breath warm and laced with the faint scent of alcohol, igniting a warmth within her heart. Mo, Wife Master, do not leave. With his eyes half closed, Yi Yanma held on to Xie tightly. All right, I will not leave. Supporting her body, Xie began to unfasten her clothing. And in an instant, the bold figure who had just clung to her released his hold, covering his eyes with his hand. Wife Master, you are wicked. Xie, observing her own undergarment, leaned closer, her voice husky. Wife Master can be even wickeder. Would you like to try? Yi Yanma blinked innocently, perplexed. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself stripped of his clothing, enveloped within the sheets. Upon awakening the following day, Yi Yanma gingerly supported his aching waist, contemplating the marks that adorned his arms, legs, and waist. He vaguely recalled the events of the previous night, blushing at the thought of being compelled by Xiezi to repeatedly address her as wife-master. Your Majesty, noble Guisher Ning requests an audience. Xiezi set down her brush and beckoned. Announce him. Yes. Having not seen Ning Hian for half a month, Xiezi was eager to learn of his next course of action. The minister pays his respects to your Majesty. Ning Hian bowed gracefully, deliberately exposing his delicate, fair neck. Previously, Xiezi had been particularly fond of this appearance. As she raised her hand, he stood up, observing her expression. Is there something you wish to discuss, noble Guisher? Ning Hian, smiling, retrieved a food box from Luer, producing a bowl of soup from within. Your Majesty, this is a calming soup I personally prepared for you. Please have a taste. Xiezi squinted at the white jade porcelain bowl in his hand, her elongated phoenix eyes scrutinizing him for a while before accepting it. Noble Guisher is quite thoughtful. With that, she drank it in one go. Seeing that she did not inquire further, Ning Hian's anxious heart gradually settled, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With a charming smile, though inwardly thinking him a fool, he dutifully ground herbs for her. Noticing Xiezi's indifferent demeanor, he leaned closer. Your Majesty, do visit my palace tonight. I have matters to attend to tonight. Xiezi did not lift her head, perusing the documents with satisfaction. I still have memorials to review. If noble Guisher has no further matters, you may withdraw. Ning Hian's expression turned melancholy. What matters could there be? Is it not to visit that vixen, the Empress? Noble Guisher? Noting Ning Hian's silence, Xiezi frowned in irritation. Detecting her impatience, Ning Hian could only bow slightly. Yes. Just as he was about to exit, the Empress's voice rang out unexpectedly. Noble Guisher. Ning Hian's eyes brightened, a hint of joy appearing on her face, as she believed that His Majesty had changed his mind. Your Majesty, this little attendant beside you is rather impressive. Xiezi gazed intently at Luer beside him, observing him with great interest. Upon hearing this, Ning Hian and her servant were momentarily taken aback. Then Luer suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, bowing his head forcefully against the floor, trembling in trepidation. Your Majesty, young master, Ning Hian glared at Luer with a fierce expression, then raised her head to look at the Empress. Xiezi, as if the words had not come from her, lowered her head and continued to peruse the memorials. Seeing this, Ning Hian finally felt at ease and slowly exited the palace doors. Just after leaving the study, Ning Hian slapped Luer across the face. Luer instinctively cried out in pain. Ning Hian glanced back at the closed palace door and hissed in a lowered voice, silence. Hurry and follow this palace back. Yes. Luer covered his face, murmuring as he obediently followed Ning Hian, though his eyes betrayed a simmering resentment. Inside the study, once the others had departed, Xiezi remained seated on the couch, gesturing for the palace attendants to leave before summoning Yunlu. Go to the Imperial Medical Institute and fetch Dr. Jiang. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Yunlu accepted the command and quickly returned with Dr. Jiang. Look, what is in this bowl? Yunlu handed the bowl, which Ning Hian had just brought, to Dr. Jiang. The bowl contained only a few remnants. Dr. Jiang tested it with a silver needle, but found no reaction. He then dipped his fingers in and took a cautious taste, his expression changing abruptly. Your Majesty, have you consumed this from the bowl? Xiezi shook her head. She had anticipated that the soup was problematic and had earlier instructed her confidant to set up a diversion. Dr. Jiang sighed in relief. This soup contains belladonna. If ingested in small amounts over a prolonged period, it acts as a chronic poison. Beside them, Yunlu's face darkened as he looked at Xiezi with concern. She nodded, her expression inscrutable, and after a moment said, Jiang Yun, this matter must remain confidential. Upon returning today, simply state that I am fatigued, a sign of physical weakness. Understood? Yes. Dr. Jiang had been with the Imperial Medical Institute for over a decade and knew well what was expected of him. He said nothing further, bowed respectfully, and departed. Upon returning to Weiyang Palace, Yi Yanma was in the small study writing. This small study had been specially arranged by Xiezi for him, intended to alleviate his boredom. May I be like the stars, and you like the moon, shining brightly together every night? Noticing him lost in thought, Xiezi softly recited the lines he had penned on the paper. Your Majesty? Yi Yanma was startled, standing up abruptly, his ears suddenly flushed. Is Imo thinking of me? Xiezi smiled as she took the sheet of writing. Yi Yanma's face remained flushed, and in a small voice, he protested. No, that was just something I wrote for fun. Seeing him deny it without urgency, Xie pretended to scrutinize the lines a few more times. Your calligraphy is truly exceptional. No wonder you are the finest scholar. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Xie gazed at the paper for a while before placing it on the table and said, Momo, write your name for me to see. Yi Yinma was somewhat perplexed, wondering why she wanted him to write his name, yet he refrained from questioning her and complied, inscribing his name beside her. Upon seeing him put down the brush, Xie took the pen, smiled at him, and with a flourish, inscribed her name next to his. Now, this is perfection, she declared, blowing on the ink to dry it before folding the paper and setting it aside. Tomorrow, I shall have someone frame this piece of calligraphy. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Yi Yinma exclaimed in alarm upon hearing her words. Why not? Xie teased him deliberately. Your Majesty, Yi Yinma bit his lip, his face flushed as he whispered, this poem is not suitable. The imperial study is frequented by high-ranking officials discussing state affairs. How can such a poem be displayed here? Why is it unsuitable? Xie trapped him between the table and herself, feigning a serious inquiry as she looked down at him. Not appropriate, Yi Yinma murmured, his voice barely audible. Xie observed his already crimson ears and chuckled, playfully pinching them. So, you admit that you think of me? Yi Yinma closed his eyes, gripping the edge of the table tightly as he nodded. Yes. Xie, triumphant, lifted his chin and planted a gentle kiss on his lips, effortlessly hoisting him onto the table. There were still papers scattered about from earlier, and she randomly picked one up, only to find it filled with his name. Your Majesty, Yi Yinma gasped, swiftly snatching the paper from her grasp. The smile on Xie's face broadened, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Momo, is this how you think of me? Yi Yinma lowered his head in silence. He had intended to bring her some freshly made pastries today, but was stopped at the door of the imperial study by a palace servant who informed him of Ningishi's presence inside. He had to return, and the plate of pastries cooled slowly, leaving him restless in his study for the entire afternoon. Unconsciously, he had written these words. Outside, rumors circulated that the emperor favored Ning Guishe, claiming he would only take a single scoop from the vast waters. Yi Yinma felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, yet maintained a facade of indifference. Does your Majesty know? Xie tenderly caressed his neck and, upon hearing his words, smiled softly. I am indeed aware. Yi Yinma's eyes instantly dimmed, a wave of indescribable sorrow washing over him. He had known it would come to this. Why had he held on to that glimmer of hope? Momo, others merely speak from hearsay, but you have experienced it firsthand. Do you truly not understand? Yi Yinma abruptly lifted his head, unexpectedly colliding with a pair of deep, affectionate eyes filled to the brim with his image. Your Majesty, he involuntarily murmured, his previously dull gaze now sparkling with a hint of joy. Momo, the 6th day of next month is your birthday. I have prepared a gift for you in advance, intending to present it on that day, Xie said, wrapping one arm around his waist and retrieving a wooden box from within her garments. However, I have changed my mind. I wish to give it to you now. Yi Yinma took the box and, at Xie's prompting, opened it. Inside lay 2 exquisitely crafted jade pendants, the Phoenix pendant and the Huang pendant, nestled closely together, their flawless white jade emanating a soft luster. Your Majesty, what is this? Yi Yinma inquired, picking up the Phoenix pendant, its surface warm to the touch, crafted from fine warm jade. As he turned it slightly, the character on the back came into view. Do you like it? Xie asked, taking the pendant and fastening it around his neck. Yi Yinma's heart raced as he gazed down at the pendant, then took the Huang pendant engraved with Mo and adorned her with it. A smile spread across his face as he gently nuzzled against Xie's waist. Your Majesty, she murmured, stroking his hair, and when he gradually released her, she leaned down to kiss his soft lips. Yi Yinma tightened his grip, paused, then tilted his head back, wrapping his arms around her neck. They frolicked in the small study until nightfall, after which Xie carried him to wash up. After tidying up, they shared a dinner, with Xie attending to the memorials related to moving to Weiyang Palace, while Yi Yinma sat beside her, organizing the important documents. As midnight approached, Yi Yinma began to doze off. Xie lifted him and placed him on the bed, waiting until he fell asleep before drawing the bed curtains and attending to state affairs outside. For several consecutive days, the Lingwang faction remained unusually quiet, showing no signs of activity. Following Xie's instructions to General Wu, he dispatched individuals to create some trouble for the Lingwang, currently stationed in Wanzhou, a border region. The Lingwang presumed the emperor was unaware of the situation, not realizing that Xie had long since placed her own people within his ranks. In the court, Xie and the Yi family were continuously marginalizing the Ning family, leaving the Ling Wang overwhelmed by the Wanzhou affair and unable to attend to the Ning family. With the empress yet to pass, should the matter of Wanzhou be discovered at this time, it would be deemed treason. Xie Huiqing not only coveted that position, but also yearned to claim it openly and justly, wishing to prove to her long-departed mother, the late empress, that she was the most suitable to ascend the throne. After the border conflict concluded, Xie Huiqing refrained from submitting the tiger talisman, instead choosing to remain silent on the matter. Xie, feigning indifference, observed how she intended to navigate this situation. The original host would succumb to poison and gradually waste away, but she would not. She was eager to witness how this emperor would survive while Xie Huiqing sought the throne. As autumn arrived, preparations for the hunting event commenced in the palace. They had a tradition of hunting during autumn, when the grass was low and the game plentiful, making it the ideal season for such pursuits. Xie brought along Yi Yanma and Ning Hian, primarily to provide an opportunity for him and Xie Huiqing. Sipping on wine, Xie watched the two exchanging glances, a flicker of sarcasm glimmering in her eyes. At the hunting grounds, Xie rode into the woods, with Yi Yanma on another horse following closely behind. Observing from a distance, Yi Yunji, who typically regarded her son as gentle and quiet, now doubted her own eyes as she saw him clad in riding attire. A mischievous smile on his face, joining the empress in the hunt. Was that really Amo? Yiling Yuan stood carelessly beside, exclaiming, "Mother, you have called it wrong. It should be your majesty." Yi Yunji's brow twitched, and she frowned at her. "Why don't you go? I am merely a civil official. How could I possibly ride a horse?" Yi Yunji cast him a disdainful glance, her expression impassive as she turned to walk towards the tent, yet paused upon seeing her dignified and aloof husband at the entrance. Slightly taken aback, she observed him bowing calmly in her direction. Yi Yunji lowered her gaze and nodded in acknowledgement before entering the tent. In the evening, tables were set up in the arena. Most officials had brought their families, leading to several layers of seating. In the center of the venue, a group of men displayed graceful dance moves, while Xie sliced a piece of venison and placed it into Yi Yanma's bowl. "Try this. It was shot by me today." In the dense forest earlier, Xie had hit every target with precision, from deer to rabbits, bringing down quite a number. Yi Yanma gazed at Xie with sparkling admiration, seemingly eager to exclaim, "Your Majesty is truly formidable." His equestrian skills were taught by Xie, and after a month and a half of practice, he had finally gained the confidence to ride alongside her today. Enjoying the adoration in her husband's eyes, Xie eventually lifted Yi Yanma onto her horse, sharing the ride. As she drew the bowstring, she included his hand in the motion. "Is it delicious?" Indeed. I didn't expect Aunt Yunlu to possess such culinary skills." Nearby, Yunlu, who was grilling meat, displayed a standard smile upon hearing this. "Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness." As the gathering dispersed, Yi Yanma had already fallen asleep against Xie. After a day of riding, he was quite fatigued. Xie carried him back to the tent, ensuring he slept soundly, then secured the curtain before stepping outside. Chasing Snow knelt outside, awaiting her arrival, and upon seeing her, bowed with clasped fists, "My lord." "It has begun." Xie nodded and strode forward with purpose. Chapter 34. The Tyrant's Moonlight, Part 10. As night deepened, darkness enveloped the surroundings like ink, with a crescent moon partially veiled in the sky. Suddenly, the tranquil night was pierced by the clash of blades, followed by a woman's voice shouting, "Help! There are assassins!" Instantly, the area was illuminated by firelight as the Imperial Guard clashed with a group of masked figures clad in dark attire. The commotion startled Yi Yanma awake, instinctively searching for Xie. "Your Majesty?" Yet, no response came. A chill ran through her, and she swiftly got out of bed. The outside had returned to silence. And with caution, Yi Yanma lifted the tent flap and emerged, witnessing around 20 cloaked figures being subdued by the Imperial Guard. Almost all of the officials present were accounted for, except for Prince Xiang. Yunlu. Xie's gaze was icy as she looked down at the captives, exuding a powerful aura of intimidation. Before anyone could react, she seized the dagger handed to her by Yunlu and swiftly severed the arm of the leader among them. A piercing scream shattered the silence, causing Yi Yanma's body to tremble. She stood frozen, witnessing a bloodied arm of the cloaked figure fall to the ground. "Speak. Who are you?" The black-clad individual clutched their severed limb, sprawled on the ground, sweat beading on their forehead. When Xie had captured these individuals, she had instructed her men to administer the deadly poison hidden in their teeth. Unfazed by the prospect of self-destruction, Xie pressed her boot against the figure's chest. A few droplets of blood staining her footwear. Not willing to speak, Xie squinted, casting a disdainful glance at the person below. Retracting her foot, she brandished her knife. A cruel smile gracing her lips as she struck down upon the figure's other arm. Another anguished scream erupted, this time mingled with a few male voices. Xie cast a cold glance at the onlookers, who promptly fell silent, an overwhelming chill seeping into their hearts. These black-clad individuals were rigorously trained, unafraid of death, yet terrified of enduring a torturous demise. With a swift stroke, Xie claimed the life of the leader and stepped forward to confront another. She lifted the blade to the woman's face. Still unwilling to reveal who sent you? The woman, initially resolute, found her silence shattered as her ear was severed in an instant. I shall remain sleepless tonight, and I have ample time to play with you, she declared. And with that, the woman's leg was hacked off, the scene drenched in blood, screams echoing while the others remained eerily silent. As the blade loomed towards her, the cloaked figure suddenly cried out, "The Prince of Xiong! It is the Prince of Xiong!" The Prince of Xiong was the fifth daughter of the late emperor, Xie's younger sister, a ruler who seldom appeared in public. The onlookers gasped in shock, glancing around in alarm. "Your Majesty, the Prince of Xiong is not here." Xie discarded her knife, wiping her hands with a handkerchief handed to her by Yunlu, and spoke coolly to the Prince of Xiong's tent. As night enveloped the surroundings, she ordered the area to be surrounded. There was no way the prince could escape. Yunlu led the way. Xie, glancing disdainfully at the blood-stained hem of her garment, was suddenly interrupted by a man's piercing scream. Irritated, she looked up, expecting yet another outburst from an official's family member. Instead, she found Ninghe and collapsed on the ground, their faces pale and expressions fraught with fear. Xie frowned and strode forward. But she did not engage with them, merely brushing past. "How did you get out?" She deliberately obstructed Yinma's view, lowering her head to question him. Noticing his ashen complexion, she touched his cheek with the back of her hand. "Where's Lucia? How is the prince being attended to?" Xie raised her voice. Addressing those nearby, Lucia hurriedly bowed and approached, kneeling on the ground. I just want to fetch water for the prince, and when I returned, he was gone." Xie paused, her expression shifting as she noted Yinma's distress, his gaze unfocused and fixated behind her. Realizing he had witnessed the entire ordeal, she softly called, "Mo," intending to comfort him with an embrace, but saw that he remained unresponsive. Xie let her weary arms dangle by her side, her fingers gently caressing the fabric of her garments as she cast her gaze downward at him. In a hoarse whisper, she finally instructed Lucia, "Assist the emperor back to rest." Upon uttering these words, Xie turned to depart, only to be grasped by the sleeve. "Your Majesty, I wish to accompany you," came the soft voice. The pallor of his delicate face remained, for the recent scene had been too gruesome. Yinma, a young man from a noble household, had never witnessed such horror. Yet, he couldn't bear to abandon the emperor. He feared that the emperor, too, felt trepidation. The sight had genuinely frightened him. But once he regained his composure, his foremost concern was not the emperor's cruelty, but rather his compassion for the emperor. What kind of experiences must the emperor have endured to orchestrate such meticulous plans amidst tonight's perilous circumstances, coercing the traitors to divulge their mastermind? Moreover, had the emperor not discovered the plot in time, perhaps many would have met their demise this very night. "Mo, the night is chilly," he said. "Your Majesty, I wish to stay by your side." He had just witnessed the solitary figure of the sovereign, surrounded by people who feared her rather than expressing gratitude for the lives she had spared. Instead of appreciation, they trembled at the harsh measures the emperor had employed that night. Noticing his stubbornness and refusing to leave, Xie reluctantly draped her cloak over him, taking his hand to return to the previous location. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the imperial guards brandished torches that illuminated the crimson-stained ground, where the body of a woman, tortured and slain, lay undisturbed. Another woman, clutching her leg in agony, contorted her face in pain. Xie cradled Yinma's head against her bosom. "Mo, do not look." Yinma complied, remaining quietly nestled in her embrace. Before long, Yunlu hurriedly approached. "Your Majesty." His face was pale with dread as he rushed to Xie's side. "The Prince of Xiong is dead." "What?" The night wind howled, sending chills through the hearts of all present. Xie's eyes darkened, her brows furrowing. "Mo, you stay here." Seeing the anxious gaze of the one in her arms, CSZ reluctantly halted her words and led him forward. Inside the Prince of Xiang's tent, several sheets of official paper lay scattered on the ground. Prince Yeleu was slumped over the table, motionless. Yunlu positioned himself protectively in front of CSZ and cautiously spoke, "Your Majesty. It appears the Prince of Xiang has succumbed to poison and hanged himself." CSZ pushed Yi Yinma back slightly and stepped forward to examine the scene. Indeed, Yeleu's complexion was dark, his lips a deep purple, with blood seeping from all 7 orifices. Summon Physician Jiang. Having brought Physician Jiang along for the encampment, CSZ was swift in her command. Before long, Physician Jiang was led in by a palace attendant. "Greetings, Your Majesty and esteemed Empress." CSZ waved her hand dismissively, her brow furrowed with an unmistakable gloom. "Examine what poison the Prince of Xiang has taken." "Yes." Physician Jiang, with a grave expression, conducted his examination and presented a teacup to CSZ. "Your Majesty, the Prince of Xiang was poisoned with Yiding Hong." CSZ gazed at the blue-glazed cup, her head lowered, her expression inscrutable. After the commander of the Imperial Guard dealt with the remains of Prince Xiang, CSZ dismissed the ministers back to their tents. Chapter 35. The Tyrant's White Moonlight, Part 11. Outside the tent, the sound of heavy armor echoed with the footsteps of soldiers. This night, it seemed, no one would find solace in sleep. Once the servants had retreated, CSZ gently half-lifted Yi Yinma onto the bed, observing the furrowed brows of his companion. "Mo. Were you frightened tonight?" "Your Majesty." "No." They both spoke simultaneously, and CSZ paused, instinctively inquiring, "What?" "One person is missing." Yi Yinma raised his head to meet CSZ's gaze, his expression serious. "Indeed." CSZ settled beside him. "This evening, I did not see Prince Ling among the attendants," Yi Yinma asserted, recalling how he had initially arrived late and felt somewhat overwhelmed by the scene, but had since calmed and glanced around at the others present. In the past, even in the face of minor incidents, Xia Huiqing would have gone to great lengths to emerge first, seeking to prove the emperor's lack of virtue. CSZ was taken aback by his attention to this detail and tenderly caressed his cheek. Mo speaks wisely. I suspect there are deeper motives behind Prince Xiang's demise." "Indeed, and this matter must be intricately tied to Prince Ling," Yi Yinma speculated, suddenly recalling the terrified cries of Ning and from earlier that night, and called out for Lu Xia. Lu Xia promptly entered, bowing respectfully. "You are to instruct the kitchen to prepare a soothing soup for noble attendant Ning, and summon a physician to attend to him. He must have been quite frightened tonight. After all, he has Your Majesty for company," CSZ remarked, not hindering Yi Yinma's actions. Once Lu Xia had exited, CSZ added, Mo, there is no need for such concern. The attendants, as the Empress, should act accordingly." He replied, believing the Emperor was simply being considerate of him. "Ah, it is my fault for not informing you." CSZ grasped his hand. Mo, do you understand that Ning and Un, along with the Ning family, are all aligned with Prince Ling?" "Prince Ling?" Yi Yinma's eyes widened in shock, his breath quickening, as this was news his mother had not shared with him. "Yes." CSZ's demeanor remained calm, devoid of any trace of anger at betrayal. "The Emperor has known of this matter all along." Yi Yinma gripped her hand tightly, his voice hoarse. "Is that why noble attendant Ning suddenly fell from favor?" "Precisely." Seeing the concern reflected in his eyes, CSZ's heart softened, and she continued to lament, "My elder sister and the noble attendant conspired against me, even wishing for my life. Mo, do you truly think I deserve such a fate?" "Your Majesty." Yi Yinma's pupils dilated, swiftly covering CSZ's lips with his hand. "You must not speak thus." CSZ allowed him to cover her mouth, blinking innocently. Yi Yinma withdrew his hand as if shocked, a hint of awkwardness gracing his features. "Your Majesty is a celestial being, the incarnation of the purple star. You must never belittle yourself. Furthermore, with divine protection, you shall surely remain safe." CSZ smiled, playfully tousling his hair. "Very well, I shall trust in our Mo. In the future, let us remain together, living in peace and longevity." The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated only after everyone returned to the palace. Although the Prince of Xiang confessed, he had already met his demise, and the Empress chose to let the matter fade into obscurity. In the residence of the Ling Prince, Xia Huiqing held a beautiful woman in her arms, with another woman, disguised as an assassin, beneath her feet. A group of inept individuals. She disdainfully glanced at the woman, saying, "They claim the Bai Shui pavilion is formidable. Yet in my view, they pale in comparison to my own guards." After her secret guards were captured by Xie, she became much more cautious and thus offered a handsome reward for the Bai Shui Pavilion assassins to eliminate Xie. However, to her astonishment, they lost over 10 men in 2 consecutive days without managing to capture Xie, who returned to the palace unscathed. Once back inside, any further attempts to act would prove difficult. The woman, humiliated, offered no rebuttal, lowering her head and saying, "This failure is due to the incompetence of my Bai Shui Pavilion. We shall return your deposit in full and consider this business as never having been engaged." Given the circumstances, there was no other choice. Xie Huiqing released her foot, allowing the woman to depart. Once she left, the beautiful woman beside her spoke delicately, "Your Highness." The Ling prince gazed at her, his mind filled with the visage of Yi Yinma from the last celebratory banquet. "Yi Yinma," he whispered her name softly, pressing the beautiful woman back onto the couch. After the death of the Prince of Xiang, Xie had leveraged the rebellion to uproot many of the Ling prince's spies within the palace. Xie Huiqing listened with a twisted expression to her subordinate's report, suddenly shattering the teacup in her hand against the floor. Ever since taking that potion, the Empress's temperament had grown increasingly irritable, losing the intelligence she once possessed. What has been happening these days? Witnessing her influence being gradually dismantled, Xie Huiqing felt utterly powerless. Has the potion been delivered on schedule? In the Ronghua Palace, Xie Huiqing sat upon the inner chamber's bed, brushing back Ning Hian's hair. Ning Hian's previously content expression soured, yet he replied dutifully, "It has been delivered. You need not worry about that." He had fallen from favor and could rely solely on Xie Huiqing, who had people from the Ning family placed within the Empress's court. Delivering a potion was no challenge for him. "That is good." Xie Huiqing narrowed her eyes, withdrawing her hand and preparing to leave. Suddenly released, Ning Hian sprawled limply by the edge of the bed. "You should rest now. I have matters to attend to." With that, she departed without a hint of mercy. Ning Hian clutched the corner of the blanket tightly, his eyes brimming with uncontainable resentment. On that fateful day, Xie Huiqing had not informed him in advance of her plans, nor had she mentioned a word to the Ning family. He and his family were merely stepping stones for Xie Huiqing's ascent. "Your Majesty," Ning Gui's attendant requests an audience outside. Since returning from the hunting grounds, Ning Hian had rarely appeared before Xie, yet for some unknown reason, he persistently sought an audience with the Empress. Xie, already vexed, did not lift her head at the mention. Denied. Yin Lu stepped out for a while, then returned. Bowing and saying, "Your Majesty, Ning Gui states there is an urgent matter requiring your presence at the Ronghua Palace." With cautious reverence, she lifted her gaze to Xie, inquiring about the demise of the King of Xiang. Xie raised her head in disbelief, casting a glance toward the entrance, a subtle smile playing on her lips, hinting at intrigue. "Let us go and see," she declared, eager to discern what Ning Hian intended to convey. In the splendid halls of Ronghua Palace, Xie reclined languidly against a soft pillow. Ning Hian paid his respects and stood beside her, wishing to massage her shoulders, but Xie raised her hand in refusal. "If you have something to say, speak," Ning Gui assured. Embarrassed, Ning Hian withdrew his hand, gesturing for those within the hall to retreat. "Your Majesty, I am aware that the King of Xiang is connected to the Yi family." "The Yi family? The Chancellor?" Xie arched an eyebrow. "Indeed. This matter was initially brought to your Majesty's attention by my mother, but for reasons unknown, that memorial has vanished. Hence, my mother entrusted it to someone for submission to the palace." Ning Hian presented a letter to Xie, who propped her head with one hand, lazily accepting it. It was a correspondence between Yi Yunji and Xia Leiyu, mentioning plans for a hunting ground. As Xie perused the letter, a cold smile graced her lips. The handwriting bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Yi Yunji, yet how fortuitous that evidence of treason had so conveniently fallen into the hands of the Ning family. Chapter 36. The Tyrant's White Moonlight, Part 12. Observing the displeasure etched on the Empress's face, Ning Hian's lips curled slightly in amusement as he poured tea into the prepared cup. "Your Majesty, the harem must not interfere in political matters. This incident should not concern the Empress Dowager." Mentioning the Empress Dowager at this juncture was not lost on Xie, who feigned ignorance, nodding in agreement. "The Empress Dowager is of pure character. She must be unaware of such affairs." Ning Hian's smile faltered slightly as he clenched his fingers, replying, "As your Majesty says." With the heat of the day intensifying, the ice from the inner court had yet to be distributed to the 6 palaces. Noticing Xie's furrowed brow, pondering her thoughts, Ning Hian offered her the cup. Your Majesty, please have some tea. Xie met his gaze, accepting the cup and taking a sip. The tea was exquisite, and after tucking the letter away, she prepared to leave. As dusk enveloped the sky, Ning Hian hurriedly embraced her waist from behind. Your Majesty, please rest in Ronghua Palace tonight. With a soft body pressing against her, Xie's expression darkened as she forcefully pried his hands away. Ning Guisher, I still have state matters to attend to. We shall speak another day. No sooner had she spoken than a wave of dizziness washed over her. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Hian supported her, guiding her gently to the bed. Your Majesty, Your Majesty? Seeing Xie's eyes half closed, Ning Hian loosened his belt and removed his outer garment. Xie, feeling utterly drained, was beset by visions of Yi Yinma. Mo Ning Hian, hovering above her, noticed that even in this state, she did not forget Yi Yinma. His expression twisted momentarily before he responded with a smile. Your Majesty, it is I. Upon hearing this, Xie suddenly rolled over, her world spinning, her gaze unfocused as she looked down at the person beneath her, leaning closer. Your Highness, please rest. As the night deepened, His Majesty had long since returned at this hour on ordinary days. Tonight, however, it seemed he had taken refuge in the study. Yi Yinma watched the flickering red candles before her, the wax tears slowly trickling down. You may all withdraw. I shall await His Majesty a while longer. The palace attendants complied and retreated, leaving the vast hall eerily silent. Leaning against the soft pillow, Yi Yinma could not resist the urge to succumb to slumber. On the following day, after being attended to by Lu Xia, Yi Yinma washed up and applied a thick layer of powder to conceal the dark circles beneath her eyes. His Majesty must have stayed up late again last night. Lu Xia, please have the kitchen prepare a bowl of golden thread fish soup. Lu Xia, momentarily pausing in her task of arranging Yi Yinma's hairpin, hesitated and lowered her head. Your Highness, His Majesty spent the night in Ronghua Palace and dined there this morning. Yi Yinma's hand, which had been poised to don her phoenix ornament, faltered for a moment, but she soon regained her composure and carefully adorned herself. She lifted her gaze, striving to maintain a gracious smile. I see, then there is no need for preparation. During breakfast, it was evident that Xie was absent, and Yi Yinma picked at her food before signaling for it to be taken away. Indeed, with 3,000 women in the imperial harem, how could there be just one? Yet, Ning Guisher was aligned with the Ling Wang. Surely His Majesty was aware of this. By midday, having had a restless night, Yi Yinma was just about to catch a brief nap when the chief palace maid, Aunt Yunlu, arrived by the Empress's side. I pay my respects to Your Highness. Aunt Yunlu greeted with a smile and a bow. Noticing Yi Yinma's pale complexion, she gestured for her to rise and promptly presented an item from behind her. Your Highness, this is a newly arrived cold jade pillow from the inner court. It emits a cooling sensation in summer, and given the heat today, His Majesty thought of you and sent it over. Yi Yinma grasped the teacup in her hand, her gaze lowering as disappointment swelled in her chest. Was this His Majesty's way of expressing regret for last night? Upon seeing Yi Yinma accept the jade pillow, Aunt Yunlu said no more and hastily took her leave. In Weiyang Palace, noticing the Empress's pallid complexion, she felt compelled to report truthfully to His Majesty. After last night, whispers had spread throughout the palace that Ronghua Palace was to be favored once more, yet only she knew that His Majesty's heart belonged to Weiyang Palace. Your Majesty, the Empress has accepted the jade pillow. Xie, head bowed over her writing, replied. Did the Empress say anything? Not at all. Aunt Yunlu observed the Emperor's expression and continued, however, I noticed that the Empress's complexion was not well. It seemed she did not rest well last night. Not well? Xie lifted her head, frowning. Indeed, I heard from the servants of Weiyang Palace that the Empress did not sleep a wink last night. Nonsense. Xie cast aside her brush and strode out of the room. To Weiyang Palace. Upon arriving at Weiyang Palace, Yi Yinma had already succumbed to sleep. Xie settled in the outer chamber to wait. When Yi Yinma finally awoke, her throat was parched, and she called out for Lu Xia a few times. When there was no response, she attempted to rise from her bed, only to be grasped by her ankle. Your Majesty! Yi Yinma was taken aback, surprised at His Majesty's unexpected presence, wondering how she had failed to notice. When did you arrive? Why did you not summon me? The slender ankle remained in Xie's grasp as Yi Yinma struggled twice to free himself, murmuring, Your Majesty? Xie lifted her gaze and smiled at him while assisting in putting on his shoes. When I arrived, I found you sleeping soundly, so I refrained from disturbing you. Once his shoes were properly donned, She cradled him in her lap, her finger gently brushing against the skin beneath his eyes. I heard you did not sleep well last night. Yi Yanma momentarily froze, a pang of bitterness surging within, yet he managed to display a smile. It is nothing. I merely retired late. Observing his pitiful demeanor, Xie effortlessly discerned his thoughts. She lifted his chin and planted a kiss upon his lips, then turned towards the empty hall and called out a name. Chasing Snow. A shadow clad in black swiftly materialized within the palace. My lord. Chasing Snow knelt before them. Xie instructed her to rise and explained to Yi Yanma. This is my shadow guard, Chasing Snow. Last night, she kept me company in the imperial study. Were you not at the Ronghua Palace? Yi Yanma's clear eyes gazed intently at her, his expression adorably bewildered. Fool. Xie pinched the bridge of his nose. Ning Hian is affiliated with Xie Huqing. I find him distasteful. Then last night, Ning Hian claimed to possess the truth regarding the death of Prince Xiang. So I went to investigate. Little did I know he would audaciously attempt to drug me. Drug you? Yi Yanma's heart raced with alarm as he sought to rise. Your Majesty, we must summon the imperial physician at once. There is no need. Xie gently restrained him, wrapping her arms around his waist. It was merely some soporific. I orchestrated a ruse to avoid alarming the serpent. Last night, believing his scheme had succeeded, Ning Hian had lowered his guard, unaware that Xie had not fallen prey to his machinations. Seizing the opportunity, she had incapacitated him and employed an illusionary fragrance, granting him a dream of fulfillment. Chasing Snow, Xie called, and immediately, Chasing Snow comprehended, lowering her head to speak. My lord was indeed with me last night, and it was I who ignited the fragrance. Yi Yanma clutched the collar of Xie's attire, his face ablaze. Though Chasing Snow kept her head bowed, her explanation only deepened Yi Yanma's embarrassment. Your Majesty. Hearing his delicate voice, Xie waved for Chasing Snow to withdraw, gently extracting his head from the nook of her neck. Nose to nose, she gazed into his downcast eyes. Now, do you understand what transpired, Mo? The servant knows. Yi Yanma replied obstinately. The servant has not uttered a word. There is no need for your Majesty to explain. Chapter 37. The Tyrant's Moonlight. 13. Xie raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Yet I perceive that Mo is nearly marinated in jealousy. Your Majesty, Yi Yanma exclaimed, flustered by her teasing. Mo, I may require your cooperation in a performance. Xie's demeanor suddenly turned serious, and Yi Yanma nodded earnestly. The servant will heed your Majesty's wishes. If only such words could be spoken upon the bed in Weiyang Palace, I would be elated. Yi Yanma's cheeks flushed, and he shot her a reproachful glance. Your Majesty, you are being improper. Improper, you say? Pray tell, what makes you think so? Xie deliberately leaned close to his ear, her soft breaths brushing against him. Yi Yanma was momentarily silenced by her words, pushing her away and rising to his feet. Suddenly, Xie embraced him from behind, causing the precious cold jade pillow to fall to the ground with a dull thud. Yi Yanma winced at the sight of the exquisite item and reached to retrieve it, only to be pulled back beneath her. Don't worry, it's perfectly fine. At one tea break, she reassured him. Glancing at the gentle rays of sunlight streaming through the window, Yi Yanma softly reminded, Your Majesty, it is still quite early. Xie pecked his ear lightly, whispering, Rest assured, I shall not do anything. Having not held him through the night, she too had struggled to find rest. As her affections intensified, Yi Yanma's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his expression pitiful as he pleaded, Your Majesty, that is enough. Xie feigned ignorance, continuing her advances. Another loud thud echoed as an object fell, causing the palace attendants outside to lower their heads in fear, secretly speculating that the Empress and His Majesty were quarreling. An hour later, Xie emerged from the Weiyang Palace, her face darkened and marked with a handprint. Yunlu and several palace maids were alarmed and hurried to her side. Xie, with an icy demeanor, declared loudly at the entrance of Weiyang Palace, The Empress Dowager has been remiss from this day forth. She is confined to Weiyang Palace for half a month. With that, she strode away in a huff towards the Yuhua Hall. Only after the Empress had departed did Lu Xia dare to enter the inner chamber to check on her lord. Your Highness. Upon seeing Yi Yanma half reclined on the bed with reddened eyes, clearly having just wept, and the shattered tea set scattered on the floor, Lu Xia rushed forward to wipe his tears. Your Highness, if you're sorrowful, you may cry freely. Yi Yanma's nose was pink, and his eyes swollen, resembling someone deeply distressed. Noticing her lord's peculiar gaze, Lu Xia felt an unsettling suspicion arise within her. Your Highness, has His Majesty laid hands upon you? She had seen the red marks on his arm. Remembering Xie Zi's words, Yi Yanma neither confirmed nor denied, turning his head to hide his flushed ears. It's nothing. You may leave now. The young attendants tidied the chamber before retreating. In the following days, news of the Empress residing daily in the Ronghua Palace spread throughout the court and harem, with everyone claiming that the favored consort had regained her position, unaware that someone was climbing in through the window each night at Weiyang Palace. At the Prime Minister's residence, Bai Jian awaited outside the main gate. When Yi Yunji returned from court and saw him, she was momentarily taken aback, a hint of warmth flickering in her eyes, though her tone remained cold. What brings you out here? The sun is so bright. What if it harms your health? Bai Jian, oblivious to Yi Yunji's sentiments, assumed her indifference stemmed from dislike. After all these years, she remains as aloof as ever. My lady, is there any news of AMO from the court? In recent days, rumors of the tumultuous events at Ronghua Palace had spread widely, and with the Empress's temperament being so fierce, he feared for his son's well-being in the palace. Do not concern yourself with this matter. I am equally unaware of the affairs within the inner palace. Yi Yunji remarked as she walked briskly inside. Bai Qian felt a chill in her heart, her eyes brimming with disappointment and sorrow. It was one thing for the mistress to dislike him, but IMO was their child. How could she be so indifferent? Preoccupied with her own thoughts, Yi Yunji hurried along, only stopping when she realized no one was following her. She turned to see Bai Qian being assisted by a servant on his way back to his courtyard. Unable to glean any information from Yi Yunji, Bai Qian hoped to learn something from Yi Lingyuan. Yi Lingyuan was once a servant of Yi Yunji, who had been taken in after his family faced misfortune, leaving him the sole survivor. Unexpectedly, one day, Yi Yunji took him as her own. Later, following her parents' wishes, she married her childhood friend Bai Qian. The year Bai Qian entered the household, Wu passed away during childbirth, and over the years, Yi Lingyuan had been nurtured under Bai Qian's care. Yuana. What has become of Amo? Bai Qian, anxious and distressed, had developed a cluster of blisters on his lips. Nearly half a month had passed, and it was said that the Empress had completely fallen out of favor and had been relegated to the cold palace. Father, Yi Lingyuan helped Bai Qian sit down. Do not worry, the rumors circulating are unreliable. I have just inquired, and Amo is well in the palace, though he has been placed under house arrest. Since the incident in Xuanzhou, Yi Lingyuan had become entirely devoted to the Empress, and she had some knowledge of the current situation. Is that truly the case? Indeed, father. Do not fret. Bai Qian, being frail, was comforted by Yi Lingyuan, who fanned him gently. Meanwhile, within the Ronghua Palace, Ning Hian smugly toyed with her nails as she observed Dr. Jiang take her pulse. Dr. Jiang, can you discern anything? Dr. Jiang wiped the sweat from his brow and knelt, saying, Congratulations, Your Highness, it appears you are with child. Oh, Ning Hian narrowed her eyes. How long has it been? For 2 months now. Ning Hian slammed her palm on the table, incensed. You incompetent physician. Do you not realize that His Majesty only favored me a month ago? The atmosphere in Ronghua Palace fell silent. Dr. Jiang bowed his head to the ground. I apologize. I did not examine carefully. Allow me to check your pulse once more. Ning Hian shot her a glance and offered her wrist, propped upon a handkerchief. Your Highness, you have been with child for a month. A smile curved Ning Hian's lips as she looked down at Dr. Jiang with pride. Dr. Jiang, you should know what is appropriate to say and what is not. Yes, I understand. Seeing her compliance, Ning Hian did not press her further, instructing Luo to give her a purse of coins before sending her away from the palace. Little did she know. Dr. Jiang turned a corner and headed toward the imperial study. Soon after, news of the joyful occasion spread throughout Ronghua Palace. Ning Guisher was with child. The Empress was overjoyed and restored her status. After Ning Shi's elevation, her first action was to request the Empress to lift the house arrest on the Empress. Xie Zi acquiesced, and Ning Hian, bearing a child, proceeded to the Weiyang Palace. In recent days, despite the fact that His Highness had lost favor, the Emperor had never once requested him to vacate the Weiyang Palace. The servant, upon greeting His Highness, made a half-hearted remark, failing to perform the customary bow before taking a seat nearby. Lu Xia, unable to contain her frustration, was about to voice her thoughts when she was silenced by a mere glance from Yi Yanma. After sipping her tea, Ning Hian remarked, Now that the servant has given birth to a royal heir, the Emperor has graciously exempted me from the formalities. Surely, Your Highness would not hold this against me. Chapter 38. The Tyrant's White Moonlight, Part 14. Yi Yanma, wiping the tea foam from his lips, responded with a dignified smile. Indeed, that is to be expected. However, as the emperor shows you such compassion, you ought to reciprocate his kindness. Ning Hian's expression shifted, only to hear him continue. Your primary concern should be to carry the child to term. Before them sat a man adorned in purple robes and a golden crown. Yet his weary demeanor and slightly pallid complexion betrayed his exhaustion. Observing his haggard state, Ning Hian caressed her abdomen as if in triumph. I am grateful to your highness. With the child on the way, the emperor is pleased, and so am I. Just the other day, I contemplated requesting the emperor to relieve his highness of his burdens. Little did I expect that today, the emperor would issue a decree. Yi Yanma paused mid-sip. Curiosity piqued as he recalled the person who had kept him awake half the night. He wondered how the emperor had managed to instill such confidence in Ning Hian. I have spent the morning preparing lunch for the emperor, so I must take my leave, she announced before departing. Ning Hian, self-satisfied with her display, exited the palace. Once she had gone, Yi Yanma set down his cup and exhaled, relieved. Knowing Ning Hian would visit, he had carefully applied powder to his face, anxious to portray the right image. Since Ning Hian had become pregnant, the king of Ling had exhibited considerably more restraint. In the court, the Ning family's influence had significantly waned. Ning Jingxin had engaged in numerous corrupt practices over the years, and Yi Lingyuan had unearthed a plethora of evidence with minimal effort. However, Xie Zi had no intention of taking action against her, as Ning Hian remained a lively presence in the palace. A mother and child must exit in unison. On the other hand, Chasing Snow had been closely monitoring the Ronghua Palace, as Xie Zi visited every night. And Ning Hian had not seen the king of Ling in recent days. One evening, Xie Zi had urgent matters to attend to in the imperial study and informed Ning Hian that she would not be coming to his palace that night. As night fell, a woman stealthily slipped into the Ronghua Palace. Did the empress notice anything amiss? Xie Huiqing inquired, one hand resting on Ning Hian's belly. No, Ning Hian replied, her face beaming with joy as she allowed her to lean closer to her abdomen. Rest assured, I have taken care of everything in the palace. However, that physician Jiang may not be able to stay. Xie Huiqing understood the implications and nodded in agreement. With Ning Hian now carrying her child, should the empress pass away, she could ascend to the throne with this child, not only establishing her legitimacy, but also securing control over the entire day. This matter shall be handled by me. You need only focus on nurturing the child. Ning He felt a twinge of anxiety, clutching her sleeve. Should we not increase the dosage from the empress? I am already over 3 months along. I can bind my abdomen with cloth for now, but as my condition progresses, it will become impossible to conceal. Xie Huiqing understood this reasoning as well. After a moment of silence, she retrieved a vial of medicine from her bosom. This is a 5-day supply. Once the bottle is empty, the empress will be unable to rise again. Even the imperial physician will be unable to discern any issues. Ning He accepted the vial, gritting her teeth. Very well, we shall wait 5 days. On the 5th day, early in the morning, the empress suddenly fell ill in the study, slipping into unconsciousness. The imperial medical department was at a loss, and chief physician Jiang had not returned since his visit to the empress 2 days prior. No one in the imperial medical department nor the palace could locate him. After the empress fell gravely ill, she was moved to the Ronghua Palace, where Shujun Ning He attended to her at the bedside. Ministers from the previous dynasty came one after another to inquire about her health, but Ning He barred them from entering, leaving them no choice but to seek Yi Yanma for answers. Your Highness, what is the state of the empress's health? Yi Yanma pressed his fingers to his forehead, appearing pained. Upon hearing the inquiry, he lowered his hand and regarded the ministers kneeling before him. Gentlemen, the empress is indeed gravely ill. However, she is currently in Ronghua Palace, and I am not privy to the specifics. What? The ministers gasped in shock. Could it be that the Empress Dowager is also being obstructed by Shujun? Yi Yanma nodded, feigning helplessness. Shujun is anxious for the Empress and has ordered that no one approach Ronghua Palace. I can only enter once a day. Preposterous. The Minister of Works exclaimed in indignation. The Ning family now dares to disregard the Empress Dowager. Following the Empress's serious illness, Xie Huiqing somehow produced an edict stating that she was to exercise the powers of regency. The senior ministers, led by Yi Yunji, were skeptical, however, upon examining the edict. They fell silent, for it bore the empress's private seal. With Xie Huiqing in charge of the regency, the Ning family began to assert their influence in the court once more, their arrogance growing ever more pronounced. After seeing off the ministers, Yi Yinma turned his attention to the silent Yi Yunji and her daughter. Yi Lingyuan had been busy with court affairs, but finally found time to accompany the ministers to the palace to see Yi Yinma. Mo, how have you been these past few days? Outside, the Ning family audaciously spoke their minds in the court, let alone Ning He, who was pregnant and under the empress's care. Yi Lingyuan worried for Yi Yinma's well-being. It is all well. Yi Yinma shook his head. In truth, the empress has not been in Ronghua Palace these past few days. The one lying there is merely a disguised shadow guard. Ah, that is good to hear. Yi Lingyuan scratched the back of her head. Father has been incessantly inquiring about you, so I thought to ask a few questions. Is he in good health? All is well. Rest assured. As they conversed, Yi Yunji, who had been silent and merely a background presence, cleared her throat and maintained a stern expression. Your only concern should be your well-being in the palace. Do not trouble yourself with other matters. Yi Lingyuan, hearing her mother's cold words, silently covered her face. Her mother truly could not utter a single word of concern. Yi Yinma was taken aback, thinking she might resent his inquiries, and slightly lowered his head, saying, I understand, mother. After a moment's reflection, he continued, Mother, I have now entered the palace as you instructed, so I hope you will take good care of father. He harbors deep affections for you, yet for many years. They have only culminated in mutual respect. It was only after being with Xie that Yi Yinma comprehended the anguish of unrequited love. Yi Yunji furrowed her brows, feeling that something was amiss with his words, yet could not pinpoint the reason. Understood. Her temperament had always been such that even towards her closest kin, she could not express a single soft word, thus she could not fathom Yi Yinma's grievances. After their conversation, the Yi mother and daughter departed, and Yi Yinma instructed the palace attendants to withdraw, closing the door behind him. A figure clad in dark attire emerged from behind the screen and enveloped him in solitude. Momocie affectionately kissed his temple. Once the affairs of the palace conclude, shall we venture outside to see how your father-in-law fares? Go outside? Yi Yinma had not anticipated that Xie would desire to leave the palace. Yes, would you like to take a stroll? However, the emperor still needed to manage state affairs, and the ministers would likely oppose it. There's the prime minister and the prince of Beiyang in the court. It's not a problem. I've heard that the festivities in the common folk during the 7th month are quite lively. Don't you wish to witness it? Mo. Yi Yinma nodded, I do. Xie led him to a table and offered him a piece of jade lotus cake. You've lost weight these past few days. Yi Yinma raised his hand to touch his face, blinking his large eyes in disbelief. Really? Chapter 39. The Tyrant's Moonlight. 15. He felt he had actually gained weight. The emperor provided him with nourishing food daily, and even during these tense days. Xie did not forget to feed him. Do you not believe your wife? Hearing her refer to herself as such filled Yi Yinma with sweetness, but also a hint of conflict. Ultimately, he wished to indulge in a touch of selfishness. Refraining from retorting, and softly replied, I do. Then eat a bit more. Changes unfolded both within and outside the palace. Although Yi Yinma was aware of Xie's plans, he spent sleepless nights in worry. Xie noticed this and affectionately stroked his hair, longing to conclude their circumstances swiftly. On the evening of the 3rd day, news of the emperor's demise spread from Ronghua Palace throughout the imperial quarters. Ministers from the previous dynasty stirred from their slumber, hastily donning their court attire to enter the palace. Since the empress had fallen gravely ill, the ministers had not laid eyes upon her. The sudden announcement of her passing incited skepticism among them, yet none dared to voice their inquiries within the solemn halls of the Golden Luan Hall. In the deep of night, the Golden Luan Hall exuded an air of solemnity, with rows of armored soldiers brandishing sharp blades standing at attention. Xie Huiqing boldly sat in the empress's seat, observing the minister's hesitance to speak. She theatrically descended from the throne. Gentlemen, I presume you are all aware by now. With the passing of my royal sister, and aside from the pregnant Ning Guifei, there are no other female heirs in the palace. The stability of our great Yi is paramount. Thus my royal sister established a testament before her demise. Xie Huiqing cast a glance at the expressions of those present. Her face suffused with sorrow. The imperial edict is here. Esteemed lords, please take a look. Yi Yunji accepted it. Her demeanor grave as she read it through before passing it to those behind her. Once the ministers within the hall had perused the document, they fell into a profound silence. The absence of any assisting ministers during the issuance of this edict made its authenticity evident. What is the meaning of this, esteemed lords? Ning Jingxin inquired, her hands tucked into the sleeves of her official robe, appearing at ease. Do you not wish to abide by His Majesty's last will? The gathered individuals exchanged glances, remaining mute. Suddenly, the straightforward Minister of Works, Lord Lu, broke the silence. Only the Prince of Ling's word cannot be trusted. I request an audience with the Emperor. Xia Huiqing's eyes flickered, her brows arching slightly, a hint of impatience evident. Are you suggesting that I am fabricating the imperial decree? The Minister of Works clasped his hands. I would not dare. Yet, skepticism marred his expression. Xia Huiqing offered a faint smile, stepping towards him, and with a swift motion, plunged her dagger into the minister's chest. The ministers, taken aback by her sudden violence, gasped in shock. Yi Yunji hurriedly moved to staunch Lord Lu's wound, administering a life-saving remedy. Everyone present was acutely aware that this was an act of rebellion. Yet the royal city was dominated by the Prince of Ling and the Ning family. With the edict in the prince's possession, once it was made public the next day, the entire realm would likely be aware of his ascension to the throne. Is there any other noble who wishes to speak? Xia Huiqing's smile was laced with malice. The ministers remained silent, and she smiled with satisfaction, turning her gaze to Yi Yunji. However, aside from my ascension tonight, there is another matter. I wish to take Yi Yanmo, the legitimate son of the Yi family, as my consort. What say you, esteemed lords? A gasp of shock rippled through the hall. Yi Yanmo was the late emperor's son and Xia Huiqing's brother-in-law. How could this be, Prince Ling? At this, Ning Jingxin's composure shattered. She had clearly promised to marry her son to the throne. Xia Huiqing, now wielding immense power, dismissed Ning Jingxin's concerns with a disdainful click of her tongue. You are overly arrogant, Xia Huiqing. Yi Lingyuan could not contain herself, stepping forward in anger. Xia Huiqing glanced at her with derision, then clapped her hands. Immediately, several guards brought Bai Jian into the hall. Bai Jian had been forcibly taken into the palace by Xia Huiqing's men, and at this moment, he bore a bruise on his forehead and swollen cheeks, appearing wretched. Observing the drastic change in Yi Lingyuan's expression, Xia Huiqing smirked. And now, what do you say, Lord Yi? Yi Lingyuan clenched her fists, her face aflame with rage, yet she failed to notice Yi Yunji, whose gaze was equally menacing as she stared at Xia Huiqing. You honor, do not concern yourself with me. Bai Jian shook his head at her. Xia Huiqing, do you believe you have triumphed? Yi Lingyuan took a step forward, but was halted by the armored guards. Gritting her teeth, she spat. May you meet an untimely end. An untimely end? I fear you shall not witness it. Xia Huiqing raised her hand, signaling the guards to act. The guard drew his sword, and Xia Huiqing's previously arrogant expression faltered as the blade was suddenly pressed against her throat. You are outrageous. The defiance in Xia Huiqing's voice waned, her body trembling slightly, fearful of the blade's movement. You just mentioned whom you intend to marry? The familiar voice echoed, causing Xia Huiqing and the others within the hall to freeze, thinking they were hallucinating. The individual removed the golden mask from their face, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage. What? Do you not recognize me? Sneered Xia Zi, her voice dripping with disdain. Xia Huiqing, stung by the accusation of being a traitor, instinctively stepped forward to retort, only to feel a sharp pain in her neck as blood trickled down. Your Majesty! It is your Majesty! The officials in the hall, witnessing the survival of the female emperor and Xia Huiqing's subjugation, hastily knelt, proclaiming long live the emperor. Xia Zi, you are not dead? Xia Huiqing gasped in shock, unable to fathom the situation. How is that possible? She had witnessed Xia Zi's corpse with her own eyes. Xia Zi cast a scornful glance her way, remaining silent. Feeling the disdain emanating from Xia Zi, Xia Huiqing's eyes blazed with hatred as she attempted to evade the knife poised at her throat, while threatening, Xia Zi, do you believe you are still the emperor? All these people behind you are mine, my soldiers. Xia Zi raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile curling her lips. Oh, yours, you say? Indeed, Xia Huiqing proclaimed triumphantly. With but a word from me, you and these officials shall meet your demise, so you had best release me. Xia Zi regarded her with contempt, utterly baffled as to how such a fool had ever ascended to the throne. Is that so? She replied, lowering the blade. Xia Huiqing, believing her to be intimidated, clapped her hands, but the armored soldiers remained motionless, the atmosphere eerily silent. General Wu? Panic flickered in Xia Huiqing's heart, though she feigned calmness. As neither side moved for an extended moment, Xia Zi raised her eyes, a glint of murderous intent flickering within them. Bring the traitor Xia Huiqing to justice. Yes. The armored soldiers advanced, swiftly forcing her to kneel on the ground. Summon the imperial physician, Xia Zi ordered, glancing at Lord Lu's injury. He had lost a significant amount of blood and required immediate attention. The physician had long been on standby and soon tended to Lord Lu's wounds. Fortunately, the blade had not struck a vital area, and with the life-saving pills from Yi Yunji, Lord Lu's life was ultimately spared. CSZ, was all of this part of your scheme? You deliberately lured me into this trap? Xie Huiqing finally grasped the situation, her fists clenched tightly, her teeth grinding audibly. CSZ's gaze was icy as she regarded her, her lips barely parting to utter, "Fool." With a stormy expression, Xie Huiqing retorted bitterly. "We are both daughters of the royal family. Why should you alone have the affection of our mother? The throne rightfully belongs to me. I am no lesser than you. And our mother is simply biased." Suddenly, Xie Huiqing erupted into a frenzied laugh, declaring, "CSZ, even if you win, so what? There is one thing you shall never know. Who the throne ultimately belongs to is still uncertain." Chapter 40. The Tyrant's White Moonlight, 16. CSZ regarded the woman pinned to the ground, her face twisted in a sinister grin, and a sardonic smile played upon her lips. "Oh." As CSZ maintained her calm demeanor, Xie Huiqing halted her laughter, lifting her gaze to meet her. CSZ commanded, "Bring him up." Outside the hall, a sharp voice soon echoed, "You dare to touch me? I am with child. If anything were to happen to me, Prince Ling would not spare you." The man was forcefully shoved into the hall by General Wu and his men. Impudence! As soon as he entered, Ning Hian was assaulted by a strong metallic scent of blood. Lord Lu had already been carried into the inner chamber, leaving only a pool of vivid crimson on the floor. Seeing Xie Huiqing pinned to the ground by the armored soldiers, Ning Hian swallowed his intended accusations, feeling as if his throat had been seized. When he finally laid eyes on CSZ, he was completely paralyzed by fear. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty?" Ning Hian's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, kneeling before CSZ. "Your Majesty, how are you?" Stunned by the shocking turn of events, Ning Hian's voice trembled. "How are you still alive?" CSZ frowned in disdain, completing his sentence. "What? Am I not alive? Does the Empress Dowager not find joy in this?" Ning Hian was greatly frightened by this remark, shaking his head and forcing a sycophantic smile onto his face. "What are you saying, Your Majesty? You are blessed with great fortune. How could I not be pleased to serve you?" The hem of his robe was grasped, and CSZ's expression darkened further as he leaned down, gripping Ning Hian's chin with a sharp gaze. "Ning Hian, even at this moment, you still wish to act with me?" Within Weiyang Palace, Yi Yanma was in a state of frantic anxiety, frequently glancing outside. Just moments ago, Ning Hian had entered the palace with a grand procession, declaring that Prince Ling had ascended to the throne and issued an edict for his execution. To accompany the Empress Dowager in death, CSZ was absent today, and as Ning Hian was about to force poison down his throat, the shadow guard chasing Snow arrived just in time to save him. The events of this evening unfolded suddenly. CSZ had no opportunity to explain and had instead sent Chasing Snow to protect him, thus saving his life. Subsequently, while Chasing Snow engaged in a fierce struggle with Ning Hian's men, General Wu arrived, eliminating those guards and forcibly taking Ning Hian away. Chasing Snow had already relayed the sequence of events to him, and Yi Yanma understood the gravity of the night. He did not wish to distract CSZ in the front hall, but fervently prayed for his safety. "What is the meaning of your words, Your Majesty? I do not comprehend." Ning Hian's expression froze, and after a moment, he feigned ignorance. CSZ commanded that the long-missing imperial physician Jiang be brought forth. Upon witnessing those who were supposed to be dead standing before him, Ning Hian felt an urge to scream, realizing that he was likely doomed this night, yet still wished to make a final stand. "Your Majesty, I intended to inform you that during your recent unconsciousness, this physician Jiang has gone silent, only to reappear today. He must harbor malicious intentions." He exposed his pristine neck and wrists, intentionally pressing his hand against his abdomen, a hint of madness in his demeanor. "Your Majesty, you should promptly execute this man and eradicate his entire clan." Physician Jiang, upon hearing this, fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the ground. "Your Majesty, I am wronged. That day, after I diagnosed the Empress Dowager, I was pursued by assassins. Thankfully, General Wu came to my rescue, allowing me to escape a calamity." "You claim to have been pursued? Do you have any evidence?" CSZ gazed down at Dr. Jiang, prompting her to rise and respond. Upon standing, Dr. Jiang produced a token from her bosom. "Your Majesty, please observe. This is the token carried by the rogue." The token bore a prominent character for Ning emblazoned across its center. Ning Jingxin felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her vision darkening. The Ning family is doomed. Why does the Ning family pursue you? Xie Zi inquired, gripping the token tightly. Your Majesty, because the child within Shujun's womb is not the royal heir. This revelation stirred a tempest of thoughts. Ning Jingxin silently closed her eyes, fully aware that all was irretrievable. You lie? Yet, unbeknownst to her, Ning Hian suddenly pushed against the ground, rising defiantly. You treacherous minister, how dare you slander me? As he moved to strike Dr. Jiang, he was halted by General Wu. Your Majesty, you must not place your trust in the words of this scoundrel. I serve you knightly. Do you not believe in my integrity? Xie Zi regarded his performance with cold disdain before turning her gaze to Xie Huiqing, trembling and pallid. Xie Huiqing spoke, Your Majesty, the child in Shujun's womb is now over 4 months along. I beseech you to discern wisely. The palace maintains records of the concubine's service. And Ning Hian was first favored merely 2 months ago. That is not true. I am indeed carrying the royal heir. Ning Hian bellowed, refusing to concede. Yet Xie Zi had no intention of indulging him further. Her eyes darkened with icy resolve. Ning Hian, do you truly believe I am oblivious to your schemes? You have drugged me in Ronghua Palace, poisoned my daily soup. Every single deed has been confessed by your accomplice, Lu Er. What more can you say? Kneeling on the ground, Ning Hian was thoroughly shaken. Your Majesty, they deceive you. Only I am sincerely devoted to you. You cannot forsake me. The irony of his words struck Xie Zi. Oh, and what of the Empress? The court officials gasped in unison, realizing the implication that the child belonged to Prince Ling. Ning Hian cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled Xie Huiqing sprawled on the floor and lifted his head with a sycophantic smile. What is Prince Ling, Your Majesty? As long as you desire me, I am yours. Xie Zi was truly taken aback by Ning Hian's audacity to utter such words at this juncture. As he attempted to draw nearer, she swiftly stepped back to avoid him. Shujun has lost her senses. Seize him and confine him to the dungeons. Ning Jingxin conspired with Prince Ling. Let them face execution on an appointed day. All members of the Ning clan shall be exiled. Your Majesty, Ning Hian cried out, lunging towards Xie Zi, only to be restrained by the armored guards. Your Majesty, do you not recall? You vowed to protect me for all your days. You promised your love. These were the very words spoken by the former sovereign to Ning Hian. Xie Zi turned her back, emanating an aura of chilling resolve. I did make such a promise, but I also declared that those who betray me shall find their existence more torturous than death. Ning Hian, you have been administering poison to me since I was but a maiden. This was not posed as a question. Ning Hian's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his face awash with tears. Xie Zi paid him no heed and instructed General Wu to take care of the remaining matters. As she exited the Golden Luan Hall, dawn was approaching, with threads of light beginning to tint the darkened sky. Your Majesty, she had not slept a wink all night. And Yi Yanma had also been awake throughout. Now that she had managed her affairs and returned, he hurriedly poured her a cup of hot tea. Your Majesty, please take a moment to rest. Without raising her hand, Xie Zi blew gently on the steam rising from the cup and took a delicate sip. Yi Yanma set down the teacup and intended to massage her temples. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes, he felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Mo. Did you truly stay awake all night? Your Majesty, I am fine, she replied, sensing a hint of reproach in his words. He grasped her hand firmly. When Your Majesty is not present, how can I possibly find peace in slumber? Under ordinary circumstances, he would never voice such sentiments, but today was different. He yearned to draw closer to her, to cherish every moment in proximity. Xie Zi was taken aback by his unexpected reproach and pulled him onto her lap, playfully swatting a certain pert spot behind him. Your Majesty? Yi Yanma's ears flushed crimson, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. How can you treat me thus? Xie Zi encircled his waist and silenced his aggrieved lips with a kiss. Only when he began to squirm slightly did she release him, observing as he leaned against her. Gasping for air. With a mischievous grin, she placed her hand on the area that had just received a playful smack. Should you disobey again? This shall be your punishment for arguing with your wife. Yi Yanma's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. Your Majesty, you are being absurd. Xie Zi, unabashed, retorted, and what of it? I am indeed absurd. Frustrated, Yi Yanma turned away, only to be forcibly spun back to face her, seated intimately upon her lap. The posture was decidedly awkward, his face flushed like a ripe tomato as he struggled. Your Majesty, please allow me to get down. Unbeknownst to him, CSZ suddenly felt emboldened. Call me wife master, and I shall let you down. Yi Yanma bit his lip in silence. Those words were ones he had only uttered in moments of intimacy before, but never in any other context. Refusing to call? CSZ teased, playfully nibbling at his ear and misinterpreting his hesitation. So, you wish to remain on my lap indefinitely? Hastily, Yi Yanma covered her mouth with his hand and, as if surrendering, whispered the words wife master twice in her ear. CSZ kissed the palm of his hand, and when he withdrew it, she praised him softly. Good boy. Yi Yanma felt himself nearly melting, mustering the strength to push CSZ away and stand. Despite his evident embarrassment, he still found himself lying beside her on the bed. Your Majesty, you should rest now. After removing her boots and covering her with a silk quilt, he attempted to leave, only to be pulled back onto the bed. Come now, you two have not slept, stay with me for a while. Though Yi Yanma wished to check on the situation outside, he acquiesced to her firm demeanor. The two of them slept from dawn until dusk, and when Yi Yanma awoke, CSZ was no longer in bed. Within the thick drapery of the bed, he found himself alone, his shoes hastily donned as he dashed outside, only to collide with another person. Mo. CSZ scooped him up and carried him into the palace, adjusting his clothing with care. Why did you rush out without properly dressing? What happened? Yi Yanma observed her familiar hands deftly fastening his belt, then gently kissing his forehead. Dinner had been in preparation. And upon noticing Yi Yanma's awakening, CSZ summoned the servants to serve the meal. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, Yi Yanma felt genuine hunger. And under CSZ's attentive feeding, one chopstick here, one spoonful there, he soon found himself quite sated. Your Majesty, you should try this. It's delicious. After finishing his meal, Yi Yanma began to serve CSZ, who, with an open palate, indulged in every dish. Having slept the entire day, Yi Yanma found himself restless that night. After dinner, CSZ insisted on engaging in some exercise, leaving him languidly sprawled on the couch. At that moment, CSZ sat at the table, reviewing memorials. After the capture of Prince Ling the previous night, numerous officials had submitted impeachment memorials. The troops stationed at the border under Prince Ling's command were besieged by the court, and all corresponding supplies had been confiscated. The investigation into the death of King Xiang had also yielded conclusive results. 2 weeks later, CSZ issued a decree for the beheading of Prince Ling and his traitorous followers outside the Meridian Gate. On the third day of Ning Hian's imprisonment, an unexpected childbirth occurred, resulting in a scene of bloodshed. By the time the doctor arrived, it was too late, culminating in a tragic outcome for both mother and child. The Ning family faced confiscation of their property, leaving the position of Minister of Personnel vacant, which CSZ temporarily filled with the former deputy minister. On the 15th day of the 7th month, a popular festival celebrated the intertwining of love, where women adorned with matching flowers alongside their beloved men sought blessings for marriage and safety. The palace, however, regarded this occasion with indifference, lacking any festivities. Consequently, CSZ resolved to take Yi Yanma out of the palace to partake in this ancient equivalent of Valentine's Day, wanting to share the experience with him. Both donned matching casual attire, complemented by phoenix ornaments, and slipped out as dusk settled. Their shadowy protectors, including chasing snow and a cadre of secret guards, followed closely to ensure their safety. The streets buzzed with life, vibrant with couples adorned in floral accessories. Yi Yanma, having previously been confined to the minister's residence, was experiencing such a festival for the first time. Boss, how much for this? Noticing her little husband captivated by the flower stall, CSZ inquired with the vendor before purchasing 2 floral crowns. Mo, come here, let me place this on your head. With tenderness, CSZ carefully adorned him with flowers, observing the curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Do I look good, my lady? This isn't the palace. Is it all right to call you my lady here? You look splendid. Mo is the most charming little immortal. At her compliment, Yi Yanma's cheeks flushed, and he took her crown, standing on tiptoe to adorn her, only to find her height a challenge. My lady, he pouted adorably. Could you lower your head a bit? CSZ obediently bent slightly at the waist, lowering her head and allowing him to manipulate her. Soon, Yi Yanma, with satisfaction, cradled CSZ's face in his hands. A flicker of emotion stirred within her. Just as she was about to lean in for a kiss, the commotion from those around them caught her attention. Fireworks! Yi Yanma glanced around, uncertain of where to witness the spectacle. Suddenly, he was lifted off the ground, embraced at the waist, and in mere moments, they found themselves atop a bridge. The arching surface, elevated and scarcely frequented, offered them solitude. Boom. The sky erupted with countless blossoms of light. Vibrant bursts soaring into the heavens, each dazzling display swiftly replaced by another. The brilliance of the fireworks illuminated Yi Yinma's face, his clear eyes reflecting the spectacle, his delicate features radiating joy. He watched intently, oblivious to the gaze fixated upon him from the moment the fireworks began until their final flourish. As the night deepened, the streets gradually thinned. Xie held the hand of a companion savoring a candied hawthorn skewer while balancing a selection of local delicacies in her other hand. Once Yi Yinma finished his treat, he wrapped his arm around her, saying, "Wife, it's getting late. Shall we return?" Xie playfully pinched the tip of his nose, replying, "Not yet. Let us first visit the Prime Minister's residence and return to the palace tomorrow." Upon hearing her mention of the Prime Minister's abode, Yi Yinma's eyes narrowed with delight. He could hardly contain his excitement. His father, frail in health, and his mother, perpetually occupied with state affairs, had left him to keep his father company since childhood. After a period of absence, he was eager to see how his father fared. Gently knocking on the door of the Prime Minister's residence, they were promptly greeted by attendants who opened the entrance. Xie led Yi Yinma inside. Upon entering, they were met by the family of the Yi clan, who stood in neat rows, ready to kneel in reverence. "No need for that," Xie said with a hint of exasperation, gesturing for them to rise. "I come as the daughter-in-law of the Yi family." Although the emperor had spoken thus, the Yi family dared not take it at face value, murmuring in agreement. The Yi family welcomed the pair into the house and poured tea. But Xie waved her hand, indicating they need not fuss. As they had arrived late, she instructed everyone to return home, while she followed the Prime Minister and the esteemed lady to Yi Yinma's private chamber. Chapter 42. The Tyrant's Moonlight, 18. Yi Yinma's chamber remained unchanged since before his marriage, retaining its former charm. Xie looked around, following Yi Yinma into the inner room. "Mo, what is this?" she inquired, noticing a hint of blue peeking from beneath a pillow on the bed. Approaching, she lifted the object to reveal a blue handkerchief. Having elapsed too much time, Yi Yinma had forgotten its significance and leaned closer to inspect the handkerchief. "Is this a pair of mandarin ducks?" Xie raised an eyebrow, observing the two chick-like figures embroidered on it. "Yes." Yi Yinma, blushing, lowered his gaze. It was a creation he had attempted to craft under the guidance of an embroiderer. Regrettably, despite his prolonged efforts, he had yet to produce a piece worthy of display. Recognizing it was embroidered before his marriage, Xie felt a pang of jealousy. Grasping his chin, she leaned in, her lips almost brushing against his, and slowly asked, Mo, for whom did you embroider this?" Yi Yinma, her cheeks still flushed, heard those words and noticed the dangerous glint in her eyes, realizing that a misunderstanding had arisen. No, it was merely a tool for practice. Understanding this, Xie's face blossomed with a smile as she leaned in slightly to kiss Yi Yinma's soft lips, praising her affectionately. "Good baby." This was the second time His Majesty had called her that. Previously, he had inquired about the term, and Xie had merely explained it as a term of endearment. "Your Majesty." Yi Yinma turned her head away, feeling somewhat embarrassed after the kiss. Seizing the moment when Yi Yinma was distracted, Xie neatly folded the handkerchief in her hand and tucked it away. Outside, servants from the Prime Minister's residence brought in hot water, which Xie instructed them to pour into a basin. Xie removed Yi Yinma's shoes and socks, while the two attendants who had fetched the water remained standing in the room. Yi Yinma tugged at Xie's sleeve. Xie glanced up at her, continuing her motions. "Be good." During their time in the palace, whenever Yi Yinma felt weak, it had always been Xie who carried her to wash. Thus, a simple foot washing had long since become a routine. Xie held Yi Yinma's delicate, jade-like foot in her large hand, warm water cascading over it gently. The two attendants lowered their heads, striving to diminish their presence. Once she finished washing, Xie dried her feet and tucked her into the blankets. She hastily washed herself and then cleaned her hands nearby. The two attendants bowed slightly as they exited with the water. The night grew late, and despite Xie's intentions, Yi Yinma had already fallen asleep. She dreamt not at all, and when she awoke the next day, it was already noon, and she had naturally not seen Xie. "Your Highness." With Lucia absent, an unfamiliar servant entered to attend to her. "The Lord is waiting at the door and wishes to see you." Yi Yinma opened the door and was met with her father's gentle cough as he turned his head. "Father." Yi Yinma hurriedly helped him inside. It was now the sweltering month of July, yet Bai Jian's hands remained chillingly cold. Yi Yinma had known since childhood that her father was in poor health, and each time she touched his hands, her heart ached. Jun, I am fine. As they entered the room, Bai Xian was about to kneel. But Yi Yinma quickly knelt first. Father, what are you doing? Tears welled in Yi Yinma's eyes. Is it true that after entering the palace just once, you no longer want me? Her words struck Bai Xian deeply. He and his wife had but this one son. How could he bear to part with her? Mo. Rise quickly. Bai Xian pulled her up from the floor, his lips pale. A nearby attendant, perceptive to the situation, promptly poured hot tea. After a sip, Bai Xian steadied himself, the color returning to his lips. Mo, are you well in the palace? That day, he had nearly been slain by Prince Ling while far away at the Prime Minister's residence. He could only imagine the dangers Yi Yinma faced within the palace. If given a choice, he would not wish for her to enter the palace at all. Yes, I am well. Do not worry, father. Noticing the persistent worry etched on Bai Xian's face, Yi Yinma grasped his hand tenderly. Indeed, my dear father, rest assured. Her Majesty has treated me exceedingly well. As Yi Yinma recalled the affection that Xie Zi had shown him since entering the palace, a faint blush crept upon his cheeks. Her Majesty is undoubtedly the finest of wives. Bai Qian had once loved another, and observing the radiant Yi Yinma before him, he realized that the young man had indeed fallen deeply in love. After exchanging a few heartfelt words, the fatigued Bai Qian was assisted by Yi Yinma back to his chambers. Upon leaving Yi Fu's quarters, Yi Yinma pondered for a moment before making his way to Lady Ye's study. Earlier that day, the Empress had dismissed court, citing ill health and the need for rest, thus placing the governance temporarily in the hands of Prince Beiyang. The court officials speculated that her condition had been compromised by the nefarious schemes of King Ling, unaware that she had discreetly left the palace long ago. Of course, Yi Yunji was privy to this information, yet she could not divulge such matters and thus feigned ignorance. When Yi Yinma arrived, Xie Zi had just exited the study alongside Yi Yunji. Mo, what brings you here? Have you dined yet? Xie Zi instinctively grasped his hand in inquiry. Yi Yinma, with utmost honesty, shook his head. Not yet. I shall wait for Her Majesty to dine with me. Xie Zi said nothing further, merely ruffled his hair and led him to the front hall. The rest of the Yi family awaited in the hall, including Bai Qian, who had just returned to the courtyard. The Yi family was not large, consisting only of Yi Yunji, her mother, a servant named Yu, and the illegitimate son, Yi Qingyang. For reasons unknown, both Yu and Yi Qingyang had also chosen to appear today. Once everyone was seated, Yi Yinmo ladled some soup for his father, watching him drink. Turning around, he noticed everyone at the table gazing at him. Instinctively, he looked to Xie Zi, his eyes questioning, "What is it?" Xie Zi, with an innocent expression, reached for the spicy chicken in the center of the table with her chopsticks, casually placing a piece of meat into Yi Yinma's bowl. Mo, do try this. It's quite delectable, she urged. Yi Yinma, feeling a bit uncomfortable, discreetly tugged at the hem of her garment beneath the table, signaling her to tone it down. However, Xie Zi, with her other hand, entwined her fingers with his, gently scratching his palm. Yi Yinma's ears, hidden among his hair, turned crimson, and he quickly withdrew his hand, adhering to proper decorum as he lifted food from his bowl to his mouth. It is evident that Her Majesty holds our Mo in high regard. Suddenly chimed in Yu, breaking the silence. No one at the table responded, and Yi Yunji continued to eat with a stoic expression. Yu nudged her son, who seemed utterly captivated by the Empress. Yi Qingyang promptly stood, pouring a cup of wine. Your Majesty, he said. His slender frame and delicate demeanor accentuated his soft voice. Qingyang offers a toast to Your Majesty. Xie Zi looked on with keen interest, but did not take the wine cup. Yi Qingyang's smile faltered slightly before he tilted his head back and downed the drink. Since encountering Yu and her son in the dining hall, Bai Qian's countenance had darkened. This father-son duo was not to be underestimated, and witnessing Yi Qingyang's actions only tightened his grip on the handkerchief he held. Xie Zi, unfazed by his demeanor, picked up a piece of fish and placed it in her bowl, ensuring it was free of bones before offering it to Yi Yinma. The remaining individuals at the table displayed a myriad of expressions, save for Yi Yunji, who maintained an air of calm. Bai Xian, witnessing this, felt a burgeoning resentment as he realized this was indeed his wife's consent. Chapter 43, The Tyrant's White Moonlight, 19. It was already unfortunate that he failed to win his wife's affection. However, how could Mo, after finally gaining her favor, allow her mother to permit her half-brother to pursue his own sister-in-law? Bai Xian was furious, as was Yi Yinma. Yet, Observing that Xie Zi seemed entirely unperturbed by the two, Yi Yanma felt a slight sense of relief. The meal concluded relatively peacefully. After dining, Xie Zi followed Yi Yanma outside, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Bai Jian, on the other hand, directly accompanied Yi Yunji to her courtyard. "Why have you come here?" Yi Yunji inquired, pouring him a cup of warm water and presenting his favorite dish, the lotus cake. Bai Jian paid little heed to her actions, instructing the servants to leave. Once they were alone, he finally spoke. "Was what transpired earlier commanded by you, my lady?" Yi Yunji, upon hearing his question, showed no signs of concealment. She gestured for him to sit and elegantly sipped her tea. "Yes. Why do you ask?" Bai Jian's body trembled as he, with a hoarse voice, questioned, "Why would you do such a thing?" Yi Yunji appeared momentarily perplexed by his sudden agitation. Fearing he might harm himself in his fury, she instinctively reached for his hand to offer comfort. However, he choked out, "Amo has finally won your favor. She is wed to a wife who cherishes her. Why would you act in such a manner?" "Wife?" Yi Yunji scoffed, a cold smile gracing her lips, her eyes betraying a hint of scorn. What true love exists within the imperial family? Bai Jian closed his eyes, rendered speechless. He understood the truth of her words, yet, despite this, such actions were unbecoming of a mother. "There is." A resolute male voice suddenly resonated from the entrance. Yi Yanma stepped inside, guiding his father to sit. Yi Yunji furrowed her brow, looking at him. "Mother, not every woman is like you." "What did you say?" Yi Yunji's expression darkened. "Mother, you have been heartless and indifferent for many years. Do not impose your standards on the affections of others." "I? Yi Yanma, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Yi Yanma shielded Bai Jian behind him, facing Yi Yunji's fury head-on. "Mother, have you not neglected father enough over the years? You married another yet failed to treat him with care. How can you presume to judge others?" Yi Yunji instinctively turned to glance at Bai Jian, who had a tear trailing down his cheek, a testament to his long-standing regret. If only he had not been so insistent on marrying Yi Yunji, perhaps his life would have taken a different course. He would not have suffered after losing their second child, nor would he have faced public scorn. Following Yi Yanma's example, Bai Jian had once carried another child, who, at 4 months gestation, was lost due to a bowl of herbal remedy administered by the Yu family, leaving him physically and emotionally wounded. Bai Jian had wept and protested, yet all his efforts were in vain, as no one believed him. Furthermore, by that time, the rift between him and Yi Yunji had already begun to deepen. Without evidence, this matter ultimately remains unresolved. However, Bai Qian was unwilling to let it go. In the biting cold of winter, he forcibly cast you into the lake, intent on taking his life. Yet, on that fateful day, Yi Yunji fortuitously returned and, upon witnessing this scene, hastily called for help, saving Yu's life. Fortunate enough to survive, Yu was left with a chronic ailment, rendering him incapable of bearing children thereafter. Bai Qian had contemplated ending his own life, but when he beheld the small figure of Yi Yanma, he found himself unable to abandon the child. "Yi Yanma, you are being outrageous," Yi Yunji exclaimed in fury, raising her hand to strike him. Bai Qian stepped back, admonishing her sternly, "Minister Yi, your son is now the reigning monarch." Yi Yunji froze, disbelief etched on her face as she turned to him. "Qian, what did you just call me?" Hearing his name once more stirred a pang of pain within Bai Qian, yet he stood resolutely. "For many years, I have endured enough for the Yi and Bai families. Minister Yi, let us part ways." Upon uttering those words, Bai Qian felt a weight lift, yet his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. "You wish to divorce me?" Yi Yunji's complexion drained of color, her expression turning frigid. "Yes," Bai Qian replied, wiping the tears from his face, his gaze unwavering. "I refuse to consent," she declared, stepping forward to grasp his delicate wrist tightly. Yi Yanma rushed to intervene, fearing for his father's safety. Since his birth, he had seldom seen Yi Yunji. His father's lack of favor had naturally extended to him, and every encounter with her was marked by a stern countenance. He could not comprehend why his mother harbored disdain for him while showering affection upon his brother, Yi Qingyang. Once, he had asked his father about this, and with tears in his eyes, his father had responded, "It is not your fault. Your mother does not dislike you, but rather me." From that moment onward, he ceased to hope for his mother's visits and found himself indifferent to her. "Minister Yi, let us part amicably," Bai Qian said, his tone devoid of emotion as he urged Yi Yanma to step aside. "Qian." Yi Yunji tightened her grip, drawing him closer. The woman before him had reddened eyes, looking utterly despondent. "I will never agree to a divorce. Yi Yunji, why persist in this? You never wanted me. You were compelled into this marriage. For all these years, you have evaded me, lacking faith in me. What purpose does this serve? Yi Yunji clung to him tightly, making Bai Qian feel suffocated. How can you claim I do not love you? How can you say I do not trust you? Qian, have you forgotten? You wished to marry me since childhood. Bai Qian's voice trembled. It is you who has forgotten. They had been well matched before marriage, yet after, it had devolved into this. I have not, Yi Yunji, even in her sternness, began to grasp the truth. I had intended to propose to you, but was taken aback when my mother acted first. After we wed, I sought to shield you from being belittled due to my status. Hence I toiled diligently to excel in the imperial examinations, all for the sake of being with you. In those days, Bai Qian was considered to have married beneath her status, while Yi Yunji had gradually ascended from a mere scholar. However, ever since our marriage, you have grown increasingly indifferent towards me. I presumed it was due to your mother's coercion, which only made me more reluctant to approach you. After the birth of Amo, you acquiesced to the family's wishes and took in Yushur as a concubine. You do not love me. What can I do? Back then, you even went so far as to personally administer poison to both me and Yushur. Yi Yunji bitterly smiled. Later, when you lost our second child, I knew it was Yushur's doing, but the true mastermind behind it was Aunt San. Subsequently, when Yushur nearly drowned in the lake without any evidence, I refrained from pursuing the matter further for fear it might harm you. Her foolish Bai Qian, utterly unaware of the clandestine manipulation at play. Bai Qian gazed at her with tear-filled eyes, suddenly recalling the days when he was gravely ill, and the servant spoke of Aunt San's sudden illness and demise. I did not poison you, Bai Qian said, his lips trembling as he spoke. Yi Yunji's eyes widened in shock. What? Seeing Bai Qian silently weeping, she tenderly wiped away his tears. Once again, it was like when they were children. Every time he cried, he did so in silence, nearly fainting if she had not discovered him. She kissed his swollen eyelids and continued. All these years, I have been too cowardly to ask you a single question. I truly am a worthless person. Chapter 44. The Tyrant's White Moonlight, Part 20. What about just now? Bai Qian had not forgotten the earlier incident at the dining table. Yi Yunji frowned and recounted the events to him and Yi Yanma. His Majesty is the ruler of a nation. It is inconceivable that Amo is the only heir, especially considering the difficulties he faces in siring offspring. His Majesty is still young. What will happen in a few years if Amo loses his support? Thus, I intended for Qing Yang to enter the palace to assist you. Yi Yanma, who was naturally frail and had previously been treated by physicians with little success, interjected. But that is Yushur's son. I am well aware. Yi Yunji gently patted his back. I have administered him a poison that no one can dispel, one that allows for control over him. How can you be so certain he will be of help once he enters the palace? Yi Yunji sighed. Amo, I cannot be entirely certain, but I desire only one thing, for Qing Yang to conceive an heir. In that case, this child will carry your name, and your position shall remain unassailable. Yi Yanma felt a heaviness in his chest, struggling to breathe. Indeed, His Majesty is the ruler of a nation. How can he be without an heir? The royal family is often heartless. Amo, Yi Yunji sighed. After hearing this, Bai Qian considered advising Yi Yanma. But upon seeing his pale countenance, he felt a pang of compassion. Creak. The study door opened from within, and waiting outside for a long time. Xie turned to see Yi Yanma emerging. Mo. Seeing his poor complexion, Xie hurriedly grasped his hand. What has happened? Yi Yanma forced a stiff smile onto his face. It's nothing. Xie initially believed that Yi Yun's and Bai Qian's matters were inadequately handled, which was the reason behind Yi Yanma's discontent. She offered words of comfort, saying, Mo, let your mother and her family manage their affairs. Rest assured. Both your mother and father know their boundaries. She then playfully shook his arm and winked, adding, if all else fails, you still have me. I shall ensure that those you wish to protect do not suffer. Although Yi Yanma heard her soothing voice, his heart was in turmoil. After they had dined together, a commotion arose outside. What is happening? Yi Yanma inquired, and the servants promptly responded, it is the second young master seeking an audience with the eldest young master. Xie sipped her tea nonchalantly, aware of the happenings within the Yi household. At this hour, Yi Qingyang's visit could only be in pursuit of leniency for his father. You sure? Brother, please save my dear father. Yi Qingyang implored, kneeling and bowing his head. Yi Yanma did not step outside but stood at the door, gazing down at him with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. This matter is beyond my assistance, he replied. Yi Qingyang crawled forward a couple of steps, pleading, "That cannot be. Brother, you are now the sovereign, and even mother must heed your words. Moreover, is not his majesty present within?" "Impudent," Yi Yinmo retorted, angered by Yi Qingyang's mention of Xie. "You sure brought this upon himself, and now he must face the consequences. Return home, mother will handle this matter." With that, he retreated into the room. Not only was Yushur an enemy of his father, but this was also a family affair that should not involve his majesty. Meanwhile, in the front courtyard, the servants of Yushur knelt prostrate on the ground, while Bai Qihan sat before them, leisurely sipping his tea. Yi Yun's face was a mask of frost as she coldly regarded the bloodied and battered Yushur, who lay prostrate behind her. "My lord, it was all the fault of the servants. It has nothing to do with Yonger," Yushur gasped, his voice light and trembling. "I implore you and his majesty not to hold him accountable." When those events transpired, Yi Qingyang was still a child and naturally had no connection to them. Yi Yun's remained silent, turning her gaze to Bai Qihan. He placed his teacup down and rose slowly. "Dear wife, I find myself rather fatigued." He bowed and made to leave, but Yi Yun's grasped his hand tightly, intertwining their fingers, fearful of being misunderstood. "Qihan, the matters here have mostly been settled. Allow me to accompany you." Bai Qihan neither rejected nor accepted her offer, and only after she instructed the servants to escort Yushur to the authorities did he return to his courtyard. After spending 3 days at the Xiang residence, Xie prepared to depart. As she was leaving, Bai Qihan repeatedly urged her to take care, wiping away tears filled with reluctance. "Do not worry, father. We shall meet again when time permits." Yet Bai Qihan knew that future encounters would likely be rare, as his beloved IMO, now a sovereign, could hardly leave the palace at will. Yi Yun stepped forward, enveloping Bai Qihan in her embrace and patting his back to console him. Only then did Xie take Yi Yinma by the hand and lead him to the carriage. As the carriage gradually moved away, Yi Yinma peered through the small window, watching his father's figure diminish in the distance. Noticing his mother still holding his father, patiently soothing him, he found himself at a loss for words. His parents had their own thoughts on the matter. Perhaps he had been overly concerned. Upon their return to the palace, Xie continued her daily routine of stealing moments to accompany Yi Yinma. Recently, however, Yi Yinma appeared to be preoccupied with some unspoken concern. A large ink blot marred the rice paper before her, prompting Xie to set down her brush in turmoil and rise to leave the room. Yunlu followed behind her, assuming that she had grown hungry upon seeing her head towards the imperial kitchen. Just as he was about to summon someone to prepare a meal, he observed his master washing her hands, rolling up her sleeves, and taking several eggs. "Your Majesty?" Xie, absorbed in her task, instructed Yunlu to fetch some ice. Yunlu bowed in acknowledgement and swiftly returned with a handful of ice. By the time Yunlu arrived, Xie had already crafted a simple version of ice cream. She took the ice and meticulously crushed it with a small knife, embellishing the mixture with red beans, crushed peanuts, and raisins. Once completed, she contentedly placed it in a food box, intending to deliver it to Weiyang Palace. Given the sweltering weather, this delightful treat was sure to bring joy to Yi Yinma. "Your Majesty." Xie cheerfully gestured for the attendants to rise as she entered, spotting Yi Yinma seated within, engrossed in a book. "Mo, come and try this delightful snack." Yi Yinma, having been lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing her call. "Your Majesty?" The exquisite snack before him emanated a subtle chill. At Xie's invitation, he took a spoonful and savored it. "Is it to your liking?" Xie felt a twinge of nervousness, as it was her first attempt at this creation. "Indeed," Yi Yinma nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Encouraged by his reaction, Xie playfully pinched his cheek. "Is there something weighing on your mind that you might share with your wife?" "Your Majesty." Yi Yinma tightened his grip on the spoon, hesitating before placing the bowl down, ultimately finding his voice. "Your Majesty, a few days ago, the ministers presented a proposal regarding the selection of consorts. What is your perspective on it?" The mere mention of this matter caused Xie considerable distress. "Do not heed their nonsensical chatter. Having you is sufficient for me. There is no need for a selection." Yet, Yi Yinma gripped his sleeve, his expression earnest as he regarded her. "Your Majesty, the ministers are acting in the interest of Day. Perhaps you should consider acquiescing to their request." Xie, initially believing he was merely expressing jealousy, was taken aback to find him advocating for the selection. "Your Majesty, you may proceed with the selection." Yi Yinma lowered his gaze, avoiding her eyes, his grip on his sleeve tightening with anxiety. Xie, Her frustration mounting, lifted his chin with determination, compelling him to meet her gaze. Look at me and say it again. Do you truly wish for me to proceed with the selection? Yes, Yi Yanma replied, his teeth clenched. He had heard of the pressures stemming from the court. The imperial harem was devoid of heirs, and given her status as a ruler with difficulties in bearing children, a selection seemed the most prudent solution. Ah, Yi Yanma, you are truly remarkable, CSZ exclaimed, retracting her hand from his chin and sweeping away as she departed. Yunlu, observing from behind, couldn't help but sigh and advise Yi Yanma as she left. Your Highness should not behave in such a manner today. His Majesty has been troubled by state affairs in recent days and has prepared this delicacy specifically for you, merely to elicit a smile from you. Even if you are displeased, it is unkind to respond thus. The affection His Majesty holds for you is evident to all within the palace. I fear His Majesty is now heartbroken. After speaking, Yunlu hurried away. Within the Weiyang Palace, the tears that Yi Yanma had been suppressing now fell in torrents. He sank into a chair, clutching the bowl of delicacies and weeping uncontrollably. Over the following days, Xie did not return to the Weiyang Palace for rest. Lu Xia inquired and learned that His Majesty was preparing for the selection of new concubines, hence she was residing in the Yuheng Hall. The Yuheng Hall was not a sleeping chamber, and Yi Yanma grew anxious, yearning to see Xie, yet each attempt was thwarted by Yunlu. With Xie refusing to see him, Yi Yanma felt utterly helpless. The person who once clung to him at all times now seemed distant, leaving Yi Yanma in a state of confusion. He had never contemplated that Xie might neglect him upon filling the inner palace. Your Highness, His Majesty has already chosen an auspicious date. The list for the selection has also been drafted. Yi Yanma absent-mindedly held a book, murmuring a soft acknowledgement. However, His Majesty has stated that you should oversee this matter, and she wishes for you to accompany her to select the men. The book slipped from his grasp, and Yi Yanma composed himself, picking it up. Very well, I understand. As night fell, outside the Yuheng Hall, Yi Yanma was intercepted by Yunlu. Your Highness, His Majesty is already asleep. Yi Yanma stepped forward a few paces, insisting, I merely wish to see His Majesty. I will not disturb her rest. Yunlu symbolically blocked his path but ultimately allowed him entry. Inside, Xie lay on the bed with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Yi Yanma gently called out, Your Majesty. And upon receiving no response, he approached quietly. Noticing the sweat on her forehead, he took out a handkerchief to wipe it away, sitting at her bedside and gazing at her with deep affection. After a long moment, he leaned down, softly kissing her delicate lips before rising to depart. Only after hearing Yi Yanma's footsteps fade did Xie open her eyes, touching her lips where he had just kissed, and breaking into a smile, murmuring affectionately, You little ungrateful one. The two had been at odds for half a month, and the Empress of Weiyang Palace had not entered even once during this time. Yet numerous supplies were sent in, ensuring the comfort of those residing there. Soon, the day of selection arrived, and as Yi Yanma prepared to leave, he found Xie already seated high above. Upon his arrival, she did not lift her gaze, but merely pointed at the group of candidates below. Here, Your Majesty. Choose as you wish. Yi Yanma frowned, feeling that something was amiss with her words. What did she mean by as you wish? Despite her confusion, Yi Yanma respectfully approached to pay her respects, taking her seat on the phoenix chair and diligently engaging in the selection process. Not long after it began, Xie set down her teacup, her eyelids lowered, and coldly stated, I have matters to attend to. You may proceed with the selection on your own. Without waiting for Yi Yanma to respond, Xie departed. Yi Yanma felt a pang in her heart, after such a long time apart. Did the Empress truly not miss her at all? Unsure how to bestow titles upon those selected, Yi Yanma presented the list to Xie. To her surprise, Xie glanced at it and dismissed the candidates to serve in the palace. During the morning court, the news stirred excitement among the ministers. Enough, Xie exclaimed, her head pounding from the commotion. I have conducted the selection as you advised. What more do you want? The selection had indeed taken place, yet it was not the selection they had anticipated. Before the ministers could react, Xie signaled Yunlu to bring forth the child she had prepared earlier. I intend to adopt the eldest princess's daughter as a princess, and in the future, to establish her as the crown princess. What do you think, esteemed officials? The eldest princess was frail, and the imperial physician had declared that she could not endure for more than 3 years. She had only this one daughter, who had just turned 3, an age conducive to nurturing. Furthermore, the eldest princess shared the same father as the empress, making the adoption feasible. With the prospect of a crown princess, the voices of the ministers grew quieter, and the calls for a selection diminished. Over the past 6 months, the empress had worked diligently, reducing taxes and moving towards becoming a wise ruler. The ministers, wary of excessive admonishment, feared it might backfire. The morning court's events quickly spread to the inner palace, where Yi Yinma, pruning a branch, was taken aback. The empress adopted the daughter of the great prince, but did not wish for concubines. Indeed, Lu Xia lowered her head, inwardly rejoicing for her master. Yi Yinma set down her shears. What did the ministers say? None opposed it, came the reply. Yi Yinma sighed in relief, suddenly feeling the weight that had been pressing on her heart lift. The empress had not conducted a selection. She would surely come to Weiyang Palace tonight. That evening, Yi Yinma deliberately changed into a red gauze dress and sat on the couch in Weiyang Palace awaiting the empress. However, as the night wore on, the empress did not arrive. Your Highness, where are you going? Lu Xia inquired anxiously as she saw Yi Yinma donning a black cloak, her hair cascading down as she stepped outside. It is quite chilly. Are you headed to Yui Palace? Yi Yinma strode forward, prompting Lu Xia to hastily follow behind. Inside Yui Palace, the candles still flickered. Xie Zi had just bathed and was preparing for bed when the doors suddenly swung open. Your Highness, what is this? Came Yinlu's voice. Xie Zi, peering through the screen, spotted Yi Yinma and instructed everyone else to close the door and leave. Yi Yinma stepped inside, and under Xie Zi's inquiring gaze, she removed her cloak. The black fabric fell to the ground, revealing the red gauze dress that accentuated her snow-white skin. Xie Zi swallowed hard, recognizing that the garment before her was indeed the one previously presented as tribute by foreign ambassadors. She had long desired for Yi Yinma to wear it, but the latter had always found it too revealing and refused to don it. What was the empress doing today? Despite the stirrings within her heart, Xie Zi maintained a composed demeanor. Your Majesty, I am here to serve you, she declared. Deep inside, she yearned to draw him into her embrace, yet she restrained herself. How shall I serve you? Xie Zi's gaze was profound. Yi Yinma stepped closer, settling in her lap, wrapping his arms around her neck. A flicker of joy ignited within Xie Zi, though her expression remained impassive. Noticing her indifference, Yi Yinma bit his rosy lip and leaned in to kiss her. Their soft lips met, but Yi Yinma found himself at a loss for what to do next, shyly placing Xie Zi's hands behind his back. Still, she remained unmoving. As the moments stretched on, Yi Yinma grew increasingly despondent. Your Majesty, do you no longer want me? He murmured, his head bowed, tears streaming like pearls from a broken string. Have you grown weary of me? Xie Zi finally shook off her astonishment. The formerly innocent empress had suddenly become so forward, catching her off guard. Please do not dismiss me, Your Majesty, Yi Yinma implored, his eyelids swollen, his nose quivering slightly. I can do more than just serve. What else can you do? She inquired, though her arms encircled his waist. I can play the qin, chess, sing, and dance. With his long hair cascading behind him, Yi Yinma leaned in, nuzzling Xie Zi's face, the dampness of his cheek brushing against her cool, firm skin, sending a tingling sensation through her. The handsome men I selected a few days ago can do those as well, she replied. Your Majesty? Yi Yinma bit his lip, cautiously asking, how do you plan to bestow titles upon those handsome men? Xie Zi applied a bit of pressure with her hands, her gaze softening as she spoke. Naturally, it will be done according to the rules. Oh, Yi Yinma lowered his head, his long hair obscuring his expression. Yet, he ventured to ask, will Your Majesty still visit me in the future? Today, he had learned that the empress had adopted a princess and sent those handsome men to various palaces. Yet, she still did not see him, prompting his tentative inquiry. Little did he know that the empress would still bestow titles upon those handsome men. Initially, it was his own request, but now, his heart ached with an unbearable weight. Xie Zi observed him in silence, eager to hear what more he might say. Yi Yinma assumed her silence indicated reluctance. His tearful eyes glimmered with hope as he softly pleaded, Your Majesty, could you come to see me once a month? Just to let me see you. Once a month? Xie Zi reached up to wipe away the tears from his face, gently kissing his eyelids. Yi Yinma murmured, his voice muffled. Xie Zi did not respond directly, instead asking, have you thought of me during this time? Yes, Yi Yinma replied, his voice choked with emotion. Feeling a sense of grievance, you have not come to see me even once. Xie Zi gently pinched his pale, rounded earlobe and spoke, it has only been 16 days. How could you possibly endure not thinking of me if we only meet once a month? Shall you weep daily in the Weiyang Palace? Your Majesty. Yi Yanma leaned in closer, his voice still tinged with the remnants of tears, murmuring, I did not cry. Xie moved nearer to his face, meeting his swollen, red-rimmed eyes, and sighed, her heart softening. Oh, foolish one, your face is flushed from tears, your eyes are puffy, and yet you remain obstinate. Unable to contain himself, Yi Yanma buried his head in Xie's neck and began to cry. The icy droplets fell upon her skin, prompting her to tenderly pat his back, soothing him. What I said before was merely a jest. There is no selection process nor any title of servant lord. It is only you. My heart belongs solely to you. At this, Yi Yanma lifted his gaze to her, his voice hoarse as he struggled to keep his eyes open. Is it true? Indeed, Xie replied, perplexed by his profound insecurity. She playfully tousled his hair. I have bestowed upon you the Fengyin and the Weiyang Palace. Do you still doubt? Yi Yanma wrapped his arms around her neck, finally realizing that the Empress was intentionally provoking him, teasing him. Humph. Knowing that Xie was not angry, he felt a flicker of petulance. Who could discern whether the Empress had ever comforted a servant? Regardless, the final say lay with her. Xie looked at him in surprise, chuckled softly, and playfully patted his back. Very well. Tonight, I shall demonstrate whether I have deceived you. Placing him gently on the bed, she instructed him to wait and stepped outside. Yunlu, waiting outside, looked bewildered as Xie exited, only to quickly return and shut the palace doors behind her. Now, do you believe me? Xie presented him with a large, golden box. Yi Yanma caught it and set it on the bed, opening it with curiosity to reveal the Grand Seal of Day. Your Majesty. Yi Yanma gasped, covering his mouth in astonishment as he stood up. What is it? I have given you the Imperial Seal. Now you cannot accuse me of lying, can you? Xie casually seated herself at a nearby table, as though she had merely handed him a common stone. This is the National Seal. How can it be given to a servant? Your Majesty, you must take it back. Yi Yanma placed the box carefully on the table. Xie glanced at the box, dismissing it, and instead rose to scoop him up, walking towards the edge of the bed. The National Seal belongs to both me and you. So what about you? As he was laid upon the bed, Yi Yanma instinctively tugged at her collar and softly murmured, I belong to you as well. Say my name. Call me wife master. With his long hair cascading over the brocade blanket, clad in delicate, gossamer fabric, Yi Yanma hesitated. Then bashfully responded, wife master. I too am. Xie drew the bed curtains, obscuring the warm yellow candlelight, and tied one of her sashes around Yi Yanma's wrist. Good. Tonight, your wife master will teach you something new. Having not slept a wink, Yi Yanma was finally released from his binds at dawn, sinking into a deep slumber. The adopted child, named Xie Yuanin, was bestowed her title by the Grand Princess. After Xie inscribed her name in the family register, she instructed someone to carry the child to the Weiyang Palace. Yi Yanma was still asleep in the Yuha Hall when Xie found herself exchanging curious glances with the little one. The child, exquisitely charming, resembled a delicate sculpture, and Xie playfully pinched her chubby cheeks, smiling at the way the child blinked her large, innocent eyes. It was precisely this endearing quality that had prompted Xie to select her. Otherwise, managing a child alongside Yi Yanma would have been a considerable nuisance. It was not until after the midday meal that Yi Yanma finally awoke. Xie, cradling Xie Yuanin, wandered around the hall, exploring its corners. Upon noticing his awakening, she entrusted the child to the wet nurse and approached him to offer support. Awake now? Do you feel any discomfort? Is your back sore? Xie encouraged him to lean against her as she began to massage his lower back. Your Majesty, look, it's all red. Yi Yanma displayed his reddened wrist to Xie, his voice tinged with unmistakable grievance. Xie's fingers brushed against the mark, her mind filled with memories of the previous night. I was excessive. I shall return next time. Humph. Yi Yanma retracted his wrist, fully aware of her thoughts. With a derisive huff, Xie cleared her throat and instructed the wet nurse to bring the child back to her. This is the child, Xie Yuanin. Yi Yanma regarded the little one with curiosity, and she, in turn, gazed at him. He smiled gently and reached out to stroke her small, pudgy hand. The child immediately grasped his finger, beaming with delight. Oh, this little one. She was so forward with me before. She was quite serene in my arms. Does she have a nickname? Xie shook her head. No. Then shall we call her Yuan Yuan? Yi Yanma's gaze remained fixed on the child. Very well. After cultivating a bond with Yuan Yuan for a while, Xie had her taken down for a nap. After Yi Yanma had his meal, Xia escorted him back to the Weiyang Palace. Chapter 47, The Tyrant's White Moonlight, Part 23. Neither of them rushed for Xia Yuanin to address them as mother and father, yet the young child, despite her tender age, could retain a few memories, and soon began to call Yi Yanma daddy. Yi Yanma found this term unappealing, feeling it lacked warmth, so Xia indulged him. Since the child entered the palace, the Grand Princess had not seen her again. Consequently, Xia frequently arranged for portraits to be sent to the Grand Princess's residence. Learning that Xia Yuanin was thriving in the palace, the Grand Princess alleviated her worries and, following the physician's advice, began to focus on her recovery. In June of the following year, urgent reports arrived from the border. The Rouran cavalry had crossed the defensive line. During the morning court session, aside from Prince Xiaobian of Beiyang, no one dared to speak of battle. The Empress was furious and, after a vigorous reprimand in the Golden Lawn Hall, resolved to lead the campaign herself. The Rouran cavalry was formidable, and the court lacked military generals. In the past, the Great Yi had prioritized civil matters over military, only beginning to actively employ military leaders and establish martial examinations after Xia ascended the throne, yet the effects had only recently begun to show. Your Majesty, are you truly intent on leading the charge? Indeed. Xia, noticing Yi Yanma's anxious gaze, gently patted the back of his hand. Do not worry. I am confident in this battle. Yi Yanma was well aware of the emperor's valor, yet he could not suppress his concern. The hardships of military life weighed heavily on him, and he loathed the thought of the emperor's departure. As the day of the expedition approached, Yi Yanma was consumed by worry, while Xia found herself busier than ever. Before leaving, Yi Yanma presented all his personal savings to Xia. My dear wife, take care. I shall await your triumphant return with Yuan. Xia drank the wine before her, then cupped his head with one hand and pressed a kiss upon him. Rest assured, I shall return safely. With that, Xia released him and mounted her horse. The sound of hooves echoed as Yi Yanma stood upon the city tower, watching the army depart. The fierce cavalry of the Rouran, with their intricate tactics, posed a daunting challenge. The war between the two nations was intense, with Xiao Beiyuan and Yi Yunji acting as regents in court. In the dead of night, Xia launched a surprise attack on the Rouran camp, catching them off guard. Within the royal tent, she wielded her sword and swiftly decapitated the Rouran princess and commander, sending her head to the Rouran king. Leading the army of Day, Xia pushed the Rouran forces beyond the borders, advancing to Rouran Liancheng, where the Rouran king, in a state of panic, offered a surrender document. After accepting the Rouran's capitulation, Xia hastened to send news back to the palace. Only upon hearing of Xia's victory did Yi Yanma feel a sense of relief. He handed Yuan to Lu Xia and diligently composed a letter in response. When Xia received the letter, she was preparing to return. Upon reading Yi Yanma's heartfelt words filled with longing, Xia was overjoyed and carefully tucked the letter away before exiting the tent. Strike the camp. Upon returning to the capital, Yi Yanma helped Xia remove her golden armor. When assisting her with changing clothes, he noticed the once smooth skin now marred with ghastly wounds. My dear wife, does it hurt? Not at all. Xia donned her garments and embraced him, saying, Mo, you've grown a bit thin. Ever since her departure for the expedition, Yi Yanma had been consumed by worry, his appetite diminished considerably, and he had indeed lost weight. Yet compared to Xia, it was hardly significant. My dear wife is the one who has truly grown thin. With tears brimming in his eyes, Yi Yanma tenderly caressed her gaunt cheek. You've also tanned. Xia pressed her face against his, smiling as she asked, So, does my dear wife still look good? Will Mo abandon me because I've become darker? Yi Yanma leaned against her cheek. Absolutely not. My dear wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. Xia's hearty laughter echoed through the Weiyang Palace. Half a month later, Rouran envoys arrived in the capital. Yi Lingyuan hosted the envoys on behalf of the emperor. During this time, Xia spent her days in Weiyang Palace, save for court assemblies. After keeping the Rouran envoys waiting for 3 days, a grand banquet was finally held. At the banquet, the Empress of Day sat upon a high platform, flanked by her sovereign consorts. The Rouran delegation included the third princess, Zhachi, in the original world. After Xia Huiqing ascended to the throne, her reign was short-lived, leading the Rouran to breach the borders of Day. In the absence of capable generals within the court, Xia Huiqing took it upon herself to lead the charge against the Rouran, only to suffer a catastrophic defeat at Bianzhou at the hands of the Rouran princess, Zhachi. resulting in the annihilation of her 100,000 soldiers. After being escorted back to the palace by her covert guards, Xia Huiqing penned a letter seeking peace with the Ruren. The Ruren superficially acquiesced, sending envoys to the capital, but upon their arrival, they brazenly provoked Xia Huiqing in the Grand Hall, igniting her fury and leading her to tear up the peace treaty. The Ruren then unleashed war, culminating in Xia Huiqing's demise at the hands of Jia Qi and the fall of the Day Kingdom. Xia Zi languidly reclined against her soft pillow, observing Jia Qi. Jia Qi epitomized the Ruren aesthetic, with strikingly deep-set features and a towering stature. Sensing she was being scrutinized, Jia Qi turned to Xia Zi. Her brown eyes momentarily paused upon seeing Yi Yanma. Then she raised her wine cup and bowed to Xia Zi, tilting her head back to drain her drink. Xia Zi casually lifted her own cup in response. Your Majesty, this time, our Ruren has been defeated in battle, and my king wishes to express his heartfelt submission to your Majesty. Hence I have been sent to propose a marriage alliance. At the mention of a marriage alliance, the ministers who had been engaged in conversation fell silent, leaving only the sounds of music and dance in the air. Jia Qi appeared unfazed and continued, Indeed. She then clapped her hands, prompting a young man dressed in grassland attire, adorned with several small braids, to enter the hall, his face veiled. This is my Ruren little prince, Bai Li, who has long admired your Majesty's gallant demeanor and wishes to serve as your Majesty's consort. The young man was unreserved, bowing deeply as he proclaimed, I greet your Majesty. May your Majesty have eternal peace. Xia Zi remained silent, merely gesturing for him to rise. After Bai Li stood, he removed his veil, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. Truly a fine appearance. Xia Zi remained reticent, while Yi Yanma, holding a teacup, leisurely sipped tea with her eyes half closed, speaking lightly. Xia Zi, upon hearing her, straightened her posture, curious about how the Empress would respond. What does your Majesty think? Unexpectedly, the question was directed at her. I believe Xia Zi holds not a fraction of your beauty, she replied, grasping Yi Yanma's hand under the table. Yi Yanma instantly flushed, retracting her hand and falling silent. Your esteemed Empress is naturally a paragon of beauty, yet our prince is equally extraordinary. Why not welcome both beauties into the palace? Jia Qi probed, gazing up at Xia Zi with cautious steps. Undeterred by her probing, Xia Zi met her gaze, letting out a cold laugh. Extraordinary beauty? To me, it seems merely the boastful claims of the Ruren. The young prince's countenance instantly darkened, casting a look of disdain towards Xia Zi. Moreover, Xia Zi toyed with her cup, leisurely stating, a nation of defeated soldiers dares to speak of marriage alliances? Jia Qi's expression stiffened, yet she forced a smile. What does your Majesty mean by that? Xia Zi remained silent. The Ruren is but a minor nation at the borders of my day. Discussing marriage now would be better suited to a conversation about vassal states. Yiling Yuan took a sip of wine, her tone frivolous. Jia Qi tempered her expression, addressing Xia Zi, is this truly your Majesty's sentiment? Xia Zi's demeanor was one of disdain, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded her. Did the envoy forget? Had it not been for the letter of surrender from the Ruren king, your capital would now belong to me. Jia Qi stepped forward, only to have a soldier in golden armor press a blade against her throat. Chapter 48, The Tyrant's White Moonlight, Part 24. Xia Zi observed her expression darkening and ordered the soldier to withdraw his weapon. My intentions have been made clear to the envoy today. The remainder depends on the envoy and the Ruren king. This was an overt threat, and Jia Qi understood that if she were to refuse, the Empress of Day would lead her army to attack Ruren the following day. Yet, to acquiesce was equally unpalatable to her. Turning her head towards Bai Li, who still stood in the hall, she exchanged a glance, and Bai Li instantly comprehended. She swiftly removed the jade hairpin from her head and leaped into action. The golden-armored soldiers advanced, but Bai Li, petite and nimble, ascended the platform with a few agile turns, the poison pin poised to plunge into Xia Zi's chest. Suddenly, Xia Zi struck, seizing Bai Li's wrist, driving the jade pin deep into Bai Li's throat. Bai Li's eyes widened in shock, a searing pain coursing through her neck as blood gushed forth. She perished in an instant. The events unfolded with such swiftness that the ministers in the hall were only now reacting, rising in alarm. Kicking Bai Li's lifeless body away, Xia Zi accepted a handkerchief from Yunlu to wipe her hands and glanced at Yi Yanmo behind her. Yi Yanmo shook his head, signaling that he was unharmed. Xia Zi then turned to meet Jia Qi's probing gaze. What does Ruren mean by this? A minister demanded in outrage. How dare they attempt to assassinate Her Majesty in public? Do the Ruran envoys not owe us an explanation? At this, Jia Qi knelt on one knee without hesitation, declaring, I, the envoy, was also unaware of this incident beforehand. It may be the recklessness of the young prince, but to dare to assassinate Her Majesty in public is indeed a grave offense. Xie Ji scrutinized her meaningfully, saying little, and gestured for her to withdraw. With a suicide occurring at the banquet, it was inappropriate to continue, so Xie Ji dispersed the gathering. On the floor of the grand hall, Bai Li lay with her eyes wide open, unblinking. Jia Qi watched Xie Ji and Yi Yanmo's retreating figures, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing in her eyes. Jia Qi was never one to remain passive, and Xie Ji had always been aware of this. In the days that followed, aside from having her subordinates keep a watchful eye on Jia Qi, Xie Ji also tasked the 1001 to investigate Jia Qi's background. Learning that her father hailed from the southern frontier, Xie Ji's gaze turned icy. Your Majesty, it appears the Ruran envoy came not merely for a marriage alliance today. As Xie Ji pondered this matter, a comforting squeeze on her shoulder drew her attention. She placed her hand over his and pressed a gentle kiss on the back of his hand. The ambitions of the Ruran people were far from trivial. They would not so easily come to negotiate, let alone for a marriage alliance, which was indeed absurd. Seeing that Xie Ji had already formed an opinion, Yi Yanmo chose not to elaborate further. After a moment of silence, Xie Ji dismissed the palace attendants and rose to support him as he settled into the imperial chair. I heard from Lu Xia that you have been practicing calligraphy these past few days? Yi Yanmo nodded, affirming that he had always maintained this habit. Why does Your Majesty bring it up at this time? Not long ago, the letter penned by Mo was exceptionally beautiful. Therefore, might Mo compose another for me today? Yi Yanmo looked up at her, puzzled. What shall I write? Xie Ji pondered for a moment, casually picking up a poetry collection from the table and flipping through its pages. Write this one. It was a poem expressing homesickness. Though Yi Yanmo was baffled, he picked up the brush, intending to transcribe it. However, Xie Ji stood beside him, obstructing his view. Yi Yanmo had no choice but to rise, dip the brush in ink, and set it to paper. Your Majesty? Yi Yanmo unconsciously crumpled the Xian paper beneath his hand, shifting slightly. Xie Ji embraced him from behind, softly uttering an Your Majesty, please do not tease. As she continued her antics, noticing the crooked strokes of his writing and the tremor of his brush, she remained oblivious, blowing gently into his ear. Mo, what troubles you? Yi Yanmo grasped her wrist with one hand, his eyes reddening as he turned to look at her. Your Majesty, I no longer wish to write. That is unacceptable. Xie Ji replied earnestly. How can Mo give up halfway? Supporting himself with one hand, tears fell onto the Xian paper, the ink-laden brush slipping from his grasp. Your Majesty? Upon seeing him discard the brush, she turned him around, pulling him onto the table and kissing his cheek. The documents scattered across the floor. Yi Yanmo's attire half disheveled, his gaze dazed, and his fair shoulders marked with crimson marks. Holding him close, she gently patted him, watching as he gradually regained his senses. Only then did Xie Ji straighten his clothes, wrap him in a cloak, and carry him back to the Weiyang Palace. Days later, Jia Qi entered the palace to seek an audience with Xie Ji, conveying that the king of Ruran had agreed to offer tribute today annually. Submitting to its rule, Xie Ji regarded the sincerity displayed in the letter from the king of Ruran, setting it aside. Just as she was about to leave, Jia Qi suddenly leaned closer to her, prompting the golden-armored guards to step forward and block her. She glanced around, smiled at Xie Ji, and turned to depart. Unexpectedly, before the Ruran envoy could exit the city, news of the empress's poisoning spread throughout the palace. The sudden affliction raised suspicions linking it to Ruran, prompting Prime Minister Yi Yunji and Prince Beiyang to detain the Ruran envoy. Frowning, Jia Qi felt a sinking sensation. The poison should not have manifested so swiftly. Yi Yanmo scoured the entire palace throughout the night, ultimately discovering that the poison was not sourced from within. Outside, Yi Ling Yuan's men stumbled upon the toxic substance at the envoy's inn. Physician Jiang opened the box, glancing at the motionless mother poison inside, and knelt before Yi Yanmo, bowing his head. Your Highness, the poison afflicting Her Majesty is indeed this substance. Furious, Yi Yanmo ordered the Ruran envoy to be apprehended and confined in the Dali Temple for thorough interrogation. Late at night, within the Dali Temple's prison, Jia Qi sat on the ground, her hands bound, lost in thought. Suddenly, the clattering of chains echoed against the cell door. A pair of dark brocade boots appeared before her. The Emperor of Day? Zhachi narrowed her eyes slightly, her demeanor cool. Xie cast a fleeting glance at Zhachi, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of her lips. You have not been poisoned at all. During her time imprisoned, she came to realize that this was merely a conspiracy orchestrated by Emperor Day. Is it significant? Xie retorted with a question of her own. Hasn't the envoy already poisoned me? I have merely exploited it ahead of time. You are aware? Zhachi's eyes widened, blood vessels prominent. The people of Day are indeed cunning. Xie let out a cold laugh, her thin lips parting slightly. That is your folly. Zhachi felt a deep sense of humiliation and gritted her teeth. I am the daughter of the Ruran Emperor. My mother will not abandon me. Your mother? Xie queried, raising a piece of parchment and thrusting it toward her face. It seems your mother has indeed forsaken you. Impossible, Zhachi declared. Clutching not only the military power of Ruran, but also the southern borders, the Ruran Emperor could not possibly relinquish her. Upon unfolding the letter, she found it filled with flattering remarks towards Xie, along with a royal decree relinquishing her to Day's discretion. Impossible, you must have done something. Zhachi's complexion shifted dramatically, confusion swirling in her mind. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed, You never withdrew your troops? The Day army remains at the Ruran borders. Xie cast her a sidelong glance, curling her lip in disdain as she turned to leave. Fully aware of the threat Zhachi posed, Xie understood that she could not allow her to return. Indeed, she had not withdrawn Day's main forces. With the Day army lurking like a predator, the Ruran Emperor could hardly concern himself with Zhachi, especially with the numerous factions within the Ruran court already dissatisfied with her. After the incident with the poison, the Ruran Emperor considered her for merely a day before relinquishing her. Chapter 49, The Tyrant's White Moonlight, and, after secretly executing Zhachi in prison, Xie felt a sense of peace. Within the Weiyang Palace, Yiyanma was playing with Yuan. Xie had long wished to send Yuan to the Imperial Academy, but Yiyanma, cherishing the child's youth, was reluctant, suggesting they wait until the following year. Xie acquiesced, for Yuan was both clever and endearing, loved by all in the palace. However, she maintained a stoic demeanor, displaying indifference to everyone but Yiyanma. Father, today marks Bai Jian's entry into the palace. Ever since returning from the Xiong residence, Xie had issued an edict allowing family members of the Emperor and Empress to visit the palace at any time. Upon seeing him with the child, Bai Jian called out for him to take it slow. At 3 years old, Yuan was somewhat heavy, and Yiyanma's arm was growing weary. So he set her down to walk on her own. Yuan curiously observed the unfamiliar Bai Jian, tugging at Yiyanma's sleeve. Yiyanma bent down to introduce. This is your grandfather, Yuan. You should call him grandfather. Understanding, Yuan obediently chimed, Grandfather ah, Bai Jian chuckled in response, gently stroking her fair cheek. The two conversed around the child for a while, and upon noticing Yuan beginning to doze off, Yiyanma instructed those nearby to carry her off to sleep. Once the child was taken away, Bai Jian inquired, Is that the princess adopted by His Majesty? Yiyanma smiled, refilling his cup with tea, nodding in affirmation, Yes. She is a well-behaved and intelligent child. What are His Majesty's intentions? Yiyanma understood the concerns that weighed upon him and did not shy away from them. This child is now under my care. His Majesty intends that when the child is a bit older, if he proves to be clever, he shall be designated as the crown princess. If not, we shall adopt a few more and raise them in my name. Bai Jian nodded in agreement. As long as you are well, father will have no worries. Yiyanma offered him a piece of lotus cake from the plate and inquired, How have you been these past few days, father? I am well. Ever since Dr. Zhang's treatment, I have felt increasingly spirited, he replied. That is good to hear. And what of mother? Yiyanma asked tentatively. To his surprise, the man who had previously darkened at the mention of Yiyunji now blushed slightly. Your mother is treating me quite well now. Following their last discussion, Yiyunji had opened her heart to him, and their bond had deepened. She now thought of him constantly, even today. The mere mention of his day spent in the palace stirred a hint of jealousy within her. Xie joined the father and son for dinner, after which Bai Jian departed the palace in a carriage. Outside, Yiyunji awaited at the palace gates. Upon seeing him, she quickly draped a coat over his shoulders and escorted him into the carriage bound for the Prime Minister's residence. The eldest princess's health had deteriorated year by year. Despite Dr. Zhang's care, she ultimately lived only for 4 more years. In the blink of an eye, Yuan had reached the age of 13. and Xie had intentions of entrusting her with matters of state. She performed exceptionally each time, embodying the qualities of a qualified crown princess. Without hesitation, Xie proclaimed her as crown princess and granted her half the military authority of the court. Her choice of Xie Yuanyin was not solely based on her childhood obedience. More importantly, the records indicated that 5 years after the fall of the Great Yi, a woman of the Xie clan rose in rebellion, journeying northward to reclaim the lands of the Great Yi, ultimately ascending to the throne. That woman was none other than the daughter of the eldest princess, Xie Yuanyin. She was a born sovereign. When Xie Yuanyin turned 15, Xie abdicated the throne in her favor, while he himself took Yi Yinma on a journey across the realm. The two traversed nearly the entirety of the Great Yi by the time they reached 60. On their return to the capital via waterways, Yi Yinma rested against Xie's shoulder, gazing at the shimmering surface of the river and then up at the moon hanging high in the sky. In Yuan's 15th year, Bai Ziyan fell gravely ill. Following Bai Ziyan's passing, Yi Yunji resigned from her official duties to accompany him. Xie's abdication and their travels across the world were intended to ease his heart. Over the years, Xie had never forsaken, deceived, or concealed anything from him. Even Yuan showed him great filial respect. His life could be deemed a journey of fulfilling desires. Beloved, why did you insist on marrying me back then in the Golden Hall? Once outside the palace, she was no longer Her Majesty, but his beloved. Because I love Mo, Xie replied, gazing towards the horizon. Dear, you are mistaken. At that time, we had yet to meet, he retorted. Xie playfully pinched his cheek and chuckled. How do you know that I had not seen you before? When did you ever see me? He wondered, for he knew not. It was long before he had met Mo. Xie gently kissed his forehead, unable to recall the specific time. Yi Yinma touched the spot where he was kissed with a single hand, his eyes curved with amusement. Your memory seems to be waning, my dear. Just days prior, she had mistakenly referred to his beloved Yufu cake as osmanthus cake. After spending over half a month on a boat, the couple finally arrived in the capital. As they disembarked, they spotted Xie Yuanyin waiting on the shore. Father, mother, Xie Yuanyin greeted them with proper decorum. I anticipated your arrival today and have been waiting here. The affairs of Weiyang Palace remained unchanged. After Xie and Yi Yinma left, Xie Yuanyin did not move in but ensured that it was cleaned daily. 10 years later, Yi Yinma fell gravely ill. Xie remained by his bedside, tending to him tirelessly, while Yi Yinma, overwhelmed with affection for his wife, found himself at a loss for words. Unable to bear his suffering any longer, Xie caressed his face and kissed the back of his hand. Rest easy, my dear. I shall join you soon. With his eyes half closed, Yi Yinma summoned the strength to catch one last glimpse of her, as the sounds around him grew increasingly indistinct. His hand was held tightly against his heart, and amidst a series of murmured prayers, he gradually drew his last breath. Do not fear, my love. Xie Yuanyin cried out in anguish as she knelt before the bed, witnessing his lifeless hand slide down. The palace attendants collapsed in sorrow, filling the entire court with grief. Xie sat beside Yi Yinma, pressing his cold hand against her face, closing her eyes in farewell to the world. 1001. Begin to depart. With Yi Yinma gone, she felt no attachment left to this world. After weeping for a long while, Xie Yuanyin noticed that Xie remained frozen in place, understanding the gravity of the situation. She quickly summoned the imperial physician, who, upon checking Xie's pulse, collapsed in shock, exclaiming, "The Empress Dowager has also passed." Xie Yuanyin had long anticipated that if her father were to die, her mother would not survive alone, yet the suddenness of it all was beyond her expectations. While assisting Xie with her garments, a palace maid unexpectedly discovered a blue handkerchief on her. Presenting it to Xie Yuanyin, she unfolded it to reveal two figures, resembling both a duck and a chicken, embroidered in yellow thread. With just a glance, Xie Yuanyin recognized it as her father's handiwork, reminiscent of the small clothes she had worn as a child. She placed the handkerchief gently upon Xie's chest. In the coffin, Xie lay side by side with Yi Yinma. After sealing the coffin, Xie Yuanyin, her eyes swollen with tears, escorted them to the royal mausoleum. Upon awakening, Xie rubbed her aching shoulders in confusion, questioning her surroundings. The dim light overhead cast a yellow hue, and she detected a faint scent of blood. 1001. 1001. Xie called out repeatedly in her mind, bewildered. Chapter 50. The General's Child Bride, Part 1. Yet 1001 remained unresponsive, prompting Xie to abruptly sit up. A man in military attire rushed in, his face etched with urgency. "General," Xie, perplexed by the situation and unable to contact 1001, could only feign composure and nod slightly. The man assumed she was merely reluctant to speak after waking, and he took a breath of relief. The commander was awake, which was good. The mention of commander caused a heaviness in Xie's heart. Just then, a series of sharp knocks echoed at the door. A woman clad in military attire entered. Upon seeing Xie awake, she nodded respectfully and reported, "Commander, the enemy has been entirely annihilated, and the traitors within the ranks have been dealt with." Xie carefully surveyed her surroundings. The room was adorned with antiquities, with a vintage Western glass lamp illuminating the space. On the bedside lay a newspaper. Xie cast a seemingly casual glance, her heart racing as she noted the date, the 23rd year of the Republic of China. At that moment, a crackling sound resonated in her mind, followed by the mechanical voice of 1001. "Host, 1001. What is happening?" she inquired, but 1001 merely responded, "The world transfer was successful. Please, host, choose whether to accept the memories." Xie's expression remained impassive as she sensed something amiss, yet chose to accept. The dim light cast upon the woman's striking features stirred something within the man in military garb. Upon accepting the memories, Xie immediately recognized the identities of the two individuals before her. The original host was the eldest daughter of the esteemed Xie family from Zhangzhou. She had enlisted at the tender age of 13 and had not returned for a decade. The spirited girl of yesteryears had become a warlord commanding her own territory. A fortnight prior, a spy had infiltrated her ranks, intent on assassinating her. After a fierce struggle, the spy had been captured, leading to the discovery of hidden enemies within the military. However, during her return journey, she was ambushed by foes and shot in the chest, remaining unconscious for half a month before regaining consciousness. The two individuals in the room were her aide, Zhang Yu, and a man named Liao Bei, who had followed her ever since she saved him during a battle. His remarkable courage and combat skills earned him a position as her aide. Xie touched her nearly healed wound and rose from the bed. Zhang Yu hurried forward to assist her, but she evaded his hand, donning the military uniform that lay beside her. "We must return. After lingering here for so long, it was time to revisit Zhangzhou." According to 1001, the original host had an arranged marriage at home, with a fiancé 5 years her junior, Yi Yanma, who had been raised by the Xie family and was essentially her childhood betrothed. Seated in a jeep, Xie gazed out the window. After years apart, Zhangzhou had transformed dramatically. The once bustling streets were now dilapidated, with walls plastered with various fashionable posters, and rickshaws ferrying passengers back and forth. She withdrew her gaze as the jeep continued onward, finally halting at the entrance of a courtyard. Zhang Yu opened the car door, and Xie stepped out, her black military boots hitting the ground. With her military cap on and clad in green, her legs appeared even longer. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yu rapped on the weathered door, which had long lost its paint. A middle-aged woman clad in a long robe opened the door and was taken aback to find numerous soldiers in uniform standing outside. She bent slightly and forced a sycophantic smile. "What brings you here, esteemed commanders?" Stepping forward, Xie gazed at her with a gentle expression and said, "And Bai, it is I. I have returned." Butler Bai stared at her for a while before recognizing her. "Ah, it is the young lady. The young lady has returned." He ushered her into the estate, instructed someone to serve tea, and went to inform the master of the house. On her way, Xie observed her surroundings. The Xie residence bore little resemblance to the memories she held, having suffered greatly through several wars and military upheavals in Zhangzhou. The Xie family had fallen into decline amidst these trials. After a brief wait in the main hall, she saw a figure emerge, leaning on a cane and limping. It was her mother, Z. The woman squinted, scrutinizing Xie from head to toe. Xie nodded coolly. The relationship between her and her mother had always been strained. She had enlisted at 13, driven by the loss of her father and her desire to escape the confines of the Xie household. After years of separation, they found themselves at a loss for words. Noticing her daughter's military attire, complete with a sidearm and accompanied by soldiers, Xie mother realized that her daughter had changed significantly. After a brief conversation, Xie mother instructed Butler Bai to take Xie and her companions to rest. Over the years, Xie's former quarters had been occupied by the 13th concubine's young attendant. As Butler Bai led them through the corridor, a figure rushed around the corner, colliding with Xie. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around the boy's waist and met a pair of familiar eyes. He was a young boy in a pale yellow tunic. His pages scattered across the ground. Flustered, he withdrew from her embrace, bowed deeply, and exclaimed, "I am sorry." A flutter of emotion stirred within Xie, and she discreetly lowered her arms. "It is nothing." The boy then knelt to gather the scattered pages. Butler Bai, glancing at Xie's expression, was about to speak when he noticed her also kneeling to help pick up the papers. Once she had gathered them all, Xie handed them to him and gently advised, "Take care to run slowly, be cautious not to trip." The boy's face flushed slightly, and he averted his gaze to the ground, appearing somewhat anxious. He nodded and stepped aside to let them pass. As Xie moved further away, Yi Yinma cautiously lifted his head to glance in her direction before hastily departing. With her original quarters occupied, Butler Bai intended to lead her elsewhere. The Xia estate was vast, yet the number of attendants serving Xia mother was even greater. Thus, Butler Bai brought Xie to the guest rooms reserved for visitors. Zheng Yu stood to the side, blocking the awkwardly smiling Butler Bai. Xie drew her sidearm and pressed it against Butler Bai's forehead. "Aunt Bai, I wish to stay in my father's former quarters." Trembling, Butler Bai fell to his knees. "Miss, it is not the old servant's doing. It is the master who has assigned that room to Lu Shijun." Xie's face remained expressionless as she placed her firearm down and led her companions to the main courtyard. While her own residence could be forsaken, her father's legacy must not fall into the hands of their enemies. It was the Lu family that had ruthlessly driven her father to his demise years ago. With determination, Xie swiftly arrived at the main courtyard. The servants within were in a state of panic, cowering in corners. While a middle-aged man emerged from a room wielding scissors, Xie kicked him away with force, instructing Zheng Yu to dislocate the man's arm. Blood trickled from Lu's mouth as he gazed at Xie with terror in his eyes. Under the weight of his fear, Xie raised her hand and poured a packet of white powder into his mouth. After executing this act, she dusted off her hands, stood upright, and commanded that Lu be taken to Xiamu's quarters. Butler Bai witnessed the entire ordeal in stunned silence. It was only after Xie had entered the house that he rushed to inform Xiamu. Initially, upon hearing that her daughter had become a military commander and returned to Cangzhou, Xiamu felt a mix of fear and a glimmer of hope, believing that this was merely a test orchestrated to measure her resolve. Little did she anticipate the cold ruthlessness of her daughter. Chapter 51. The Childhood Companion of the Great Commander. Part 2. Xiamu looked at the agonized Lu, who was crying out in pain, and with a wave of irritation, ordered him to be dragged away. "The head of the household, the young lady, has returned. She will not uncover the events of that year." Xiamu's murky eyes shifted, and she absently puffed on her pipe in silence. Butler Bai leaned closer, recalling something, and whispered, "Might it be wise for the head of the household to find a reason to tether the young lady?" Xiamu exhaled a stream of smoke, squinting as she asked, "What reason? Is there not a childhood companion of the young lady's who was raised within our household?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiamu finally remembered this individual. He was a child adopted by her late lord, and after the lord's passing, when Xie departed, the boy had fallen into servitude. She wondered what had become of him. "What is his name?" "Yi Yanma." "Very well, see to it." Butler Bai nodded and promptly exited to make arrangements. Later that night, Zheng Yu stood guard outside Xie's chamber when he saw the butler approaching with a boy in tow. "What business do you have?" Zheng Yu intercepted them. With 2 rows of soldiers standing by, Butler Bai's voice trembled slightly as he replied, "Commander, this is our young lady's childhood companion. She has returned, and we are merely bringing him in to warm her bed." Zheng Yu frowned, about to refuse, when a voice from inside called out, "Deputy Officer Zheng." Zheng Yu paused, entered the room, and shortly emerged. "You may proceed." Butler Bai bowed deeply yes. As the boy stepped forward, Zheng Yu felt a flicker of recognition, suddenly recalling that he bore a resemblance to the boy who had collided with their commander earlier that day. A thought struck her, and she mused incredulously. Could it be that he has already made an impression upon the commander's heart? Upon entering the room, Yi Yanma stood awkwardly at the threshold. The interior was brightly lit, casting a glow upon the reclining figure of Xie. "Commander," Yi Yanma's voice was barely above a whisper, almost as if he wished to meld into the very walls. Before arriving, Butler Bai had already informed him of the young lady's current status. Xie stepped forward, the sound of her military boots echoing distinctly. After all these years, have you forgotten me?" The original owner had a good relationship with Yi Yanma during their childhood. But as she grew older and understood the implications of a child bride, she began to sulk, feeling that having a child husband was a matter of great shame. But he did not. Yi Yanma still responded softly. He was aware of the young lady's disdain for him. Xie furrowed her brow and raised her hand to tuck a stray lock of hair behind his ear, only to see him freeze in place. Do not be anxious. It is all right, Xie gently reassured him. Did we not see each other earlier today? Yi Yanma visibly recalled their earlier encounter, his lips moving. Earlier. I did not mean to. Yes, I understand. If not for their proximity, Xie would have hardly heard his words. Do not be afraid. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately refrained from touching him and instead gestured for him to sit at the table. Remembering Butler Bai's earlier words, Yi Yanma clenched his fingers as he sat down. Xie casually unfastened 2 buttons of her military jacket and offered a nonchalant smile in Yi Yanma's direction. His face flushed, and he lowered his head once more. What book did you have today? Noticing him fidgeting with his fingers, Xie proactively broke the silence. A medical book. Yi Yanma clutched the hem of his clothing. The master had taught him before the incident, which was why he could read now. Do you have an interest in medicine? At this, Yi Yanma dared not speak. Cautiously observing her expression, and imperceptibly nodded. Can you practice medicine? Seeing that she did not belittle him, he relaxed slightly and nodded again. I know a little. Oh. Xie nodded, moving closer to sit beside him, extending her hand. I have been feeling somewhat unwell today, particularly here, she said, placing his hand on her chest. It races so rapidly the moment I see you. Do you know why? Taken aback by her intimate address, Yi Yanma momentarily froze before quickly withdrawing his hand. Turning his head away, exposing a flushed ear. My lady, that is not an ailment. What is it then? Xie remained seated, persistently inquiring. It is. He bit his lip, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. From a young age, the notions instilled in him made it difficult for him to speak. Although he would eventually become the great general's servant, he still felt a twinge of discomfort. Noticing his silence, Xie gently ruffled his hair before straightening up. All right, you shall sleep here tonight. The bed in the main courtyard was indeed spacious, yet the little one was apprehensive. With a sense of resignation, Xie allowed him to stay while she took refuge in a side room for the night. Yi Yanma did not anticipate that she would permit him to spend the night there. As he lay in bed, disbelief lingered until slumber gradually overtook him. At dawn the following day, Xie began to sort through her late father's belongings in the main courtyard, instructing someone to fetch a vehicle. Liao Bei happened to arrive as well. He paused slightly upon seeing her emerge from the side room, his expression revealing a hint of discontent, though he refrained from voicing it. Approaching to adjust her collar, Xie gently brushed his hand away, stating she could manage on her own. Unfazed by the public rejection, Liao Bei retreated back inside to continue his tasks. Once everything was in order, Butler Bai hurriedly approached. Miss, where are you headed? Seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, Xie did not lift her gaze. Inform my mother that I will be moving out starting today. She placed her teacup down, adding, I do not appreciate others touching my belongings. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Butler Bai nodded repeatedly. Just then, the door swung open, and Yi Yanma emerged in a light blue long shirt, still dazed from sleep, his eyes wide with confusion upon seeing the gathering outside. Great General. Xie rose and stepped forward, ushering him inside and instructing someone to bring in hot water. After completing his morning routine in silence, Yi Yanma stood anxiously. Clutching a towel, Xie took the towel from his hands, setting it aside and gesturing for him to sit. I forgot to mention something to you last night. Yi Yanma looked up at her. Would you like to live with me? He hesitated, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. Before he nodded gently, as the young master's betrothed, he was meant to accompany her. Seeing his agreement, Xie took his hand. Everything is packed, let us depart. His soft hand was enveloped in her larger one, as Yi Yanma followed her outside. When the door swung open, Liao Bei's inquisitive gaze fell upon Yi Yanma. Upon noticing their intertwined hands, his expression darkened in an instant. Throughout their departure, Xie's mother remained unseen. Chapter 52, The Young Master's Betrothed, Part 3. Upon exiting the Xie residence, Xie languidly leaned back in the carriage, her eyes sparkling with mirth as they rested on Yi Yanma, who sat beside her, nervously gripping his sleeves and fixating on the road ahead. Zhengyu drove attentively, while Liao Bei occupied the front passenger seat, occasionally glancing back. Stop the car, Xie suddenly commanded, prompting Zhengyu to halt the vehicle in front of a Western restaurant. Xie stepped out, shielding her hand above the car door. only retracting it once Yi Yinma had exited. Yi Yinma stood dazedly at the entrance of the exquisitely decorated Western restaurant, instinctively drawing closer to Xie Zi's side. Mo. Let us enter, Xie Zi urged, leading the way inside. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Liao Bei and Zheng Yu. You two may leave first, she instructed. Zheng Yu offered a salute and prepared to depart. Commander, I fear this might jeopardize your safety, Liao Bei remarked softly. Glancing at Yi Yinma, Xie Zi waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Commander, perhaps I should accompany you for dinner, Liao Bei suggested. Momentarily at a loss for how to address Yi Yinma, as no one had introduced them. Yi Yinma, my fiancé, Xie Zi declared. At that instant, both Liao Bei and Yi Yinma turned to her in astonishment. Xie Zi maintained a serene expression, even taking Yi Yinma's hand in hers. Lieutenant Liao, do you have any further matters to discuss? She inquired, noticing his displeased gaze fixed on Yi Yinma. Liao Bei's fingers curled within his sleeve, his expression softening. No, I merely had not heard the commander mention young Master Yi before, which caused me to lose my composure. He then turned to Yi Yinma with a polite smile. I apologize, young Master Yi. Yi Yinma, unaccustomed to such deference, hastily waved his hands. No, it's quite all right. Observing Yi Yinma's vintage robe and timid demeanor, Liao Bei felt a flicker of disdain. This individual, despite his good looks, seemed to possess little else of merit. Unbeknownst to Yi Yinma, who was preoccupied with the title of fiancé that Xie Zi had just bestowed upon him, he still felt a sense of unreality as they settled at the dining table. Mo. Xie Zi offered him the portion of steak she had cut, taking his plate in exchange. Give it a taste. Noticing his apprehensive posture on the sofa, she patiently guided him in using the knife and fork. Yi Yinma, intrigued, followed her lead and placed the morsel of steak into his mouth. Observing his enjoyment, Xie Zi began to savor the steak from his plate. They finished their meal in quietude, after which Xie Zi drove Yi Yinma home. Having just returned to Zhangzhou, the commander's residence had only recently been tidied up. Commander, Zheng Yu awaited at the door, saluting as they approached. The rooms have all been prepared. Xie Zi removed her hat and handed it to Zheng Yu, striding inside with Yi Yinma. The decor of the commander's residence exuded a blend of Eastern and Western influences. With the rooms located on the second floor, armed soldiers guarded the entrance from the courtyard. Yi Yinma obediently followed her, refraining from glancing around, and remained unaware when Xie Zi suddenly halted. He bumped into her rigid back, letting out a soft whimper while covering his forehead with his hand. The person in front quickly turned, half embracing him and cradling his face to inspect the area of impact. Did it hurt? Xie Zi asked gently, her voice tender. A faint blush crept across his delicate features as his gaze fluttered uncertainly. No. She tenderly massaged his forehead and bestowed a gentle kiss upon it. Unexpectedly, Xie Zi suddenly kissed him, causing Yi Yinma to feel as if he were engulfed in flames. The presence of the adjutant nearby intensified his embarrassment. Commander, where do you wish to arrange young Master Ye's room on the second floor? At that moment, Liao Bei descended from the upper floor, interrupting the perfect atmosphere. No need. Xie Zi replied without hesitation. If the second floor was off limits, then only the first floor remained, which was designated for the servants. A broader smile spread across Liao Bei's face. Is the commander merely keeping a pet? Young Master Yi can stay with me. There's no need for a separate room. Xie Zi insisted. Liao Bei's smile faltered, while Zheng Yu discreetly took a small package brought by Yi Yinma and placed it in the bedroom upstairs. Mo. Go take a look. Ignoring Liao Bei's expression, Xie Zi led him upstairs. Upon entering one of the rooms, Xie Zi stepped in first. Look, do you like these? Inside the room stood an antique bookshelf filled with various medical texts, both Eastern and Western. Curiously, Yi Yinma approached and discovered the collection. What is this? It's a gift for you. Didn't you say you liked it? It had been arranged that morning, and her subordinates were remarkably efficient, having organized everything upon their return. Yi Yinma flipped through a few familiar titles, his large almond-shaped eyes shining with joy. Are all of these for me? Indeed. Seeing his touched expression, Xie Zi pinched his cheek and whispered in his ear, this entire commander's residence, along with me, belongs to you. Yi Yinma took a step back, leaning against the bookshelf. Xie Zi assertively pulled him back, only releasing him once he stood steady. A series of knocks sounded at the study door, prompting Yi Yinma to set down the book and stand still. Commander, it's time for your medicine. It was Liao Bei, and Xie Zi felt no fondness for him, instead becoming increasingly annoyed. Understood. Her injury was nearly healed, making the need for medicine trivial. She responded dismissively, but did not descend the stairs. It was only after they had explored the entire second floor that she led Yi Yinma back down, with Liao Bei waiting at the bottom. As they emerged, Liao Bei stepped forward, attempting to unbutton the collar of Xie Zi's shirt. She deftly brushed him aside, managing it herself. Yi Yinma brushed past him, eliciting a hint of displeasure on Liao Bei's face. He had already discovered that Yi Yinma was merely the childhood husband arranged by the commander's family, an outdated relic of a bygone era, unworthy of the commander. In the current unrest of Zhangzhou City, after lunch, Xie Zi prepared to go out, with Liao Bei following closely. "Commander, will you return tonight?" Yi Yinma inquired, peeking his head through the door, his voice diminishing as he spoke. Standing before a group of soldiers, Xie Zi beckoned him closer with a wave of her hand. Yi Yinma obediently approached, receiving a gentle kiss on the tip of his nose. "I will return, but it may be rather late. You should retire early." "I will return once I have resolved my matters." Yi Yinma, feeling a hint of embarrassment, nodded while touching her nose, her voice soft. "Understood." After watching Xie Zi depart, Yi Yinma hurried upstairs. The night in Zhangzhou City was bustling, the street where the Palais de Danse was located illuminated with vibrant lights. Xie Zi, clad in a crimson qipao, entered with an air of indifference. On stage, several men, dressed provocatively, sang while swaying their hips, and the women in the audience, their faces alight with intoxication, closed their eyes, moving rhythmically to the music, some even playfully flirting with the men beside them. Xie Zi found an unoccupied table and lit a cigarette with her lighter. The swirling smoke accentuated her striking features, making her allure even more captivating. Chapter 53. The General's Child Husband, Part 4. Two men approached, their hips swaying as they flashed flirtatious smiles at her, their red lips curling. "Miss, are you alone?" One man took a seat beside her, his unbuttoned shirt revealing much. "Care to share a drink with us?" The other man brought 2 glasses of red wine. Xie Zi exhaled a cloud of smoke, her pale eyes devoid of emotion as her thin lips parted. "Leave." The 2 men, taken aback by her rejection, were undeterred. After all, they had come here for amusement. This striking woman, clearly affluent, was a tempting prospect. Unfazed by her rebuff, they edged closer, their bodies nearly brushing against her arm. "Come on, have a drink with us," one of the men purred. Xie Zi frowned slightly, ignoring them. Yet her peripheral gaze remained fixed on a woman in a blue western dress in the corner. Upon seeing the woman ascend to the second floor, Xie Zi extinguished her cigarette and stood, addressing one of the men. "Drinking is dull. Shall we head upstairs for some fun?" The upstairs contained private rooms, and the man she had singled out brightened at the prospect, eagerly nodding. "Sure." Accompanied by Xie Zi, they ascended while another man looked on with envy. The cheap scent of perfume filled the air, causing Xie Zi to grimace, but not retreat from the man who had embraced her arm. In the private room upstairs, Xie Zi disposed of the man she had just incapacitated, casting him onto the sofa. She observed the footage transmitted from the 1001 camera. The woman was indeed a spy sent by foreign agents to infiltrate Zhangzhou, now meeting with her compatriot. Eavesdropping on their conversation, Xie Zi exited the room and stood at the railing on the second floor, waving her lighter toward a specific spot below. Zheng Yu, stationed downstairs, promptly ascended with his men, surrounding the private room. Zheng kicked open the door, and upon hearing the commotion, one man leaped from the window while the other began firing at the entrance. Xie Zi retrieved the pistol strapped to her thigh. The doorway was narrow, and she shot the man in the leg, momentarily halting the gunfire. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng led his men inside and apprehended the woman, the very one Xie Zi had initially confronted, clad in the western dress. Zheng glanced down from the window and shook his head at Xie Zi. "Commander, she has escaped." Xie Zi glanced at the traces of night peeking from behind the bed before turning away. With the individual taken away, she sat in the car, listening to Liao Bei speak in the front seat. The military commander and a blonde Western woman were engaged in conversation. The specifics of their discussion remained unclear, but it likely pertained to a cache of arms. The former military commander had left behind a stockpile of munitions in Zhangzhou. This was originally an internal matter known only within the military, yet it had been leaked to the Westerners by a spy. As their audacity grew, the Westerners seemed increasingly desperate to acquire those weapons. Has there been any news regarding the arms? Not yet. The sudden death of the former military commander left the whereabouts of the munitions unknown. After emerging from prison, Xie Zi looked disdainfully at the bloodstains on her shoes. changed back into her military uniform, and drove back to the military commander's residence. Inside the residence, the lights were already aglow. Hearing the door, Yi Yanma rose from the sofa to greet her. "General, you have returned." A smile graced Xie Zi's lips as she nodded. "Why are you still awake?" Despite the evident fatigue on his face, Yi Yanma replied, "I am not tired. I was waiting for you to return." As he accepted the military cap and cloak she had removed, he hung them on a rack. It was already past 1 in the morning, and Xie Zi took his hand, urging him to rest. Upon returning to the room, Yi Yanma's weary mind suddenly recalled a matter. He was now sharing a room with the general. How was he to sleep? Growing up in a large estate, he understood that young ladies of affluent families were typically attended by maids, leading him to ponder if he now occupied a similar position as a servant to the general. Forgetting entirely Xie Zi's previous explanations, he nervously fidgeted with the sides of his robe, the pale yellow fabric crumpling beneath his grasp. "What are you daydreaming about?" "Sleep," Xie Zi said, unabashedly beginning to undress, planning to retire for the night without delay. Just as she had removed her outer garment and was about to unbutton her shirt, she noticed the previously shy young man hesitantly approaching her side. "General, let me help." These tasks were meant for him to perform. Xie Zi, not wishing to decline, gazed intently at him, causing his face to flush crimson. "All right, enough," she said, and as he prepared to leave, she embraced him, sitting him down on the edge of the bed. Yi Yanma did not resist, allowing her to hold him. "Mo," she called gently, and seeing him so obedient, Xie Zi felt a pang of reluctance to tease him further. She pressed a soft kiss to his temple and began to unbutton his clothing, removing his outer robe until only his inner garment remained. Tucking him into the blankets, she said, "Sleep now." Noticing his wide-open eyes fixed upon her, seemingly filled with confusion and a hint of regret, Xie Zi chuckled softly, lying beside him and playfully tugging at his earlobe. "This is a matter of reciprocity. What are you hoping for, Mo?" Teasing him as he gazed at her with absurdity, she continued to provoke him. "Nothing," he replied, pulling the blanket up to cover half his face, striving to close his eyes and feign sleep. Xie Zi then turned off the light, and the two of them lay beneath separate portions of the blanket. She could only embrace the person through the blanket, spending the night that way. The next day, it was no surprise that they both awoke late. In truth, Xie Zi had been awake for some time, yet when she opened her eyes, her body was ensnared by the sleeping figure beside her, akin to an octopus, rendering her immobile. Yi Yanma, with a flushed face, descended the stairs first, while Xie Zi, feeling refreshed, leisurely followed behind. Their appearance was easily misinterpreted, especially considering they shared the same room. Standing at the dining table, Liao Bei wore a grim expression. Yet he maintained a smile as he laid out the breakfast he had prepared himself. "Commander, this breakfast has been prepared for you by your subordinates. Do take a look and see if it suits your taste." Xie Zi picked up a bun and placed it in Yi Yanma's bowl, urging her to try it. Liao Bei's fingers, nearly digging into his palm, trembled as he bit down on his composure. The buns were authentic soup dumplings. Yi Yanma dipped one in vinegar and took a bite, the savory meat flavor flooding her mouth. Seeing her enjoy it, Xie Zi also sampled one and casually invited Liao Bei and Zheng Yu, who stood nearby, to partake as well. Liao Bei and Zheng Yu had often shared meals with Xie Zi before and did not feel any hesitation. "Young master, you can cook, I presume?" Liao Bei inquired seemingly innocently. Yi Yanma paused with her chopsticks, swallowing her food. While he certainly could cook, he had never prepared anything quite so exquisite. "I know a little," Yi Yanma replied cautiously. "A little?" Liao Bei laughed as if he had heard a jest. "Isn't it said that men of the old era should adhere to the principles of 3 obediences and 4 virtues, caring for their wives? Yet, young master, ye can only manage a little in cooking?" The conversation elicited a variety of expressions among the group. Zheng Yu regarded Liao Bei with a bemused look. Yi Yanma lowered her head in modesty, gazing into her bowl of congee. Xie Zi's expression turned frosty as she cast a glance at him. Deputy Liao seems to have many opinions and is rather talkative. Mo is my beloved, and she should not be constrained by the antiquated notions you espouse. Some individuals may reside in a new era, yet their hearts remain mired in feudal ignorance. Looking back at Yi Yanma, she gently caressed his soft hair. "Do not say you only know a little. Even if Mo were incapable, what of it? I can cook. Let me handle it." "Commander." Liao Bei's face turned pale, and just as he was about to respond, Zheng Yu interrupted him. "Commander, Liao and I have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. You and young master, ye should eat at your leisure." With that, she pulled the unwilling Liao Bei out of the dining room. Silence enveloped the table, save for the sound of clinking bowls and chopsticks. Moments later, Xie felt a gentle tug on her sleeve and turned to meet a pair of clear, earnest eyes. I can learn, he declared. I am quite adept at learning. Xie made no move to refuse, raising her hand to wipe the grease from his mouth. Very well, if you wish to learn, then learn. But anything made by Mo, I shall always relish. Observing Yi Yanma retreat shyly, she added, I am not difficult to please. Commander. A title that ought to be completely ordinary, yet Xie discerned a hint of playfulness within it. With a slight movement of his fingers, he set down his chopsticks. Careful not to frighten anyone, and stood up. I'm full now, Momo. I'll head to the study. All right, Yi Yanma nodded. After finishing breakfast, Yi Yanma assisted the household servants in clearing the dining table. Xie had spent the entire morning in the study, and just after lunch, Zheng Yu returned. Commander, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Su Ling, wishes to invite you to dinner. Momo was still asleep in her bedroom. So Xie changed into a light white shirt and military green trousers, tucking the cuffs into her boots. Loosening 2 buttons of her shirt, Xie chuckled softly. Dinner? That old fox is likely trying to gauge my thoughts. Let us not decline just yet. Let us keep him guessing for a few days. Understood. Zheng Yu nodded. Standing respectfully to the side, Xie adjusted her attire before descending the stairs. The ground floor was deserted, as the servants were all in the courtyard, furrowing her brow. Xie turned back. The door to the master bedroom was knocked upon, and the distinct sound of Yi Yanma's footsteps echoed clearly on the floor. Commander? Xie frowned as she glanced at his feet, lifting him into the room. Why aren't you wearing shoes? I was in such a rush that I forgot. Xie refrained from scolding him further, retrieving a pair of shoes from beside the bed and squatting down to put them on for him. Would you like to go out and have some fun? Yi Yanma looked down at her and nodded. He seldom ventured outside. His former master had taught him that a man should simply guard his wife, and over time, he had grown indifferent to the outside world. Aside from his secret visits to the pharmacy to learn medicine from Dr. Liu, he had little interaction with the outside. Protecting him, Xie led him to the car, which stopped in front of a Western-style clothing store. Yi Yanma was embraced by Xie as they entered. These few pieces are quite nice. Xie observed him in a light pink suit, appearing somewhat awkward, and adjusted the collar of his shirt. Wearing such a peculiar style for the first time, Yi Yanma was so nervous that he didn't know where to place his hands, standing stiffly in place. You look splendid in these outfits, Momo. The store had a designated mirror for Western clothing, and Xie encouraged him to look at himself. Do you like it? The reflection in the mirror was timid, with a pale face tinged with a hint of red, and the light-colored suit accentuated his delicate complexion. I like it. The Western attire was novel and convenient. And most importantly, Yi Yanma stole a glance at Xie, secretly thinking, the commander seems to enjoy seeing him in these clothes. Yi Yanma misunderstood Xie's preferences. She did not merely like him in a suit, but rather enjoyed the essence he embodied while wearing such attire. After gathering the clothes he had just tried on, they placed them into the car and walked to another clothing store across the street. Commander, didn't we just buy clothes? Yi Yanma glanced at a goose-yellow long shirt in the store, retracting his gaze to question Xie. Xie gently rubbed his ears, her expression inscrutable, and stepped forward to summon the shopkeeper. I shall take that piece in canary yellow, she declared, gesturing towards a rich cobalt blue fabric and several other vibrant hues. And please create a garment from each to be delivered to the governor's residence. The shopkeeper nodded in compliance and called for an assistant to take Yi Yanma's measurements. General, I already have clothes, Yi Yanma protested, grasping Xie's arm. We just bought some, why acquire more? Xie took his hand, gazing at him intently. Because a certain little deceiver has tricked me. General? Yi Yanma, belatedly realizing she was referring to him, hurriedly replied, I did not deceive you, General. Is that so? The shopkeeper awaited their next move, prompting Xie to release her hold and allow them to proceed with the measurements. Upon exiting the fabric store, she instructed the driver to return home. As they strolled leisurely down the street, Xie surveyed her surroundings, while Yi Yanma appeared utterly flustered, struggling to find the right words, only to be silenced by her aloof demeanor. General, he finally summoned the courage to tug at her shirt sleeve. I truly did not deceive you. Xie fixed him with a sharp gaze, causing Yi Yanma to retract his hand and lower his eyes to his new shoes, which fit comfortably and had been delivered that very morning. Mo, what am I to you? CSZ inquired after a moment of silence. General, you are the general. Yi Yinmo responded. CSZ shook her head. He looked up at her, tentatively asking, Miss? Incorrect, master. Even further from the truth. Yi Yinmo struggled to find the right term, wondering if it could possibly be wife. Mo, have you forgotten? We are bound by a marriage contract, which in contemporary parlance means we are in an engagement. Yi Yinmo stared at her in disbelief. Engaged? In due time, we shall announce our marriage publicly. So Mo, it is imperative that you share everything with me, though there is no need for you to always accommodate my wishes. Announce our marriage. Yi Yinmo repeated, enunciating each word. General, are we truly to wed? Is something amiss? Do you not wish for this, Mo? CSZ asked, holding his hand and gently squeezing his palm. No, I am not unwilling. Yi Yinmo reflected on how the general had sheltered him in the past, feeling it was only right to adhere to her wishes regarding marriage. He had assumed he would merely be a distant uncle, never anticipating an announcement of their marriage. Even with his obliviousness, the general's recent demeanor suggested he was somewhat favored. Moreover, the prospect of their marriage being publicly declared across Zhangzhou was significant. That is good, CSZ said, not relinquishing his hand as they continued walking, introducing him to various shops along the way. When they encountered a store that piqued Yi Yinmo's curiosity, she would lead him inside to explore. A photography studio? Do you wish to take a picture, Mo? Yi Yinmo nodded slightly. He had heard the young masters in the Xie residence mention this thing, said to be capable of capturing a person's likeness on a small piece of paper. Thus, he stepped inside. After ensuring his attire was proper, he followed her in. The owner of the photo studio had just finished taking pictures of a young couple and, upon seeing them, naturally assumed they were there for wedding photos. Are you here to take wedding pictures? He asked. Yi Yinmo hurriedly waved his hands. No. CSZ glanced at his flushed ears, chuckling softly as she spoke. We're getting married in a few days. The owner nodded, muttering to himself, well, that is close enough. In Chapter 55, The Young Master's Child Bride, Part 6. Yi Yinmo sat properly beside CSZ as they followed the photographer's instructions for a picture. They then each took a separate photo. After discussing the pickup time with the owner, they exited the shop. After a day of wandering, CSZ planned to head back, but noticed Yi Yinmo's curious gaze transfixed on the brightly flashing, colorful lights of a sign. She gently tapped his forehead and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Curious? Yi Yinmo nodded sincerely. It looks beautiful. Haven't you heard of the Palais de Danse? No. CSZ, observing the twinkling lights, slipped her hands into her pockets. Next time, I'll take you there. Play? Yi Yinmo was puzzled. Yes, inside, you can dance and sing. It's quite lively. Hearing this, Yi Yinmo nervously grasped the hem of his clothing. I can't do any of that. I'll teach you. As he raised his head, gazing at her with admiration, CSZ hastily covered his eyes. The young master? Ahem. It's nothing. We should head back. I'll take you out another day. The situation in Zhangzhou was unstable, and she did not feel comfortable with him out alone. By the time they returned to the military governor's residence, it was already late. CSZ soaked in the bathtub of the guest room, tilting her head back with her eyes closed. Military governor? Hearing Zheng Yu's voice, she emerged from the tub, drying herself before donning a black bathrobe and opening the door to the guest room. The one we captured earlier has spoken. He is from the Merchant Association. Zheng Yu entered the room, noticing CSZ with a cigarette in her mouth, and quickly stepped forward to light it for her. CSZ waved her off. The Zhangzhou Merchant Association? Yes. Zheng Yu glanced at her before lowering her head. I have also discovered that this matter is related to the head of the Xie family. With the cigarette between her lips, CSZ remained expressionless, crossing her legs as she sat on the sofa. Continue the investigation, including the issues regarding the Zhangzhou opium. She paused before continuing. Additionally, send 2 trustworthy individuals to discreetly protect young Master Yi. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone else. Zheng Yu nodded in acknowledgement before departing. In the room, Yi Yinmo sat on the edge of the bed, reciting from a book, his opened robe revealing his delicate collarbone, while his fair legs swung gently beneath the hem. Upon hearing someone enter at the door, he set aside his book and hurried to greet the visitor. My lord. The two were clad in robes of matching hue. CSZ grasped his hand and noticed a book tossed upon the bed, a volume concerning traditional Chinese medicine. Even you can comprehend this? She herself had no acquaintance with the medical field, nor did the original owner, and thus found the contents of the book perplexing. Indeed, Yi Yinmo followed closely behind her, somewhat bashful. It's more or less comprehensible. You read this on your own? How impressive. Not quite. Yi Yinmo replied, placing the book aside. It is my master who has taught me. Your master? Yes, Dr. Zhang from Baohetang. After the departure of her lord when he was merely 8. The young lady had left the Xie residence, leaving him alone and forgotten, enduring days of hunger. Once, when Xie's mother fell ill, the steward summoned Dr. Zhang, who, after treating her, fortuitously alleviated his fever. Out of pity, Dr. Zhang offered to take him on as an apprentice. Thus he began to secretly spend time at Baohetang every day. My master says I possess talent. Yi Yinma gazed at the ground. He claims that I will one day have my own clinic, capable of saving lives. He also remarked that I am no less capable than any woman, even though I am a man. Xie had some recollection of Dr. Zhang from Baohetang. After all, he had once taken her pulse before her father passed away. Dr. Zhang mentioned that I should visit her someday? Yi Yinma stared at her with wide eyes. My lord, do you not oppose my pursuit of medicine? Xie found this amusing and countered. Why would I oppose? Because I am a man. People say men should remain at home to support their wives and educate their daughters. And so? Xie pinched his chin. Is it forbidden for a man to study medicine? I see no reason why a male physician should be inferior to a female one. There are indeed men who have achieved great success in this world. Yi Yinma, you should not belittle yourself. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Xie, astonished that her words echoed those of his master. Moreover, the books I have gathered are not merely for your amusement. My lord, may I work at Baohetang during the day? Yi Yinma inquired softly, then assured her, rest assured, I will return every afternoon without fail. Truth be told, Xie was reluctant to let him venture out daily. The outside world was tumultuous, with various factions watching her closely. Yet, upon encountering the glimmer of expectation in Yi Yinma's eyes, her refusal softened into consent. Very well, but you must have someone accompany you. She would arrange for a few individuals to follow him the next day. Having reached an agreement, Xie bade him to retire to bed. She extinguished the lights in the room and closed her eyes, waiting in the darkness for something. Indeed, after more than half an hour, a soft body nestled into her embrace, finding a comfortable position and drifting into slumber. Xie draped her own quilt over him, holding him close for a peaceful night's rest. For 3 consecutive days, Su Ling, the president of the Merchant Association, visited daily, bringing numerous gifts, which Xie waved off, instructing her attendants to accept them. That evening, within the confines of the Palais de la Butte, Su Ling reserved the entire ballroom, where the dancers on stage moved with fervor and enthusiasm. My dear sir, please. Dressed in a deep green qipao, Su Ling personally poured a glass of wine and handed it to Xie. Xie removed her army green cloak, and Zunyu immediately stepped forward to take it. Su Ling noticed her holding the drink, her gaze still fixed on the dancers, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in her eyes. She had initially believed the new governor to be a competent individual, only to find that he was just like the previous ones, a frivolous man with a penchant for indulgence. The only distinction was that this time, he accepted her gifts outright, without even pretending to refuse. Governor, do you fancy them? Su Ling inquired pointedly. Looking at the men on stage, Xie took a sip of her wine, squinting her eyes as her fingers tapped along to the melody on the table. Quite good. Su, you are thoughtful. Seeing her demeanor, Su Ling was certain of her approval. Recalling her earlier arrangements, she felt a wave of relief. The Su family held significant power in the Sangzhou Chamber of Commerce, and should the new governor align himself with them, it would be advantageous. As for the Xie, having boarded the same ship, she need not fear any change of heart. One song followed another on stage, while Su, with a beaming smile, continuously poured wine for Xie. The latter did not refuse and consumed every drop, even sending Xingyu outside to wait. Come, you gentlemen. Take the governor upstairs to rest. Noticing her inebriation, Su Ling called over a few men. With Xie's entourage waiting outside, Su Ling ensured she was assisted upstairs, locking the door behind her. My dear sir, be gentle, came the muffled exclamations of men from within, accompanied by the creaking of the bed. Su Ling smiled with satisfaction before stepping into the adjacent private room. Inside awaited another man, partially disrobed, and upon calling out affectionately, she embraced him and tumbled onto the bed. Chapter 56, The Governor's Child Husband, Part 7. In the adjacent room, Xie observed with a cold gaze the 2 unconscious men sprawled on the bed, her expression clear and sober, devoid of any hint of intoxication. She opened the window, and a gust of cold wind swept through as she leapt out. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Yinma was engrossed in reading with the lights on when he heard a commotion outside. He swallowed hard and approached the sound. The governor had informed him before leaving that she might not return tonight, advising him to retire early, which led him to read a little longer. MOMO. The figure outside, having somehow climbed up, was mouthing words. Yi Yinma was startled and quickly opened the window to let her in. CSZ jumped into the room, shut the window, and placed her hand over his mouth, signaling him to remain silent. MOMO, with the warm scent of alcohol brushing against his ear, whispered, "Do not make a sound. I have returned secretly." Yi Yinma was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in understanding. CSZ released him, resting her chin on his shoulder. Her eyes closing. She had indulged a bit too much tonight, and the effects of the wine were gradually taking hold. As she leaned against him in silence, Yi Yinma wrapped his arms around her waist and softly called out, "Commander, are you all right?" CSZ lazily lifted her head, resting her forehead on her hand. "I'm fine. Just had a bit to drink, feeling a bit unwell." "Let me help you to bed for some rest," he replied, guiding her to the bedside. Noticing her closed eyes and furrowed brow, Yi Yinma leaned down, earnestly massaging her temples with his cool fingers. CSZ grasped his hand, rolled over, and pinned him beneath her, opening her eyes. Seeing the panic in Yi Yinma's gaze, she leaned down and kissed his eyelid before rolling to the other side of the bed. "Sleep now." Yi Yinma turned to observe her patient silhouette, sitting up to pull the nearby blanket over her, then slipping in beside her and tightly embracing her back. CSZ's body stiffened slightly after patting his hand. She turned to face him, sighing, "Stop tempting me, MOMO." "No, not at all," Yi Yinma protested, revealing only the top of his head. He merely wished to be close to the commander. CSZ softly recounted the events of the evening. Yi Yinma blinked, raising his gaze to her chin. "Commander, President Su visited the residence. With my mother?" Yi Yinma gently affirmed. "All right, I understand." The room fell silent for a moment before CSZ continued. "MOMO, do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to take you dancing." Yi Yinma pondered. "I do. My master Wenti assigned me any tasks in the afternoon. Then tomorrow afternoon, I will meet you at the Baotang." "Good." After a pause, Yi Yinma quietly remarked, "Commander, please drink less in the future." Seeing the commander so unwell after drinking filled him with unease. "Commander?" After a long silence without reply, Yi Yinma peeked through the moonlight filtering in from the window and saw her eyes closed. When Yi Yinma awoke, CSZ's figure had vanished from his side. Just as he began to doubt whether last night had been a dream, he noticed a piece of paper on the bedside table. "MOMO, good morning." The simplicity of the 4 words filled Yi Yinma's heart with warmth. At the Palais de Danse, CSZ, her collar slightly undone, opened the room door. Outside, Su Ling stood neatly attired. Upon seeing her emerge, Su Ling cast a sidelong glance into the room, noticing that the dancer from last night still lay asleep in bed, and smiled with flattery. "Commander, did you sleep well last night?" CSZ gave her a meaningful look, a smile tugging at her lips. "Quite well." Hearing this, Su Ling felt assured and led CSZ downstairs. As they descended, CSZ discreetly fastened her buttons, only to encounter Liao Bei rushing in from outside. Observing her nonchalant demeanor, he tightened his grip and slightly bent forward. "Commander, it's time to return." CSZ exchanged glances with Zheng Yu, who nodded in response. Turning to Su Ling, CSZ said, "President Su, I have urgent matters to attend to. We shall gather another day?" "Of course," Su Ling replied. Su Ling nodded respectfully. "Please, go ahead with your business." The internal discord within the Tsangzhou Chamber of Commerce had persisted for quite some time. Although CSZ was in need of military funding, she could very well seek collaboration with families other than the Su family. In these tumultuous times, those who wield power and weaponry are regarded as the leaders, which is why Su Ling was eager to win over CSZ. As CSZ exited, she donned the hat handed to her by Zheng Yu. Oblivious to Liao Bei's warning directed at Su Ling, "President Su, life has been treating you well lately. However, it is wise to take care of yourself. Be wary of the filth outside and avoid entanglements with others," he cautioned. Su Ling's subordinates bristled at his words, ready to retaliate, but she restrained them. Liao Bei cast a disdainful glance at the subordinate. "It would be prudent for you to steer clear of someone of our commander's stature." With that, he strutted away with an air of arrogance. "Master, how dare that myriad show you such disrespect?" one of Su Ling's subordinates exclaimed. Yet, Su Ling dismissed the comment with a wave of her hand, gazing outwards. "He is just a man. There is no need to dwell on it." CSZ took a carriage directly to the prison. The previous night, Zheng Yu had apprehended a few suspicious individuals at the docks and uncovered a stash of contraband opium. Inside the prison, a chilling scream suddenly pierced the air. Xie, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, observed with cold detachment as a woman writhed on the ground before her, contorted in pain. Who orchestrated the transport of that opium? She demanded. The woman, battered and bloodied, could not utter a sound. Another woman, trembling and kneeling beside her, spoke up. I don't know. I truly don't. The person, he wore a hat. From his accent, I believe he is a Westerner. Xie, crossing her legs, sat before a rickety table, exhaling a cloud of smoke. A woman? Yes, the woman stammered, her lips quivering. That's all I know. Please, I've said enough. Don't kill me. As the woman attempted to crawl towards her, clutching at her trousers, Xie extinguished her cigarette and kicked her over, looking down imperiously. Do you understand what that opium is intended for? Yes, I know, the woman shivered. And do you comprehend the fate that awaits traitors? At that moment, the woman raised her head, her eyes wide with fear, but before she could plead for mercy, she was silenced and dragged away by soldiers stationed behind her. The rest were interrogated one by one. After exiting the prison, Xie stood in the wind to disperse the lingering scent before returning home. Upon her arrival, Yianma was not at home. She ascended the stairs for a bath and changed into a wine-red satin shirt, paired with black trousers tucked into military boots. She then selected a suit from the wardrobe before heading downstairs and out the door. The Baoa Hall was situated at the edge of Zhangzhou City, in an area of less favorable location with few patrons. Leaning against her vehicle, Xie glanced at the sign of the Baoa Hall before stepping inside. A young pharmacist was busy preparing prescriptions and approached her as she entered. Miss, are you here for a consultation or to pick up medicine? Xie surveyed her surroundings before responding. I am looking for someone. Just then, a woman emerged from the back room. She was clad in a black qipao, the matching hat obscuring much of her face. Chapter 57. The Great General's Child Bride. Part 8. Xie narrowed her eyes, following the woman with her gaze until she exited, after which she averted her eyes. A guest? Who are you looking for? The Great General? Before Xie could respond, a voice interjected. What brings you here? Yi Yanma, having just completed the task assigned by his master, spotted Xie as he sent off the last patient. Upon seeing her, his expression softened instantly. I came to pick you up. It was then that Yi Yanma recalled what Xie had mentioned the night before. Oh, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. Let me inform my master. He hurriedly attempted to enter, but a middle-aged woman emerged from the inner room. What's the matter? Xiaomo? Master, I would like to request a half-day leave. Dr. Zhang glanced towards Xie and inquired, what is the purpose of your outing? Yi Yanma felt somewhat embarrassed. Lowering his head with a blush, Dr. Zhang, Xie stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Yi Yanma. It is an honor to meet you. And you are? Dr. Zhang scrutinized her, frowning slightly at her audacious demeanor. Xie from the Xie family. Although Dr. Zhang had never seen the new governor of Zhangzhou, she had heard of the name. You are the new governor? Xie did not deny it, looking at her and speaking. I am also Momo's girlfriend and fiancé. Fiancé? Dr. Zhang looked at Yi Yanma with a hint of skepticism, recalling that Momo was reportedly engaged to a child of the Xie family. Could it be that Xie was that person? Yi Yanma nodded in affirmation, prompting Dr. Zhang to relax her furrowed brow and respond, Zhang Shan. Since you are Momo's master, you are my elder, Xie said earnestly. Thank you for taking care of Momo during this time. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Dr. Zhang, not one to be overly formal, replied with a knowing smile. I hope the governor will be willing to assist me then. Xie's eyelids flickered, her signature smile gracing her lips as she refrained from responding. After leaving the pharmacy, Yi Yanma realized he had yet to change his attire. He was still wearing the blue robe from before, slightly faded from prolonged washing. No rush. Xie grasped his wrist. I brought spare clothes. She led him to a fabric store where he changed into a black suit. After a lunch together, Xie drove them to the Paleta Dots. The venue was open during the day, yet it lacked the vibrancy of the night. This was Yi Yanma's first foray into such an entertainment establishment. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback by the various men and women clad in revealing attire. Xie subtly wrapped her arm around his waist, whispering in his ear, Do not be afraid, Momo, I am right behind you. Once they found a place to sit, Xie poured him a glass of water. Having never consumed alcohol before, she was cautious in this environment. On stage, a male singer swayed to the rhythm, belting out the latest popular tunes. At nearby tables, a group of affluent young ladies donned Western dresses, accompanied by several men who were toasting and drinking with them. The hall was bustling with a multitude of guests. Xie swirled the wine in her glass, propping her chin on her hand, and with a slight smile remarked, "There aren't nearly enough yet." Yi Yinma, intrigued, scanned the surroundings, suddenly sensing a gaze from above. He instinctively looked up, meeting the mischievous gaze of a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. The woman, clad in a black Western dress, unabashedly smiled at him when she noticed the handsome young man below. Just as she was about to wave, the cold-faced woman beside him shielded most of his figure, her gaze piercing like the chill of midwinter. The woman upstairs awkwardly withdrew her gaze, a hint of disappointment crossing her mind, realizing he was already taken. Undeterred, she cast another glance, only to witness the previously cold woman kissing the tender beauty. A wave of jealousy surged within her, and her eyes sparkled with determination. After all, the Wang family in Sangzhou held a respectable status. One man was nothing to fear. Meanwhile, down below, Yi Yinma tugged at Xie shirt hem, breathless from her kiss. His cheeks flushed, and with his big, watery eyes, he looked up at her with a pitiful expression, seemingly bewildered by her sudden anger. "It's all right, Momo," Xie comforted, embracing him tightly, her gaze returning to the now empty space above. The aide, Zhang, seated at the adjacent table, had also noticed the woman upstairs. She approached with her glass in hand and whispered, "Commander, that's the eldest daughter of the Wang family." The Wang family in Sangzhou was known for their silk business. The patriarch, known for his indulgences in youth, had many offspring but doted particularly on this eldest daughter. As night fell, the palette dance welcomed even more guests, and Yi Yinma finally grasped the lively atmosphere Xie had described. "Momo, Zheng will be right across from us. If you can't find me later, just look for her." Zheng raised her glass in acknowledgement at the right moment. The ballroom gradually filled with enchanting melodies, couples swaying together in rhythm. "Come, Momo, let us dance," Xie urged. Yi Yinma had never danced a Western dance before, cautiously resting his arms on Xie's shoulders, trying to follow her lead. She taught him the simplest steps, yet he still managed to step on her feet several times. "I'm sorry, Commander," he murmured, his head downcast in dismay. Xie held him close, deliberately slowing their movements. "It's fine, Momo, you're doing wonderfully." Yi Yinma's face flushed instantly, and he focused intently on the ground, counting the beats, fearful of stepping on her again. Xie gazed at the soft swirl of his hair, her heart melting. Leaning closer, she whispered against his cheek, "Momo, you're so beautiful." At her words, the tips of Yi Yinma's ears turned crimson, and he replied in a soft, sweet tone, "Commander, please don't tease me." The lights illuminated Xie's striking features, her lips curling into a smile, her eyes brimming with affection. As the dance concluded, Yi Yinma finally let out a sigh of relief. Sitting beside him, Xie was about to raise her glass when a warm hand clasped hers. "My lord, to drink less," he advised. He still remembered the last time his lord had drunk too much, resulting in a painful headache. Heeding his counsel, Xie withdrew her hand and gently ruffled his hair, saying, "All right, I will listen to you," while she whispered sweet nothings to him. A woman dressed as a server approached and leaned in to whisper something in her ear. Noticing her expression darken, Yi Yinma, puzzled and concerned, asked, "My lord, is something wrong?" Xie turned to him with a smile. "It's nothing. Someone upstairs wishes to see me. Stay here and don't wander off." "All right," Yi Yinma obediently replied. Xie pressed a kiss on his forehead before rising to leave. Once she departed, Yi Yinma felt a rush of warmth and touched his forehead, thinking, "This is the second time today my lord has kissed me." Upstairs, Xie knocked on the door of the private room, but received no response. Just as she was about to leave in annoyance, the door swung open. A man clad in a black lace robe appeared at the threshold, gazing at her with sultry eyes, and cooed, "Miss, come in and play." Chapter 58. The Young Master's Childgroom. 9. Xie's brows furrowed slightly as she stepped forward and seized his neck, pinning him against the wall of the room. "Tell me, who sent you to find me?" The man, taken aback by her sudden aggression, struggled against her grip, stuttering, "Let go of me. I am the miss of the Wang family." With a swift motion, Xie hurled him to the ground, recalling something urgent. She quickly exited the room. The server had mentioned that someone upstairs wanted to discuss a transaction with her. She initially assumed it was one of the merchants causing trouble, but to her astonishment, it was the very woman who had designs on Yi Yinma. Outside the dance floor, Wang Yusin, the miss of the Wang family, noticed Xie Zi's departure, adjusted her dress, and approached Yi Yanma with a glass of red wine in hand. Little beauty, are you alone? Wang Yusin's gaze was fixed upon Yi Yanma's face. Feeling uncomfortable, Yi Yanma shook her head, signaling that she was waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Wang Yusin inched closer. But I saw that lady go upstairs to seek amusement. Little beauty, I fear she has abandoned you. Upon hearing this, Yi Yanma glared at her in anger and replied, I kindly ask you to keep your distance, Mississippi. My girlfriend merely has some matters to attend to and will return shortly. Recalling her own arrangements upstairs, Wang Yusin was unperturbed. What woman wasn't drawn to pleasure? She had prepared the latest headliner from the Palette Glacés. Is that so? Wang Yusin leaned in, attempting to steal a kiss, her hands audaciously reaching toward him. If that's the case, it's no problem. We could make it 3. A sharp sound echoed as a resounding slap marked her cheek. Yi Yanma retracted his tingling hand, glaring at her with anger, though a creeping sense of fear began to swell within him. You little wretch, how dare you take my kindness for granted? Wang Yusin, incensed, raised her hand to strike back at him. Yi Yanma, trembling with fear, took a step back and collided into someone's embrace, hearing a familiar voice beside her ear. Mo, I have returned. Everything will be all right. The wrist of Wang Yusin was firmly grasped by Zheng Yu, as if ensnared by an iron clasp. Only then did the person in Xie Zi's arms turn around and tightly embrace her waist. The dampness from his shirt slowly seeped through, and Xie Zi gently patted his back, murmuring reassurances. The commotion naturally drew the attention of onlookers, yet as a member of the Wang family, Wang Yusin found the others in the ballroom keeping their distance, merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Once Yi Yanma regained her composure, Xie Zi lifted her and seated her on a nearby chair, positioning her back towards Wang Yusin. Be good, Mo, sit here for a while and don't look back. Yi Yanma grasped her sleeve, shaking her head, her tear-streaked eyes still glimmering red. It's all right, Xie Zi gently brushed her eyelids, turning to face Wang Yusin. She found her still shrieking defiantly. You dare lay a hand on me? I am the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Zheng Yu's grip tightened, eliciting more painful cries from Wang Yusin. Let go of me, or my mother will never spare you. Oh, really? She won't spare me? Xie Zi's boots thudded against the floor as she approached. Upon her arrival, Zheng Yu released Wang Yusin, only for Xie Zi to swiftly deliver a kick that sent her sprawling to the ground. You. Wang Yusin lay on the floor, her eyes rolling back as she gasped for breath. As she began to recover, she attempted to rise and speak, but Xie Zi's fist came crashing down once more. Wang Yusin, tasting blood, let out a wretched scream, her mouth now filled with several blood-stained teeth. With her nose bruised and face swollen, Wang Yusin groaned on the floor. A woman nearby, recognizing her status, urgently called out, Stop! Do you know who this is? Seeing Xie Zi halt to regard her, the woman smugly continued. She is the eldest daughter of the Wang family from Tsangzhou. If the head of the Wang family learns of today's events, none of you will escape. I want her life. I demand her life. Wang Yusin yelled from the ground. The woman, eager to assist Wang Yusin, stepped forward but hesitated when she saw Xie Zi's cold smile, as she placed her foot firmly on Wang Yusin's left hand. With a slight pressure, Wang Yusin let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The woman, initially seeking to curry favor with Wang Yusin, now saw that Xie Zi did not regard her at all and approached with the intent to strike. However, Xie Zi deftly drew a gun from her boot. The dark muzzle pressed against her own head, causing the woman to blanch in fear, frozen in place. The ballroom fell into a hushed silence as Xie Zi leisurely chambered around. Go on, I am curious to see how the Wang family intends to take my life. Wang Yusin then realized she had provoked the new governor of Tsangzhou, a figure of immense power. Moments later, a small squad of soldiers clad in military uniforms and armed with guns surged into the ballroom. General, spare us. The woman trembled, her body shaking in terror. Yet, Xie Zi's expression remained impassive, as if ready to pull the trigger at any moment. General? We should leave. A refreshing male voice shattered the tranquility, causing Xie Zi to momentarily pause before retracting her hand that held the gun. Yi Yanma maintained his original posture, his back turned to the onlookers, rendering the specific events invisible to him, yet he could hear everything with clarity. A hint of tenderness flickered in Xie Zi's gaze. All right. She turned around, helping Yi Yanma to his feet, shielding him as they made their way outside. Commander, what shall we do with these two? Xie Zi cast a cold glance. Take them back and inform the heads of their families that their kin is in my hands. Understood. Zheng Yu acted swiftly, dragging the two away before leading her men out. During the return journey, Yi Yanma remained silent, his head bowed as he sat in the car. Xie Zi watched him ascend the stairs before she turned and exited the door again. When she returned, the lights in the room had already been extinguished. Gently guided by the moonlight, Xie Zi climbed onto the bed, shedding her outer garments, and embraced the person lying there. General? Xie Zi paused, responding softly with an mm. The person nestled closer, facing her, his voice laced with apprehension. Did I cause you trouble today? Xie Zi, in the darkness, pressed a tender kiss to the top of his head. No, it hardly counts as trouble. The Wang family holds power in Sangzhou. If they come tomorrow, you might have to hand me over. The voice beside her was faint and muffled. As a man, they won't dare to harm me. It's a mess of my own making. I should face the consequences. Moreover, the Wang family is in commerce, and with so many soldiers under your command, the military expenses must be substantial. We'll inevitably have dealings with these merchants. What nonsense are you speaking? Xie Zi wrapped her arms around his waist. Speaking softly, what happened today is not your fault. It is that Wang's mistake. I haven't troubled them, yet they dare to come knocking? Yi Yanma hesitated, words lingering on his lips. Xie Zi captured his mouth with a kiss, her words muffled. Rest assured. Mo, I will protect you. Had she not been confident in her ability to safeguard him, she would not have brought him into such a public arena. After finally coaxing him to sleep, Xie Zi herself drifted into slumber. The following morning, as she descended the stairs, she heard Xing Yu approaching to report. Commander, representatives from the Wang and Yao families have arrived. The other woman from last night is a junior from the Yao family. Xie Zi settled onto the sofa, casually running her fingers through her hair while picking up the newspaper resting on the coffee table. Let them in. Yes. Chapter 59. The General's Child Bride, Part 10. Before long, several individuals entered from outside. Xie Zi did not lift her eyelids. The living room remained silent. The heads of the Wang and Yao families exchanged glances, placing two suitcases before Xie Zi. Zhang Yu stepped forward to open them, revealing them filled to the brim with gold bars. Xie Zi cast a fleeting glance, setting the newspaper aside, and coldly regarded the two men. I will not release the person. Upon hearing this, the heads of the two families felt a jolt of alarm and hastily replied, What does the general mean by this? Surely you don't find it insufficient. We can gather more, just say the word. No need. Xie Zi raised her hand to directly refuse, her expression betraying no emotion. Master Wang, that batch of goods at the dock belongs to you, does it not? Master Wang of the Wang family was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he feigned ignorance. What goods? What are you referring to, Your Excellency? Xie Zi, uninterested in her evasions, stood up impatiently. Master Wang retreated a step. It seemed the eldest daughter of the Wang family was not as favored by her father as rumors suggested. In that case, I shall handle the matter myself. Master Wang's body weakened, instinctively believing this meant death. Spare me, Your Excellency. I shall send you the goods. You may deal with them as you wish. The cargo at the dock consisted of opium imported from the West, which Master Wang had hoped to profit from in secret, unaware that Xie Zi had set her sights on it. Where did the goods come from? Master Wang gritted her teeth. It was arranged by President Su. I do not know the individual. Xie Zi did not believe her words, but knew further questioning would yield no answers. Take them to the prison to retrieve the individuals. Zheng Yu received the order and led the two away. In the prison, Master Wang and Master Yao collected their respective daughters. Last night, Wang Yusin had been severely beaten and endured a cold night in jail, resulting in a high fever that left her delirious. The Yao family's daughter, while not seriously harmed, had spent the night listening to the anguished cries of the inmates, emerging somewhat dazed. Have they been taken? Xie Zi flipped through a newspaper, the gold bars on the coffee table remaining untouched. Yes, Zheng Yu nodded, continuing, the drug has also been administered. Our personnel have confirmed that Miss Wang will no longer be able to bear children. Zheng Yu scratched the back of his head, speaking subtly, feeling that his superior had a somewhat ruthless side. Xie Zi cast a cold glance at the coffee table and lifted her chin. Put it away. Zheng Yu, accompanied by others, collected the gold bars. The entire batch of goods at the dock was to be destroyed, and additional personnel were to follow the Wang family members to observe their contacts. Understood. Zheng Yu saluted and went out to attend to the tasks. During this period, Liao Bei had been dispatched elsewhere, leaving Zheng Yu to manage various matters within the military governor's office, often working tirelessly throughout the day. When Yi Yinma descended the stairs, the living room was already empty, with a simple breakfast laid out on the dining table. Upon seeing him, Xie gestured for him to join her for breakfast. The table fell into silence as Xie focused on her wontons without glancing aside. Yi Yinma, however, was shy and nervously gripped his chopsticks. Last night, due to his anxious state, he had not fully registered the significance of their final kiss, but now, reflecting upon it, a flush crept across his face. Though they had shared kisses before, those had been mere pecks, unlike the intimacy of last night. After breakfast, Xie donned her military uniform and prepared to leave. Your collar. Yi Yinma indicated that her collar was not properly adjusted. Xie turned to face him and slightly bent at the waist, the implication clear. Seeing her smile at him, Yi Yinma stepped closer and adjusted her collar neatly. All done. The two stood mere inches apart. And just as Yi Yinma was about to step back, she unexpectedly planted a kiss on his cheek. Straightening up, Xie left the room, her heart brimming with delight. Behind her, Yi Yinma covered his face, his eyes sparkling with joy. The investigation into the Wang family's illicit dealings was not particularly challenging. Yet it involved individuals connected to a significant portion of the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce. Shortly after this matter came to light, the chamber's president, Su Ling, extended an invitation for a gathering at the Zui Chunlu. Upon hearing the venue, Xie's expression turned noticeably frosty. Zui Chunlu was an establishment owned by the Xie family. Upon arrival, she found Su Ling conversing with her mother, Xie Mu, while a young man in Western attire stood beside them. As she entered, Su Ling eagerly rose to greet her, though Xie Mu remained seated. Without uttering a word, Xie took her place at the table. Zheng Yu stood behind her, and below, a squadron of soldiers awaited. Commander. It has been quite some time since we last met, Su Ling cheerfully remarked, but Xie remained silent, her gaze shifting as she called out a name. Shaojia. Come, pour a drink for the commander. The young man, who had been quietly observing, obediently stepped forward to pour a glass. Commander, I toast to you. Xie looked up at him. He was handsome and seemingly in his early 20s, his face flushed with shyness as he gazed at her. And who might this be? She inquired, prompting Su Ling and Xie Mu to exchange knowing smiles. This is my son, Su Mingjie. I hadn't realized that the commander was the child of the Xie family until now. The coincidence is indeed remarkable. Oh, what coincidence? Xie did not take the glass, her fingers caressing her own cup. When you were little, you had met my Shaojia. Your mother once mentioned that she hoped you would marry him someday. Xie internally scoffed, for the original owner had no recollection of such an encounter. Even if it had occurred, it was likely a mere jest from Xie Mu, one that Xie Fu was completely unaware of. It is only natural that the commander does not remember such an old affair, Su Ling hastily added. Casting a subtle glance at Xie Mu, clearing her throat, Xie Mu assumed the role of an elder. Ziyi, what your Aunt Su said is indeed true. She then beckoned Su Mingjie, Shaojia, take a seat beside Ziyi. You young people should engage in conversation and become better acquainted. In response, Su Mingjie flashed a charming smile, his youthful face radiating warmth. Of course. He turned and settled beside Xie, pushing the glass of wine closer to her, his fingers intentionally brushing against hers. Commander, would you care for a drink? Xie's expression remained indifferent as she withdrew her hand. No, thank you. Her tone carried a firm rejection, dismissing both the drink and the young man before her. Su Mingjie's countenance turned awkward, and Su Ling's expression soured as well. Xie Mu's face darkened instantly. Ziyi, how can you be so thoughtless? Your Aunt Su's son has long held admiration for you. What harm is there in sharing a drink? Did her mother forget what she had promised? A smile that was more mockery than amusement graced Xie's lips. Xie Mu's expression subtly changed. And it was only when Su Ling discreetly kicked her under the table that she managed to suppress her inner fury. What are you saying? Mother sees you are already 23. Women your age already have children. That is why we introduced you to Aunt Su. Her son has returned from studying abroad, and our families intend for you to spend time together and perhaps form a union. Xie Mingjie's cheeks were flushed with rouge, but her gaze remained fixed intently on Xie. The man in military attire sitting before her evoked a sense of disquiet, and none of the women she had encountered abroad captivated her as much as this grand marshal. Union? Xie took a delicate sip from her wine glass. Indeed. Xie Mu, fearing Xie might decline, added emphatically, this is also your father's wish. My father has already arranged a betrothal for me. Have you forgotten, mother? Knowing she referred to Yi Yinma, Xie Mu dismissed it casually. After marrying Shaojia, you could also take that child as a brother-in-law. Chapter 60. The Grand Marshal's Child Bride, Part 11. Saying this in front of Su Mingjie did not seem to faze Su Ling or Xiaomu. But Su Mingjie displayed a hint of displeasure on her face. Noticing her silence, Xiaomu took the liberty of deciding, let Xiao Jie stay with you for the next few days. You both need to cultivate your feelings. Unnecessary. As soon as she finished speaking, Xie Zi stood up, scanning the room before declaring, I already have a fiancé. Xiaomu, treating her like a disobedient child, spoke earnestly, Xiao Jie comes from a good family, is handsome, has studied abroad, he is the perfect match for you. Do not be foolish. After she spoke, Xie Zi remained silent and made to leave. Grand Marshal. Su Mingjie hurriedly grasped the hem of her garment, presenting what she believed to be her most charming demeanor. Xie Zi coldly shook him off. Undeterred, Su Mingjie stepped forward and remarked, I have heard that the Grand Marshal's child bride is an orphan, raised as a servant. With little education, steeped in antiquated thoughts. Does the Grand Marshal truly not care? Xie Zi's piercing gaze fixed upon him, causing Su Mingjie to involuntarily flinch, a chill surging through her. Naturally, my beloved is the finest in this world, a treasure invisible to the short-sighted. Xiaomu attempted to interject, but Xie Zi interrupted her sharply. Since you hold Su Xiaoya in such high regard, why not marry him yourself? A tale of an older wife and a younger husband would be quite the story. Su Mingjie's face turned a mix of green and red, rendered speechless by her indignation, and turned her head away. Xiaomu's expression was equally grim, exhaling heavily. As Xie Zi briskly departed, she yelled sternly, Xie Zi. No sooner had she called than Zhang Yu's gun was pressed against her head. Be cautious, Matriarch Xie, the gun may misfire. Zhang Yu remarked with a hint of amusement. Xiaomu trembled with rage. I am the mother of your Grand Marshal. Zhang Yu shrugged indifferently. What does that have to do with me? Su Ling hurriedly intervened. Deputy Zhang, please do not resort to violence. Lower your weapon. Let us discuss this amicably. We are all family, after all. Zhang Yu smiled at her, holstered his weapon, and stepped out of the private room. In the private room, Xi's mother wore a grim expression, her face ashen. Su Ling stood by the window, observing the upright figure of Xi's below, deliberately provoking Xi's mother. Old Xi, it seems you cannot restrain your daughter any longer. Xi's mother slammed her cane heavily against the ground, snorting coldly, no matter what, I am still her mother. Does she dare to lay hands on me? She then pointed at Su Mingjie, who had just been frightened. Little Jie, you shall move to the military governor's residence in a few days. It is the command of your mother and father, as well as the words of the matchmaker. Can she truly defy that? Su Ling gave Su Mingjie a knowing glance, and he immediately acquiesced. Yi Yanmo wrapped up the medicine and handed the package to the patient. Seeing that there was nothing else to attend to in the clinic, he sat at the counter, lost in thought. Just yesterday, Butler Bai had come seeking him, requesting that he keep tabs on the general's movements and report back to Xi's mother. When he expressed his reluctance, Butler Bai even threatened to expel him from Songzhou if he did not comply. Unfazed by such threats, Yi Yanmo was nevertheless aware that the general remained oblivious to Xi's mother's clandestine dealings in opium. Previously, he had alluded to it subtly, fearing it would sadden the general. Upon returning home that evening, he found himself hesitating multiple times, wanting to confide in Xi's yet feeling it was not the right moment. He had never considered that she might doubt him. He merely feared the burden of Xi's mother's actions would weigh heavily on her. Days passed, and suddenly, an unfamiliar man appeared at the entrance of the military governor's residence. Dressed in the latest fashionable attire, he arrogantly spoke to the guards at the door. Do you not hear? I am to be the future husband of your general. Let me in at once, or beware when the general returns. She will have your skin. The guards at the entrance paid him no mind, allowing him to shout in vain. They had seen the general's fiancé before, far more handsome and possessing a gentler disposition than the man before them. Curious, Yi Yanmo approached and inquired, what seems to be the trouble? The man clamoring to enter was none other than Su Mingjie, who had wrestled with his decision over the past few days and ultimately resolved to come to the military governor's residence. His sense of male pride urged him to retreat. Yet his selfish heart could not let go of such a good matrimonial prospect as Xi's. She not only possessed beauty and charm, but commanded over 300,000 men, wielding immense power in Songzhou, and even his mother was eager to curry favor with her. The guards informed Yi Yanmo of the man's desire to see Xi's. Yi Yanmo then turned to scrutinize the individual from head to toe and politely inquired, May I ask, young sir, if you have business with the general? I can convey your message. Su Mingjie scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Convey? You? Do you even know who I am? Dressed simply in a slightly faded blue robe, Yi Yanma felt his attire paled in comparison to Su Mingjia's ostentation. "I do not know," he replied, shaking his head despite the discomfort caused by the man's gaze. "I am the general's fiancé, her boyfriend." Su Mingjie shot him a disdainful look. "Step aside, all of you. I must enter." The guards remained steadfast, blocking the entrance. Yi Yanma paused slightly upon hearing their words, instinctively sensing deceit, and chose to disregard them as he entered. How could he gain entry? By what right was he denied? Shu Mingjie, witnessing Yi Yanma's entrance, shouted angrily at the two guards, exclaiming, "Who is he?" "He is the fiancé of our esteemed general." The guards regarded her as if she were mad, unable to comprehend how she could claim the man was their master. "What? That country bumpkin?" The latter part of her words went unheard by Yi Yanma as he shook his head and proceeded into the Western-style mansion. Settling on the balcony, Yi Yanma perused a book for a while before glancing out the door. Noticing that Su Mingjie had departed, he took the book and ascended to the second floor. As he was enjoying his meal in the afternoon, he was approached by a guard who suddenly sought him out. "Sir, there is a man outside claiming to be the butler of the Xie residence, here to see you." Yi Yanma paused in his dining and followed the guard outside. At the entrance, Butler Bai was accompanied by a visibly impatient Su Mingjie. Upon seeing Yi Yanma, Butler Bai's expression brightened, and he approached with an authoritative tone. "Young Yi, this is young Master Mingjie of the Su family, the future lord of our esteemed general. You are to take him inside and treat him with utmost courtesy." Instinctively resistant to Su Mingjie, Yi Yanma remained silent. Butler Bai's demeanor shifted instantly, laced with veiled threats. "Young Yi, this is also the master's wish." In Butler Bai's eyes, Yi Yanma was merely a lowly servant, devoid of the respect afforded to a master. Upon hearing the mention of Madame Xie, Yi Yanma reluctantly spoke. "Is the general aware of this?" "Naturally," Butler Bai replied. "The general is the daughter of the master, and is thus obliged to heed his commands." Yi Yanma bit his lip, acquiescing to lead Su Mingjie inside. Once his task was complete, Butler Bai departed. As soon as he left, Yi Yanma guided Su Mingjie into the parlor and promptly sent someone to inform Xie Zi of the developments. He trusted no one but the general, the man before him. Should he seek merely to marry the general, was acceptable, yet there lingered the fear that he might be a spy. Chapter 61, The General's Child Bride, Part 12. Upon receiving the news, Xie Zi hurried back to the military governor's residence. In the dining hall, Su Mingjie sat triumphantly, while the innocent-looking Yi Yanma stood beside him. As Xie Zi entered, Yi Yanma instinctively approached to assist her with her coat. "Sister Xie." A figure faster than he reached Xie Zi first, Su Mingjie stepped forward, eager to assist her. Xie Zi glanced back at Yi Yanma, who, biting his lip, looked at her with a face full of grievance. A pang of sympathy struck Xie Zi as she avoided Su Mingjie and approached Yi Yanma instead. "Mo. Are you all right?" Her cool fingertips brushed against his warm cheek. Seeing her approach, Yi Yanma shook his head. Su Mingjie, with an inherent sense of entitlement, demanded refreshments and tidiness the moment he entered the governor's residence. It was as if he aimed to put Yi Yanma to the test, insisting that Yi Yanma attend to his every need. Under his directives, Yi Yanma had to prepare an entirely new feast despite barely finishing his own lunch earlier that afternoon. Yi Yanma was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts and was met with a tirade from Su Mingjie. "Sister Xie, do you truly believe I could bully little Yi?" Su Mingjie interjected, familiar as ever. Xie Zi turned to him with an irritated glare. "What are you doing here?" She had recently rejected this man, and now he appeared at her doorstep uninvited. "It was Aunt Xie who sent me," Su Mingjie stammered, taken aback by her frosty demeanor. His luggage lay untouched in the living room downstairs. "Get out." Seeing her gentleness towards Yi Yanma while directing disdain at him stirred a sense of resentment within Su Mingjie. "Sister Xie, please do not be upset. Aunt Xie sent me here, and I assumed she had spoken to you about it," he continued, noting her evident impatience. "I know you have feelings for little Yi. There is nothing wrong with that. From now on, we shall all be family." Yi Yanma furrowed his brow at Su Mingjie, who was now assuming an air of superiority. Before the handsome one had returned, Su Mingjie had not displayed such arrogance. He had even threatened to cast Yi Yanma out, deeming himself unworthy of aspiring to the handsome one's affections. Xie Ji let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Family?" Su Mingjie smiled, nodding amiably. "But how could I forget that young Master Su returned from studying abroad? Did you not loathe the idea of sharing a wife with other men?" Su Mingjie faltered, his lips moving without sound. He certainly would not share a woman with anyone else, Thus, he planned to eliminate Yi Yanma. Yet he could not disclose this to the handsome one. After pondering, he bit his lip and raised his head, a look of feigned submission on his face. Sister Xie, I once thought as you do, but upon meeting you, I have become utterly enamored. I would endure anything for the chance to marry you. Xie Yi watched him perform this charade, oblivious to the flicker of alarm in Yi Yanma's eyes. Sister Xie, I did not wish to put you in a difficult position, but Aunt Xie discussed a business deal with my mother, one that would benefit both our families significantly. That is why my mother desires a closer connection between us. What business? Xie Yi's expression darkened as she contemplated this. It is a new product of sorts. Su Mingjie was uncertain about the details, having only overheard Su Ling mention it once. Thus unaware that this so-called business was the very opium that Xie Yi was investigating. Handsome one, noticing Xie Yi's silence, Yi Yanma tugged at her sleeve with concern. Xie Yi grasped his hand firmly, casting a glance at Su Mingjie. Very well, you may stay for now. Officer Zeng, please find young Master Su a room on the second floor. Su Mingjie's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly instructed someone to move his belongings. Yi Yanma moved his hand, which Xie Yi held tightly, pulling him upstairs. Su Mingjie attempted to follow, but was stopped by Officer Zeng. Young Master Su, your room is this way. In the bedroom. As soon as Xie Yi entered, she pushed him against the wall, intent on kissing him. Yi Yanma turned his head aside, evading her advance. Xie Yi was aware of his jealousy and anger, yet she refrained from offering an explanation, simply turning his head back. Mo, she whispered softly into his ear, her voice low and hoarse. Yi Yanma's ears twitched, but he stubbornly chose not to look at her. Are you angry? Xie Yi teased, her fingers gently squeezing his slender waist. Why? Tell me, she coaxed. I dare not. Yi Yanma pouted, playfully referring to himself as this servant. What nonsense are you talking about? Xie Yi scowled, unceremoniously biting his lips. Yi Yanma winced at the slight pain, bringing a hand to his mouth. His eyes brimming with tears as he gazed at Xie Yi. Her heart ignited with frustration at his tearful expression, and she loosened her collar with one hand. The handsome lord, young Master Su, is still waiting for you downstairs. Yi Yanma lowered his eyelids, covering his mouth. What young Master Su? I only recognize young Master Yi. Xie Yi deliberately teased, her hand caressing his waist. Yi Yanma glanced up at her briefly before quickly lowering his head again, his voice barely a whisper. Handsome lord, are you going to marry young Master Su? What did you say, Mo? Xie Yi, distracted, pressed her lips against his neck, planting soft kisses. Handsome lord, you mustn't do this. Yi Yanma's voice quavered, hesitating to push her away for fear of inciting her wrath, yet his heart ached at the thought of Su Mingjie. A tear suddenly fell from Xie Yi's cheek. Her body stiffened as she raised her head to see the small figure in her arms biting his lip, tears streaming down his face. Mo, don't cry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have teased you. In a flurry, she soothed him, gently wiping away his tears. She patiently explained, I have no intention of marrying anyone else. I have already said I want to announce our marriage. I even chose the date. But I've been busy lately and haven't mentioned it to you. Yi Yanma sniffled, grasping the sides of her clothing. Really? Then why did you let young Master Su stay? Of course it's true. Little crybaby, stop crying. Xie Yi lifted him and seated him on the bed, her expression serious as she continued. I suspect the Su family and the Xie family are involved in the opium trade, which is why he was left here. Yi Yanma tightened his grip on her clothing. Finally speaking, handsome lord, the head of the family is indeed colluding with the Su and Wang families in the opium trade. How does Mo know this? Xie Yi's gaze sharpened. This was information that 1001 had not disclosed to her. Yi Yanma closed his eyes, ultimately revealing the truth. The Lord told me. Upon hearing this, Xie Yi understood everything. It was likely that the original owner's father was harmed because he had discovered this matter. Handsome lord? Noticing Xie Yi's silence, Yi Yanma grew concerned, wrapping his arms around her waist and burying his face in her chest. It's nothing. I'm just thinking about some things. Xie Yi naturally embraced him tightly. Mo, be cautious of Su Mingjie during this time. I will send Liao Bei back to keep an eye on him. All right. When Xie Yi mentioned sending Liao Bei back, he arrived at the military governor's residence the following day just as Yi Yanma was heading to the medical clinic. Stop. Chapter 62. The Great General's Child Bride. 13. Yi Yanma was halted by his call and turned to face him. Liao Bei, with a furrowed brow, displayed his dissatisfaction and contempt. I had thought that with you by the Great General's side, You could at least fend off other men. To my dismay, you are utterly ineffectual. In just a few days, you have allowed others to intrude. He scrutinized Yi Yanma from head to toe, finding him as petty as when they first met, and rolled his eyes. Indeed, I should not have expected anything from you. With that, he strode away. Yi Yanma maintained a calm demeanor as he awaited Liao Bei's departure, shouldering his small medical kit as he made his way to the clinic. Ever since Liao Bei returned to the general's residence, he had engaged in daily quarrels with Su Mingjie. Each time, Su Mingjie found himself at a disadvantage and had sought arbitration from Xie on several occasions. Yet Xie remained a passive observer. Furthermore, as Liao Bei was Xie's aide, Su Mingjie had no means to confront him directly, leaving him to devise clever retorts each day. Upon entering the general's residence, it became evident that the Su family was stirring. A sudden gunshot erupted at the dock, and Xie, accompanied by his men, flanked the enemy. The gunfire echoed relentlessly as Xie successfully ambushed and subdued them. "General, that's all. The others are dead," Zheng Yu reported with a military salute. Xie shook his tingling hand and regarded the foreign man crouched on the ground, clutching his head. "Take them back and interrogate them thoroughly. Once we ascertain the truth, the Su and Wang families can take action. As for Madame Xie, had it not been to draw the snake from its hole, she would have acted long ago." "Understood." The headlights of the jeep illuminated the road as Xie closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Suddenly, the windshield shattered, and the vehicle careened before coming to a halt by the roadside. The guards seated within the jeep, along with Zheng Yu, cautiously retrieved their weapons and exited the vehicle. A gunshot resounded, and the guard collapsed, blood streaming from his head. Upon witnessing the death, Xie's eyes hardened, and he raised his gun, aiming towards the source of the shot. "General, there are two of them," Zheng Yu whispered as they took cover behind the jeep, their eyes fixed on the two figures clad in black descending rapidly from the hill. Xie signaled Zheng Yu, who swiftly maneuvered to the opposite side of the jeep. The two assailants, realizing the vehicle was unoccupied, panicked and turned to flee, only to find themselves confronted by a gun pressed against their waists. "Stay still. Turn around," Zheng Yu commanded, feeling a sense of familiarity with the two figures. They slowly turned to reveal the faces of two unfamiliar individuals of Huagua descent. Xie and Zheng Yu exchanged a glance, instantly comprehending their identities. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, prompting Xie to seize one of the women as a shield. She was struck by several bullets and succumbed. The other individual under Zheng Yu's watch grew restless and, seizing the moment of distraction, wrested the weapon from her grasp. Zheng Yu. As night fell, tension enveloped the general's residence. Yi Yanma returned late that evening. Dr. Zhang had departed for his hometown earlier that morning, citing a family illness. In her haste, she had not taken the time to elaborate to Yi Yanma, merely instructing him to keep an eye on the clinic. After enduring several wars and the upheaval of warlords, the number of doctors remaining in Sangzhou had dwindled significantly. Not long ago, I heard that several individuals had departed, resulting in a notable increase in the number of visitors at the Baohedang. Young Master Yi. Upon his return, the guards at the entrance saluted him. Yi Yanma felt an unusual atmosphere within the residence today. He entered the hall, but did not see Xie. Even Zheng Yu and Liao Bei were absent. What was happening? Why could he not find a doctor? Liao Bei's furious voice echoed, followed by a soldier's report. "Deputy Officer Liao, there are few doctors in Sangzhou City, and amidst the chaos of war, those doctors who were asked to tend to our commanding officer's gunshot wounds are reluctant to oblige. Continue searching. I refuse to believe this," Liao Bei retorted, already entering the parlor. Upon seeing Yi Yanma standing in a daze, he furrowed his brow, preparing to reprimand him. "What is wrong with the commander?" Yi Yanma asked, his face devoid of color, his tone sharp. Liao Bei, taken aback by his fierce demeanor, quickly regained his composure and attempted to brush past him towards the stairs. "This is none of your concern." Yi Yanma grasped the straps of his medical kit, asserting, "I am a doctor." Liao Bei paused momentarily, then turned back to him with a scornful smile. "You? Don't overestimate your capabilities." The disdain in his words was palpable. Yi Yanma ignored him, pushed him aside, and dashed upstairs. "Hey, stop. Where do you think you're going?" His heart raced as he opened the bedroom door. On the soft, plush bed lay Xie, pale and motionless. "Commander?" Yi Yanma's voice trembled as he closed the door and proceeded to open his medical kit. "Yi Yanma, come out." Liao Bei had been banging on the door for a while, yet there was no response from within. "If anything happens to the commander, you can expect to face dire consequences." Frustrated by the locked door, Liao Bei delivered a powerful kick, creating a loud commotion. What is going on? What are you doing? Zheng Yu, her eyes red-rimmed, forcefully pulled Liao Bei aside. She had searched high and low throughout Songzhou City for Yi Yanma and, in a moment of despair, had learned from someone at the commander's residence that young Master Yi had returned. She hurried back, only to find Liao Bei attempting to break down the door. Yi Yanma, claims he can save the commander. Liao Bei's expression was filled with malice directed at Yi Yanma. He should know his own limitations. Enough. Let him try. Zheng Yu interjected, attempting to maintain her composure. We have scoured Songzhou. No one could extract the bullet. Let him have a chance. The doctors in Songzhou, upon hearing that they were to treat the critically endangered new commander, were terrified, fearing execution should they fail in their duties. Liao Bei, still reluctant to concede, opened his mouth to protest further, but, seeing the fear in Zheng Yu's eyes, chose silence and descended the stairs. Zheng Yu stood at the bedroom door, waiting in silence throughout the night. As dawn broke, the door opened from within. Young Master Yi. Zheng Yu rushed forward, her voice trembling with urgency. How is the commander? Yi Yanma emerged, his face ashen and his lips devoid of color, glancing at Zheng Yu. It's fine now. The bullet has been successfully removed from the commander. Fortunately, he had prepared a multitude of life-saving medicines in the bedroom early in the morning, along with his small first aid kit, which ultimately saved the commander. Hearing him say he was fine, Zheng Yu finally exhaled in relief. When she noticed Yi Yanma leaning on the staircase, she felt a pang of guilt and spoke. I'm sorry, young Master Yi. Yi Yanma looked at her with a furrowed brow, confusion etched on his face. Zheng Yu took a breath and continued. The bullet that struck the commander was meant for me. In that moment of peril, she had no time to react before she saw Xie Zi standing in front of her, blood splattering before her eyes. Xie Zi, summoning her last ounce of strength, shot the woman hidden in the woods, while Zheng Yu had knocked out another with a shot. The bullet had been perilously close, hitting just 5 centimeters from the heart. The commander regards you as a sister, taking the bullet for you as her choice. There is no need for you to apologize to me. Zheng Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as she lowered her head in silence. Yi Yanma descended the stairs directly, and upon reaching the ground floor, he found the servants had prepared congee, which he hastily consumed before returning to the bedroom. Following the incident at the military governor's residence, Su Mingjie had not stepped outside since witnessing Xie Zi being carried back, drenched in blood. As for Liao Bei, he had not returned either, which conveniently aided Yi Yanma. Chapter 63. The Commander's Child Husband, 14. Yi Yanma dipped a cotton swab in water to moisten Xie Zi's lips. Xie Zi had been in a coma for a full 4 days, showing no signs of awakening. Yi Yanma felt a surge of fear, keeping a vigil day and night. What could be happening? The voice of Assistant Su echoed in his ears as Xie Zi struggled to open her eyes, yet found them stubbornly closed. 1001 may be malfunctioning. Assistant Su in danger. In a daze, she faintly called for 1001, but received no reply. Subsequently, she repeatedly murmured in a haze, "Mo, mo, mo, mo." The person resting beside her suddenly awoke, noticing Xie Zi moving her lips as if trying to speak. He leaned closer. "Mo, mo, mo, mo." Each utterance was his name, causing tears to well in Yi Yanma's eyes as he grasped her hand tightly. "I am here, Commander, I am here." The person on the bed moved her fingers slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, signaling a potential awakening. Yi Yanma gazed at her in astonishment until Xie Zi finally opened her eyes completely. "Mo, Commander, you're awake?" Yi Yanma gently restrained her from trying to sit up, examining her body before feeling relieved. "Have I been asleep for long?" Xie Zi, upon seeing the bloodshot eyes of Yi Yanma, squeezed his hand with concern. "Yes." Yi Yanma looked at her with lingering trepidation. The wound on Xie Zi's chest was still healing, preventing her from rising. She beckoned him with her hand. Yi Yanma obediently leaned down, his eyelids brushed by her kiss. "Mo, come up." Yi Yanma did not refuse, carefully climbing onto the bed to lie beside her, avoiding her injury as he embraced her. "Commander." Xie Zi gently patted his back, whispering in his ear, "Mo, I scared you. I'm sorry. All I wish for is your safety." He raised his eyes to meet Xie Zi's gaze. Two individuals embraced and shared a conversation, after which Yi Yanma succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep. He had been struggling with restless nights and a lack of appetite lately, and now, with a sudden release of tension in his heart, he drifted into a deep and tranquil slumber. Not long after Yi Yanma had closed his eyes, a knock echoed at the bedroom door. Zheng Yu entered. initially intending to summon Yi Yanma for a meal, only to find Xie already awake. "Commander, you are awake," Zheng Yu exclaimed, her eyes glistening with emotion as she hurried forward. Xie nodded, noticing that Yi Yanma remained undisturbed, and whispered, "Speak softly." Zheng Yu wiped the corners of her eyes and nodded in understanding. "Has anything transpired in Sangzhou during my absence? What has become of the Su and Wang families? And those captured Westerners?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu's expression turned grave. "Commander, there have been no issues in Sangzhou. Since we uncovered the goods linked to the Su and Wang families, they have been compliant. The Westerners are entangled with the Guoping party." "Indeed," Xie replied, recalling the group they encountered on their return journey. Were those individuals also from the Guoping party? Yes. She had sensed that each of them was well trained, their weaponry resembling that of regular troops. The Guoping party had approached the original owners several times, proposing collaboration with Xie to integrate her subordinates into their ranks. For reasons unknown, the original owner had consistently declined, and now it seemed they had pursued her all the way to Sangzhou, harboring lethal intentions. While the Guoping party remained unhurried, there was another pressing matter at hand. The Xie, Su, and Wang families, Xie stated coldly. "It is time for them to face severe consequences." Zheng Yu immediately grasped her meaning without further inquiry. "By the way, where has Deputy Liao been during this time?" Xie cast a glance toward the door, narrowing her eyes with a significant expression. "In recent days, with the commander in a state of unconsciousness, I have been running around alone and have scarcely seen Liao Bei." "Well, I am not certain either," Zheng Yu admitted. She too found it peculiar. Typically, whenever the commander faced any issues, Liao Bei would always be closely by her side, never straying far, yet this time he had been noticeably absent. "On the night we departed, aside from those who accompanied us, did anyone else know our whereabouts?" Zheng Yu pondered for a moment, about to shake her head when her brow suddenly furrowed tightly. Deputy Liao was aware. Xie regarded her with an impassive expression. "I will investigate this matter." Previously, when the general had sustained severe injuries, she had not considered this aspect. They had taken a secluded path that only insiders were privy to. After her departure, Xie wrapped her arms around Yi Yanma and closed her eyes, mentally calling out to 1001. "Host." Upon her call, 1001 responded immediately. Xie frowned, recalling the fragmented voices she had heard during her unconsciousness, initially believing them to be mere dreams. Currently, 1001's capabilities were limited. Aside from the known content within the small world, it could not disclose any further information. Xie reluctantly decided to cease her inquiries for the time being and to reassess the situation later. Xie's injuries required a full month to heal before Yi Yanma permitted her to rise from bed. Upon learning of her awakening, Liao Bei resumed his daily visits to the commander's residence. During this period, Mrs. Xie and Su Ling visited once. Yi Yanma initially believed that Mrs. Xie would, in any case, show concern for Xie. However, to her surprise, upon learning of Xie's misfortune, she unexpectedly reveled in it. All those who came to visit Xie were turned away by Zheng Yu and Yi Yanma. "Where's the commander?" Su Mingjie, who had been subjected to his father's lamentations about his mother's hardships daily, felt overwhelmed. He was aware that their family was in serious trouble and wished to seek the commander's assistance, yet the commander refused to see him even once. Having heard that she had recovered, Su Mingjie stood at the bedroom door, inquiring about Yi Yanma. Yi Yanma looked up, her expression unchanging. "The commander has already left. I do not know where she has gone." Sensing Yi Yanma's dismissive attitude, Su Mingjie seized her wrist. "Who are you trying to fool? You spend every day with the commander. How can you not know?" Yi Yanma glanced at the Western clock downstairs and freed her hand. "Apologies, but I truly do not know." Su Mingjie stumbled back, and when he regained his balance, he only saw Yi Yanma's retreating figure. Frustrated, he stomped his foot in place and decided to seek out his mother instead. In the afternoon, the Baohedang was about to close. Yi Yanma gathered her belongings and exchanged a few words with Dr. Zhang, only to turn around and find Xie, clad in military uniform, smiling at her. "Commander? What brings you here?" Yi Yanma rushed to her side. "I've come to take you home." Xie took her hand and walked towards Dr. Zhang. "May I request that Momo be allowed a day of rest tomorrow?" Dr. Zhang raised an eyebrow at her. "For what purpose?" Xie lifted their joined hands and placed a kiss on the back of her hand. "To announce our marriage." "What?" Dr. Zhang was taken aback. Xie ruffled the hair of the person gazing at her in bewilderment. "We shall invite the master to our wedding feast." Inside Baohetang, Dr. Zhang watched the departing figures. lost in thought. Commander, are we getting married tomorrow? In the jeep, Yi Yanma's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xie. Indeed, she had previously mentioned wanting to marry her, but various circumstances had always intervened. Is there anything I need to prepare? Yi Yanma asked, gazing at the smiling face of her beloved. There is one thing, Xie replied, pulling her into an embrace. What is it? They were very close. Xie turned her head and kissed her ear. Prepare to call me wife. Commander. Yi Yanma blushed and lowered her gaze, only to have her chin gently lifted. And a passionate kiss was bestowed upon her. Chapter 64. The Commander's Child Bride, 15. The wedding of the two was a resounding success, with people from various circles coming to offer their congratulations, although the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Su Ling, and the head of the Xie family were notably absent. That evening, Yi Yanma sat on the large bed in the bedroom, leafing through a small booklet. Upon seeing Xie emerge from the bath, she hurriedly tucked the booklet under her pillow. What are you doing, Momo? Nothing at all. Yi Yanma's gaze flickered, her cheeks flushed, unwilling to meet her eyes. Xie approached her while drying her hair, tossing the cloth onto the bedside table. Leaning in closer to Yi Yanma, she instinctively recoiled. Beneath her was a lavish crimson quilt. As Xie pressed her lips to the hand Yi Yanma clutched around the pillow's edge, Yi Yanma's eyes widened in shock, swiftly retracting her hand, causing the small booklet to slip into Xie's possession. In a flurry, she reached out to reclaim it, but Xie held it just out of reach. Casually flipping through a few pages, a knowing smile danced at the corners of Xie's lips. Observing her amusement, Yi Yanma stammered an explanation. That's not mine. It was given to me by someone else. Oh? Xie continued to peruse the pages, casting a teasing glance at her. Have you finished it, Mo? Yi Yanma shook her head, having barely skimmed 2 pages before embarrassment rendered her unable to continue. Is that so? Xie leaned closer, her breath warm and fragrant. Then let us read the remainder together. What? Before Yi Yanma could voice her refusal, her lips were silenced by Xie's kiss. Mo, when reading, one must be attentive and not distracted. The pale figure lay amidst the vivid red, her head resting on an open book. Tears cascaded from her eyes, dampening the pages. It was not until deep into the night that Yi Yanma managed to bathe. She was carried back and nestled into the covers, pulling the quilt up to conceal her flushed face. Xie gave a gentle tug, which yielded no result. With a tone of endearment, she called, Mo, do not hide. Yi Yanma turned onto her side, burrowing into Xie's embrace without raising her gaze. Understanding her shyness, Xie tenderly rubbed her waist and remarked, Mo, do not forget, we have yet to finish that book. Shall we endeavor to complete it another day? In exasperation, Yi Yanma bit into her arm, remaining silent. Xie allowed the playful nibble, suggesting, how about you write a reflection on those pages we just read for me tomorrow? Suddenly, the figure beneath the quilt lifted her head, her lips slightly parted and swollen, staring at her in disbelief. A reflection? Yes, Xie replied, her demeanor serious. Upon catching the glimmer of amusement in Xie's eyes, Yi Yanma pouted. You're teasing me, General. Xie raised an eyebrow. Under her playful scrutiny, Yi Yanma shyly uttered, wife. Xie delightedly pressed a kiss to the corner of her lips. Before their marriage, Xie had seen off Su Mingjie. The Su family was declining, and ever since Su Mingjie learned that his mother nearly faced execution at Xie's hands, he no longer dared to approach her. Liao Bei had also been forcibly relocated to the military camp by Xie, leaving only the two of them within the commander's residence. After breakfast, Xie escorted Yi Yanma to the Baoha Hall before departing. Dr. Zhang was examining a prescription and, upon seeing her, jested, You've come? General Xie is quite generous. Yi Yanma, her cheeks flushed, set down the medicine box and began organizing the herbs. That evening, Xie did not return for dinner, citing a business engagement. Yi Yanma bathed and sat on the edge of the bed, resting her chin in her hand as she read. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The telephone in the living room rang incessantly, prompting the servant to summon Yi Yanma. Descending the stairs, Yi Yanma answered the call. Hello? On the other end, silence prevailed. Furrowing his brow, he inquired once more. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? Still, there was no response. Just as he was about to hang up, a woman's voice emerged, low and ominous, instructing, Tell Xie, the North Pier on the night of the 11th. Without allowing Yi Yanma to inquire further, the caller abruptly ended the conversation. Placing the receiver down, an unsettling feeling began to stir within him. Xie returned late at night, the faint drizzle outside leaving her slightly damp. After changing her clothes, she embraced Yi Yinma, awakening him from a shallow slumber. Wife? You're back. Rubbing his eyes. He gradually became more alert. Yes, I returned late and did not anticipate waking you. Yi Yinma shifted his legs, nuzzling against her neck, softly murmuring. I was waiting for you. After exchanging a few words, he suddenly recalled the mysterious phone call and recounted the incident to Xie. Frowning, she noted that her subordinates had investigated the North Pier over the past few days without finding anything. All right, I will personally take a team to investigate tomorrow. The recent success of Baohatang had allowed Yi Yinma to gradually take on a more active role, particularly after Dr. Zhang frequently returned home, making Yi Yinma the attending physician at Baohatang. Master, has something significant occurred at home? Is there anything I can assist with? Yi Yinma inquired as he observed Dr. Zhang hurriedly preparing to leave. Dr. Zhang paused, glancing back at him. Xiaomo, you are a good child. If there is anything that requires your help, I will certainly inform you. Yi Yinma nodded, and Dr. Zhang donned his hat before stepping out. For reasons unknown, Yi Yinma sensed an inexplicable strength emanating from Dr. Zhang. Days passed, and 10 days later, Dr. Zhang returned once more. The skies over Cangzhou were dreary, and Yi Yinma furrowed his brow, anxious about the potential rain. Xiaomo. A figure approached from the distance, and Yi Yinma's eyes brightened. Master, you have returned. Indeed. Dr. Zhang's demeanor was notably serious as he ushered Yi Yinma into the medical hall and closed the door. What is it? Only after entering the inner chamber did Dr. Zhang address him. Xiaomo, I need your assistance with a matter. Yi Yinma was taken aback, clenching his fists. What matter? After a moment of silence, Dr. Zhang finally spoke. This task is perilous, and you must not disclose it to anyone. Previously, an organization sought Xie several times, yet she had consistently declined their invitation to join. Dr. Zhang, uncertain of Xie's current affiliations, turned to Yi Yinma for help. Yi Yinma nodded, understanding that Dr. Zhang had watched him grow and was familiar with his character. Xiaomo, I need to transport a batch of medicine to the south, requiring your collaboration with General Xie. Medicine? Yi Yinma began to grasp the implications. It was likely not for sale in the south, but rather intended for someone specific. Understood. Master, who exactly are you? Upon sensing Yi Yinma's unusually sensitive suspicion regarding her identity, Dr. Zhang fell silent for a moment. Never mind, Master, I shall refrain from inquiring further. I trust you. The young boy before her had a glimmer of light in his eyes as he continued. I merely wish to know whether this matter will be detrimental to the general. It will not. Good, then I shall comply. Yi Yinma nodded. What would you have me do? Within the military governor's residence, Liao Bei caused another uproar. Ever since Xie married Yi Yinma, Liao Bei had seemingly gone mad. His demeanor drastically altered. Yi Yinma consistently evaded him, as she preferred not to confront him unless absolutely necessary, given his skills. Enough, Liao Bei returned. Zheng Yu dragged him away. Chapter 65. The General's Child Husband, Part 16. Yi Yinma was immersed in the bathtub, her thoughts somewhat distracted. Today, Dr. Zhang's words had provided her with a clearer understanding of her identity. The endeavors of her master were perilous, yet as she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with Dr. Zhang's every word, resonating deeply within her. Mo suddenly, someone grasped her chin, and upon opening her eyes, Yi Yinma found Xie had entered unbeknownst to her. She had yet to change clothes. Her green military coat was unbuttoned, revealing the loosened collar of her shirt beneath. She exuded an aura of languor. Wife? What are you thinking so seriously about? You didn't even notice my entrance. Nothing. Yi Yinma averted her gaze. You. Please step out. I need to dress. Xie remained unmoved, a playful smile gracing her lips as she surveyed the water adorned with floating rose petals. The enchanting scene distracted her from Yi Yinma's unease, and disregarding her protests, she swiftly disrobed and joined her in the tub. The bathtub was sufficiently spacious for both. Xie held her delicate neck, kissing her softly, while Yi Yinma instinctively tilted her head back, the water rippling in waves. Mo Xie embraced the languid Yi Yinma, her voice gentle. Would you care for some more water? With swollen eyes and a hoarse voice, Yi Yinma managed a single word, yes. Xie fetched a cup and went downstairs to fill it with warm water, leaning against her chest. Yi Yinma slowly drank half the cup before pushing it away and looking at Xie. No more. Very well. Xie affectionately stroked her hair and set the cup down. Wife, the North Pier. As she drifted into a sleepy state, Yi Yinma suddenly recalled this matter. Oh, I have already sent people to inspect it. The North Pier is fine. CSZ, aware of her concerns, added, in a few days, on the 11th. I shall have someone continuously monitoring the area, and any developments will be reported immediately. Yi Yinma nodded her fluffy head twice, indicating her understanding. Noticing her fatigue, CSZ tucked the covers around her and turned off the bedside lamp. General, I wish to go see a movie today. At the dining table, Yi Yinma stirred the congee in her bowl. In public, she continued to address CSZ as General. It was only when they were alone that she referred to her as wife. As CSZ paused her eating, she inquired, a movie? What about over at Baohetang? Oh, I've already spoken to the master. Since today is not particularly busy, she agreed. Very well. After our meal, I shall inform Zheng Yu. Wait. Perhaps we should let Deputy Zheng take a day off as well. CSZ regarded him with a probing gaze. Why? Yi Yinma, unable to meet her eyes, lowered his head and spooned some warm porridge into his mouth. Speaking naturally, Deputy Zheng has been single for so many years. As her superior, you should take some interest. As your husband, I naturally ought to be concerned as well. Why not seize this opportunity to allow her to relax? After a brief pause, he continued. I think Deputy Liao would be a good match. Why not let them both have a day off to get to know each other? As Yi Yinma spoke, the more he sensed CSZ's expression growing ever more stoic, his confidence dwindling. CSZ fixed her unblinking gaze on him for several minutes, seemingly awaiting him to elaborate further. Feeling a sense of unease under her scrutiny, Yi Yinma feigned calmness and whined playfully, Wife, what do you think? CSZ chuckled softly. All right, since you say so, I shall allow them both to have a break. Since that's the case, why not have them join us for the movie? Yi Yinma proposed, relieved by her consent. Very well, I shall inform them. In the morning, CSZ still needed to attend to work, and after arranging matters with Zheng Yu, she finally relayed the morning's events to her. What? The master wants me to go to the movies? That seems inappropriate. Zheng Yu chuckled sheepishly, scratching her head. Not just you, but also Deputy Liao. CSZ exhaled a puff of smoke. Deputy Liao? Zheng Yu's expression turned serious instantly. What does the master mean? CSZ shot her a glance. It means for you to get to know Deputy Liao. Zheng Yu was taken aback. Commander, that's impossible. I could never be with Deputy Liao. CSZ extinguished her cigarette on the table. Don't worry, it's not just you. It involves all four of us. Four? You will invite Deputy Liao. Be sure to get her to come. Commander, Zheng Yu exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on her brow. That won't work. You know Deputy Liao only follows your orders. I fear I won't be able to get her. Just say it is my command. With that, CSZ departed. Very well, Zheng Yu replied, a frown etched across her face. That evening, the four gathered at the entrance of the largest cinema in Songzhou. Let us go in. The evening breeze was cool, and CSZ tucked Yi Yinma's hand into her coat pocket for warmth. Behind them trailed a visibly awkward Zheng Yu and Liao Bei, who glared at Yi Yinma's back with smoldering intensity. Once they found their seats, CSZ peeled a chestnut she had just purchased and offered it to Yi Yinma. The movie had already begun, and Yi Yinma stared at the screen, feeling restless. Caught off guard, she fed him a chestnut, and he gazed at her, bewildered by her chewing. What are you daydreaming about? CSZ's voice was barely above a whisper. Nothing. Yi Yinma felt a twinge of concern for her weary hands. General, please refrain from peeling. Very well, I shall not. CSZ placed the shell into a paper bag and brushed off the remnants from her attire. Before their marriage, CSZ had gifted Yi Yinma a pocket watch, which he now retrieved. Glancing at the time, he instinctively clenched his robe. Sitting beside him, CSZ observed everything but chose not to address it. As the film progressed, a distance away, Assistant Zheng approached and whispered something to CSZ. In an instant, her expression shifted dramatically, and she grasped Yi Yinma's hand. Mo, come with me. General, the movie is not yet finished. Yi Yinma felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that her master had been discovered? I apologize. CSZ cast a fleeting glance forward. We shall return another day. Despite her words, her grip on his hand remained unwavering. Once outside the cinema and in the car, Zheng Yu spoke again. Commander, we have a traitor among us. Yi Yinma's heart sank. The overwhelming panic made him oblivious to the absence of Liao Bei, who had risen earlier that evening. Are all the arrangements in place? CSZ continued to hold Yi Yinma's hand. Everything is in order. The vehicle sped along, and Yi Yinma's mind was in turmoil as he realized they were heading towards the docks. General, where are we going? He struggled to keep his voice steady. CSZ glanced at him but remained silent. Yi Yinma's anxiety deepened, sensing that she was likely aware of everything. with a considerable distance still to the docks. A gunshot suddenly echoed from that direction. CSZ instinctively shielded Yinma with her body. "Commander, a skirmish has broken out ahead." Flames illuminated the dock as fierce gunfire erupted. Zhang Yu stopped the car by the roadside, exiting with his weapon drawn. CSZ retrieved her own gun, intent on following suit. "General." CSZ did not look back, and Yi Yinma called out again, "Wife, I am sorry." Chapter 66. The General's Child Bride, 17. CSZ paused momentarily, sighed inwardly, and turned to gently caress his head. "Stay hidden in the car and wait for my return." Yi Yinma understood that this was not the time for dialogue and nodded. "Very well, be safe." In the enveloping darkness, Yi Yinma could not discern the precise situation, only hearing sporadic gunfire. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds of gunfire ceased. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. And Yi Yinma cautiously stepped out of the vehicle, making his way towards the docks in the dark. Under the dim light, several bodies lay sprawled in disarray. Yi Yinma covered his mouth, fearful of making a sound. In the distance, a few figures conversed, and he spotted CSZ and Dr. Zhang among them. Just as he intended to approach, a woman clad in a double-breasted black silk jacket pointed a gun at his head. "Who are you?" Yi Yinma's body stiffened. The individuals speaking ahead turned their attention to him, and CSZ's gaze sharpened. "Do not shoot." "Mo." CSZ swiftly approached and embraced Yi Yinma, her fingers brushing against his pallid face. "Are you frightened?" The woman with the gun, observing their intimate connection, lowered her weapon. "I am fine." Yi Yinma shook his head. Seeing that he was indeed unharmed, CSZ gently pulled him closer and advanced. It was then that Yi Yinma discerned the scene at the dock. Dozens of women clad in black stood armed, among them Xingyu, who had a gun pressed against Liao Bei's temple. Nearby, several lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground, all bearing the features of Huagua nationals. Master, Dr. Zhang stood among the crowd, his expression a tapestry of complexities as he regarded him. Yi Yinma, still bewildered by the unfolding events, watched as CSZ released him to introduce the woman before Dr. Zhang. "This is my beloved, Yi Yinma." She turned back to him and added, "This is Ms. Song from Nanching. Greetings." "Hello." The two shook hands as several individuals approached from a distant vessel. "The cargo is all loaded." Ms. Song nodded, bidding farewell to CSZ and her companions before she and her entourage headed toward the ship. As the others departed, Dr. Zhang lingered. After watching them leave, he stepped forward to speak with CSZ. "Tonight's events were my design. Xiao Mo is innocent and unaware of my true identity." Dr. Zhang glanced at Yi Yinma and continued, "When he agreed to assist me, his only concern was your safety." CSZ nodded, indicating her understanding. Dr. Zhang said no more, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat before leaving. Once they were alone, CSZ turned her attention to the captured Liao Bei. "Deputy Liao?" she inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. The usually fastidious Liao Bei appeared disheveled, kneeling on the ground, one leg bleeding profusely as several guns were aimed at him. Liao Bei met CSZ's eyes, his expression earnest. "Commander, you know my feelings for you. I truly have not betrayed you." "Indeed," CSZ replied, her voice steady. "You have not betrayed me." Liao Bei's face brightened, believing that CSZ harbored some affection for him. Beside them, Xingyu urgently called out, "Commander." For days, she had dispatched people to monitor Liao Bei, and it was evident that he had been in contact with the Guoping party. Tonight's operation was executed by Liao Bei, who had intercepted Ms. Song's group. Had it not been for the commander's prior arrangements, Ms. Song and her party might have met with dire consequences. CSZ's tone revealed no hint of anger or joy, "Because you have always been with the Guoping party." "Commander." Liao Bei's complexion drained of color. "You need not attempt to justify yourself. From the very beginning, your intentions were ulterior, as you followed me to gather intelligence. The incident when I was shot was orchestrated by you, was it not?" With his deception laid bare, Liao Bei dropped all pretense. "Yes. Even the doctors were under my directive. Regrettably, I still failed to take your life." He glared menacingly at Yi Yinma. "Had it not been for this man, I would have succeeded." CSZ stepped on his bleeding leg, eliciting a pained cry from Liao Bei. CSZ, devoid of any sympathy, addressed Xingyu, "Take him away." "When did you begin to doubt me?" Liao Bei, suppressing his pain, asked unwillingly. CSZ cast a disdainful glance at him, noting the bloodstains on her black leather shoes, and frowned slightly. "To be precise, I have never placed my trust in you." "Oh." A realization struck CSZ, and under Liao Bei's murderous gaze, she continued, The last time I summoned you back was to facilitate your connection with the Su family. You did it on purpose, Xie. Stepping back, Xie commended him. To be fair, you and Su Mingjia are both quite adept actors. The military governor's residence is in disarray daily, yet messages are being conveyed in secret. Upon finishing her statement, Liao Bei suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Enough. Take him away. Her subordinates escorted Liao Bei out, and only then did Xie turn to walk towards the car. Sir, please. Yi Yinmo remained rooted in place until Zhang Yu spoke, prompting him to catch up with Xie. On the journey back, Xie sat silently in the car, her expression stern. Yi Yinmo cautiously observed her countenance, not daring to utter a word. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was heavy, and Zhang Yu cautiously glanced through the rearview mirror at the two in the back seat, inwardly exclaiming, "It's over. Judging by the general's expression, our sir is in for a rough night." After delivering them to the entrance, Zhang Yu departed. Xie exited the car and headed straight into the house, leaving no time for him. Yi Yinmo, feeling anxious, followed closely behind her. "Madam," Yi Yinmo softly called out, receiving a lukewarm hum in response from Xie. Since their reunion, he had never faced such cold treatment, yet he was aware that this time he had deceived her. Feeling guilty, he dared not express his grievances, and as he attempted to explain, he found no suitable words. Ultimately, he could only utter, "I'm sorry." Standing by the bedside, Xie removed her blood-stained shirt and coldly remarked, "What exactly are you apologizing for?" Yi Yinmo was momentarily speechless, his eyes brimming with moisture. "I shouldn't have deceived you, but my master said it was the hope of the Huagua people that it wouldn't bring you harm." As Xie changed into fresh attire, she turned to see him mindlessly fidgeting with his fingers, his head bowed in guilt. "Come here." Upon hearing Xie's command, Yi Yinmo approached, only to have her pinch his cheek. His once gaunt face had filled out slightly over the past few days, making him appear even more endearing and youthful. Xie regarded him with earnest eyes. "I know that my Mo has never been a mere parasite. You are kind, strong, brave, intelligent, and discerning. However, Mo, you should try to trust me a little more." In response, Yi Yinmo quickly defended himself. "No, I do believe in you." Yet Xie released her grip and gently patted his head. "Enough for tonight. You're tired. Go wash up and rest. We can discuss everything else when you're ready." Yi Yinmo wished to say more, but seeing her demeanor, he chose to refrain. In a hurried manner, Yi Yinmo soaked in the bathtub, biting his lip as he donned a delicate Western nightgown, spritzing himself with a touch of perfume before emerging. Yet, the bedroom was devoid of any presence. Chapter 67. The Great General's Child Bride. 18. Panic seized Yi Yinmo, his voice trembling. "General? My wife." Silence enveloped the room, prompting him to hastily open the door and venture out. The household servants had long since retired for the night, and after glancing around the lower floor with no one in sight, his thoughts turned to a particular place. He stood before the guest room and gently knocked. "Wife? Are you there?" No reply came from within, and when he called out again, footsteps approached. Xie opened the door and, upon seeing him in such light attire, her breath caught. "What are you doing?" Yi Yinmo disregarded her gaze, throwing himself into her embrace, his voice laced with tears. "Wife, I was wrong. I will never deceive you again." Despite the gravity of his words, tears flowed unexpectedly. Xie gathered him in her arms and began to carry him back to the bedroom. As she set him on the bed and turned to leave, he swiftly grasped the hem of her garment. "Wife, please don't go." Xie glanced down at his hand clutching her, raising an eyebrow. "Go? Where would I go?" You're not leaving me," Yi Yinmo stammered, suddenly aware of her nightgown. "I'll fetch you those shoes," he added hurriedly. Xie chuckled softly, tapping his forehead. "Silly." Yi Yinmo rubbed his head, ceasing his tears, gazing at her with a dazed expression. "I thought you had left me, that you were ignoring me." Xie retrieved the shoes and helped him put them on. "I would never ignore you. I only wish for you to trust me a little more. Just a bit more." "Wife." Yi Yinmo clung to her arm, lowering his head in earnest. "I promise I will never deceive you again." Xie tousled his hair as she sat on the edge of the bed, playfully stating, "This time, I shall grant you forgiveness. However, Mo, when one errs, there must be a punishment. Wouldn't you agree?" "Yes." Yi Yinmo was uncertain of the punishment that awaited him, yet he obediently complied to avoid inciting her displeasure. Under her inquisitive gaze, Xie untied the sash of her nightgown and lazily reclined on the bed. "Come here, Mo. Do you remember how I usually do things?" Upon observing her demeanor, Yi Yanma suddenly comprehended the implications, his face flushing as he recalled his own attire. Mo? Ah, here. Yi Yanma hesitated, crawling over. And the newly donned shoes tumbled to the floor with a thud. The large bed in the bedroom echoed with sounds throughout the night, and the following morning. Xie rose early to interrogate Liao Bei and the individuals captured the previous night. Yi Yanma, feeling bashful, gathered the sheer nightgown from the bedside into a ball and gingerly descended from the bed. After washing the garment, he hung it up discreetly within the room. In the Baoha Hall, Dr. Zhang idly passed the time, occasionally glancing at the doorway. Has little Yi arrived? Yes. Yi Yanma set down his medicine box and greeted Dr. Zhang. Master, good morning. Dr. Zhang nodded, scanning him from head to toe, his gaze lingering on the faint red mark visible at his neck. Was everything all right last night? As Dr. Zhang prepared the medicine, he quietly inquired, recalling the events of the previous night. Yi Yanma felt a surge of heat throughout his body and shook his head uncomfortably. Dr. Zhang sighed. Initially, seeking you out was a last resort. This matter is arduous for others, but rather straightforward for you. Is it because the general trusts me? Yi Yanma did not lift his gaze, wrapping the medicine. Dr. Zhang nodded. Previously, you warned me of the dangers because you believed that if the general discovered I had deceived her, she might take my life. Dr. Zhang's expression grew complex. Indeed, I had planned to evacuate you immediately after this matter concluded, yet I never anticipated that General Xie would be one of us. Master, Yi Yanma said, relaxing his brow and glancing at her. The general would not do that. Dr. Zhang was uncertain whether would not refer to not killing him or not harming them, or perhaps both. Have you heard? The new governor has targeted the Xie and Su families, accusing them of treason and betrayal. And not just them, the Wang and Jiang families are also implicated. I've heard that the entrances of those families are smeared with blood, and many have perished. Indeed, it's quite terrifying. Yi Yanma raised his eyes to the two speakers, and upon seeing them exit, he resumed writing the prescription. In the afternoon, as he returned, a jeep could be heard at the governor's residence. A glance confirmed that Xie had returned. It was rare for the general to come back so early, and recalling the words spoken earlier that day, Yi Yanma's spirits quickly sank with worry. Upon entering, he found Xie offering incense to her father. Yi Yanma remained silent, and stepped forward to light a stick of incense as well. After they both knelt and bowed, Xie took his hand and led him outside. Mo, it's time to eat. Noticing him lost in thought, Xie pinched his cheek. Yi Yanma snapped back to reality, grasping her hand and nuzzling his cheek against hers. Wife, I love you. Xie was momentarily stunned, unsure of why he suddenly uttered those 3 words. Yet delighted by his confession. Mo, so do I. She kissed his cheek and smiled. Shall we eat first? Only then did Yi Yanma notice the table laden with dishes, realizing she bore no trace of sorrow. 2 servants and Zhengyu stood nearby. Instantly, his face flushed, and he lowered his head, hastily finishing his meal before dashing upstairs. As he departed, he purposely stepped on Xie's foot and playfully scolded, Wife, you're wicked. Xie was bewildered by the sudden footstep and the playful reprimand, blinking in confusion as a loud bang echoed from upstairs, the sound of a door slamming shut. Has Mo become shy? Xie mused, somewhat uncertain. It seems so. Zhengyu stifled a laugh in response. Xie glanced at her. Deputy Zhang, you are 26 this year, approaching 30. Does your mother not feel anxious? Deputy Zhang, the only child in her family from Tsangzhou, had faced persistent pressure to marry since returning. Upon hearing this, she stammered. That governor, Liao Bei, has yet to confess. I need to keep an eye on him. With that, she hurried away. As Xie returned by car, she fortuitously encountered a scene at the entrance where the guard was halting individuals. What is going on? She inquired impatiently. Rolling down the window, the guard approached and saluted, while a man clad in a blue silk short jacket hurried forward. With a timid smile, the man introduced himself, Miss. It's me, Qing. Fearing that Xie might not remember him and dismiss him, he added, I grew up alongside Amo when you were away. I was the one keeping him company. Xie scrutinized him, uncertain of what scheme the Xie family was concocting this time. Recently, she had thoroughly investigated the Xie household and had instructed her mother to behave herself. Indeed, her mother had been relatively compliant for a few days. But now they had sent this person. Qing shrank back, and just as Xie intended to dismiss him, he suddenly called out, Amo. Upon seeing Yi Yanma emerge, Xie alighted from the car. Mo, she grasped Yi Yanma's hand and pulled him back, asking, "Do you know him?" Yi Yinma nodded, smiling at Aching. "Aching, how did you come to be here?" "The family rules of the Xie clan are strict. Servants are not allowed to leave the estate unaccompanied." Aching abruptly knelt before Yi Yinma, exclaiming, "Amo, I have nowhere else to turn. I have come to beseech your help." Chapter 68. The Great General's Child Husband, 19. Aching cautiously glanced at Xie and continued. "Ever since the Xie family was investigated, the head of the household has grown increasingly irritable. My mother was accidentally killed by her while serving her food. Aching's mother had been a cook in the Xie residence, and they were left with only each other, as the rest had perished in the turmoil of war." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. "Afterward, the head of the household not only withheld all my wages, but also confined me to the woodshed. I had no choice but to seek your assistance." Yi Yinma furrowed his brow, a look of compassion crossing his face as he helped Aching to his feet. "Speak to me while standing." Aching, still sobbing, rose. "For the sake of our shared upbringing, please take me in. I can do any work." Yi Yinma observed him closely and indeed noticed several whip marks on his sleeves. "How did you manage to escape?" "It was Butler Bai. He couldn't bear to see me in such a state, so he released me." Yi Yinma met Xiezi's gaze and, upon seeing her nod, said, "Very well. You may stay." Aching hurriedly knelt again, bowing his head. "Thank you, miss. Thank you, sir." The guard led Aching inside, and Yi Yinma leaned in close to Xiezi, whispering, "My lady, he is lying. Butler Bai is not so benevolent, having spent so many years in the Sierra State. He understands the nature of Butler Bai. Moreover, those whip marks appear to have been intentionally inflicted. As a physician, I can discern the signs of those wounds." "Yes, I understand." Xiezi wrapped her arm around him as they entered. "Let us first have a meal. They will not cause any trouble." Since entering the governor's office, Aching has diligently performed her duties, quickly forming a natural rapport with the household servants. Yi Yinma turned a page and noticed Aching watering the flowers in the garden. Closing the book, she contemplated going upstairs. As she passed the kitchen, she overheard two servants discussing Aching and paused to listen. "Have you seen the new girl?" one remarked. "Of course I have. Her features are strikingly similar to our Master S," the other replied. Yi Yinma furrowed her brow, puzzled about whom they were referring to. It was an exaggeration to say they looked identical, but there was indeed a resemblance. The first servant continued. "It's been ages since we had a newcomer at the governor's office. This one might just soar to great heights. Don't be ridiculous. The master is home today." Another servant glanced outside, not spotting anyone, and added, "The master is out there. Our kind-hearted master took her in. You didn't see how attentive she was to the general this morning. With such a similar face before him daily, who knows? He may very well take a second wife." Hearing their increasingly inappropriate conversation, Yi Yinma stepped into the kitchen, frowning as she coldly interjected, "It is not your place to discuss the general's affairs." The servants quickly stood, heads bowed, too timid to speak. "Enough. Return to your tasks." Exiting the kitchen, Yi Yinma ascended the stairs, her mind troubled and unable to concentrate on her reading. In the study, she noticed Xiezi's coat still draped over the chair and took the liberty of folding it. In front of the Zhangzhou prison, there was a vast open space that Xiezi had repurposed as a training ground, which she often frequented. "The governor, Liao Beihan, has succumbed," Xiezi stated, shattering a bottle without lifting her gaze. "What about the others? Are they still tight-lipped?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "Very well, then let them all be executed." After such a lengthy period of silence, Xiezi understood that further inquiries would yield no results. Zhang Yu acknowledged her command and, upon exiting the training ground, spotted Yi Yinma waiting outside. "Sir, what brings you here?" "I came to see the general." The nearby guard lowered his weapon, and Zhang Yu led Yi Yinma inside. "The governor is over there. Please, proceed. I have matters to attend to." Yi Yinma had already caught sight of Xiezi and nodded. "You go on ahead. I'll be fine." After Zhang Yu departed, Yi Yinma focused her gaze on Xiezi for a while, until she noticed him. "Mo." Xiezi wiped the sweat from her forehead, setting aside her weapon as she approached. "What brings you here?" Yi Yinma raised his sleeve to help her wipe away the perspiration. "The clinic was quiet today, so I thought I'd come see you." Xiezi bent slightly, and upon noticing his hand drop, she pulled him closer and kissed his forehead. Yi Yinma glanced around to ensure they were alone before allowing her to embrace him. "Dear wife, I too wish to learn how to shoot." Xiezi stiffened slightly as she hugged his arm, frowning. "That's not impossible, but mo. You lack a mentor." Yi Yinma gazed at her, perplexed, and inquired, "Can't you teach me?" Of course I can, but I am the wife. How could I also be a teacher? Recognizing the playful glint in her eyes, Yi Yinma realized she was merely teasing him. He leaned in and kissed her cheek, softening his voice to plead, "Please teach me. Dear wife, all right. All right." Xie pinched his earlobe, acquiescing to his request. She retrieved her sidearm for him to practice with. "Spread your feet slightly," Xie instructed, assisting Yi Yinma in adjusting his stance. "Don't be afraid. Relax your shoulders." With a serious expression, Yi Yinma aimed at the bottle before him. "Give it a try?" Xie held his hand as he fired. Bang! The bottle shattered upon impact. "You hit it!" Yi Yinma exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, Mo is learning quite well," Xie remarked, ruffling his hair. "Practice a little more on your own." Yi Yinma nodded, his demeanor earnest as he attempted another shot using the technique she had just taught him. Unfortunately, he missed. Frowning, he continued to focus. After an afternoon of practice, Yi Yinma had yet to hit a target. "Dear wife," he lamented, on the verge of tears, "this is so difficult." Xie took the gun, securing it at her waist, and gently squeezed his hand, smiling to reassure him. "It's all right. You've already grasped the technique. With more practice, you will surely succeed." Yi Yinma settled into the car, leaning against her in silence. Even upon arriving home, he remained unresponsive. It was only when Xie peered over that she realized he had fallen asleep. "Be quiet." She instructed the servant downstairs, then carefully carried Yi Yinma upstairs. Qing brought up dinner, and Xie tucked Yi Yinma in before calling him downstairs. Qing obediently followed her, saying, "Sir, it's time for dinner." Xie hardly acknowledged him, responding with a brief "Should we save some food for the gentleman?" Qing asked in a low voice, sipping her soup. Xie replied, "No need. If we save it now, it won't be fresh when Mo wakes up." Though she thought this, Qing, unaware of her reasoning, became a tad more lively. After dinner, Xie sat in the living room reading the newspaper. "Sir, would you like some fruit?" Qing bent down to place a fruit platter on the table, his loose clothing revealing his fair collarbone. Xie's gaze remained fixed on the newspaper as she replied indifferently, Noticing her lack of action, Qing gritted his teeth, plucked a grape from the platter, peeled it, and raised it to her lips. Xie lifted her eyes, coldly fixing him with a stare, and said, "Get lost." Qing felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, hurriedly retracting his hand, bowing his head as he trembled. "Yes." Chapter 69. The Young Husband of the Great Commander, Part 20. Yi Yinma stood upstairs, observing everything with keen eyes before descending discreetly. "Dear wife," Qing's body stiffened, his head drooping even lower. Mo, are you awake?" Yi Yinma called as he came down the stairs. "Are you hungry?" Xie gently touched his face, guiding him to sit on the sofa. "A little," Yi Yinma replied softly. "Wait a moment, I shall prepare some noodles for you." She instructed the kitchen maid to prepare the flour, while the kitchen also contained tomatoes and eggs. Observing her intention to cook, Yi Yinma tugged at her hand. "My lady, are you truly going to do it?" Xie nodded with an air of certainty. "I did not leave you any food, fearing it might not be to your liking." With that, she made her way to the kitchen, and Yi Yinma followed closely behind. As the two departed from the living room, Qing finally sighed in relief, uncertain whether Yi Yinma had caught his earlier actions. However, seeing no reaction from her, he presumed he had escaped notice. In the kitchen, a fragrant bowl of tomato and egg noodles was soon ready. "Come and taste," Xie called as she brought the bowl to the living room, with Yi Yinma trailing behind, armed with chopsticks and a spoon. After a slurp of the noodles, Yi Yinma smiled, delicious. If it's tasty, do indulge," Xie remarked, noticing his enjoyment, and then picked up a newspaper to continue reading. "My lady, would you care for some?" Seeing him take a bite for himself, Xie shook her head. "No need, I just ate." The living room resonated with their intermittent conversations and the clinking of utensils. Qing remained standing quietly, head bowed, hesitating to intrude as no one acknowledged him. After finishing his meal, Yi Yinma lingered for a moment before ascending the stairs with Xie. Before departing, Xie cast a glance at Qing, who remained unresponsive. Once the living room was empty, he hurried back to the servants' quarters. In the bedroom, Xie comfortably lay beside the perspiring Yi Yinma. As he regained his composure, she tenderly kissed the corner of his lips. "Did you see everything downstairs?" Yi Yinma mumbled an affirmative, nestling into her embrace. "That Qing harbors ulterior motives, aiming to meddle with our affairs." "I am aware," he replied. "My lady, there is something I have yet to disclose." Xie patted his back. What is it? Initially, I was also sent by Butler to keep an eye on you. A glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes, though her tone remained faint serious. So, you two were a little spy? Not at all. Yi Yinma quickly raised his head to meet her gaze, anxious that she might doubt him. I never betrayed you, my lady. Butler threatened me to monitor your actions and report back to the Xie residence, yet I never returned there. He paused before continuing. Perhaps this is why Butler sought a Qing, wishing for him to replace me. Replace you? But you are my confidant. Yi Yinma lowered his gaze, my lady. Do you not find a Qing quite similar to me? Both are servants brought into the household by our lord, with comparable backgrounds. Both accompanying the general until the age of 13, and we share a resemblance as well. Is that so? Xie lifted his chin, chuckling softly as she pressed her lips to his. Nonsense, my Yi Yinma is truly one of a kind. Yi Yinma, pleased by her words, allowed her to playfully toss the covers aside. Having missed a visit to the Baoha Hall yesterday, Yi Yinma set out early this morning. Xie had official matters to attend to and left the military governor's office. Thus, a Qing seized the opportunity to stealthily return to the Xie residence, not reappearing until the afternoon. Qing, have you just returned? Inquired a servant who was trimming branches in the courtyard. Qing managed a faint smile, responding, yes. I went out to purchase a few items. The servant did not press further and merely greeted her before resuming his work. Commander, those individuals have been dealt with. However, we discovered something at Vice Officer Liao's residence. Zhang Yu's expression was grave as he handed over a piece of paper. It is a blueprint of Sangzhou City. Xie took the paper and examined it closely. So detailed? Indeed. The locations marked on this paper correspond exactly with the current layout of Sangzhou City, including the areas designated for renovation. What exactly are they planning? Xie scrutinized the blueprint in silence, her mind connecting with 1001. 1001. Do you possess all pertinent information regarding Liao Bei? 1001 promptly responded, report, host. All data concerning Liao Bei has been uploaded and is available for review at any time. Upon reviewing the information, Xie found it identical to her own findings, devoid of any discrepancies. What was Liao Bei's fate in the original world? He ultimately perished in the explosion of Sangzhou City. Sangzhou? Xie furrowed her brow. Logically, the original protagonist had died long ago, and Liao Bei would not have come to Sangzhou upon completing his mission. So why did he still meet his demise there? Can you provide specifics? An electronic flipping sound resonated in her mind as 1001 replied. After the original host's death, Liao Bei eventually arrived in Sangzhou, and, following a falling out with the Su family, detonated explosives, leading to his death. Xie frowned, sensing something amiss in this world, and found 1001's response somewhat peculiar. Commander, what shall we do? Should we continue our investigation? Xie clutched the papers tightly. Yes, continue the investigation. I must ascertain the purpose of this blueprint. Understood. In the afternoon, Xie sought out the finest craftsmen in the city to examine the blueprint. After confirming it was indeed merely a construction plan for Sangzhou City, she tucked it into her clothing and returned home. In the jeep, Xie reflected on the recent events, rubbing her temples. How is it at the North Dock? Zhang Yu, driving ahead, replied, the 11th has passed, and there are no abnormalities. Our team is still monitoring the situation. Xie leaned back against the seat, closing her eyes in silence. Upon returning to the military governor's office, she found Qing kneeling on the ground, cleaning, clad in her oversized garment. One could see everything with a mere bend. Xie ascended the stairs, leaving Zhang Yu waiting below. Within minutes, she reemerged, having changed into a different outfit. As she fastened the cuff buttons, she instructed Qing, tonight, neither my husband nor I will be home for dinner. Please finish your chores and retire early. Yes. Qing stood up, and, noticing that Xie's collar was not properly turned down, approached with the cloth in hand. Commander, your collar, may I assist you? Xie swatted away his outstretched hand, furrowing her brow as she glared at him. Get lost, I find you repulsive. Qing awkwardly wiped her hands, which had just handled a rag, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Xie with a hint of grievance. However, Xie was in no mood for sympathy. She adjusted her attire and left with Zhang Yu. After retrieving Yi Yanma from the medical clinic, Xie led him to Zui Chun Lu General. Why have we come here? Since Xie had taken over the Xie family estate, establishments like Zui Chun Lu had fallen under her control. To meet a friend, Xie took his hand, and after a brief wait, a woman clad in a purple qipao approached. Ah, the young lady has arrived. The woman, holding a small fan, seemed unfazed by the October chill. As the guest arrived, Yi Yanma was about to rise, but Xie pressed his hand down. It's all right, remain seated. This is Manager Wang of Zue Chun Lu, the overseer of the Xie family's enterprises. Manager Wang wasted no time, sitting beside Xie and scrutinizing her from head to toe. TSK, TSK, TSK. Being a general certainly suits you. You were once so delicate. Just look at your stature now. Xie sipped her tea as the dishes began to arrive. Here. Try the drunken chicken, a specialty of Zue Chun Lu. Manager Wang and Xie shared a deep bond, and their conversation flowed freely, making for a delightful meal. After dining, Manager Wang instructed her staff to fetch some wine. I've just brewed plum wine, waiting specifically for your arrival. However, as she began to pour, Xie halted her. Not today. I have serious matters to discuss. Oh? Manager Wang shielded her face with her fan, revealing only her curious eyes. What is it? Xie glanced at the oblivious Yi Yanma and instructed Zheng Yu to produce several sheets of paper. The Xie family's assets? Manager Wang looked at her in astonishment. What are you planning? All the Xie family properties were now under Xie's name, and she intended to transfer them to Yi Yanma. Though the Xie family had fallen from grace, collectively, these assets would ensure Yi Yanma's comfort for the rest of his life. Are you mad? Manager Wang exclaimed, her tongue tripping over itself. You're being irrational. This included even the ancestral home of the Xie family. Yi Yanma looked uneasily at Xie, who gently squeezed his hand in reassurance. I am already married to Mo. What difference does it make whether he possesses them or I do? Manager Wang paused, coughed lightly, and then playfully addressed Yi Yanma. That charming beauty, I wish to discuss something with your general. Would you kindly? Manager Wang implied that he should step outside. And Yi Yanma understood, nodding obediently as he exited. Outside, he was surrounded by Xie's people, yet he felt no fear. Once Yi Yanma had left, Manager Wang stood up abruptly and leaned closer to Xie. Speak frankly, are you planning to leave? I have heard that there has been another altercation ahead. Are you here to discuss the family inheritance? Are you truly willing to part with that young beauty of yours? He appears to be scarcely 20 years old. Does he not? You are indeed generous. Wang, the shopkeeper, babbled on, and only then did Xie lift her gaze to glance at her, her expression serene. For now, I shall remain. Perhaps in the future, I may leave. Xie pondered as she held her teacup, contemplating whether to take Yi Yanma with her should a conflict arise. Yet she was reluctant to subject him to hardship alongside her. Leaving him alone was equally troubling. Is that why you are so eager to summon me to discuss the inheritance? Wang let out a sigh of relief, returning to her seat, fanning herself and rolling her eyes. You are aware of the circumstances surrounding the Xie family, so I wish to bequeath all of that to Mo, ensuring a safeguard for him. Wang, lounging lazily, remarked, that is indeed reasonable. Very well, summon your young beauty. After calling for Yi Yanma, Wang put aside her fan and took out a pen, instructing him to sign the contract and leave his fingerprint. General, Yi Yanma remained still, obstinately gazing at Xie. I do not require this. Wang was taken aback, turning to Xie. Did you not inform your young beauty? Xie shook her head, gently pulling Yi Yanma into a seat and taking his hand. Mo, dear, accept this. These are the Xie family's assets. There is no difference whether they rest in your hands or mine. Besides, I possess other enterprises elsewhere, and the military's funding is sufficient. After contemplating, Yi Yanma conceded that the general was correct, and he nodded, signing the document. Upon returning home that evening, Xie abstained from alcohol, wrapping her arms around Yi Yanma and kissing his cheek. Mo, shall we attend a theatrical performance tomorrow? Yi Yanma, with his collar open wide, murmured in response. Since the last incident, Dr. Zhang had been stationed at the clinic, and Yi Yanma had been assisting, resulting in a considerable reduction of his workload. Although Xie had procured numerous Western garments for him, Yi Yanma still preferred to wear the traditional long gown, given that they were to attend a performance. He donned a pale pink satin long gown. Xie, in her military attire, appeared particularly striking with her green cloak billowing as she moved. The theater was bustling with patrons enjoying refreshments while listening to the performance. Xie's entourage surrounded the theater, shielding Yi Yanma as they entered. The head of the Pear Garden was already aware of their arrival and had arranged seats for them at the front. Xie elegantly crossed her legs and sipped her tea, observing Yi Yanma, who was engrossed in the stage, and offered him a pastry from the side. Without turning his head, Yi Yanma accepted the pastry, taking a bite, while his eyes remained fixated on the performance. The star of the day was the renowned Liu boss from Tsangzhou. His performances always drew a full house, which explained the crowd gathered today. This is indeed unpredictable in this lifetime. Who would have thought a reunion would occur today? Reflecting on the splendor, it seems like a fleeting dream. The remnants of life cast amidst turbulent waves. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted into applause. Yi Yanma joined in the clapping. In his childhood, he had accompanied Xia's father to see a few performances, but he had not set foot in the Pear Garden since. Noticing his rapt attention to the drama, Xia, concerned he might choke, offered him tea to help him swallow. After the performance concluded, Yi Yanma, still lingering in the afterglow, smacked his lips. Though his stomach was filled with pastries, he felt little hunger. When Xia suggested dining out, he merely nibbled a few bites before losing interest. After their meal, Xia led him on a leisurely stroll, purchasing some snacks before returning home. The servants remained outside, and upon spotting them, the Qing hurried over to open the car door. As Xia alighted, she cast a brief glance at him, then turned to shield Yi Yanma's head with her hand, guiding him down. Having dined outside, they returned home in the afternoon, deciding against calling for further assistance. However, a Qing trailed behind them into the house, promptly preparing a fruit platter and pouring 2 cups of hot tea. Yi Yanma felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, pressing his fingers to his temples. "What is the matter? Tired?" Xia asked, lifting him onto her lap, chuckling. "You didn't seem weary while watching Boss Liu." Yi Yanma playfully punched her shoulder. "What nonsense are you spouting, Commander?" Xia grasped his hand and planted a kiss on it. "If you're tired, take a nap. I may not be able to join you for dinner this afternoon. I have some matters to attend to." "All right," Yi Yanma replied obediently, gazing up at her. As he rose, Xia adjusted her clothing, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Yi Yanma called out, "Commander." She paused, turning back to him. "What is it?" He trotted a few steps forward, presenting the pocket watch he had carried with him. "This is for you." Xia accepted it, opening the watch to reveal a small photograph of the two of them taken during their last outing. "I have one too. Now we each have a token of our affection," Yi Yanma murmured shyly. Xia's lips curled into a smile as she cradled the back of his head and kissed him fervently. Yi Yanma was momentarily taken aback. But after a brief pause, he rose on his toes to reciprocate the kiss. Chapter 71, The Commander's Child Bride, Part 22. They kissed for an extended time until Yi Yanma gasped for air, finally parting. Their noses brushed against one another, and Xia softly spoke a few more words before departing. After watching her leave, Yi Yanma turned to ascend the stairs, only to unexpectedly lock eyes with a Qing, who had been lurking in the background. Although he was aware of her ulterior motives towards the commander, he felt a tinge of embarrassment, biting his swollen lip. He feigned calmness as he retreated upstairs. Meanwhile, a Qing's nails dug into her palm, her eyes filled with resentment. Once Yi Yanma was asleep, she stealthily slipped out. Within the Xia residence, Xia's mother lay in bed, struggling to sip her medicinal soup. "The master and the young lady have arrived," announced Butler Bai, bowing as he entered and placing the bowl at her bedside. Xia's mother groaned in response, her face pale and eyes wide. She gasped, "Wretched daughter, what are you doing back here?" Xia sat nearby, casting a glance at her mother's medicine bowl. Naturally, she had come to visit her ailing mother, and it was evident that her mother's condition was quite severe. "Mother, has a doctor been consulted?" Xiamu, closing her eyes in an attempt to avoid her gaze, was interrupted by Butler Bai, who hurriedly replied, "The doctor has been called, but he fears that the head of the family may not recover." Butler Bai cautiously observed Xia's expression. Xia responded with a nonchalant "oh," and then spoke, "Not recovering? In that case, it would be best to cease this medication." "What?" Xiamu's eyes widened in shock. "There is no need to summon another doctor. Those physicians are nothing but charlatans. You need not concern yourself with them. This ailment will resolve itself in due time." "Xia, I am your mother. How can you treat your gravely ill mother in such a manner?" Xiamu struggled to prop herself up, her voice rising sharply before she was overtaken by a fit of coughing. Butler Bai quickly stepped forward to pat her back. Once the coughing subsided, Xia resumed, "Is this not the very argument you employed when father was gravely ill? Why is it unacceptable when applied to your own situation?" Years prior, when Xia's father had been poisoned by Xiamu's paramour, the discovery had come too late for salvation, as his access to medical care had been abruptly severed, leading to the original owner's helplessness in witnessing her father's demise. You are committing matricide." Xia's demeanor remained unperturbed. "Mother, You misinterpret my intentions. I wish only to spare you the torment of these medicines. Xie Mu's recently calmed cough erupted once more, and with a fleeting glance, Xie Zi turned to exit. Head of the family. The head of the family is spitting blood. Quick, someone. The few remaining servants of the Xie household busied themselves in the courtyard, bringing in bowls of medicine. Ignoring the commotion, Xie Zi walked straight out of the estate and departed by carriage. She refrained from sharing any details of the events at the Xie residence with Yi Yanma. Yet he had noticed that Qing had been spending increasingly lengthy hours away from home. Each return brought with it fresh injuries, and these anomalies had become glaringly apparent to him. Yi Yanma conveyed his concerns to Xie Zi, who merely remained silent for a moment, offering no response. That afternoon, Yi Yanma returned home early from Bao Hall. Xie Zi had mentioned earlier that she would not be home for dinner, prompting him to plan a meal for himself. However, as he looked up, he saw Qing being dragged into a narrow alley by a hunchbacked woman. With a small knife gripped tightly in his hand, he followed. Get inside. The woman forcefully shoved Qing into a dilapidated courtyard, glancing outside. Only then did Yi Yanma recognize her as Butler Bai from the Xie household. Qing knelt on the ground, clutching Butler Bai's leg. Please grant me another chance, I beg you. The general has not returned to the estate recently, but if she comes back, I assure you I can manage. Qing repeatedly knocked her head against the ground, while Butler Bai slammed the courtyard door shut with a resounding bang, dragging her towards the stone table, cursing all the while, another chance. What purpose does this opportunity serve? The master is on the brink of death, and you, a worthless wretch. Yi Yanma could not perceive the turmoil within, but could only hear Qing's intermittent cries. Witnessing the escalating screams from the courtyard, Yi Yanma tightened his grip on the knife, prepared to enter, when suddenly he heard Qing speak. I know where the blueprint is that the commander possesses. Yi Yanma's brow furrowed in concentration, eager to listen further, but silence engulfed the small courtyard. Inside, Butler Bai cast a glance at the entrance and pulled Qing into the room. What did you just say? The commander obtained the blueprint from the master last time. I know where it is. Once inside, Qing's outer garment had been torn away, leaving him trembling in his thin clothing, suppressing the pain in his abdomen as he spoke. He had overheard Madame Xie discussing the blueprint, never imagining it would become his lifeline today. It is in the commander's study. Butler Bai regarded him with a grim expression, seemingly weighing the credibility of his words. Yet, recalling Madame Xie's current condition, he decided to test the veracity of Qing's claim. She was also aware of that blueprint, given to the master by members of the Guoping party, promising a substantial sum of money to the Xie family upon completion of their task, along with sending members of the Xie family abroad. Very well. I will trust you once more. Steal the blueprint tonight. It may yet prove useful. Yes, Qing replied, his voice trembling. Only then did Butler Bai turn his gaze to Qing, who was kneeling on the ground, forcing a smile as he helped him to his feet. Qing, I do not intend to treat you harshly. You see, the master is now unconscious, and the entire Xie family relies on me, so my temper may have flared a bit. Large hands roamed indiscriminately across Qing's face, causing him to shrink back, attempting to evade Butler Bai, who seized him and tossed him onto the bed behind him. Stop pretending. Do you not know how many times I've been with the master? What harm is there in pleasing me? With that, he stripped off his clothing and, disregarding Qing's struggles, pressed down upon him. Yi Yanma had waited outside for a considerable time, yet no one emerged. Just as he contemplated a way to infiltrate the courtyard, Butler Bai, hunched over, opened the courtyard door, his small eyes scanning the surroundings cautiously before he departed. Yi Yanma remained concealed for a while longer until he saw Qing limping out. Once both had left, he returned home with his basket of vegetables. Within the military governor's residence, Qing had changed into a new outfit. Yet one leg still limped noticeably. Yi Yanma set down the vegetable basket, observing him as he wiped the table in the living room. Qing, what happened to your leg? Qing paused, a hint of discomfort crossing his face as he lowered his head and replied, It's nothing. I just twisted it accidentally. I have some ointment. Let me fetch it for you. Yi Yanma went to retrieve the medicine, urging him to sit down. I'll apply it for you. No, it's unnecessary. This minor injury will heal shortly without any medicine. Qing hastily waved his hands in refusal. Seeing his reluctance, Yi Yanma did not insist further. Then take the ointment with you and apply it yourself. Is that appropriate? Qing appeared somewhat naive, fidgeting with the hem of his garment. Take it. Yi Yanma pressed the ointment into his hand and said, We grew up together at the Xie residence. If you encounter any difficulties, You must let me know, and I will do my utmost to assist you. Ah Ching held the ointment in silence. This is the military governor's residence. My situation may be tolerable, but the general's is different. Everyone claims the general is ruthless, yet how can we deny that the peace in Songzhou is not a result of his efforts? Our families have both suffered at the hands of Westerners. The general drove them away, making him our benefactor. Would you not agree? Ah Ching nodded quietly, tightening his grip on the vial. Very well, I shall prepare dinner now. You should rest for today and take care of yourself. Upon seeing him still with his head bowed, Yi Yanma went to the kitchen. After dinner, as the servants tidied up the living room, Yi Yanma took a book and ascended to the second floor. That night, the bedroom lights were extinguished. Xie had not returned, and Yi Yanma sat in the darkness, quietly awaiting something. A shadow slipped into the study under the cover of night. Yi Yanma, concealed in a corner of the study, remained unnoticed due to the dimness. The intruder surveyed the study, eventually reaching Xie's desk. After rummaging through the drawer, he finally found what he sought, but was halted by a voice. Ah Ching, what are you looking for? Ah Ching froze, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek. The study was enveloped in an eerie silence. It took him a moment to find his voice. Yi Yanma rose and approached him, the moonlight streaming through the window casting a frosty glow upon his face. I ask again, what are you searching for? Ah Ching hastily concealed the paper behind him, swallowing hard. Nothing at all. Yi Yanma stepped closer, suddenly pressing a scalpel against his neck. Hand it over. Ah Ching trembled, his hands shaking as he surrendered the item from behind him. I didn't mean to. I truly didn't mean to. As Yi Yanma took the paper from his grasp, Ah Ching pleaded, please let me go. It was all Butler Bai's coercion. Seeing Yi Yanma lower the scalpel, Ah Ching seized his sleeve and knelt. What are you doing? Yi Yanma frowned at him. You don't understand. You have no idea how hard my life has been. I was almost in the masteress' bed, but then the eldest young lady returned, and everything fell into chaos. The master fell ill, and I was cast aside. Ah Ching seemed frenzied, gripping Yi Yanma's sleeve tightly. You're different. You already have the general. It's just a few sheets of paper. It means nothing. No one can threaten the general. Please, give it to me. In a fit of anger, Yi Yanma slapped him. This is the defense map of Songzhou. What do you intend to do with it? Ah Ching, like him, had once been taught to read by their lord. Yi Yanma, you are forcing my hand. Ah Ching's eyes were bloodshot as he abruptly rose and seized Yi Yanma by the throat, his veins protruding with rage. You forced my hand. You are all mere servants. Why should you be favored by the young lady? You deserve to die. All of you deserve death. Yi Yanma was taken by surprise as he was thrust against the wall, the air growing increasingly scarce. Desperately, he clutched at Ah Ching's arm, fighting to break free. Ah Ching had completely lost his sanity. Do not blame me. If you do not die, I shall perish. I only wish to survive to live. Yi Yanma's complexion turned a ghastly shade of purple as he summoned every ounce of strength to thrust the surgical knife forward. A sickening sound echoed as Ah Ching's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Yi Yanma, his grip gradually loosening. Yi Yanma. It seemed he could hardly fathom the reality as he glanced down at the knife embedded in his own flesh. Blood flowed relentlessly. At that moment, the guards burst in, shielding Yi Yanma behind them. Tonight, even Zheng Yu was absent, leaving only the soldiers stationed at the residence. I am fine, Yi Yanma coughed, pressing a hand against his neck. Ah Ching lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around him. A trickle of crimson seeped from his lips as he spoke in a distorted voice. I truly envy you, Yi Yanma. You have always had a lord to protect you, and now a young lady to safeguard you as you grow. The bloodied knife in Yi Yanma's hand dripped steadily onto the floor. But what does that matter? Ah Ching gasped. Soon, your commander will join your lord. At these words, Yi Yanma's body stiffened, and he demanded sharply, what did you say? Ah Ching's lips were stained with increasing amounts of blood. Bika Wharf, the commander, explosion, he uttered before his head slumped to the side, lifeless. A soldier stepped forward to check his breath and turned back to Yi Yanma, stating, Sir, he is dead. Yi Yanma stood frozen for a moment, then abruptly turned. Where's the commander? The guards exchanged bewildered glances, and seeing their uncertainty, Yi Yanma dashed downstairs to make a phone call. After 2 attempts, someone finally answered. Hello. This is the commander's office. Zheng Vice Officer. The voice on the other end was startled to hear Yi Yanma. Sir? Yes. Where's the commander? Where is he? The commander has a mission tonight. It is inconvenient. I asked where she is. Yi Yanma struggled to suppress the rising panic within him. At Bika Wharf. Zeng Yu was caught off guard by the shout. Yi Yanma closed his eyes, feeling a wave of suffocation in his chest. There is an ambush at Biku Wharf. You must take people to rescue the commander. Zeng Yu's expression turned grave, her face paling. Is the information credible? Indeed. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zeng Yu responded quickly. All right, I will take a team there immediately. After hanging up, she gathered her people and hurried to Biku Wharf. At the military residence, a chill spread through Yi Yanma's body as he suddenly recalled a phone call from a certain night. Trembling, he asked the soldier beside him, "What is today's date?" The soldier was taken aback by the question. Today is November 11th. Sweat poured down Yi Yanma's forehead like rain as he rose to his feet and commanded, "Drive to the North Dock." Yes. So much had transpired that evening that the soldiers dared not question him, merely obeying his orders. At the North Dock, Xie concealed herself behind cover, calling for 1001. 1001, 1001. Yet, there was no response, and a sense of dread enveloped her heart. Recently, she had dispatched individuals to surveil the North Dock, and this afternoon, news arrived that several merchants had visited. She had also heard from 1001 that this blueprint was not only held by Liao Bei, but also within the chambers of the merchant associations that had collaborated with him, prompting her to investigate further. Little did she expect to uncover a staggering secret. Before she could ponder further, gunfire erupted from the opposite side of the dock. "Commander, we've been discovered, and there are Easterners behind us." "What?" Xie's complexion turned ashen. How could there be Easterners? This detail was absent from the information provided by 1001. The gunfire raged like a tempest, igniting a murderous intent in her gaze. None of these individuals could be allowed to leave alive. Yes, they were all privy to the plan. They must be detained. Her subordinates received the command and continued to retaliate. On his way, Yi Yanma could hear the gunfire from a distance. The vehicle halted, and he disembarked under the protection of soldiers. The dock was littered with bodies, one next to another, the acrid scent of rust permeating the air. Yi Yanma had taken a gun with him when he left, the sound of bullets occasionally ringing in his ears. As he crouched behind cover, poised to assess the situation, someone suddenly pulled him into their embrace. The familiar scent enveloped him, and his eyes brimmed with tears as his lips quivered. "Wife?" The person holding him replied, their tone calm, though a cacophony of screams echoed in her mind. Error in the program. Please return, host. Please return, host. Chapter 73. The Commander's Child Bride. And Xie did not furrow her brow, sheltering Yi Yanma within her embrace as she quietly listened to the alarm blaring in her mind. Warning, warning. If the host does not choose to return, the system will execute a forced return in 1 hour. Suddenly, her gaze darkened as she looked toward Yi Yanma's neck. "What's wrong?" I'm fine, Yi Yanma choked out, gently touching Xie's face. Upon seeing her unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gunfire continued to erupt at the dock, and Zeng Yu arrived at breakneck speed. "Commander, it was my subordinate's oversight." Amidst the relentless barrage, Zeng Yu took cover and replied while firing back. Xie leaned against the wall, retrieving a blueprint from her bosom to hand to Yi Yanma. "Mo, go out and deliver this to your master." Yi Yanma took the document and, upon examining it, recognized it as the earlier architectural blueprint. The marked locations indicated not only areas for renovation, but also spots where explosives were buried. "You must leave now and convey this message to Dr. Zhang and the others." Yi Yanma was taken aback, gazing at Xie in disbelief. "My lady, I wish to stay. The leaders of the Su and Wang families have allied with the Easterners, intending to obliterate Songzhou. Do you comprehend the gravity of this secret? Those individuals will not spare her. Tonight, it is either the Easterners or she who shall perish." Tears welled in Yi Yanma's eyes. "What will you do? My lady, what will you do?" Reinforcements would not arrive for another 2 hours, and Yi Yanma was deeply concerned for her safety. Mo. In a moment of desperation, Xie spoke sharply. Yi Yanma stared at her, stunned, his eyes reddening. Seeing his distressed expression pierced Xie's heart, prompting her to soften her tone. "Be obedient. Leave." She pressed a kiss to the bruise on his neck and whispered in his ear, "If I survive, I will seek you out. If not, then you must go to South City and find Lady Song." Yi Yanma clutched her garment's hem, tears cascading down his cheeks. "My lady, I will wait for you. You must return. You must." Xie did not respond to his plea. Amidst the sounds of gunfire, she called out, "Zeng Yu, here." Zeng Yu immediately replied. You are to escort the gentleman away, ensuring his safety. Commander, Zhang Yu began to protest, but Xie interrupted. Follow the orders. Yes. Zhang Yu replied solemnly, gritting her teeth as she seized Yi Yinma's arm and rushed outside. The dock had yet to be completely surrounded, and Zhang Yu managed to place Yi Yinma in a vehicle. However, she did not join him. A guard in another waiting vehicle urged her, "Deputy officer, get in." Zhang Yu tightened her grip on her weapon, meeting the soldier's gaze. "You all may leave. I am the commander's deputy, and I cannot abandon the commander." With that, she turned and retraced her steps. In the jeep, Yi Yinma clutched the paper in his hand, tucking it safely into the lining of his clothing. The vehicle sped along, and he wiped away his tears, turning to look back at the dock that was receding into the distance. In the dead of night, the streets were devoid of life. Yi Yinma knocked on the door of the clinic, where Dr. Zhang resided alone. Hastily donning his clothes, he rushed to open the door. "Master." Yi Yinma's voice quivered with suppressed sobs. The soldiers in the jeep drove away upon seeing Yi Yinma exit. Noticing the swelling around Yi Yinma's eyes and the marks on his neck, Dr. Zhang, concerned by his disoriented expression, quickly ushered him inside. Once inside, Yi Yinma recounted everything. Dr. Zhang regarded the paper with a grave expression. "Master, little Mo, you must stay here. I will gather people to go to the dock. Remember, if I have not returned by dawn, you must go to South City and find the lady Song you met last time. The proprietor of Zue Chun Lu knows how to locate her." After speaking, Dr. Zhang folded the paper and handed it back to Yi Yinma before rising to leave. "Master, I will accompany you." Yi Yinma stood up, blocking Dr. Zhang's path. Dr. Zhang grasped his shoulders firmly. "You must listen and return." Yi Yinma shook his head. His eyes reddened. "The commander instructed me to convey a message, and I have related." After a pause, he added, "Master, you cannot stop me." The gunfire at the northern dock had echoed throughout the night. After Xie shot Su Ling in the head, the sound of reinforcements emerged from behind. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm sounded in Xie's mind. "Danger! Danger! Commence forced retreat." Thud. A voice cried out near her, and Xie's consciousness gradually succumbed to darkness. By dawn, the fires of war at the dock had ceased. Bloodied corpses lay scattered everywhere. Yi Yinma knelt beside a disfigured body, trembling as he picked up a pocket watch that had peeked out from the military uniform. Inside the watch was a picture of him, looking solemn, alongside the commander, who was smiling and gazing at him. "My beloved." Yi Yinma knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably. 3 days later, Zhang Yu led a team to thoroughly inspect the marked locations on the blueprints, dismantling all explosives. After the reinforcements arrived that day, those at the dock were all surrounded and eliminated. Just as Zhang Yu thought the danger had passed, he discovered that the commander had been affected by the explosives and had bled to death. In the following days, the gentleman had been holding on to manage the military affairs but had not emerged from his room. Servants reported that he had barely eaten during this time. "Sir?" Zhang Yu knocked on the bedroom door. After a long wait, the door finally creaked open. Yi Yinma, clad in mourning attire, had swollen eyes and a pale face. "Deputy, sir, please eat something." Zhang Yu looked at his emaciated figure with concern. Yi Yinma paused, then nodded. "All right." The two descended the stairs, but after taking 2 bites, Yi Yinma set down his chopsticks. Zhang Yu sighed, saying, "The situation in Sangzhou has concluded. I plan to take the sisters south to join Ms. Song." Yi Yinma remained unresponsive. This was also the commander's intention. She and the commander were part of the same organization, and this plan had long been agreed upon. Yi Yinma nodded. Zhang Yu then noticed the few strands of silver among his dark hair. "Sir." Zhang Yu's voice caught in his throat, unable to articulate his feelings. The gentleman was barely in his early 20s and already had white hair. "I too shall depart." Yi Yinma clutched a pocket watch, incessantly rubbing it. "Where will you go?" "I will head to the southern city to accompany my master." Yi Yinma's voice was hoarse. "I have heard that there is a shortage of military doctors on the battlefield. My medical skills are decent, and I wish to assist." Zhang Yu wanted to say something, but, seeing the emptiness in his eyes, ultimately remained silent. Half a month later, Yi Yinma left Sangzhou with Dr. Zhang, traveling by carriage towards the southern city. After the war between Huagua and the West erupted, Yi Yinma followed the army northward. "Boss, would you like to see more?" Assistant Su held up a display screen for Xie. Xie kissed the top of Yi Yinma's head beside him, holding him tightly with affection. "What exactly happened this time?" she asked in a hushed voice. Her untimely demise in this world had inflicted considerable harm upon her dear one. The 1001 system, being the original model, was inherently unstable. This unexpected malfunction left us with no choice but to forcibly recall your consciousness. Fortunately, the boss is safe. Assistant Sue let out a sigh of relief. And now, how is 1001 faring? It is currently undergoing repairs and will soon be ready for operation. Chapter 74, The Young Master's Indentured Wife, Part 1. 2 hours later, a familiar electronic voice echoed. Welcome back, host. You are about to enter the next world. Please prepare yourself. Xie tightly embraced the person beside her, closing her eyes as her consciousness gradually descended into darkness. Hey, you there, what are you doing? A sharp male voice pierced her ears. Xie abruptly opened her eyes to find herself amidst a group of women clad in ancient attire. A young man resembling a servant was pointing at her, berating her vehemently. Instinctively, Xie glanced towards the young man seated in the courtyard. He appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, clad in a pale yellow round-collared long robe, his hair partially tied back, with a hint of red between his brows. He was none other than the pampered young master of the household. Noticing her gaze fixed upon him, the young master's face flushed for reasons unknown, and he indignantly called to the servant. Bring her forward, I wish to take a look at her. 1001. What is happening? Xie mused, though inwardly she inquired of 1001. Host, you are in the city of Baihua in the great Yi kingdom. Before you stands the young master of the wealthy Yi family, Yi Yanma. Yi Yanma, with his delicate features and captivating eyes, is renowned as the most beautiful person in Baihua City, yet he is equally infamous for his arrogance and caprice. As the sole heir of the Yi family, there are plans to find him an indented wife. Despite his somewhat temperamental nature, his good looks and wealth have endeared him to many young women. However, due to the nature of his situation, families of notable standing are reluctant to accept him. The Yi family, being of a modest status, is likewise dismissive of those of too lowly a background, leaving the courtyard filled predominantly with daughters of merchant families linked to the Yi family. Of course, Xie is an exception. The original owner of her body was an orphan, having grown up on the charity of others, until she was taken in by a scholar from her village. She was intelligent, having passed the child scholar examination at the age of 12, and later became a graduate. Yet, when she was 17, her benefactor passed away. After his death, she struggled to continue her studies for a few more years until funds ran dry. As a scholar who was incapable of manual labor, she reluctantly attended this selection event in hopes of continuing her education. What are you doing? Daydreaming? The young servant pushed her forward. The young master is calling for you. Xie feigned a naive demeanor, nodding as she stepped forward to be scrutinized by Yi Yanma. What is your name? The young master raised an eyebrow, regarding the woman before him, whose features were strikingly aggressive yet wore a dazed expression. Greetings, young master. My name is Xie. Xie? Yi Yanma glanced up and down at Xie, noting her attire, a drab scholar's robe, and her hair simply tied back with a band, as she smiled at him with an innocent sincerity. Xiaoqing, tell my parents that I have decided on her. The young master suddenly rose, his eyes bright with mischief, pointing directly at Xie. Young master, that may not be appropriate, the servant named Xiaoqing replied, glancing at the unassuming Xie and then at his resplendent young master. I shall determine my own marriage. Go quickly and inform the family head. Yi Yanma surveyed the bewildered Xie, his heart brimming with the thought that no one would be able to control him anymore. Initially, he had been opposed to this marriage, but his mother had insisted that once married, he could do as he pleased, leaving the management of their household to his wife. The person before him, though seemingly simple-minded, was the most striking among her peers, perfectly aligning with his expectations. You, come with me. The young master descended the steps, grasping the sleeve of Xie's robe and leading her forward. Where are you taking me, young master? She inquired. Her eyes fixated on his fair, slightly flushed fingers as they walked. Without turning back, Yi Yanma replied, to make your wedding garments. We shall wed in 3 days. Xie paused, her expression shifting subtly. You are indeed a decisive person, young master. Yi Yanma, interpreting her words as praise, huffed proudly and led her out of the estate. In the tailor shop, Yi Yanma reclined with his legs crossed, biting his lip as he scrutinized Xie. Please turn slightly. Xie complied, her arms outstretched. Very well, but that previous outfit was also lovely. After much deliberation, the young master finally settled on the ensemble before him. The wedding garments were ready-made, and after Xie changed, he had them wrapped and handed to her. As they exited the shop, Yi Yanma stood on his tiptoes and patted her shoulder. Remember, in 3 days, you will marry me at the Yi residence. Do not go back on your word. Understood. Xiezi's gaze remained fixed on him. Hearing her affirmation, Yi Yanma turned back to the Yi estate, utterly unconcerned about his parents' approval of this union. Since they were not yet wed, Xiezi felt it inappropriate to stay at the Yi residence. Once he had walked away, she sought out a nearby inn, using the last remnants of the original owner's scant silver to secure a room. 3 days later, the Yi family distributed wedding suites throughout Baiwa City, while the atmosphere within the Yi residence brimmed with joy. Bright red silks adorned the courtyard, and Yi Yanma, unusually composed, sat steadily on a stool as a young attendant groomed him. As Xiezi was entering the family through marriage, the wedding sedan made a complete circuit of the city before returning to the Yi residence. Following tradition, she gracefully helped the young master down from the sedan. Together, they crossed a fire pit and paid their respects to heaven and earth before he was ushered into the bridal chamber, while she remained in the main hall, listening to the congratulations from the guests alongside her mother-in-law. Midway through the festivities, Yi Yanma's mother suddenly pulled her aside into a side room. I will reiterate my point. If you cannot ensure that you treat my son well for the rest of his life, it would be better for you to leave now. The guests next door were still celebrating, while his future mother-in-law spoke to him about leaving. Xiezi bent slightly, observing the etiquette befitting a junior. I will certainly fulfill my promise, he assured. Mother Yi nodded. 2 days prior, she had sent someone to investigate Xiezi and had conversed with her. She discovered that this individual was not only composed and courteous, but also possessed remarkable eloquence. Learning that she was a scholar, Mother Yi mused that given her background in business, it would be quite commendable for her daughter to marry an educated man. Very well. You need not go to the main hall. Return to your room, she commanded with a wave of her hand, and Xiezi did not protest. As she exited and headed towards the kitchen, Mother Yi momentarily thought she had taken a wrong turn and called out, "You're going the wrong way. It's over there." Xiezi turned back with a smile. "It's late, and I worry that Wanwan might be hungry, so I bought some food and heated it in the kitchen." Mother Yi was taken aback, releasing her grip and watching her retreating figure with a thoughtful expression. Inside the bridal chamber, Yi Yanwan heard someone enter and hurriedly adjusted his head covering to sit up straight, carrying the dishes. Xiezi noticed that half of the pastries on the table were ready and chuckled softly. Recognizing the sound of her laughter, Yi Yanwan grumbled, "What are you laughing at? Come over here and lift this veil for me." Xiezi placed the food on the table and complied, lifting the head covering. Instantly, a delicate and fair visage was revealed beneath the red veil. "What are you staring at?" Yi Yanwan glanced nervously at the pastries on the table. Chapter 75, The Young Master's-in-Law Bride, Part 2. Today, his father had informed him that the bride should not eat before entering the household. But after sitting for a whole day, he had succumbed to hunger and sneaked a few bites. "The young master is truly handsome," Xiezi remarked with a smile, wiping the remnants of food from the corners of his mouth. Hearing the compliment, Yi Yanwan's face flushed, and he paid no mind to her actions. "Are you hungry?" she inquired, catching the scent of meat wafting through the air, causing him to swallow. "What delicious food did you bring?" The aroma of roasted chicken beckoned Yi Yanwan closer. Spotting an unfamiliar meat dish beside the chicken, he squinted and grinned at Xiezi. "Did you bring these for me?" Xiezi approached him, pulling out a stool for him to sit. "Yes, young master, feel free to indulge." Once she finished speaking, Yi Yanwan could no longer restrain himself. He wiped his hands and eagerly tore off a chicken leg. "Wow, Xiezi, where did you buy this? It's so delicious. I've tried all the roasted chicken in Baiwa City, and none compare to this." Xiezi smiled silently, occasionally offering him a teacup. "Eat slowly, don't rush." She leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "Everything here is for you." Yi Yanwan shot her a glare, his ears turning red. "You, just speak normally. Don't come so close." Xiezi, unoffended by his glare, chuckled and stepped back slightly. However, upon seeing her obediently retreat, Yi Yanwan felt displeased and set down the chicken leg he had been holding. "Xiezi, I wish to eat that. Please serve it to me." Noticing him pointing at the sweet and sour pork, Xiezi nodded. "Young master, do take a taste." Yi Yanma, with a flushed face, awkwardly accepted the food. He had just realized how intimate the act of having someone serve him was. "It's not bad." As he finished his meal, Xiezi called for the removal of the dishes. Turning around, she found the young master already sprawled on the bed, taking the wedding wine from the table. Xiezi moved to sit beside him. "Young master, the ceremony is not yet complete." Yi Yanma looked up, rising from the bed. Is it not finished yet? Why is the marriage so complicated? Drink this, and the ceremony will be complete. Yi Yanma took the wine cup and mimicked Xie's actions, finishing the drink. Is that it? Now, if we hold hands and sleep, will we have a little one? Xie paused in her action of placing the cup down, suppressing a laugh as she turned away. What did the young master say? Seeing her reaction, Yi Yanma felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Isn't it supposed to be like that? That's what they say in the tales. Tales. Xie began leisurely. Young master, those tales are deceiving. How so? While Yi Yanma remained in self-doubt, Xie leaned closer. Would you like to know how a little one comes to be? As he gazed at her enlarged visage, the effects of the wine began to cloud his mind, and he instinctively replied, How? Xie gently pressed him onto the embroidered quilt, sweeping aside the red dates and longan and drawing the bed curtains. Yi Yanma, shocked, was stripped of his clothing and kissed, finally realizing her intentions. Xie, what are you doing? The young master, blushing crimson, was unsure whether to be angry or embarrassed, yet he could not resist her advances. Young master, be good. This is how one has a little one. Xie playfully coaxed Yi Yanma throughout the night before finally calling for water. The following morning, by all rights, it should have been Yi Yanma accompanying Xie to greet her parents. However, as Xie was the one who had moved in, it became her duty to pay respects to Yi's mother and father. Wrapped in a bright red quilt, Yi Yanma slept soundly, unaware. Xiaoqing, mindful of the time, entered to awaken them, only to find the new mistress already up, but not her young master. Please, madam. Xie, noticing him approaching to help with her belt, stepped back. No need. Xiaoqing lowered her head and respectfully retreated a step, intending to rouse her young master. Yi Yanma, in deep slumber, merely turned over, ignoring her. Xiaoqing, seemingly accustomed to this, continued to softly call his name. Seeing Yi Yanma remain unresponsive, Xiaoqing awkwardly smiled at Xie. On the first day of marriage, the young master refuses to rise. I wonder what the mistress will think. Not to worry, I'll handle it. Xiaoqing stepped aside, her eyes wide with astonishment as she watched the new mistress gently rouse her young master. Mo, are you awake? Be good. It's time to greet your mother and father. Yi Yanma rubbed his eyes, being half embraced by Xie. Ugh, this is absurd. Upon awakening, the individual had not forgotten the tormentor from the previous night, their voice soft, yet laced with irritation. Xie let out a light chuckle and responded playfully, All right. I am a scoundrel. Young master, please rise. It would be quite unfortunate if the little one does not arrive in time. Yi Yanma, still oblivious to the connection between his late rising and the arrival of the child, could not bear the thought of his efforts from the previous night going to waste. Habitually, he extended his hand, eyes still closed, demanding, Assist me in changing my attire. Xie adeptly took the garments from Xiaoqing and dressed Yi Yanma. After calling for someone to assist him with his morning routine, Xie embraced him and led him to the front hall to pay their respects. The Yi family, affluent and expansive, had only one current head, who resided with his sister's family. The eldest sister of the Yi family had passed away early, leaving behind a husband and 2 children. Unable to bear the thought of the widower and orphans living alone, Yi mother had taken them in, a gesture that had lasted a decade. In the front hall, Yi mother's sister's children sat with an air of arrogance on either side. Upon the arrival of Xie and Yi Yanma, they scoffed, setting down their teacups. Oh, Xie scholar, quite the lofty demeanor to keep us all waiting. Xie glanced at the speaker, Yi Jia, but chose to ignore her. Young Master Yi, however, was not inclined to let this pass. With indignation, he retorted, Yi Jia, do you have nothing better to do? Who asked you to wait? Xie is here to inquire about my mother and father's well-being. It is none of your concern. Yi Jia, known for her penchant for teasing him, aimed to bully those around him today. Yi Yanma, she exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table, I am your elder sister. Yi Yanma rolled his eyes. Please, you are merely a cousin. Moreover, my mother is present. And you dare to bang the table? Have you thrown all decorum to the dogs? Xie was seldom privy to such spirited displays from Yi Yanma, and found herself momentarily entertained by his retort. Observing that no one in the hall supported her, Yi Jia rose, intending to intimidate Yi Yanma. Xie swiftly stepped in front of him, shielding him. Miss Jia, what is your intent? Yi Jia dismissed her with a glance, viewing her as nothing more than a servant of the Yi family. She thought this to herself and voiced, You, a mere servant, dare to jar? Yi mother's stern voice interrupted. Realizing her misstep, Yi Jia fell silent and returned to her seat. Enough of this commotion so early in the day. Though Yi mother stated this, her thoughts were occupied by the scene where Xie had protected her son. Thus, as she aged, she felt reassured that her family's legacy and Yi Yinma would be entrusted to Xie. Chapter 76. The Young Master's Married Wife, Part 3. Yi mother and Yi father were amiable individuals. After Xie and Yi Yinma offered tea, they instructed the servants to prepare the meal. Earlier in the front hall, Yi mother had introduced Xie to the Yi Jia siblings. Yi Jia was 20, the same age as Xie, while her brother, Yi Sheng, was a year older than Yi Yinma. At the dining table, Yi Sheng gazed at Xie, his eyes brimming with admiration. During the tea-serving ceremony, he encountered Xie, who, in the presence of Lady Yi, maintained her composure and consistently looked after Yi Yinma. Observing her as she diligently served dishes to Yi Yinma and coaxed him to eat, a wave of bitterness surged within him. Xian Yangzi truly possessed a nurturing heart. Yu Xing covered his mouth with a handkerchief and chuckled, unlike our little Mo, who was quite willful. Xie paused in her meal, instinctively glancing at him with a smile. Meanwhile, Yi Yinma, engrossed in his food, failed to grasp any deeper meaning in the remark and deemed it a trivial comment. As no one responded, Xie filled a bowl of soup for Yi Yinma and continued the conversation. Young master, being of noble birth, it is only fitting that you exhibit some indulgence. Yu Xing set down his handkerchief and absent-mindedly chewed on a piece of bamboo shoot, oblivious to the flavors. Once the meal concluded, Yi Jia departed early, and Lady Yi summoned tea snacks, engaging in further conversation with Xie. Z, are you planning to participate in the provincial examination this autumn? Indeed, Xie nodded. The triennial provincial examination was an incredibly significant opportunity, and she was determined to seize it. Do you feel prepared? Upon hearing this, everyone at the table turned to her. Xie discreetly grasped Yi Yinma's hand and nodded towards Lady Yi. Lady Yi was not overly concerned about whether she would succeed in her examination. Her inquiry stemmed from a desire to see if Xie would forsake her scholarly pursuits in light of the Yi family's wealth. The rigors of study and examination, though arduous, were of utmost importance. I am aware, mother-in-law. After a brief exchange, Lady Yi allowed them to depart. Xie and her husband bid farewell to Lady Yi and Lord Yi before returning to their small courtyard. Yi Yinma immediately withdrew his hand, shooting her a fierce glare. You trickster, taking advantage of me. It was one thing to put on an act in front of his parents, but she still wanted to hold his hand once they were back in their own courtyard. Trickster? Xie raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Young master, what have I deceived you about? You told me that in that way, we would have a little one. But why have I yet to see a little one? Yi Yinma questioned her, his cheeks flushed. Xie found the situation amusing and playfully pinched his cheek. After he swatted her hand away, she sighed in resignation. Oh, my little master, a little one does not come so easily. What do you mean? Yi Yinma furrowed his brow. Xie pondered for a moment and explained. Just like flowers and grasses, a seed must be planted and nurtured until it sprouts, grows, and eventually blooms to bear fruit before a little one can come into being. Is it that complicated? Yi Yinma sat at the table, resting his chin in thought. Has the young master never heard of a 10-month gestation? Xie sat beside him and poured him a cup of tea. 10 months? That is quite a long time. His tone carried a hint of regret, prompting Xie to raise an eyebrow. Do you truly adore little ones so much? Yes. Our neighbor, Brother Liu, had a little one last year, and he was so adorable. Yi Yinma exclaimed, his spirits lifting, only to express some disappointment. Unfortunately, he can only return a few times a year. Upon hearing this, Xie also let out a sigh in her heart. Based on her previous experiences, she discovered that in every small world, neither she nor Mo would have children, and thus she feared disappointing Mo host. That won't happen. The upgraded 1001 was now more animated than before. Previously, the system's low level had caused instability in the small worlds. Now that it had been perfected, the host could rest assured and embrace the prospect of having beautiful babies with her beloved. Xie's eyes sparkled with surprise at this unexpected delight. Just as Yi Mo was about to reprimand her for not responding after a lengthy silence, he noticed the radiant glimmer in her eyes as she gazed at him. Alarmed, Yi Mo instinctively retreated. Xie, what are you doing? Xie seized Yi Mo's delicate hand, her voice enticing and coaxing. Mo. Do you know how we can have little ones even faster? Yi Mo shook his head in bewilderment. This isn't mentioned in the text. Let me tell you. Young master, Xia Zhi declared as she lifted him effortlessly and playfully. Be a good boy. Otherwise, what if the little ones run away? Yi Yin Mo, frozen in place, found himself laid upon the bed. Moments later, from within the curtains, a weak and frustrated voice emerged. Xia Zhi, you deceitful scoundrel. Xia Zhi planted a firm kiss upon his lips, urging, continue, young master. Scoundrel, how shameless. Unrepentant, he retorted, but as she leaned in for another kiss, he quickly shielded his sore, swollen lips, tears welling in his eyes as he accused her. Xie Zhi tenderly caressed his cheek, soothing him with gentle, dulcet words. The young master, indeed, was weary and soon succumbed to sleep under her hushed voice. Once he was asleep, Xie Zhi donned her clothes, drawing the curtains to obscure most of the light, and retreated to his side room to review her studies. The original owner had attended a local academy, but after financial constraints, resorted to self-study. Upon entering the Yi household, Ye's mother had designated a side room as her study. In this study lay the 4 books and 5 classics, which were to be examined in the forthcoming provincial exam. Xie Zhi perused the texts, unperturbed by the approaching exam in roughly 5 months, confident that the original owner's intelligence combined with her own photographic memory would suffice for preparation. After a tranquil period of study, she lifted her gaze to find that night had fallen. Madam, a gentle knock at the door announced Shao Qing's arrival. The young master requests your presence for dinner. Xie Zhi gathered her books and stepped outside. This afternoon, she and Yi Yin Mo would dine in his courtyard, thus avoiding the need to join Ye's mother and father. Knowing Xie Zhi was a scholar with a lofty disposition, Ye's mother refrained from imposing daily formal greetings, ensuring the household servants treated her with utmost respect. Seated at the dining table, Yi Yin Mo waved her over as she arrived. Hurry, I'm starving, he exclaimed. As soon as Xie Zhi took her seat, he eagerly scooped a portion of food into his mouth. Slow down, she cautioned, fearing he might choke, and promptly served him a bowl of soup before she began to eat herself. Yi Yinma had long been accustomed to eating in large bites, and upon witnessing Xie Zhi's graceful demeanor as she dined delicately and unhurriedly, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. After consuming a few morsels, his own actions inadvertently slowed to match hers. In truth, his manner of eating was not crude. Rather, it was simply relaxed and unrestrained. Young master, do you have any places you wish to visit tomorrow? After their meal, Xie Zhi wrapped her arm around Yi Yinma as they strolled about the room. He reluctantly moved his legs. Had it been any other day, he would have already nestled into his blankets for a deep slumber, rather than being led in circles by this bookish companion. Going out. What do you intend to do? I wish to purchase some paper and ink. Xie Zhi feigned a pitiful look at Yi Yinma, but alas, I have no money. Chapter 77. The Young Master's Indebted Spouse, Part 4. The young master waved his small hand dismissively. No matter, I shall accompany you. I have funds to spare. Oh, you'll let me spend your money? Xie Zhi leaned closer, her lips brushing against his ear. Thank you, young master. Yi Yinma squinted as he sat on the bed, idly patting his stomach. Xie Zhi, I wish to have my feet washed. The attendant, Shao Qing, promptly instructed someone to fetch hot water for his service. Allow me, she said, as she knelt to remove his shoes and socks, placing his delicate, jade-like feet into a wooden basin. Xie Zhi, your massage technique surpasses even Shao Qing's. Yi Yinma remarked in surprise. It seems you are not merely an inept scholar. Xie Zhi remained silent but smiled back at him, drying his feet and enveloping them in a silk quilt. Shao Qing hurriedly offered hot water for Xie Zhi to cleanse her hands. Yi Yinma observed as droplets of water adorned her distinctly knuckled fingers, only to be gently wiped away, recalling how these very hands had restrained him the previous night. Seeing the young master inexplicably cocooned in his blankets, Xie Zhi asked the others to leave before pulling back the covers to check on him. What troubles you, young master? Yi Yinma's gaze wandered, avoiding hers. Nothing, I am merely tired. He closed his eyes after speaking. Xie Zhi did not press further, attributing his behavior to the whims of a child, and turned off the light before lying down beside him. However, after having slept too much during the day, Yi Yinma found himself unable to slumber that night. In the dark, he shifted closer to Xie Zhi. Xie Zhi? He whispered, and upon receiving no response, inched even nearer. The moonlight illuminated her face, her long lashes distinctly framed against her closed eyes. Yi Yinma swallowed hard, gently taking her hand to rest beneath his head. Once he had nestled fully into her embrace, he exhaled softly. She smelled exquisite. Sighing in satisfaction, he closed his eyes to drift into sleep. After his breathing steadied, a smile crept onto Xiezi's lips. The following morning, upon waking, Yi Yinma noticed Xiezi was nowhere to be found. He felt a pang of anxiety, fearing she might discover his little actions from the previous night, while he instructed Xiao Qing to assist him in dressing. "Young master, your neck is slightly bruised." And a moment of hesitation ensues. Yi Yinma, oblivious, touches the indicated area and winces, hastily retrieving a bronze mirror to inspect. With a thud, the mirror is cast aside on the table, and Yi Yinma's face flushes with embarrassment. Where is Xiezi? How could she leave such a mark in such a conspicuous place? The mistress has gone to the small study early this morning. Yi Yinma quickly dons his attire and tidies himself up. Just as he intends to confront the culprit in the small study, she returns unbidden. What is it? Xiezi instinctively takes Yi Yinma's hand. He rolls his eyes at her, waiting for others to exit before pointing at the bruise on his neck. Look for yourself. How shameless. How can I possibly go out like this? Feeling somewhat displeased, Yi Yinma plops down onto the stool. So it was because of this. Xiezi smiles gently, producing a small vial. Why not try applying this, young master? Yi Yinma reveals his neck. Xiezi hesitates for a moment, then affectionately and resignedly applies the ointment. This remedy was exchanged from the system and is notably effective. That's a relief. Yi Yinma stares at the mirror for quite some time before finally setting it down to have breakfast. Baiwa City is the largest city in Day, bustling with people. And during the day, vendors line the streets selling delectable treats. Thus, on their way from the Yi residence, Yi Yinma has indulged in numerous tasty morsels. Xiezi, you must try this. It's quite delicious. Xiezi takes a bite from his hand. It is indeed quite good. The young master seems to enjoy sharing, receiving affirmation. A smile broadens on Yi Yinma's face, and he insists on offering Xiezi a taste of everything he eats. After a long-awaited arrival at the bookstore, Xiezi selects her desired paper, brush, and ink, deciding against buying an inkstone since she already has one at home. Does Madame Xie need any of these? Having spent some time in Baiwa City, Xiezi often frequents this bookstore and the inn. Yes. Upon this, the proprietor wraps the items and hands them over to Xiezi. As she steps back, Yi Yinma instinctively approaches to pay. The shopkeeper pauses. He recognizes the young master of the Yi family. Remembering the recent wedding hosted by the Yi family, the shopkeeper suddenly realizes who the other protagonist is. After settling the payment, the two exit the bookstore. Yi Yinma strides towards the jewelry shop, having not purchased any adornments in quite a while. Oh, young master Yi has arrived. A familiar face beams with delight at his entrance, eager to showcase the new arrivals. It has been some time since you last visited. Take a look at these pieces, all new stock from our esteemed owner. Yi Yinma tugs at Xiezi's sleeve, leading her to the back. Spotting a hairpin the shopkeeper pointed out, his eyes light up. What a novel design. I have never seen anything like this before. Noticing Yi Yinma's interest, the shopkeeper quickly adds, young master has a discerning eye. This style is currently the most fashionable in the capital, favored by the scions of noble families. Yi Yinma picked up a hairpin and held it up to himself, inquiring of Xiezi, is it beautiful? Xiezi took it from his hand and adorned him with it. It is lovely. Satisfied, the young master took out money to purchase the hairpin and pulled Xiezi along as they continued forward. The shop was bustling with people, and Yi Yinma feared losing sight of her with just a turn. Xiezi, please lower your head a bit. Yi Yinma, with an air of mystery, hid his hands behind his back. Xiezi glanced at the hairpin behind him and smiled. All right. She slightly bent her waist as he earnestly placed the hairpin in her hair, allowing her to stand upright and admire herself. Quite nice. Boss, I shall take this one as well. Certainly. The proprietor swiftly wrapped the items, and Xiezi accepted them into her hands. Just as the two were about to exit, a young woman approached briskly, her face softening into a gentle smile upon seeing Yi Yinma. Lujia? The young woman, elegant in appearance and holding a folding fan, inquired. Little Mo, are you here to buy jewelry? Xiezi internally rolled her eyes. Obviously. Yi Yinma nodded and pulled Xiezi closer. Lujia, this is my wife. Xiezi. She is quite the scholar. Lu Su paused her fan, sizing up Xiezi from head to toe. Miss Xie. Lu Su raised a hand slightly. Instantly, Xiezi recalled the identity of the woman before her. Lu Su was the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, neighbors to the Yi family, and the proprietor of the shop behind her. In the original world, Lu Su harbored affections for Yi Yinma, but after the demise of the Yi family as parents, She married Yi Sheng. Lu boss. Xie returned the courtesy. Their gazes clashed like blades in the air, a silent tension slowly unfurling. What are you two looking at? Yi Yanma remained oblivious to any awkwardness. Just as Lu Su was about to speak, Xie interrupted her. Mo, we ought to head back. It's getting late. And we'll miss dinner. Yi Yanma nodded and was about to leave when Lu Su grasped his hand. Why don't I treat you both to a meal at the restaurant? Chapter 78. The Young Master's Wife. Part 5. Yi Yanma's eyes brightened. But Xie firmly seized Lu Su's wrist, exerting enough force to make her release him, pulling Yi Yanma protectively behind her. No need. Dinner is already prepared at home. We should return. With a faint smile, she added, What do you say, Mo? Yi Yanma, sensing an inexplicable air of danger from Xie, retracted his head slightly and nodded. All right, let us go home for dinner. Lu Su withdrew her hand and, with a slight smile, replied, Then I shall invite you to dine another day, little Mo. Without waiting for Yi Yanma's response, Xie took his hand and led him away. Xie, do slow down. Yi Yanma stumbled forward as she pulled him along. Xie guided him into a narrow alley, pressing him against the wall and pinching his chin. If I hadn't mentioned going home just now, would you have gone to dine with your Lujia? A fleeting hint of guilt crossed Yi Yanma's eyes. What are you saying? Is it not perfectly normal for Sister Lu to invite me to dinner? She used to do so quite often. Used to? Xie bit down on his neck. Ouch. Xie, that hurts. Yi Yanma pushed her head away forcefully. After a moment, Xie finally lifted her gaze and gently pecked the red mark she had left, prompting him to turn his head away with a soft gasp. You are not allowed to dine alone with that Sister Lu of yours. Do you hear me? Otherwise. Xie threatened, her fingers tracing his fair skin. With his neck still stinging and tears welling in his eyes, Yi Yanma whimpered, Xie, you are bullying me. I will tell father and mother. With that, he shoved her away and ran off. Seeing him flounder like a headless fly, Xie quickened her pace to catch up, enveloping him in her embrace. Slow down, Mo. The streets are crowded. One misstep and our young master could get bumped into. We did not bring many people with us today. Let go of me. Yi Yanma wiped his tears, though his body remained nestled in her arms, seeking her comfort. Mo, I won't be angry anymore. It was my fault. Next time, I will take you to a restaurant, all right? You can have whatever you desire. Xie coaxed softly, and only then did Yi Yanma reluctantly hum in response, tugging at her sleeve as they returned home together. At the entrance, Xiaoqing had been waiting. Upon seeing her young master with red-rimmed eyes and stuffed cheeks, she was perplexed about the situation. Madam, what happened to the young master? Xie waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Xiaoqing had no choice but to suppress her curiosity and follow them inside, secretly marveling at how the madam could bring her young master home despite his tear-stained face. Typically, whenever he was upset, he would berate anyone who dared to provoke him, never allowing others to touch him. After lunch, Ye's parents arrived with several companions, exuding an air of authority. Xie, engrossed in her studies, was momentarily taken aback by their entrance. Mother, what brings you here? Seeing her, Ye's mother's expression softened. Z, did you go out with Mo today? Yes, she replied. Ye's mother nodded, her gaze shifting to Yi Yanma, who emerged with his head bowed, twisting the hem of his garment. Her expression shifted. Did you go out shopping again today? Yi Yanma, resembling a timid quail, kept his head down. Yes. Have you forgotten what I told you last time? Buy less food. You cannot finish it all, and it will only go to waste. Ye's mother launched into a tirade. And what about those trinkets and clothes? Our shop always sends you the new arrivals first. Do you not know how many outfits you already possess? Must you buy more? The head of the Yi family, a gentle soul, poured a cup of tea for his wife while casting a meaningful glance at Yi Yanma. Yet, he remained as still as a statue, his head bowed. Noticing that Ye's mother was becoming increasingly excessive in her admonitions, Xie stepped protectively in front of Yi Yanma and bowed her head respectfully. Mother. Mo did not purchase much today. He merely procured a few scholarly implements for me, and those adornments were also purchased with me in mind. This is indeed the truth. Today, the young master astonishingly acquired but a single hairpin. As for Yi Yanma, he was momentarily protected by others. And with a gleeful lift of his head, he interjected, and regarding the food, I made no waste. Everything I couldn't finish was consumed by Xie. Yimu was momentarily taken aback, clearing her throat to inquire, is that truly the case? Yi Yanma, hiding behind Xie, nodded affirmatively. Yimu, disregarding him, turned her attention to Xie. Is what you just said genuine? She was well aware that her son was a spendthrift. Indeed, upon seeing Xie's earnest demeanor, Yimu refrained from further comment. She recalled Yi Yinma's earlier remark about Xie finishing his leftovers, leaving her somewhat speechless. Yi Fu exchanged a glance with her before addressing Xie. Z, you are both a scholar and the mistress of AMO. Why not take charge of his monthly allowance from now on? Yi Yinma's eyes widened in surprise, yet before he could voice a protest, Yimu interjected, should you refuse, you shall have no allowance henceforth. He obediently closed his mouth, pondering that since Xie's possessions were ultimately his, he had little to add. Xie glanced at his youthful visage, a gentle smile gracing her lips. That would be agreeable. Once Yimu and Yi Fu had expressed their thoughts, they departed. When they had left, Yi Yinma slumped onto the stone bench in the courtyard. Ah, Xie, my mother and the others are truly formidable. Xie, wrapping her arms around him as she navigated towards the house, remarked, young master, it is getting late. Sitting here will make you cold. Yi Yinma, cradled by her, made no effort to resist and was soon tucked into bed. The room was already illuminated, and Xie took a seat beside him, engrossed in a book. Noticing her intense focus, Yi Yinma refrained from interrupting and instead picked up a storybook for himself. As night fell, Xie closed her book and took the storybook from Yi Yinma's hands, placing it aside. Young master, it is time for sleep. Yi Yinma rolled around in the bedding a few times before languidly responding. Oh. Xie lifted him gently and removed his outer garments. Shaoqing had long since taken the servants downstairs. Xie, you must not secretly hoard my allowance, Yi Yinma declared, feeling her embrace around his waist. That depends on the young master's behavior. If you perform well, the allowance will naturally follow. Perform? How so? Yi Yinma's eyes widened in curiosity. If you obediently comply, that is considered good behavior, Xie teased, pinching his small nose. Yi Yinma shook his head, evading her grip. Rest assured, I am the most obedient. He blinked playfully, trying to charm her. Xie remained unfazed, nodding with a composed expression. That still depends on your future conduct. Yi Yinma pouted, turning his head away. I do not believe you could ever refuse to give me money to spend. You are indeed correct, Xie replied, her fingers gliding through his dark, long hair, which flowed like satin. I too possess an allowance. With both our allowances in hand, I find myself in a somewhat affluent position at this moment. In the stillness of the night, a soft murmur emanated from within the bed curtains, followed by the low, husky voice of Xie. Momo, call me your mistress. A moment of silence enveloped the space before a voice tinged with sorrow responded, Mistress, please be gentle. Chapter 79, The Young Master's Newlywed Mistress, Part 6. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Xie returned from outside, a book in her hand, intending to head back to her room. When she left, Yi Yinma was still asleep, and she was uncertain whether he had awoken now. Madame Xie? A delicate voice called out to her. Yi Xing, clad in a soft peach-pink outfit, gracefully stepped forward, obstructing Xie's path. Xie silently took a step back, creating some distance between them, and revealed a faintly aloof smile. Young Master Sheng. Yi Xing covered his mouth and chuckled. Have you just returned from outside? Yes. Have you had breakfast yet? Xie slightly lifted her eyelids. Not yet. I was about to return to dine with the young master. Young master? Yi Xing paused, his gaze softening with a hint of mischief. Why do you still address Momo as young master even after marriage? Before Xie could respond, he quickly covered his mouth again, his eyes displaying a trace of sympathy. Could it be that Momo is unwilling? Alas, we all know his temperament. It must be quite challenging for you, Madame Xie. He spoke as if advocating for her, but Xie remained composed. It's not about being difficult or not. I prefer to call him young master myself. As for the private terms of address, young master Xing need not concern himself with that. Yi Sheng's hand holding the handkerchief stiffened slightly, biting his lip as if to say something further. Given the time, Momo should be waking up. Young Master Sheng, please excuse me. With that, she departed. Once Xie was a distance away, someone emerged from the shadows. Well, is this Xie easy to manage? Yu Jia asked nonchalantly. Yu Xing cast a glance at her, having just felt slighted. Look at her, then look at yourself. How can you even ask? If she were so easily managed, would she be a scholar? Yu Jia remained unconvinced, believing that as women, she could win over her brother's heart with her looks. Yi Sheng, though handsome, possessed enchanting fox-like eyes. I shall attempt to engage her alone in a few days, he said, fiddling with the handkerchief. The Yi household, and indeed the entire Yi family's wealth, relied upon the two of them. Not only that, but now he desired Xie as well. In the courtyard, Yi Yanma, coaxed by Xie, managed to consume a bowl of porridge. He listlessly scattered fish food into the pond, while Xie remained engrossed in her reading. Finding the situation dull, Yi Yanma had little interest in the storybooks and sat alone in silence. Eventually, boredom struck, and he contemplated stepping outside, only to remember his current lack of funds, which suppressed the thought. Young master, Miss Lu has sent an invitation. Yi Yanma rose to receive the invitation, cautiously glancing at the still figure within. He waved his hand, signaling for Xiaoqing to accompany him. Xiaoqing, obediently silent, followed him out of the estate. Outside the residence, Lu Su awaited, yet upon seeing him emerge, she did not express gratitude to Xie. With a fan in hand, she playfully tousled her flowing hair and donned what she believed to be a gentle smile. Xiaomo, I promised to treat you to a meal, and today I have come to fulfill that promise. Yi Yanma nodded. He had grown up playing with Lu's elder brother and held a rather favorable impression of her sister. Where shall we dine then? He had longed to savor the 8 treasure duck and chicken marrow bamboo shoots from Zue Xiang Lu, as if she could read his thoughts. Lu Su replied, let us go to Zue Xiang Lu. Yi Yanma conversed while keeping pace with her. Beside them, Xiaoqing glanced at the entrance of the residence, feeling a twinge of unease, and tugged at Yi Yanma's sleeve. Young master, you haven't informed the madam. If she finds out. Just as Lu Su turned her gaze in their direction, Yi Yanma boldly interjected, what is there to discuss? I am merely going out for a meal. I am quite tired of the daily fare at home. Xiaoqing silently scoffed, thinking to herself that the residence's meals could offer a plethora of variations each day, and it seemed more likely that the young master was simply seeking amusement outside. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and simply remarked, at least inform the madam. There's no need. Everyone in the residence is aware of my departure. Xie will come looking for me after finishing her reading, Yi Yanma replied dismissively, seeing his indifference. Xiaoqing had no choice but to acquiesce and followed him to Zue Xiang Lu. In the courtyard of the Yi residence, young master is left, reported the young attendant Danner, who witnessed Yi Yanma and Lu Su departing. Yi Sheng, unfazed, replied, what is the fuss? The young master has gone out countless times before. But Danner hurriedly stepped forward to clarify, the young master left with a woman. I believe it is Miss Lu Su from the Lu family. Yi Sheng paused his activity with the cosmetics, tightened his grip on the handkerchief, and turned with gritted teeth. Lu Su? That vixen Yi Yanma. The Lu family, being affluent and influential in Baohua City, was a potential match for him, and Yi Sheng had aspirations of becoming their lord in the future. After a moment's thought, he inquired of Danner, is Madame Xie present? Danner shook her head. The madam is likely studying at this hour. Yi Sheng's eyes brightened. He clapped his hands and stood up. Let us go to the young master's courtyard. The two hastily procured a piece of silk and rushed to Yi Yanma's small courtyard. The servants in the courtyard immediately reported to Xie, who frowned and closed her book as she stepped outside. Is there something you wish to discuss, young Master Sheng? Yi Sheng glanced behind her, but saw no one before speaking. Madam Xie, have you seen the young master? I have recently acquired some silk that I wish to present to him. Xie looked at the attendant beside her, who lowered his head in silence. What is the matter? Yi Sheng feigned ignorance and stepped closer. Where is the young master? Upon hearing Xie's inquiry, the attendant finally spoke. The young master has gone out. Gone out? For what purpose? The attendant shook his head. Suddenly, Dano exclaimed, Madam Xie, young master, I just remembered. I saw the young master around noon at the entrance of the residence. Oh, why did you not mention this sooner? If anything were to happen to the young master, what punishment would you deserve? Yi Sheng feigned anger. Danner knelt down abruptly, pleading, Young master, please spare me. The young master was out with Miss Lu at the time. I thought there would be no trouble. After all, the young master often went out with Miss Lu before. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Yi Sheng's eyes as he secretly observed Xie expression. Noticing her ashen face, he covered his mouth and smiled triumphantly. Though he feigned difficulty, the young master used to frequently accompany the Lu family's eldest daughter, but now that he is married, this situation surely does not bode well. Where did the young master go? Dana hesitated, unable to articulate. She had only seen them from a distance and had rushed to inform Yi Sheng once they departed. So she had no knowledge of their whereabouts. After a brief contemplation, Xie discerned the answer. As she prepared to leave, Yi Sheng suddenly grasped her sleeve, saying, Madam Xie, please do not quarrel with the young master. After all, he and Miss Lu share a childhood bond. which makes things different. Upon hearing this, Xie appeared even more incensed. She yanked her sleeve away, performed a courteous bow to Yisheng, and strode off. Yisheng, seeing her filled with fury departing, paid no mind to the act of being brushed aside. He straightened his garments and returned to the courtyard with Danner. At Zui Xianglu, Yi and Imo remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. He relished a cup of plum wine and joyfully savored a bite of duck leg. Noticing some grease on his face, Lu Su was about to wipe it off for him when suddenly, a fist came crashing toward him. Startled, Lu Su quickly recoiled. Chapter 80. The Young Master's Concubine, Part 7. Xie made her way to Zui Xianglu, inquiring with the innkeeper, and indeed, found Yi Yan Mo there. As she ascended the stairs, she saw that the Lu girl was about to touch his face, yet Yan Mo remained utterly oblivious. Lu Su's hasty retreat knocked over a stool behind her, drawing the curious gazes of others in the establishment. Yi and Mo paused for a moment, setting down the chicken leg, and looked at Xie in astonishment. Xie, you arrived so soon? Xie cast a glance at him, noting his greasy mouth and hands, her expression darkening. Yi and Mo, noticing her stare, turned his head away, instinctively questioning his current appearance. Besides a bit of grease on his hands, there shouldn't be anything else, right? What is Miss Xie doing? Xie replied with a forced smile. I apologize, I was in a hurry earlier and did not anticipate Miss Lu's strong reaction. Lu Su's expression stiffened, gripping her fan tightly. Before anyone could respond, Xie calmly took a seat beside Yi and Mo's previous spot. Xie, she picked up a generous portion of chicken and bamboo shoots. Isn't the young master fond of these? Why aren't you eating? Yi and Mo glanced at Lu Su's pale face and then at the composed Xie beside him, poking her. Don't be like this. After all, someone has to pay for this meal. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Will the young master eat? Xie spoke thus, yet did not rise from her seat, even a fraction. Yet Yi Yanma took her words to heart, grasping her sleeve. What are you doing? This treasure duck is truly delicious. You must try it. He then turned to Lu Su. Sister Lu, please take a seat. Xie did not mean it. She merely explained that she was in a hurry. It was you who overreacted. Lu Su felt a surge of indignation, if Xie did not intend it. Did that imply she fell by her own volition? Observing the two completely indifferent as they indulged in their meal, Lu Su lowered her gaze, her fan in hand. Please enjoy your meal. I have matters to attend to at my residence, so I shall take my leave. Upon hearing that she had urgent affairs, Yi Yanma did not press her to stay. Sister Lu, take care. He then called for Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, please escort Sister Lu downstairs. Xiaoqing bowed and led Lu Su down the stairs. Miss Lu, about the meal expenses, Xiaoqing wanted to cover her face. Sir, this is truly embarrassing. Lu Su paused, gritting her teeth as she retrieved her purse to settle the bill before departing. Meanwhile, Yi Yanma continued to dine upstairs, recommending dishes to Xie between bites. Has the young master forgotten what he promised me? Yi Yanma halted, seemingly unconcerned. I was not alone with Sister Lu. He gestured towards Xiaoqing and the others present. Look, Xiaoqing is here, and there are many people around. Xie was at a loss for words. Yi Yanma, with a playful demeanor, insisted, do not be so serious. Who told you not to keep me company? I was bored and needed something to occupy my time. Besides, do you know that Zui Xianglu is run by nobility in the capital? The ingredients used in their dishes are not only plentiful, but also unique. The preparation is unlike any before, and the taste is even more exquisite than in the past. Naturally, the price is steep. As he spoke, he sipped on plum wine. Smiling at Xie, could you possibly refuse such a grand feast? Xie shook her head in resignation, listening to his twisted logic as she handed him a clean cloth to wipe his hands. The plum wine was from the previous year, slightly sweet with a rich flavor. After a few cups, Xie decided to curtail his drinking. The young master had a moderate tolerance, and she feared he might become inebriated. Once Yi Yanma finished his meal, he obediently remained seated, watching as Xie tidied up the remnants. After a while, he suddenly grasped her waistband. Xie, you are truly beautiful. Xie, both amused and exasperated, captured his hand and pulled him into her embrace. Are you drunk? Not at all. Noticing the flush on Yi Yanma's cheeks and the dazed look in his eyes, she realized he was indeed intoxicated. She lifted him into her arms and began to descend the stairs. Xiaoqing followed closely behind, observing how the lady effortlessly carried the young master back home, without a hint of fatigue, and felt a sense of admiration for her. Once inside, she placed him gently beneath the bed curtains, removing his shoes and outer garments, and tucked him in. Xiaoqing, prepare some hangover soup for the young master. Yes. Xiaoqing hurried to the kitchen to prepare. After coaxing Yi Yanma to drink some hangover soup, Xie finally set him down to rest peacefully. Yi Yanma slept soundly until the night fell. Xiaoqing, Xie? After calling out a few times and finding no one entering, Yi Yanma supported his head and prepared to get out of bed. Mo, are you awake? Xie halted his movements as she set down the large bowl in her hands. My head hurts. Yi Yanma tugged at her sleeve. Shall I give you a massage? Yi Yanma responded with a soft sound, shifting over slightly. Xie gently massaged his temples for a while, only withdrawing her hands when his complexion appeared more favorable. Are you hungry? A little, he admitted. After having lunch, he had slept soundly until late at night, now feeling a gnawing emptiness in his stomach. Xie picked up a bowl and handed him chopsticks. The noodles were simply a clear broth, and perhaps due to his hunger. Yi Yanma did not complain about the taste, but devoured them eagerly. Xie, I can't sleep. After finishing his meal, Yi Yanma lay horizontally on the bed, clutching Xie's pillow. Can't sleep? Xie approached with a book in hand. Shall I tell you a story, young master? What story? Yi Yanma leaned in with curiosity. How about the tale of the fox spirit and the scholar? All right, he replied lazily, leaning against her. Once upon a time, there was a little fox. After being saved from heavenly tribulations by a poor scholar, she transformed into human form to repay his kindness. Once the story concluded, Xie noticed that Yi Yanma had fallen soundly asleep. With a resigned poke to his soft cheek, she adjusted his position, removed her shoes, and embraced him. Closing her eyes. The next morning, Yisheng arrived early at Yi Yanma's courtyard. Little Mo, have you risen yet? Hearing his cousin's voice, Yi Yanma quickly turned over. This cousin of his was not known for his kindness. Many rumors about him in the 100-Flower City originated from his mouth. His unexpected visit in the morning surely harbored ill intentions. Xie was absent, and he was unaware of her whereabouts. Xiaoqing assisted Yi Yanma in getting ready, giving him a simple wash-up before he stepped outside. Does cousin have business? Although aware of Yi Yanma's consistent demeanor towards him, Yisheng could not suppress his irritation. No matter what, he was still his older brother. He should at least receive a modicum of respect. Concealing his anger with a gentle smile, he remarked, Little Mo. What are you saying? I merely heard that you were carried back by Xie yesterday and have not ventured out since, so I came to check on you. Yisheng scrutinized Yi Yanma, noticing no change in his expression, which left him somewhat puzzled. Yesterday, he had so openly indicated the closeness between Yi Yanma and Lu Su. Yet Xie had not shown any anger. If they had not quarreled, did that not imply that she did not harbor strong feelings for Yi Yanma? Leaving him with an opportunity? Chapter 81. The Young Master's Affianced Wife. Part 8. Yi Yanma sat on a stone bench, feeling somewhat bashful. After taking a sip of tea to mask his embarrassment, he said, Thank you for your concern, cousin. I was merely intoxicated yesterday, which is why Xie carried me back. After indulging in drink yesterday, he found himself in a haze, unable to recall how he made his way back. Now, upon hearing Yisheng's words, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that everyone in the mansion witnessed his state yesterday? It seems so. In that case, Madame Xie has indeed been exceedingly kind to him. Yi Yanma felt an urgent need to dismiss the person before him, so he could partake in a meal. Thus he spoke. Naturally, Xie is my wife. If she does not treat me well, to whom else would she extend her kindness? Yisheng's nails traced the edge of the table as he maintained his smile. Then, shall we not consider Sister Lu Su for young Mo? What? Yi Yanma was utterly perplexed. What does Sister Lu have to do with this? It appears I have misjudged. I assumed that Lu Su, having grown up with you, would naturally develop feelings. Yisheng's gaze flickered, his peripheral vision catching sight of someone approaching from outside the courtyard. Unexpectedly, Yi Yanma nodded. You have misjudged. Sister Lu and I are like siblings. How could there be any romantic feelings? Moreover, I am already married. What is Yisheng up to? Yisheng's expression faltered momentarily, and before he could respond, Xie stepped forward. Xie, Yi Yanma exclaimed joyfully as he stood. Where have you been? I had to wait for you to eat. Xie glanced at the person behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist. I went to buy you breakfast. But there is food in the house, Yi Yanma said, puzzled, as he followed her. Neither of them paid any further attention to Yisheng. And as they walked further away, Yisheng found himself at a loss for words and had no choice but to leave with his attendant. Xie, He turned back to glance at him, only averting her gaze once she saw Yi Sheng depart. In the original world, Yi Sheng was akin to a male protagonist. The original host had become a burden in the Yi family, later falling in love with the gentle and considerate Yi Sheng, leading her to unwittingly orchestrate the demise of her own in-laws and husband. She even surrendered all of the Yi family's assets during Yi Sheng's marriage to Lu Su, solely to safeguard her beloved. Madam, the master requests your presence in the study. As Xie Ji was feeding Yi Yanma a piece of pastry, she heard Xiao Qing's announcement from outside the door. All right, I shall go immediately. Xiao Qing hurried off to relay the message. Yi Yanma pouted, somewhat disgruntled. Why does mother keep calling for you lately? Xie Ji wiped her hands and adjusted her attire. The master asked me to help manage the household accounts. I have been learning for the past few days and just now I'm getting the hang of it. But how can this be? Yi Yanma exclaimed, rising from his seat. You still have your studies. Where will you find the energy to manage accounts? Mother is only making things difficult for you. Young master has misunderstood, Xie Ji said, tugging at his sleeve and placing a gentle kiss on his forehead. Having been married for half a month, the young master was growing increasingly accustomed to her affectionate gestures. My mother will be traveling to Jiangnan soon, which is why I am reviewing the business. Besides, I have already read most of those books. Yi Yanma remained silent. Xie Ji kissed his earlobe and reassured him. Do not worry, young master. This August, I will ensure you become a successful candidate in the imperial examination. Those who are admitted in the provincial examinations are referred to as jiren. I am not concerned about that. Yi Yanma turned away. Xie Ji straightened the person up, her thin lips curling into a smile. I know you care for me. Young master, rest assured, I am well aware of my boundaries. Yi Yanma finally released her. Then you should go quickly. Xie Ji complied and hurriedly exited. Upon entering Yi Mu's study, Xie Ji was surprised to find Yi Jiao present as well. Mother, she greeted with a bow. Yi Mu invited her to sit before speaking. Z, do you recall that I mentioned allowing you to assist with the family business? Yes. This morning, Jia Er expressed her desire to give it a try too, so I was planning to let her practice with our 2 jewelry shops. What do you think? Xie Ji glanced at the impeccably dressed individual across from her, who was watching her with a taunting expression, and found it amusing. As you wish, mother. Seeing Z's compliance, Yi Mu was quite pleased. Then it is settled for now. You both may return. The two bid farewell to Yi Mu and exited the study. Yi Jia intercepted Xie Ji, narrowing her eyes. Xie Ji, don't think that marrying Yi Yanma makes you a member of the Yi family. The wealth of the Yi family will always belong to the Yus. Yi Jia had recently learned from her brother that Yi Mu was teaching Xie Ji how to manage finances. She feared that before she had the chance to act, Yi Mu might hand over the Yi family to Xie Ji, which was why she had approached her mother that morning. Yi Mu had always been generous towards her and Yi Sheng, as long as they did not overstep. Seeing her sister's daughter striving for progress, Yi Mu felt a sense of satisfaction and consented. Xie Ji lowered her gaze to Yi Jia's arm. Of course. But isn't the rightful heir of the Yi family currently the young master? Your words have left me somewhat perplexed. Perhaps we should inquire with mother again? Yi Jia pointed a finger at Xie Ji, but fearing that Yi Mu might overhear, she lowered her voice to threaten. Xie Ji, do not use aunt to intimidate me, or I shall make you regret it. Xie Ji replied with a calm demeanor. Oh, Miss Jia, you may certainly give it a try. With that, she brushed past Yi Jia and departed, leaving Yi Jia seething with impotent rage. 3 days later, Yi Mu and Yi Fu set off for Jiangnan. At the gate, Yi Yanma clung to Yi Fu, unwilling to let go, and it took Yi Mu considerable persuasion to separate them. That night, as Yi Yanma slept soundly, a sudden thunderclap reverberated through the skies. Boom! Yi Yanma awoke in a cold sweat, his room illuminated by a flash of light. Xie Ji? His bed was empty except for himself. His complexion turned pale as his eyes began to redden. Another clap of thunder resounded in the distance, accompanied by a blinding lightning strike. With a whimper, Yi Yanma buried himself under the covers, wrapping himself tightly as his body trembled uncontrollably. Mo? At the moment the thunder struck, Xie Ji was reading in the adjoining room. Upon hearing the sound, she rushed over to find a lump beneath the covers, shaking incessantly. Quickly, she approached and enveloped the trembling figure along with the blanket in her embrace. Mo, it's me. Upon hearing this, Xie Ji felt the figure within the cover stiffen. Boom! Another thunderclap erupted, and Yi Yanma abruptly emerged from the blankets, clinging to Xie Ji's neck. With a soft sigh, Xie Ji gently patted his back and murmured, "It was my fault. You must have been frightened, Momo. Yi Yanma nodded, burrowing into her embrace with a whimper. The thunder continued to rumble outside, lightning illuminating the room intermittently. Seizing the fleeting light, Xie noticed the tears on Yi Yanma's face, her heart constricted with an aching pain. Momo, it's all right. I'm here. Yi Yanma trembled slightly, evidently still shaken from the fright. Xie, I had a terrifying dream. I dreamed that my mother had an accident on her way home. And you no longer wanted me, she sobbed. Xie pressed her lips against his, and after a moment, softly reassured him, that won't happen. Dreams are often the opposite of reality. Yi Yanma remained silent, tears still streaming down her cheeks. In Chapter 82, The Young Master's Wife, Part 9, Xie, feeling helpless, turned to kiss his neck, her hand gently caressing his slender waist. Momo, stop crying. Shall we engage in something else for a change? Yi Yanma looked at her in confusion, her eyelids swollen and her expression pitiful. Xie slipped her hand beneath his shirt, kissing him tenderly. The sound of crying gradually transformed, intermingled with moments of joy, to the point where Yi Yanma could barely hear the frightening thunder outside. At some point, the thunder ceased, replaced by a torrential downpour. Yi Yanma's hair was slightly damp, her reddened eyes fluttering closed as she slowly drifted into sleep. Seeing that he had finally succumbed to slumber, Xie embraced him and inquired of the system. What happened? Why did Momo dream of events from the original world? 1001 sifted through a plethora of data before responding. The world has not occurred as detected. After a brief pause, it continued. Since both the host and Mr. Yi are from the primary world, they may foresee certain visions. Will this harm Momo's health? No, 1001 insisted. The system has been upgraded. I am a brand new system. Xie nodded, feeling a sense of relief. In April, the continuous spring rain enveloped the entire Huahua city in a curtain of water. Xie closed her oil paper umbrella and noticed a servant approaching her. Madam, Manager Lu from Genie Fong has arrived. Very well. Please escort him to the study and have the young master join us as well. Understood. Her study was still located in the side room. Though modest in size, it was not cramped. Proximity to Yi Yanma meant that whenever a manager visited, she would invite Yi Yanma to listen in as well. Although he typically showed little interest in such matters, he could glean insights from the manager's discussions. After all, as the young master of a merchant family, Yi Yanma had been educated from a young age on how to manage the family business, displaying considerable acumen when reviewing the accounts. In recent days, any manager who had visited the Yi residence was well aware that this young master was unlike the rumors suggested. He was not easily deceived, especially with a new wife by his side who exuded an air of authority without needing to raise her voice. Although that lady is ostensibly a scholar, her methods are even more ruthless than those of her older counterparts. Every action of theirs is undoubtedly under her watchful eye. Xie, having served as the head of the Xie family for over a decade in her previous world, navigated a situation far more intricate and perilous than that of the current Yi family. She single-handedly overcame countless obstacles while protecting Momo along the way. As for Yi Yanma, she remains blissfully unaware of the covert tactics employed by Xie, believing instead that she is excelling in her role, earning the admiration and loyalty of the stewards. Manager Lu was brought into the small study by Shao Qing. The simple room contained a stack of papers and a few books on the desk. Please, young master, Shao Qing announced as she lifted the curtain, allowing Yi Yanma to enter. Since the rain began 2 days ago, it had continued intermittently, leaving a chill in the air. The small study was already equipped with a warming stove. Just as Manager Lu stood to greet Yi Yanma, a woman dressed in a sky-blue long robe entered, lifting the curtain with one hand. Having met Xie before, Manager Lu hurried to greet her. Xie nodded slightly in acknowledgement and invited her to sit. Freshly returned from outside, she still bore a hint of coolness and chose not to sit beside Yi Yanma. Instead, she offered the warming stove in her hands to him. Although the room was not particularly cold, Yi Yanma accepted it with a smile, not wishing to decline. Observing the tender interaction between the two, Manager Lu quickly grasped Yi Jia's concerns. Whispers had circulated recently about the Yi family's consort allegedly seizing power, seemingly intent on monopolizing the family's wealth. Only a few stewards were privy to the fact that these rumors originated from Yi Jia's mouth. However, witnessing Xie's genuine care for Yi Yanma, devoid of any pretense, Manager Lu began to contemplate other considerations. Thus, I must trouble you, Manager, to keep a closer watch. Xie set the account book aside. Understood, Manager Lu replied. Sensing that their discussion had concluded and noticing that the two had no further instructions, Xiaoqing, please see Manager Liu out. After escorting him away, Yi Yanma finally relaxed, leaning back in the chair. What troubles you? Xie Zi asked, pouring water for both herself and him. Yi Yanma did not drink, but gazed at the ceiling, saying, Xie Zi, only now do I realize how weary my parents must be, having taken charge of the Yi family for merely a few days. He felt the weight of responsibility bearing down on him. Yi Yanma stood and naturally settled onto Xie Zi's lap, seeking comfort. I haven't been outside for days. Xie Zi held him gently, glancing out at the steady rain. Once the rain ceases, I shall accompany you for a stroll. Really? Yi Yanma's face brightened with joy. Indeed, she affirmed. With much of the necessary work nearly complete, and given the young master's adeptness with the account books, she felt comfortable allowing him a few days of leisure. As anticipated, once the rain cleared, Yi Yanma eagerly took Xie Zi to the city. They fortuitously encountered a troupe of performers arriving in town. They spent the entire day exploring, gradually making their way back as night fell. Xiaoqing did not accompany them today, as usual. As the night deepened and the young master had yet to return, a tinge of worry crept into his heart. After waiting for about the duration of half a stick of incense, he finally spotted his lady carrying the young master from afar. Madam? The person on Madame Xie Zi's back had already succumbed to slumber. She whispered, The young master is asleep. Be careful. Understood. Xiaoqing couldn't help but marvel at how deeply Madame cherished the young master. After gently placing Yi Yanmo on the bed, he barely stirred awake. Xie Zi? Yes, I'm here. What's the matter? She caressed his face tenderly. Yi Yanmo, his eyes heavy with sleep, mumbled indistinctly, I want to bathe. How about tomorrow night? No. I feel uncomfortable. Seeing his insistence, Xie Zi reluctantly summoned Xiaoqing to bring in hot water. The large bathtub was moved into the room. And once the others had exited, she undressed him completely and placed him into the tub. The warm water enveloped Yi Yanmo, eliciting a comfortable sigh from him. However, Xie Zi's hands began to wander mischievously. Oh, Xie Zi, don't. Yi Yanmo stirred slightly in the water, lifting his eyelids. Xie Zi promptly lifted him out, wrapped him in a cloth, and laid him on the bed. The young master was now fully awake, and Xie Zi gently pecked at his lips. Just as she intended to indulge, a knock at the door interrupted her. Madam, something has occurred with young Master Sheng, and he requests your presence. Xie Zi hovered above Yi Yanmo, about to decline when Yi Yanmo, now thoroughly awake, grasped her collar. You mustn't go. He surely harbors ill intentions at this hour. Observing his fair, delicate arm, Xie Zi feigned mischief. What if young Master Sheng has urgent matters? Everything necessary is within the estate. He can seek assistance from others, or at the very least, from Yi Jia. You are not allowed to go. But her lips were silenced, and Xie Zi's eyelashes fluttered as she gazed at the face tilted upwards to meet hers. Madam? Xie Zi pulled him into her embrace, addressing the door. The young master and I are already asleep. Any matters can wait until tomorrow. Silence fell outside, as it seemed the young attendant had been restrained by Xiaoqing. Mo, call me wife. Yi Yanmo curled his toes slightly, his eyes glistening, yet his hands honestly wrapped around Xie Zi's neck. Wife Chapter 83, The Young Master's Betrothed Wife, Part 10. The following morning, Xie Zi stepped out, feeling refreshed. Daner awaited her outside and rushed forward upon her arrival. Madam, my master fell gravely ill last night, and with the eldest lady absent. I have come to implore you to take a look. Xie Zi frowned, unfazed. Doesn't your master know to summon a physician for a serious illness? What manner of service do you provide? Daner, taken aback by her immediate reproach, knelt on the ground. I did summon a physician, but he stated that the master's condition is a matter of the heart. A matter of the heart? Xie Zi clasped her hands behind her back, looking down at him. Yes, and this heart ailment, Daner cast a trembling glance at Xiaoqing, lowering his head to the ground, is related to you, madam. Preposterous. Xiaoqing raised his hand, ready to strike Daner. Madam is a woman and also the wife of their young master. How could the young master's heartache be related to her? Xie Zi halted him, fixating her gaze on Daner and inquired, Is it related to me? Indeed. Observing Daner daring to voice this remark in public, Xie Zi couldn't help but smirk internally. I fear that Yi Jia and her brother have already begun their scheming. Now that Yi Xing openly entangles himself with her, it is evident that he believes Yi Mu and Yi Fu will not return. Very well, let us see. Xiaoqing thought she had misheard. Seeing Xie Zi's calm demeanor, devoid of any discernible emotion, left her somewhat skeptical. Could it be that the head of the family had just departed, and the madam revealed her true nature? Contemplating this, she noticed Xie following Danner and felt a shiver run down her spine, hastily rushing into Yi Yanma's chamber. Young master, do not sleep any longer. Upon finding Yi Yanma still slumbering on the bed, Shao Qing roused him. Young master, just now, Danner, who was beside young master Sheng, requested the madam to come and attend to their young master. What ailment? Xie is not a physician. Yi Yanma turned over, mumbling. Indeed, young master. The madam possesses no medical skills, yet young master Sheng specifically requested her, mentioning something about a heartache. Only then did Yi Yanma awaken slightly, turning over. His loose night robe slipped off his shoulder, revealing a significant portion of his pale, mottled skin. How long has she been gone? He inquired while dressing. She just left when I came in. Yi Yanma hurriedly prepared himself and dashed towards Yi Sheng's courtyard. Yi Sheng, with his honeyed words and sharp tongue, worried that Xie might be deceived by his nature. He ran too hastily, failing to notice someone approaching from ahead. Bang! Mo. Xie caught the person, observing him clutching his forehead. Yi Yanma, having unexpectedly collided with someone, felt momentarily dazed, covering his forehead as he raised his face to meet Xie's gaze. Xie, perhaps due to the pain from the collision, tears welled in Yi Yanma's eyes, his nose reddening as he whimsically whined, "It hurts, let me see." Xie cradled his face, gently blowing on his forehead. "It's all red. You were the one who bumped into me. It's all your fault." The young master pouted, a hint of anger evident as he recalled that Xie had just returned from Yisheng. He grasped Xie's collar, demanding, "Did you just visit Yisheng? Did he say or do anything to you?" Xie lowered her eyelids, glancing at her wrinkled attire, and replied softly, "Yes." Young master Sheng mentioned. Yi Yanma's eyes widened with concern as he fixated on her. He expressed a desire to eat the soup dumplings from Fuji. Still wants to eat? Yi Yanma glared at her, frustration mounting. If he wants to eat, why doesn't he go buy them himself? He could have sent Danner to fetch them, so why must it be you? And Fuji's soup dumplings? Isn't that the place he wanted to visit with you yesterday, but couldn't due to the crowd? Moreover, he has always been averse to such snacks. Xie observed his dawning realization, but chose not to elaborate further, merely stating, Mo. What troubles you? Xie. Yi Yanma scrutinized her with suspicion. Did you perhaps misremember? Is that so? Xie wrapped her arms around him as they walked back. Perhaps it was due to her constant thoughts of young master that she became muddled. Upon hearing her words, Yi Yanma's lips curled into a smile, the joy on his face gradually expanding. Shall we go have some soup dumplings now? Xie leaned against him. I sent someone to buy them this morning. Initially, she had intended to fetch them herself, but was intercepted by Danner midway, who suggested she accompany him to see what Yisheng was up to in his courtyard. Unexpectedly, Yisheng confided his innermost thoughts to her. After sitting for a short while, finding his overly theatrical words somewhat tiresome, she called for a doctor before disregarding his protests and stepped outside. As the soup dumplings reached his mouth, Yi Yanma sighed in contentment. So fragrant. If it's fragrant, eat more, she encouraged. Yi Yanma indulged in several more before finally setting down his chopsticks. Once they had finished their meal, Xie headed to the study to write a letter. In the original world, Ye's parents met with misfortune just days before the provincial examination. Subsequently, the young master met his demise through a bowl of poison concoction prepared by the original owner. For reasons unknown, the original owner did not attend the examination, and shortly after its conclusion, Yisheng married Lu Su. Strangely, no one seemed to suspect the circumstances surrounding the young master's death. Signing off the letter, Xie ventured out to find someone to send it swiftly to Jiangnan. Since Yisheng and his sister planned to take action against Ye's parents, she decided to allow them a bit more time. Before she knew it, July was coming to a close. During this time, Yi Yanma had been diligently learning to manage their family business under Xie's guidance and had become quite proficient. Consequently, she secretly assigned him to oversee his favorite jewelry store. As for Yi Jia, she had resorted to various underhanded tactics, all of which Xie easily thwarted, inadvertently causing her considerable trouble. Yi Jia, who was already clueless about commercial matters, found herself increasingly flustered. Previously, Yisheng had often appeared before Xie, but recently, in her effort to cultivate an image of a scholarly individual, she had remained indoors, thus losing contact with him. With the examination date drawing near, Xie fanned Yi Yanma while feeding him homemade sweets. The weather had been stifling lately, and she speculated rain was imminent. Indeed, On the first day of the examination, light rain began to fall. Seated in the cramped examination hall, Xie kept her head down, diligently answering the questions. The provincial examination comprised 3 sessions, each lasting 3 days, and by the final session, the skies had cleared. After exiting the examination hall, she spotted their carriage waiting outside. Approaching it, she saw Yi Yinma seated within. Noticing her arrival, Yi Yinma anxiously assessed her expression and, upon finding her demeanor tranquil, he felt relieved. Wife, you've finally finished your exam. Shall we return home? In recent days, Yi Yinma had become increasingly accustomed to calling her wife, wrapping his arms around hers. I prepared a feast for you at home, a whole table full. Yi Yinma beamed with pride. Xie gently tousled his hair with her other hand. Little glutton. Yi Yinma, unsure of the meaning but recognizing it as a phrase from Xie and associated with food, decided it must not be a negative remark and accepted it with delight. As the two alighted from the carriage, they beheld Yi Sheng standing at the entrance. Upon noticing their arrival, he stepped forward with the support of Dan Er, exclaiming, "Thank you, Madam Xiao Mo, you have returned." Yi Nmo felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, he had been married to Xie for quite some time. Yet he still addressed her as Madam. Should he not refer to her as sister-in-law? How bothersome. Feeling vexed, Yi Nmo huffed through his nose and took Xie by the hand, preparing to leave. Behind him, Yi Sheng clutched a handkerchief, oblivious to the pressure of his nails digging into his palm. Dan Er, you go and have my sister administer the medicine. Remember, do it slowly, or it will be discovered. Understood, Dan Er replied before departing. Yi Sheng's anger began to dissipate as he contemplated Yi Yinmo's impending, inexplicable demise. He was eager to see how brazen he would be then. By that time, the Yi family, Xie and the scholar husband would all belong to him. He had inquired and learned that Xie was renowned for her intelligence, and she was sure to excel in the upcoming examinations. After completing her exams, Xie took a few days to relax, showing little concern for the results. Instead, it was Yi Yinmo who spent restless nights fretting over the outcome. He understood the importance of the provincial examinations for scholars. If his wife were to fail, it would break his heart. Lying awake, he pondered that at worst, he would have to console Xie himself, and he would wear all the garments she loved to see him in. On the day the results were announced, Yi Nmo sent Xiao Qing to check the list early in the morning. As he paced anxiously within their quarters, Xie, somewhat exasperated, set down her teacup and pulled him onto her lap. Do not fret, have faith in your wife. Yi Nmo mumbled an acknowledgement, yet his neck craned toward the door in anticipation. Young master, Xiao Qing's voice echoed from a distance. You have succeeded. Madam has passed, and she is the top scholar. The top scorer in the provincial examination is known as the Jie Yuan. Yi Nmo froze for a moment, then joyfully sprang to his feet. Is it true? Xiao Qing, beaming with excitement, nodded emphatically. Interestingly, it was Xie who remained the most composed of all. Go and distribute a reward to everyone in the household to share in this joyous occasion, Yi Nmo commanded. Over the past few months, he had gradually learned to manage the affairs of the Yi residents alongside Xie. Yes, Xiao Qing acknowledged, promptly departing. Before long, an official came to announce the joyous news. The crowd outside, upon seeing the official delivering congratulations to Xie, quickly learned of her remarkable achievement. After bidding farewell to the official, Xie embraced the still jubilant Yi Nmo as they returned to their courtyard. Engaged in conversation, they remained unaware of Yi Sheng behind them, gripping Dan Er's arm, his expression contorted with resentment. He had been certain that Xie would succeed, but he had not anticipated that she would not only pass, but also achieve the highest rank. Dan Er observed her master's grim demeanor, the pain in her arm intensifying. Yet she gritted her teeth, unwilling to utter a sound. In the courtyard, they had prepared osmanthus wine, freshly brewed this year. Yi Yinma poured a glass of wine and handed it to Xie. Upon receiving it, Xie noticed he intended to refill her glass and promptly placed her hand on it. Xiao Qing, please fetch the grape wine I brewed earlier. The grapes were sourced from merchants of the western regions, and she had crafted the wine specifically for Yi Yinma, ensuring it had a lower alcohol content suitable for him. Xiao Qing went to retrieve the wine, while Xie urged Yi Yinma to eat some food first. My dear wife, you are quite remarkable. Yi Yinma gazed longingly at the woman who was deftly picking fish bones for him. Xiao Qing soon returned with the wine. Yi Yinma poured himself a glass and raised it. My dear wife, let us share a toast. This was the first time he had the opportunity to drink with her. Noticing his high spirits, Xie, in turn, indulged in a few more cups. Madam, young Master Yixing has arrived. While they were enjoying their meal, Yixing entered with an exquisite food box. Oh, you are dining, he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then smiled sheepishly. I heard that Madame Xie has achieved high honors today, so I prepared a few dishes to celebrate. Though Xie had consumed quite a bit, she maintained control over Yi Yanma. Thus he had only drunk a few cups and remained quite clear-headed. After Yixing set down the dishes, Yi Yanma spoke, Cousin, after adding to the celebration, you should return. Yixing's motion to sit faltered as he instinctively glanced at Xie. Her cheeks were tinged with a delicate blush, her gaze slightly unfocused. Propped up as though in a tipsy state while looking at Yi Yanma. Seeing her in such a charming state, Yixing momentarily froze, his face flushing. It was captivating how Madame Xie could appear so enchanting even inebriated. Yi Yanma, having observed his cousin's lingering gaze on his wife, felt a surge of displeasure at the infatuated look. Cousin? He stepped forward, blocking Yixing's line of sight. Are you planning to stay for dinner? Yixing was about to affirm when Yi Yanma continued, that shouldn't be necessary. Your household must have prepared a meal already. Shall I have Xiaoqing escort you back? Very well, Yixing replied through gritted teeth, watching as Xiaoqing escorted Yixing out. Yi Yanma turned back to find the woman who had just been half leaning on the table, now standing upright. My dear wife. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Yanma felt a sudden shift, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself pinned to the dining table by Xie, with plates scattered behind him. He instinctively moved upward to avoid getting sauce on himself, inadvertently bringing himself closer to her. Seeing him lean in, Xie let out a soft laugh. The faint scent of wine emanated from her, her warm breath brushing against Yi Yanma's face, causing him to blush as he finally recognized the awkwardness of his position. My dear wife, he gently pushed against her, hoping to create some distance. Xie's lips danced tantalizingly close to his cheek, her voice husky with intoxication. What's the matter? Her gaze was deep and affectionate, alluring enough to draw one in. Noticing her steady gaze upon him, Yi Yanma shyly bit his lip and turned his head away, inadvertently facilitating Xie's advance. She supported herself on the edge of the table and leaned in closer. In the next moment, a scorching kiss landed on Yi Yanma's neck. His body trembled slightly, adjusting his position, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Xie reached out and pushed the plate on the table backward, effortlessly lifting Yi Yanma and placing him atop it. The sudden shift in balance startled Yi Yanma, eliciting an involuntary gasp, which was swiftly silenced by a kiss. When Xiaoqing returned, he beheld his mistress pressing the young master against the table, sharing a kiss. Embarrassed, he opted to remain by the courtyard entrance, discreetly dispersing the surrounding attendants. Madam, do not venture within, he cautioned. Yi Yanma, fearful of interruption, kept his fluffy head still, and in frustration, he smacked the table. Xie, possessing a hearty tolerance for alcohol, was far from intoxicated. Realizing her body had been seen through, she lifted her head and playfully kissed Yi Yanma's lips once more. Shall we proceed inside? With Yi Yanma's lips glistening, Xie cradled him as they entered the room. On the day following the provincial examination results, local officials were to host a looming banquet for the successful candidates. Among the invitees were not only the newly minted scholars but also officials from both the inner and outer courts. Early in the morning, Xie busied herself preparing robes while Yi Yanma lounged on the bed, half cradled in her arms. Come, today you shall accompany your wife to the looming banquet. Leaning against her, Yi Yanma's eyes widened in delight. I can go too. Of course, you are my husband, and naturally, you may attend. While family members were permitted at the banquet, it was uncommon for scholars to bring their husbands along. Upon realizing he could join, Yi Yanma eagerly requested Xiaoqing to assist him. Xiaoqing, please fetch the golden robe I made earlier. Xiaoqing paused, and Xie's brow furrowed slightly. The golden robe Yi Yanma referred to as intricately crafted with pure gold thread, radiating a splendid brilliance. Xie interjected, Mo. How about we wear the purple one instead? Purple? Yi Yanma noticed she was already donned in that hue and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded in agreement. Chapter 85. The Young Master's Marriage to His Wife, Part 12. This year's looming banquet was noteworthy not only for the local officials in attendance, but also for the presence of the Lord of Baiwa City. Xie guided Yi Yanma inside, accompanying him as he observed the game of throwing arrows. As Yi Yanma wandered through the courtyard, he noticed unfamiliar exotic flowers and eagerly turned to Xie with questions, to which she patiently provided answers. The scholars attending the banquet extended their congratulations to Xie. With Yi Yanma standing beside her, his expression innocent and naive, piquing the curiosity of some scholars. These scholars, engrossed in their studies, were blissfully unaware of the recent marriage arrangements concerning the Yi family, and even if they had knowledge of it, they did not connect the dots. Is this young lady's companion your brother? Is he betrothed? A question arose, causing Yi Yanma's smile to falter as he attempted to respond, only to have his wrist grasped gently. He is my husband, Xie replied, shaking her head slowly. The individual, taken aback, offered a few compliments to Yi Yanma before departing. Once the person had left, Yi Yanma clutched at the sleeve of Xie's garment. His brows arched in a playful manner as he engaged her in conversation. As the banquet commenced, the local official made a few remarks, allowing the scholars to converse amongst themselves. Xie attentively monitored Yi Yanma to prevent him from sneaking any drinks while also managing the conversation with the governor. Heard it said that Lady Xie is a concubine, and a merchant's concubine at that. Is this true? The questioner was Tianqi, who ranked second in the provincial examination. A scholar from a humble background, Tianqi had spent decades in arduous study only to face repeated failures. This year, he had hoped to secure the top position, only to find himself usurped. The crowd turned their eyes towards Xie, for scholars hold their reputations in the highest regard. Indeed, Xie replied with poise. Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. The governor and the lord of Baiwa City exchanged knowing smiles. Yimu was known in Baiwa City for her benevolence, and now her son's wife seemed to embody the same forthright spirit. They had heard that this year's top scholar had produced the most outstanding examination paper in years, and it seemed likely that Xie would achieve great things in the future. After the Dearming banquet, a letter from Yimu arrived promptly. Yi Yanma held the envelope, scrutinizing each word. Upon reading that his parents were in good health, he smiled and tucked the letter away. Xie, I wish to reply to my mother and share the good news with them. Seated at the writing desk, Xie smiled and said, very well. Shall you write it yourself? Yes, Yi Yanma replied, taking up a pen while Xie ground the ink beside him. Noticing that she remained seated, he glanced at her before settling on her lap to write. Xie did not disturb him, and when he finished, she playfully nibbled on his earlobe. That hurts. Yi Yanma, already delicate and pampered by Xie, could hardly bear any discomfort. Instead of resisting, he leaned into her affection, seeking her comfort. After releasing him, Xie planted a gentle kiss on the reddened spot. Have you finished writing? Yes, my lady. Please have someone deliver it. Yi Yanma turned to embrace her waist as he spoke. And where is Xie? Are you all allowing her to come see me? Shouted Miss Yi Jia from outside. Where is she? Xie gently set Yi Yanma down and instructed him to stay put before stepping outside. Miss Jia, my lady has matters to attend to. Xiao Qing is still trying to persuade her. Yi Jia paid no heed and hurried up the steps upon seeing Xie emerge. On what grounds do you reclaim my shop? In recent days, Yi Jia's shop had incurred losses, and she had even pilfered items from it to sell. Now, she had become a significant client of the city's gambling den. Do you wish me to expose your actions before the entire Yi family? Yi Jia had always been fond of gambling, but this time she had kept her activities well hidden, even from Yi Mu. The household turned a blind eye to her transgressions, but theft, particularly from one's own aunt's shop, brought shame. What did you say? Yi Jia stammered, glancing at the servants who lowered their heads. With a threatening glare, she demanded, quickly return my shop's account book. It was given to me by my aunt. Miss Jia, you have had too much to drink. Please, escort her home. Though Yi Jia had consumed a few drinks prior, she was not truly intoxicated. Don't touch me. Who dares to lay a hand on me? I am the true daughter of the Yi family. She, Yi Jia, pointed at Xie's nose from the steps, declaring, You are merely a burdensome wife. What right do you have to control me? What was wrong with Xie? Yi Yanma emerged from behind her. Initially, he found Yi Jia's quacking voice amusing while listening from within the house, but he was taken aback by her audacity to belittle his wife. Xie is my wife, and in my mother's absence, she is the head of the Yi family. Yi Yanma's finely featured face bore an expression of indifference, yet it subtly conveyed an intimidating aura. Moreover, Xie is now a successful candidate in the imperial examinations. Yi Jia, how dare you attempt to suppress her? After all, you are merely a daughter of the family, relying on my mother's kindness to act like a tyrant. Xie observed the irate young master, a flicker of amusement crossing her eyes. Yi Yanma, do not come to regret this. Be wary of nurturing a wolf by your side. As she departed, Yi Jia sought to sow discord one last time. Yi Yanma was unconvinced and rolled his eyes before retreating into the house. As he entered, Xia Zi's expression gradually darkened, and she signaled several guards to approach, instructing them on certain matters before allowing them to withdraw. During her time in the Yi residence, she had not been idle. She had trained a group of guards within the estate and also arranged for some outside. Having been expelled from Yi Yanma's courtyard, Yi Jia collided with her younger brother, Yi Sheng, who had just returned home. Have you lost your senses, Yi Sheng? As she prepared to scold him, she recognized him as her brother and grasped his wrist. Yi Sheng, confronted with her brazen smile, felt a pang of disappointment. Speak, how much have you squandered this time? His sister, once merely a gambler, had escalated her losses since their aunt entrusted her with a shop, frequently returning home empty-handed. Each time she won, she would indulge in drinking and visiting brothels. When she lost, she would drink and then ask him for money. Yi Sheng had grown accustomed to this routine. Yi Jia pulled him aside, grinning as she extended 3 fingers. 300 taels. 300 taels? Yi Sheng gasped in disbelief. I only receive 5 taels a month. How could I possibly procure that amount? With that, he attempted to leave. Yi Sheng, you cannot abandon me. I am your elder sister. Yi Jia clung to him, refusing to let go. Yi Sheng forcefully shook her off. Look at yourself. Aside from eating, drinking, and gambling, what else can you do? Have I not cleaned up enough of your messes over the years? What more can I do for you? Realizing her fault, Yi Jia softened her tone. Just this last time, please help me, and I will heed your words from now on. Really? Yi Sheng squinted at her. Indeed. Sensing his skepticism, Yi Jia straightened up, ready to swear an oath. Yi Sheng knew her character. Her promises were as insubstantial as the wind. Annoyed, he waved his hand dismissively. In 3 days, I will have Danner deliver it to you. Were it not for the fact that she still held some usefulness, he would have preferred to ignore her entirely. This sum would have to be taken from the dowry left to him by their father, which only fueled his frustration. Yi Sheng departed swiftly, oblivious to the fact that as he passed, Yi Jia discreetly pinched Danner's waist. Danner, blushing, shot her a reproachful glance before hastening away. Chapter 86. The Young Master's Bride, Part 13. Xia Zi observed the situation of Yi Jia through the 1001. She saw Yi Jia leave the Yi residence and enter a brothel, a sight that elicited a sardonic smile from her. It was ironic that despite being in debt, he still had the means to visit such places. It was unclear how much Yi Sheng had given Yi Jia, but Yi Jia no longer asked Xia Zi for money. Instead, he began to return to the Yi residence for meals on a regular basis. Yi Yanma, with his hair slightly damp from a recent bath, nestled in Xia Zi's embrace, examining a letter in his hand. It was an invitation from Sister Lu. Setting the letter down, Yi Yanma inquired, she wishes to congratulate you. She is hosting a banquet at Zui Xianglu tomorrow. Will you attend? Xia Zi, playing with one of his delicate hands, planted a kiss upon it, and replied, I shall go. Yi Yanma, aware of her usual disdain for Lu Su, was taken aback by her unexpected agreement. Wife, did you not say you disliked Sister Lu? Without denying it, Xia Zi caressed his waist. Indeed, but did you not hear me say that one would be foolish to refuse an invitation to a feast? Noticing the smile that adorned her face, Yi Yanma climbed out of her embrace, his collar carelessly open. He squinted his eyes and chuckled. You are quite mischievous. Xia Zi playfully pinched the tip of his nose. I learned from you, my little rascal. Yi Yanma rubbed his ticklish nose and stuck out his tongue, burrowing under the covers. At Zui Chunlu, Lu Su had been waiting in her room since early morning. Upon seeing Xia Zi arrive, she approached warmly. Miss Xia, little Mo, please. With a feigned smile, Xia Zi took a seat beside Yi Yanma. Congratulations, Sister Xia, on your success. Lu Su raised her wine glass. I toast to you. With that, she tilted her head back and drained the cup. Xia Zi's brow furrowed slightly. Was this truly the congratulatory gesture from Sister Xia? Something felt amiss. Observing her in action, Lu Su's expression faltered momentarily before she quickly smiled. Sister Xia, are you still upset about recent events? Allow me to apologize. As she bowed slightly, Xia Zi scrutinized her for an extended moment. The depth of her dark eyes bore no emotion, yet it exuded an aura of danger that made Lu Su break out in a cold sweat. Only when Xia Zi returned a toast did she utter lightly, it is of no consequence. Turning her attention inward, Xia Zi called out to 1001, 1001, investigate whom Lu Su has been associating with recently. Understood. host. 1001 replied in its cheerful electronic voice. It has come to my attention that Lu Su has been quite close to a young attendant of Yisheng. Notably, on the day Yi Jia visited you, Yisheng also met with Lu Su. A wave of unease washed over Xie as she observed Lu Su continuing her playful banter with Yi Yanma. She instructed 1001. Check if there are any issues with the food on the table. Ding. Host, there are no issues. In 3 days, there will be a fireworks festival in Baiwa City. I would like to invite both of you to join me. What do you think? Sounds delightful, Yi Yanma exclaimed as he relished the festive atmosphere. Never one to miss the annual fireworks festival. And what do you think, Sister Xie? Lu Su tilted her head, inquiring of Xie. Noticing that Xie was lost in thought, Yi Yanma tugged at her sleeve. Xie remarked, if Momo wishes to go, then let her. Upon hearing their agreement, Lu Su called for the waiter to bring another jar of wine. Sister Xie, please. She eagerly poured the wine and raised her glass, declaring, shall we not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated today? Just then, 1001 suddenly warned, host, there is an issue with that jar of wine. It contains a slow-acting poison. Holding her glass, Xie contemplated, so they intend to turn against themselves as well. Yi Yanma also raised his cup to drink, but she swiftly restrained his hand. Momo, she warned. Yi Yanma had no choice but to set down his glass and focus on the food instead. Lu Su observed this exchange with a calculating mind. When did this young master start to heed Xie's words? It seems Yi Jiao was correct. To seize the wealth of the Yi family, one must first eliminate Xie. Noticing Xie drink without a change in expression, Lu Su set her cup down and refilled it. As they reached the third cup, Yi Yanma intervened. You two should stop drinking, otherwise no one will escort you home today. Lu Su, interrupted, felt somewhat disappointed. Xiao Mo, what are you saying? How can Sister Xian not enjoy this fine occasion? What business is it of yours, as a man, to dictate to women? With that, she turned her gaze back to Xie, completely disregarding Yi Yanma's feelings. Sister Xie, come, let us have another cup. Lu Su, feeling inexplicably dizzy, pondered why she was feeling this way. The wine was indeed intoxicating, but it shouldn't have made her tipsy after only 3 cups. Normally, she could handle 5 or 6. Xie pushed her cup forward, saying, apologies, my family is strict. I shall not drink today. In truth, the 3 cups Xie consumed had been stealthily transferred into Lu Su's glass through 1001's intervention. Observing that Lu Su dared to drink the wine herself, it was clear that the poison had not been administered by her. Lu Su was about to say something more when she remarked, Miss Lu, you have prepared such a grand feast. It would be a shame not to savor it. She glanced at the two across from her, grinning. Indeed, let us enjoy the meal. Beneath the table, Xie held Yi Yanma's hand. He instinctively looked at her, only to find her casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. His ears flushed crimson as he turned his face away. Noticing his averted gaze, Xie continued to serve him, deliberately selecting his favorite dishes. After the meal, Xie escorted Yi Yanma to the carriage first. Lu Su, having consumed a few more cups on her own, was now thoroughly intoxicated. The steward of the Lu household was attempting to help her into the carriage while also persuading her, as she continued to clamor for more wine. Miss, let us return. If the master sees us today, it will surely lead to a scolding. Let him try. As a stepmother, how dare she control me? Just as she was about to elaborate, the steward hurriedly covered her mouth and helped her into the carriage. After bowing to Xie, he followed the carriage as it departed. Having overheard a plethora of gossip, Xie, once inside the carriage, meaningfully remarked to Yi Yanma, it seems that Miss Lu does not enjoy a harmonious relationship with her father either. Yi Yanma had long grown accustomed to it, rubbing his round belly. The current head of the Lu family is not Lu's sister's biological father. He passed away before her birth. When she was 7, Lu aunt married the present lord, who is merely strict with Lu's sister and the others, yet he is a genuinely good person. So, does this current lord have any children of his own? Yi Yanma pondered for a moment and recalled his father mentioning that there had been one, seemingly conceived when Lu's sister was 10, but for some unknown reason. The child was frail from birth and did not survive long. Since then, he had not heard of any other offspring. Xie lowered her eyelids in contemplation, and Yi Yanma assumed she was indulging in gossip, moving closer. When did the mistress become so curious about such matters? Xie lifted her gaze to his lips, stating that it was merely a fleeting curiosity. The carriage soon arrived at the Yi residence, but the two masters inside took a considerable time to descend. Now that September had passed, the weather was gradually turning cooler. Xie wrapped him in an outer robe and carried him back to the courtyard. The winter in Baiwa City was particularly frigid. By mid-October, snow had begun to fall. Shaking the snowflakes off her body in the corridor, Xie hurried into the house. In recent days, numerous doctors had visited the Yi residence to attend to Yi Yanma, yet each time they left shaking their heads. Everyone in the manor was aware of the young master's grave illness, and the mistress, regardless of her busy schedule, returned daily to care for him, earning much praise for her devotion. After entering the house, it wasn't long before Xiaoqing emerged with a spittoon, seemingly lowering her head to wipe her eyes. Chapter 87. The Young Master's Consort. 14. The servants in the corridor exchanged glances, all convinced that the young master's illness was indeed dire. It was said that many doctors had come and gone in Yi Yanma's courtyard, but all had departed with sorrowful shakes of their heads. Yi Sheng, with a smile on his lips and a touch of powder on his face, feigned concern as he went to visit Yi Yanma. Upon hearing from Xiaoqing that he had arrived, Yi Yanma lay on the bed, weak and covered with a quilt, still awaiting Xie's return. Xiaomo, what has happened to you? Yi Sheng's eyes brimmed with tears, portraying a heart-wrenching expression. Cough, cough. Yi Yanma coughed a few times. Perhaps it is just a cold. Why have you come? I came, of course, to see you. It has been a long time since we last met. And I had no idea you were so gravely ill. Yi Sheng dabbed at the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief. Yi Yanma coughed again, prompting Xiaoqing to quickly pat his back with the handkerchief. He continued to cough, seizing the handkerchief from Xiaoqing's grasp to cover his mouth. When he finally ceased coughing, a crimson stain marked the handkerchief. Ah! Xiaoqing exclaimed in surprise, quickly snatching the handkerchief back into her own hands. What is it? Yi Sheng inquired, feigning concern. And nothing. Xiaoqing averted her gaze. The corner of Yi Sheng's mouth subtly curled, for he had certainly noticed the blood on the handkerchief. Seeing Xiaoqing's reluctance to speak the truth did not anger him. Instead, he gently suggested, Xiao Mo should consult more doctors. I have heard that Dr. Yang from Maya Xiaotang is a renowned healer. Perhaps we should invite her? No need, came Yi Yanma's dismissive reply. Yi Yanma's complexion was pale, and his lips were chapped. Noticing him lazily closing his eyes, appearing gravely ill and lacking vitality, Yi Sheng sighed. In that case, let Xiao Mo rest for now. I shall visit again another day. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. With that, he departed. Within Yi Yanma's chamber, a pungent scent of medicine lingered, making him feel a bit dizzy after prolonged exposure. Once he exited the courtyard, Yi Yanma climbed off the bed and addressed the person concealed behind the screen. How was my performance? Did I do well? His tone was cheerful, brimming with vitality, entirely at odds with his supposed illness. Xie emerged from behind the screen, gently touching his powdered face and smiling as she praised, excellent. Yi Yanma grinned broadly. He had only recently learned from Xie about Yi Sheng's intention to poison him, but she had intercepted the poison from the outset, hence Yi Yanma had not been affected. The reason for withholding this information initially was to spare him any fear. Now, she wished for him to uncover the truth. Given the timing, the poison was likely to manifest soon, prompting Xie to arrange this performance. At Lu Manor, Yi Sheng sat across from Lu Su. Isn't Sister Su planning to visit the Yi residence to check on Xiaomo's condition? Yi Sheng placed his teacup on the table. Lu Su's smile faltered as she handed him a piece of white jade cake from a nearby plate, stating, Are you jesting? Sheng, how could an outsider like me visit privately? Only then did Yi Sheng accept the white jade cake, taking a gentle bite. It was indeed best for Sister Su to think this way. After speaking, he held the morsel of cake while gazing at Lu Su, who had just sipped her tea. With a faint smile, Yi Sheng took Lu Su's blanket and left a kiss mark where she had just drank. Very well, I must take my leave. If I linger too long, Xie may grow suspicious. As he prepared to rise, Lu Su grasped his wrist, leaning closer and resting her hand on his waist, saying, Very well, but remember, Sheng, to whom you belong, do not provoke those you ought not to. Yi Sheng's gaze flickered, recognizing her veiled threat. He gently removed her hand that had ventured beneath his garment, replying, Of course. After Yi Sheng exited, Lu Su sent someone to investigate the Yi residence. Seizing the cup that Yi Sheng had just touched with his lips, she coldly laughed before shattering it on the ground. The teacup shattered instantly, and the attendants outside hurried in to clean up the mess. Yi Yanma remained ill for over half a month. However, in recent days, Xie had frequently been absent from the residence. After finishing her tasks at the shop, she did not rush back home, but instead took lodging at an inn outside. Upon learning from Danner that Xie had not returned all night, Yisheng paused in his flower cutting, remarking, "Women are all the same, fickle and easily bored. What is the word on the street?" Dana replied, "The explanation given by the madam is that she fears returning late would disturb the young master's rest. However," she shook her head, adding, "very few believe it. Most think the madam is keeping a lover outside." He looked up at Yisheng, continuing, "Some even speculate that the young master's illness was orchestrated by the madam herself. Many speculate outside. And not only the Yi residents, but even those who are aware outside share similar sentiments. The head of the Yi family has been away for several months. And during this time, his only son has fallen gravely ill. It is feared that by the time the couple returns, the Yi residents might as well be renamed the Xie residents." Yi Sheng scoffed softly, remarking that the speculation holds some truth. Yi Yinma is nearing death. And if he were Xie Zi, he would also hesitate to remain beside a living corpse. Danner, with her head lowered, quickly agreed. Meanwhile, in Yi Yinma's courtyard, the person deemed to be on the brink of death was nestled in Xie Zi's arms, savoring freshly peeled chestnuts. "Xie Zi, I wish to drink water," he said. Xie Zi gathered the chestnut shells and poured him a cup of warm water. The medicinal scent in the room had dissipated, and Xiaoqing stood guard outside, ready to alert her at the slightest sign of visitors. In recent days, Xie Zi had been sneaking into the Yi residence at night, her presence unbeknownst to anyone. Do you think Yi Sheng and the others, having waited so long without results, might act out of desperation? Xie Zi inquired, gently squeezing his arm. "No, it's still too early," he replied. The poison was slow-acting. Yi Sheng and the others weren't in a hurry to take Yi Yinma's life. At least, they would wait another fortnight before taking action. "But I haven't stepped outside in half a month," Yi Yinma pouted, tugging at her clothing playfully. "I'm nearly bored to death. Shall we sneak out tonight?" Xie Zi grasped his hand. She too had refrained from seeing the young master for half a month. "All right," Yi Yinma replied, his spirits lifted. Baiwa City does not enforce a curfew until after midnight. So Xie Zi had booked in early and donned a mask before stealthily leading him out of the residence. The city was lively at night. Since the conclusion of the fireworks festival, Baiwa City had begun to host its own displays, and fireworks were now being set off in open areas. After watching for a while, Yi Yinma lost interest and tugged Xie Zi toward the night market. After a playful romp, Yi Yinma returned to the inn, clutching a candied hawthorn stick. Once inside the room, Xie Zi retrieved some silver coins from her pouch and instructed a servant to fetch a bucket of hot water before returning to him. After washing up, Yi Yinma's hair was still damp, and he was dressed in undergarments that left his collarbone exposed as he dried his hair. Xie Zi, having refrained from indulgence for half a month, felt a stir of emotion upon seeing him like this. She took the cloth from his hands, saying, "Let me do it. You're taking too long and wasting your time." Yi Yinma, accustomed to her attentiveness, didn't think much of it and allowed her to assist him. "Mo," she inquired. With his hair half dry, Xie Zi released the cloth, wrapped her arms around his slender waist, and leaned down to kiss his lips. The inn's soundproofing was inadequate, and faint voices from the neighboring room could still be heard. Chapter 88. The Young Master's Wife. Part 15. Yi Yinma found his hands bound to the headboard with a belt, his cheeks flushed as he scolded Xie Zi. "Xie Zi, you shameless creature, let me go." Just moments prior, he had succumbed to the pleasure of her kiss, letting his guard down, and now found himself in this predicament. Xie Zi endured his accusations and pulled a quilt from the side to cover herself. Yi Yinma's wrist was red from friction. At that moment, he lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, with swollen eyelids and a listless demeanor. "Mo, don't call me that," Yi Yinma murmured, covering his head with a cup. "I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. All right? Please forgive me, Mo." Only after hearing her soft words did Yi Yinma lift a corner of the quilt. "I need to wash up." A smile danced on Xie Zi's lips as she took care of him before carrying him back to the Yi residence that very night. Since Yi Yinma fell ill, Yu Jia had been living outside. Those whom Xie Zi had sent to keep watch reported that she often visited the Lu estate, discreetly informing Yisheng of the situation. "Who told you to act on your own?" Yisheng slammed his hand on the table, his face etched with displeasure in Yu Jia's room. Yu Jia hastily sent Danner outside to keep watch at the door before speaking up. "Oh, my dear brother, do keep your voice down. Someone might overhear." Yisheng suppressed his anger and sat at the table. "That Xie Zi is far from virtuous. You think I can't acquire the Yi family's wealth without her?" Yi Jia retorted dismissively. She had suffered greatly at the hands of Xie Zi during the prior period, harboring deep-seated hatred towards her. Thus, She had secretly poisoned the wine at Lu Su. I'm lucky to be alive. Otherwise, I would have killed her long ago. Yi Sheng splashed a full cup of tea onto Yi Jia's face, his expression seething with fury. Silence. Yi Jia, drenched and disheveled, shouted angrily, Yi Sheng, are you out of your mind? Listen here. Yi Jia, Xie can be cruel, but she must not die. If she does, I wouldn't hesitate to send you to reunite with mother. Yi Sheng was unafraid of her, pulling a hairpin from his head and pressing it against Yi Jia's neck. His eyes filled with malice. Caught off guard by his seriousness, Yi Jia quickly pleaded for mercy. Yes, I understand. Just put that away. If you slip, it could be disastrous. Yi Sheng withdrew the hairpin, his expression calm as he turned and exited the room. Once he left, Yi Jia spat on the ground. Humph. Does he think Xie would ever look his way? What a delusion. She touched her neck, still feeling a lingering fear. When Dana returned, Yi Jia pulled her inside. So how is it? Have you been administering the poison on schedule? Dana nodded. The poison Yi Jia referred to was initially meant for Yi Yanma, but half a month prior, upon seeing him near death, she had withheld it and instead given it to Yi Sheng. Good, Danner, you're the best. If I become the head of the Yi family, I will surely take you as my consort. Yi Jia embraced Danner, planting a kiss on her cheek. Danner blushed, protesting with words while her hands wrapped around Yi Jia's waist. Meanwhile, Xie had not anticipated that Yi Jia would pass the poison to Yi Sheng. She suddenly found the unfolding drama of dogs biting dogs rather entertaining. In November, Yi Yanma still did not venture outside. The Yi residents had ceased calling doctors, seemingly prepared to give up. Xiaoqing wept daily, and the servants often witnessed her arguing with Xie. One noon, Xie returned with a book, promptly turning to her small study. During this period, she either resided outside or in the small study, never once stepping foot into Yi Yanma's room. Xiaoqing rapped insistently on the study door. Exasperated, Xie emerged, and after a brief exchange with Xiaoqing, she erupted with fury. Get out. If you dare to be so audacious again, I shall sell you off. The eavesdropping servant trembled at her words and hurried to inform Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng, too, was tormented these past few days, anxiously awaiting the appointed time while Yu Yanmo remained alive, stirring unease within him. That night, he sought out Lu Su. Upon hearing his plan, Lu Su hesitated. Are you truly going to act tomorrow night? Might it be too hasty? Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Sister Lu Su, are you reluctant? How could you say that? Lu Su, feeling guilty, sipped her tea. After all, he is the young master of the Yi family. Would it not be too sudden if he were to die? What is there to fear? Yu Sheng scoffed. We can simply shift the blame onto Xie. Lu Su considered this. The poison afflicting Yi Yanma was undetectable to most physicians, and it was likely that Xie remained unaware that her companion was not merely ill but poisoned. If any suspicions arose later, they could easily be directed at her. And in any case, the two siblings of the Yi family would be implicated. What concern would it be to her, Lu Su? With this thought, Lu Su nodded in agreement. Yi Sheng donned his cloak and departed, while Lu Su sought out others to execute their plan for the following night. The next day, perhaps due to the confrontation with Xiaoqing, Xie sat in Yi Yanma's courtyard reading, her expression a stormy blue. At noon, Yi Sheng arrived with a lunchbox. What brings you here, Mrs. Xie? He inquired, puzzled. It was winter, the air frigid, and Xie's presence in the courtyard hinted at her displeasure with Yi Yanma. He could think of no other reason. Upon hearing his words, Xie's face instantly reflected anger and discontent. However, upon noticing Yi Sheng's gaze, she quickly composed herself. It's nothing. Yi Sheng, observing her shifting expressions and recalling the previous day's events, concealed a smirk. Perhaps you should step inside for now? He leaned in slightly, gently grasping her sleeve. The outside is cold. What if you were to catch a chill? Xie lowered her gaze to his hand on her sleeve and replied, very well. Seeing her acquiescence, Yi Sheng signaled to Danner. She understood immediately, following them inside, placing the lunchbox on the table before discreetly retreating and closing the study door. Mrs. Xie, please have a seat, Yi Sheng said, displaying the meal he had prepared with care. The dishes still emitted steam, and he produced a bottle of wine. Do try this. It is something I made myself today. Xie glanced at the closed door, then back at his proximity. This seems rather inappropriate. What is there to be concerned about? We shall all be one family in the future, Yi Sheng said, his hand brushing against her arm. What do you think, Sister Xie? A flicker of disdain crossed Xie's eyes as she smiled and accepted the chopsticks. You speak truly. The wine had been warmed in advance. Yi Sheng poured a glass for her, leaning slightly against Xie. Sister Z, to give it a taste? Despite the revulsion stirring within her, Xia Zi accepted the cup and drank it in one gulp. Observing her action, Yixing's gaze flickered momentarily. As night fell, Xiao Qing had just entered Yi Yanma's chamber when a piercing scream shattered the silence. Young master. Moments later, there was a knock at the study door. Yisheng's hand, poised to grasp Xia Zi's waist, hesitated as he coldly inquired from outside. What is it? Danner responded softly. Young master, the young master has died. Xiao Qing is on her way. A surge of joy coursed through Yixing's heart as he glanced at the unconscious Xia Zi slumped over the table, understanding that he must now prevent Xiao Qing from entering. Come, let us capture this insolent little maid who dares to overstep her bounds. Chapter 89, The Young Master's Concubine, 16. As they stepped outside, they encountered Xiao Qing coming towards them. Without a moment's hesitation, Yixing approached and slapped Xiao Qing across the face. Staggering, her face swelled instantly. What are you making such a fuss about? You lack any decorum, he scolded. With blood at the corner of her mouth, Xiao Qing glared at him through gritted teeth. Where is my lady? Madame Xia is naturally inside, Yisheng replied, flicking his hair nonchalantly. I wish to see her. Yisheng ordered Danner to restrain Xiao Qing, looking down at her with a sense of superiority. Madame Xia is busy and has no time for you. With that, he led his companions into Yi Yanma's chamber. I am curious to see how my dear brother has met his demise, now that he was aware his plan had succeeded. Yisheng discarded all pretense and boldly pushed the door open, striding inside. Little Amo? The room still reeked of medicinal herbs. With a bulge visible under the blankets on the bed, Yisheng furrowed his brow and lifted the covers. Danner did not follow him inside but waited outside. After a long while without any sign of Yisheng's return, she was about to enter and inquire when she noticed Xia Zi approaching. Madame Xia. Danner was taken aback, performing a respectful greeting. Internally, she thought, this is bad. Yixing must have added sedatives to the food. There is no way Xia Zi is awake. Indeed. Upon seeing him, Xia Zi cast a cold glance and commanded her guards, seize him. In the hall of the Yi residence, Yixing lay on the ground, his fingers twitching slightly as he gradually regained consciousness. Awake? Following the sound, he beheld Xia Zi seated expressionlessly in the main seat. Not far from him, Yijia, bruised and battered, along with another woman, were bound and gagged, pressed to the floor. Madame Xia, what is happening? He distinctly remembered that Xia Zi had consumed the food and lost consciousness. He himself had also been in Yi Yanma's room. How could this be? Panic filled Yijia's eyes as she desperately tried to convey something to him. That is a question I should pose to young Master Sheng. Xia Zi called for a doctor and Xiao Qing Danner. Xiao Qing brought forth the food Yixing had taken to the study. Yixing's expression remained unchanged, yet his grip on the handkerchief tightened. The doctor examined the food and declared, there is a sedative present. Young Master Sheng presents such a meal to Xia, leaving one to ponder his intentions. Preposterous. Yisheng vehemently denies. The dishes are my creation, yet the poison is not my doing. Xia Ji reclines against the chair, fingers lightly tapping the table. Is young Master Sheng denying this? Observing the silence and the expression of being wronged on Yisheng's face, Xia Ji smirks coldly, gesturing towards Yi Jia and another woman. The guards promptly advance, removing the cloth from the mouths of both women. It has nothing to do with me, Yi Jia declares. Pointing at Yisheng, he is the one who urged me to do this. She had been ambushed and beaten upon entering Yi Yanmo's courtyard that very night, and she still aches from the assault. Xia Ji rises, turning to the other woman. Then who sent you? This woman, known as Niu San, was once a thief. A few days prior, Lu Su had bribed her to poison the young master in the Yi residence, and she was apprehended red-handed by Xie Ji's men. Niu San defiantly retorts, no one directed me. So you intended to commit murder in the Yi residence? Xie Ji's countenance darkens, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. If that is the case, then should you perish within my abode, it would be a fitting end. You dare to take a life? Niu San, taken aback, retorts, are you not afraid that the magistrate will learn of this and strip you of your title? Her prior reconnaissance of the Yi residence is evident, and Xie Ji wears a scornful smile. My young master has been harmed, and suspecting you as the perpetrator. Should you accidentally meet your demise during the scuffle, it would be entirely just. Niu San's eyes widen, her previous bravado faltering. Xie Ji's icy gaze sweeps over her, commanding a guard. If it is indeed a death during a struggle, there ought to be signs of a fight. Yes, a guard replies, advancing with a dagger, seizing Niu San and plunging the blade into her arm. Ah, Her anguished wails send chills down the spine, while Yi Jia turns away, horrified by the sight of her bloodshot eyes and twisted form on the ground. Even Yi Xing is taken aback by Xie Ziyi's ruthless methods. Proceed. The guard swiftly withdraws the knife, severing a finger from Niu San's other hand. Yi Jia finally succumbs to nausea. The hall is thick with the stench of blood. And Yi Sheng's complexion pales, his limbs growing weak, barely supported by Dan air. I'll speak. I'll speak. As the guard prepares to strike again, Niu San, gritting her teeth against the pain, confesses, "It was Miss Lu Su who paid me to poison young Master Ye's medicine." Lu Su. Upon hearing her reveal the name, Xie Ziyi wastes no time and orders her to be restrained. Find a doctor, do not let her die. The previous guard acknowledges and drags Niu San away. What? Young Master Sheng still refuses to speak the truth? Yi Sheng lifts his gaze to her, a smile gracing his lips. Madam Xie, your words elude my understanding. I am weary and wish to rest. With that, he attempts to depart, but a guard blocks his path with a knife. It seems young Master Sheng will not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Yi Sheng turns to her. If Madam Xie intends to obstruct my path, do you possess any evidence? Xie Ziyi maintained her graceful demeanor as she turned to Danner beside her. Danner, what say you? Under the threatening gaze of Yi Sheng, Danner knelt on the ground, declaring, I have witnessed Yi Sheng administer the poison to Lu Su. You treacherous wretch. Yi Sheng kicked Danner, though the guards restrained him. Even Yi Jia looked on in astonishment. Unfazed, Danner continued, her forehead pressed to the ground. I possess letters detailing Yi Sheng's collusion with Lu Su. She produced several sheets of paper from her bosom. I implore you, madam, to scrutinize this. Shao Qing presented the letters to Xie Ziyi. Madam. Xie Ziyi perused the documents, a cold smile gracing her lips. What further words do you have, young Master Sheng? At this juncture, it appeared Yu Sheng had grasped the situation. When did you bribe Danner? What incentives did you offer her? Having grown up alongside Danner, he had never considered that she might betray him. You ought to inquire of Danner herself, Xie Ziyi retorted, unwilling to engage him further. The evidence is irrefutable. Yi Xing, tomorrow you and Lu Su shall find no escape. I truly underestimated you. With Yi and Ma dead, both Yi Jia and I have fallen to this plight, while only you, Xie Ziyi, benefit. Yi Sheng stepped forward, twisting his lithe figure. How about this? You surrender them, he glanced at Yu Jia, and I shall willingly remain by your side as your bed warmer. Shao Qing's eyes widened in disbelief at his shamelessness. This way, I can also provide your mother with an explanation. His plans were shrewd, but ultimately futile. An explanation for my mother is to take you in? Yi Sheng, are you out of your mind? A crisp voice rang out, laced with indignation. Yi Sheng's expression shifted instantaneously as he turned to face the source. Yi Jia, still kneeling, was the first to speak. Why you are not dead? Stammering in shock, Yu Jia faltered. Yi Yanma shot her an exasperated glance. Fool. She stepped forward, standing before Yi Xing, and delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, You heartless wretch. How dare you covet my consort? Yi Xing's face turned, a clear imprint of 5 fingers appearing on his cheek. The force of the blow was evident. Xie Ziyi gently lifted Yi Yanma's hand, blowing softly on it. Why did you strike him? Does it hurt? Your palm is red. Yi Yanma allowed her to express concern, provocatively gazing at Yi Sheng, her tone playful. It hurts. My consort's face is so hard. Indeed, henceforth, let others handle such matters. Very well. Yi Sheng's temper flared, nearly reaching its boiling point. Yi Yanma, do you dare strike me? What of it? Yi Yanma shot back fiercely. Madam Xie, do you truly wish to keep such a young master? Everyone outside knows he is gravely ill, and now he is the only one remaining, unobserved. Xie Ziyi's emotions were tumultuous. She could not discern whether he was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. You speak the truth. The young master of the Yi family is gravely ill, yet no specific name has been mentioned. Should this young master perish now, it would indeed be expected. Someone, kindly escort Master Yi Xing out and ensure he is well attended to. Yes. As the guards seized him and led him away, Yi Sheng remained undeterred. Xie, what merits does Yi Yin Mo possess that warrants your protection? He is nothing more than a spoiled and arrogant fool without the Yi family. He is utterly inconsequential. You are mistaken, Xie Ziyi replied, wrapping her arms around Yi Yin Mo's waist. Have you not noticed that it is the young master who has been managing the family businesses during this period? Observing Yi Xing's incredulous expression, Xie Ziyi found amusement. Do you think that because I am by his side, all these achievements are mine? How naive. It is evident who the true fool is. Humph. Yi and Mo haughtily snorted upon noticing Yi Sheng's gaze. Take them away. After Yi Sheng and Yi Jiao were escorted out, Xie Yi turned her attention to the still kneeling Dan Er. Do you have any plans for the future? Dan Er shook his head. I assisted young Master Sheng in his wrongdoing. But thanks to the guidance of the lady, I have been pulled back from the brink. I am but a servant of the Yi family, destined to remain here for life. Xie Yi scrutinized the top of his head for a moment before turning to Yi and Mo. What do you think? Young master. Yi and Mo pondered for a moment and replied, You have recognized your errors and have not committed any grave transgressions. After all, it was you who first informed me of that poison. How about I return your contract of servitude and release you from the household? After tonight, the deeds of Yi Sheng will be known throughout the residence. It would be unwise for Dan Er to remain here, lest he be mistreated. Are you serious? Young master? Dan Er questioned, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Indeed. After Dan Er took the contract and departed, Yi and Mo sighed deeply as he watched his retreating figure. What troubles you? You appear quite aged, Xie Yi teased, ruffling his hair. Leaning against her, Yi and Mo murmured, My dear wife, Dan Er has a child with my cousin. Xie Yi was already aware of this and remained silent, allowing him to continue. He is a pitiable soul. Yi Sheng is hypocritical, taking out his frustrations on him in public. After finally aligning with my cousin, who is such a person herself, indeed, Xie Yi kissed his cheek. Then let us provide him with some silver to facilitate his return home. The following morning, Xie Yi took the guards to the Liu residence to retrieve Liu Su. She promptly informed the Liu family patriarch of the misdeeds Liu Su had committed during her years there. The patriarch was no fool. Upon investigation, he discovered that his own child had been murdered at the tender age of 10 by Liu Su. Thus, when Xie Yi apprehended Liu Su, no one from the Liu family dared to intervene. Liu Su, along with Yi Sheng and Yi Jia, was sent to the authorities. With witnesses and evidence at hand, the magistrate swiftly rendered a verdict. After this matter was resolved, Xie Yi wrote to Ye's mother and father. Although she recounted the entire saga, she feared that they might overlook the transgressions of Yi Jia and her brother due to familial ties, so she chose to inform them only after the issue was settled. As the year drew to a close, Ye's mother and father returned. Upon learning of the matters concerning Yi Xing and Yi Jia, Yi Mu fell into a prolonged silence, ultimately exhaling a sigh without uttering a word. Amo, these days have been harsh on you. The thought that her son nearly perished at the hands of his own and son weighed heavily on her heart. Yifu approached and gently caressed Yi Yanma's small face. Somewhat astonished, Amo, you seem to have gained a bit of weight recently. Yi Yanma, feeling a tad bashful, clung to his arm and exclaimed, Oh, it's all because of the mistress. She feeds me so many delightful treats every day. Casting a glance at Xie Yi, who merely smiled indulgently at her foolish son, Yifu playfully tapped his head. You indeed. Yi Yanma chuckled, and upon witnessing this, Yi Mu's face also broke into a smile. On New Year's Eve, the 4 members of the Yi family gathered to partake in a festive reunion dinner. Traditionally, one must keep vigil on this night. Yet Yi Mu and Yi Fu sent Xie Yi and Yi Yanma home early. The two had been inseparable since finishing their meal, either holding hands or exchanging affectionate glances. And Yi Mu and Yi Fu could no longer bear to watch their antics. Returning to their cozy courtyard, Yi Yanma shed his heavy outer garments and climbed into bed. Mo, we must stay awake tonight. We cannot sleep early. He paused in the act of covering himself with a blanket. Xie Yi, my mistress. But I am so bored. How about we play a game then? Suggested Xie Yi. Yi Yanma, with an innocent expression, replied, Sure. What game? Xie Yi mysteriously produced a stack of playing cards. Have you ever played Leaf Game, Mo? Yi Yanma observed the cards in her hands. I have played. But Leaf Game requires 4 players. How can we play? Xie Yi shook her head mysteriously. This is similar to Leaf Game, yet distinct, and it can be played by just 2. Thus, Xie Yi introduced the rules. Yi Yanma nodded, somewhat comprehending. No worries, you will understand after playing once. As she dealt the cards, Xie Yi remarked, Mo, there will be a punishment for the loser. What punishment? Yi Yanma inquired. Xie Yi leaned in and whispered in his ear, Whoever loses must remove a piece of clothing. You shameless. Yi Yanma quickly glanced towards the outer room, ensuring no one was present before returning his gaze. Mo, are you perhaps having second thoughts? Yi Yanma puffed out his cheeks. Mistress. Realizing she was steadfast in her rules, he contemplated that the game did sound rather simple. He gritted his teeth and agreed, Let us play. After a short while, Yi Yanma let out a joyful cheer. Wow, dear wife, you have lost. One must honor the wager. Seeing his triumphant demeanor, Xie smiled and affectionately replied, all right. With that, she slowly removed her outer garment and then unfastened the belt of her inner attire. As the wife who had lost, she was not only subject to punishment but also obliged to serve the victor. With that thought, she gently pressed Yi Yanma's shoulders, drawing him closer. Thank you, Xie, he exclaimed, his gaze fixated on her lips. Tonight, you must keep watch. Yi Yanma was well aware of this custom, though he could not fathom her repeated reminders until he was thoroughly spent. It was not until the faint light of dawn that he finally succumbed to sleep. Thus, on the first day of the new year, the two remained indoors, sleeping the entire day away. On the second day, Ye's parents visited Yi Yanma's maternal grandparents, while he, suffering from aches and pains, chose to stay behind. For several consecutive days, Yi Yanma remained within the confines of their home, with Xie attending to any visitors. The day after the Lantern Festival, Xie informed the Yi family of her intent to go to the capital. The March Imperial examination would be held there. Although Huahua City was not far, it would still take about half a month to arrive. After calculating the time, she decided it was the perfect moment to set off. Ye's mother was aware of this plan and, with no other concerns, was solely worried about Yi Yanma. She feared that if Xie left, she might not return. Observing her son's eager gaze fixed on Xie, she sighed. Z, are you planning to depart tomorrow? Yes. Very well, then you may go prepare. Xie took Yi Yanma's hand and addressed Ye's parents. Dear mother-in-law, I wish to have Imo accompany me. Accompany you? Ye's mother looked at Ye's father, somewhat astonished. Will this not interfere with your studies? It will not, Xie replied earnestly. If one cannot maintain such composure, then all those years of study would have been in vain. Yi Yanma stood beside her, his heart and eyes wholly occupied with Xie. Mother, do not worry. I will take good care of my wife. Ye's mother found his words simultaneously amusing and exasperating. Who would be caring for whom was yet to be seen. However, she was concerned that this journey might keep them away for a long while. If she successfully passed the examination, she would enter the palace examination, after which she might be assigned a position. While she harbored no personal fears, she worried for Yi Yanma's feelings. To her surprise, Ye's mother waved her hand confidently and declared, what is there to fear? My family's business can thrive anywhere. If need be, your father and I will come to find you. Thus, an agreement was reached. Xiaoqing assisted in packing their belongings. Most of the items were already prepared by Xie, so the following morning, the two set off for the capital, accompanied by Xiaoqing. Along the way, Xie, wary of potential miscreants, had brought along her own guards to scout ahead. Consequently, they arrived at the capital without incident. With a few days remaining before the examination, Xie and Yi Yanma found an inn and secured a room for their stay. Xiaoqing resided next to Yi Yanma, who, since his arrival in the capital, had been filled with an insatiable curiosity, eagerly exploring his surroundings. Once he had settled into the inn, he dashed out the door. The wares sold in the capital were not vastly different from those in Baiwa City, yet the streets were decidedly more vibrant. Yi Yanma found this novelty delightful, glancing around with wide-eyed wonder. Wife, look at this, Yi Yanma exclaimed, pointing at a charmingly soft, rabbit-shaped bun. How adorable. Acknowledging his enthusiasm, Xie purchased two for him. Yi Yanma cradled one in his hands, admiring it for a while before taking a hearty bite out of the bun's head. It's sweet, he declared, squinting his eyes in pleasure as he offered the bun to Xie. Do try it. There are red beans inside. Following his suggestion, she took a gentle bite. It's quite nice. After finishing one, Yi Yanma carefully wrapped the second bun. I'll take this for Xiaoqing. He loves rabbits. Whenever he ate braised rabbit meat, he would shed tears for the little bunnies. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing was still tidying up their room at the inn. The two of them returned late in the evening after a long day of exploration. They had traveled by carriage, which was quite jarring, leaving them little time to rest. The moment Yi Yanma lay down on the soft bed at the inn, he rolled over in sheer comfort. Initially, the excitement of new experiences had kept his fatigue at bay, but now, lying in bed, he felt utterly unwilling to rise. Seeing him sprawled on the bed, refusing to move, Xie sighed in exasperation. She instructed the attendant to bring hot water into the bathtub, and, once the door was closed, she lifted him to give him a bath. Yi Yanma was accustomed to her tender care, obediently lying in the tub. His little face flushed pink from the steam. He resembled a sleepy kitten, his head bobbing gently. Noticing he was on the verge of dozing off, Xiazi dried her hands, grasped his chin with one hand, and leaned down to kiss his lips. Startled awake by her kiss, Yi Yanma playfully nipped at her, but this provoked a spark of irritation in Xiazi. She lifted him from the tub, wrapped him in a towel, and tossed him onto the bed. Considering their long journey, Xiazi refrained from being too rough with him. After a few days of adjusting to life in the capital, she prepared to move to the examination hall. Yi Yanma felt a pang of reluctance, but understood he must not cause a scene. He watched her leave with longing eyes. Spring in the capital remained chilly. Although Xiazi donned thick clothing, her hands were icy. The imperial examinations, presided over by the Ministry of Rites, spanned several days, during which the students were confined to a small cubicle for all their needs. On the final day of the exams, heavy snow blanketed the city. Yi Yanma stood on the inn's upper floor, gazing out the window at the falling snow, his thoughts drifting to whether Xiazi was cold. After completing her exam, Xiazi rubbed her numbed hands together. A snowflake landed in her palm, swiftly melting into a droplet. When she looked outside, she was startled to see the world transformed into a blanket of white. The day after the examinations concluded, the students emerged from the testing hall. In the distance, Xiazi spotted her foolish husband, standing beside the carriage, his greatcoat draped carelessly over his shoulders, waiting for her. This morning, the snow had ceased, yet the air felt even colder. Xiazi hastily approached, enveloping the person in his embrace. "Wife," Yi Yanma exclaimed in surprise. Xiazi responded with an acknowledgement, gently touching his small face, which was indeed icy, and then checking his hands, which were similarly cold. "Why did you come out without a hand warmer?" Yi Yanma's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes resembling crescent moons. "I forgot." Noticing his obliviousness to the cold, Xiazi lifted him and tucked him into the carriage. As the carriage departed, it left behind traces of its passage through the snow. Soon, they arrived at the inn, and Xiazi carried him down, hurriedly ascending the stairs into the room, causing Shaoqing to wonder what was amiss with her young master. "Wife, it's not that exaggerated." Yi Yanma, observing how the weary person had been scurrying about to fetch him a hand warmer and hot water to warm his hands, while also checking the coal in the room, felt a bit helpless. Xiazi gazed at him with a stern expression. Yi Yanma instinctively shrank back, tugging at her sleeve and swaying from side to side. "Wife, don't be angry, I just missed you too much and forgot." Chapter 92. The young master's in-law wife, 19. Xiazi's heart softened at his endearing demeanor, and she raised her hand to point at his forehead. "What will you do if you catch a cold and have to drink bitter medicine?" Yi Yanma dreaded taking medicine and even disliked hearing the word itself. He scrunched up his small face. "Good wife, please stop saying that." The two had barely been in the capital when they received a letter from Ye's mother. At that time, Xiazi was still preparing for exams, so Yi Yanma replied to the letter himself. In April, the results of the imperial examination were announced. A large yellow bulletin board covered an entire wall, with names inscribed in bold ink prominently displayed. This time, Xiazi and Yi Yanma attended the announcement together. They arrived early to secure a good position. Xiazi protected him in her embrace, ensuring he was not jostled by the crowd. Yi Yanma instinctively bit his finger, gazing upward. "Wife, we did it. Look." Yi Yanma joyfully grasped Xiazi's arm that was crossed in front of him. "All right." Xiazi followed his gaze, and at the very top of the yellow board, the first name was indeed hers, Xiazi. Among the scholars viewing the results, some were ecstatic while others were despondent, with a few engaged in spirited discussions. "Who is this Xiazi? She must be this year's top scholar. I have never heard of her. If only I could meet her, I would surely seek her acquaintance." The two conversed in front of Yi Yanma, who listened intently, smiling as he looked at Xiazi. Seeing the happiness radiating from him, Xiazi smiled back. "Since you have succeeded, would you allow your wife to treat you to a meal at a restaurant in the capital?" They had been there for a while but had yet to visit a restaurant. Of course, Yi Yanma gleefully sought out a stall on the street, writing a letter for Shaoqing to send to Ye's mother and father. The largest restaurant in the capital surpassed the grandeur of Baiwa City, offering a plethora of delights. The first floor featured dining tables and drinking areas, along with music and dance performances, while the upper floors were reserved for the affluent and powerful who could afford private rooms. As the floors ascend, so do the prices. Momo, do have a taste and see how it differs from Baiwa City. Xiazi tore a chicken leg from the table and handed it to Yi Yanma, who was still gazing out the window, captivated by the novel performances below. The second floor private room offered a clear view of everything happening on the first floor. and Yi Yinma was utterly engrossed in the intriguing display of song and dance. Observing Yi Yinma's cheeks puffed out like a little hamster as he munched, Xie paused, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Momo, eat slowly. My dear wife, this drunken chicken tastes exactly like the one from Baiwa City. The owner truly speaks the truth. Xie replied while pouring him another cup of apricot blossom tea. Watching him take a couple of sips with a sheen of moisture glistening on his lips stirred something within Xie. Suddenly, an angry shout erupted from downstairs, soon drowned out by the surrounding chatter. The two women, situated somewhat close to Xie and Yi Yinma, caught every word. Come here. A woman, dressed like a thug, menacingly dragged a slender man upstairs, who, despite his frail appearance, had a certain charm. Please, let me go. I can't go. I'm the son of a respectable family. Shut your mouth and stop pretending. The woman retorted, disregarding him entirely. With rage etched across her face, she slapped the man who looked pitiful. Your father took my money. You belong to me tonight. What makes you think you can escape? I'll kill you. As she threatened, she raised her hand again. Yi Yinma, witnessing this blatant act of coercion, abruptly stood up and exited the private room, too swiftly for Xie to intervene. Stop! Yi Yinma shouted with authority. The woman turned her gaze, and upon seeing a beauty surpassing even the man, she instantly released him and approached. Beautiful one, do you seek something from your sister? Yi Yinma grimaced in disgust. Why are you bullying him? The woman glanced back at the man with a sneer. His father took my money and rented him to me. Outrageous. He is a human being. The man's face was swollen, and bruises marred his forehead, while whip marks marred his exposed arms. TSK, is this your first outing, young master? The woman rubbed her hands together, leering at Yi Yinma. Why not let your sister take you to the Wanhualu to experience the pleasures of the capital? Unfamiliar with Wanhualu, Yi Yinma could glean enough from the woman's expression. As she reached for him, he swiftly kicked her in the chest, using enough force to send her tumbling down the staircase. Grasping the banister, the woman rose, furious and embarrassed, and advanced towards Yi Yinma with intent to retaliate. Having caught her off guard before, Yi Yinma felt a flicker of fear and took a couple of steps back, only to find himself against a warm chest. My dear wife. He turned to see Xie and hurriedly ran to him. This person she is fine, Xie declared, positioning Yi Yinma behind him before delivering a kick that sent the woman tumbling down the stairs. The woman tumbled down, inciting a stir. She was an enforcer from the Wanhua Pavilion, who dared not offend the esteemed figures above her. However, upon catching a glimpse of Yi Yinma's captivating beauty, she was momentarily bewitched, tempted to take advantage. At that moment, seeing Xie looking down at her with an indifferent expression, she feared she might be a noble lady and hastily retreated. As she departed, Yi Yinma arched her brow, about to say something to Xie, when the man who had just been bullied knelt before Xie, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for her rescue. Although it was Yi Yinma who had taken action first, he chose to thank Xie, and a shadow of darkness flickered in her eyes. No need. You may leave, she replied briskly, not sensing anything amiss. Yet, the man crawled a couple of steps closer, grasping the hem of Xie's garment. I am Enran, a gentleman of good family. I wish to stay by my benefactor's side to repay this kindness. I implore you to take me in. Yi Yinma, momentarily overlooked, felt a blank expression cross her face as she slowly lifted her gaze towards Xie. Unexpectedly, Xie did not meet her eyes, instead focusing on the hands gripping her clothing. Very well, she replied with a faint smile, pulling her garment free and turning to ascend the stairs. Enran followed her, leaving Yi Yinma bewildered and standing still, uncertain why she had suddenly disregarded her. Assuming she was overthinking it, Yi Yinma decided to follow suit. Inside the private room, Xie lounged by the window, while Enran poured her a drink. Xie refrained from drinking. She had important matters to attend to the following day. Yi Yinma hurriedly approached and seated herself opposite Xie, anxious not to be usurped by Enran. Enran knelt quietly to one side, and noticing the silence between the two, he took the initiative to speak. Benefactor, you are not from the capital, are you? Xie glanced at him, replying softly with an affirmative hum. Enran, as if a floodgate had opened, began to introduce her to various locales in the capital. Xie's thoughts were elsewhere, observing Yi Yinma fidgeting across from her, attempting to find an opening to speak but failing. Enough, Enran interjected. You are too loud. Step outside to serve. He treated him entirely as a servant. My lady, are you upset with me? Yi Yinma cautiously inquired, offering her a piece of food. Xie let out a laugh. How could I dare? Our young master is formidable, daring to act alone. That kick was truly splendid. Yi Yanma's face flushed, recognizing the mockery in her words, and stammered, I was wrong. I was simply anxious. And now are you still anxious? Xie inquired, her gaze fixed on his fair and rosy complexion, deliberately probing. The person you saved has his sights set on your wife. Are you pleased? Oh, Yi Yanma exclaimed, rushing to her side and wrapping her arms around her waist. My lady, but at that moment, he truly seemed so pitiful. I didn't know it would turn out this way. Xie chose to ignore him. Are you no longer angry? Yi Yanma nuzzled against her neck. Xie could no longer restrain herself, pulling the person onto her lap and leaning in to kiss his lips. The bustling crowd outside and the open window made it easy for their intimate moment to be witnessed. Dear wife, please, someone is coming, Yi Yanma exclaimed, pressing Xie's hand that had slipped into his clothing, his face buried in her bosom out of embarrassment. Xie playfully moved her fingers, eliciting a soft moan from him, and whispered in his ear, Mo, be good, remove your hand. Yi Yanma, lacking her strength, was quickly ensnared in her embrace. At her mercy. Half an hour later, the door to the private room opened, revealing An Ran standing outside, ready to follow Xie. However, he paused as he witnessed her turn back and wrap her arms around the young man behind her, whose face was slightly flushed, seemingly weak in the knees. An Ran, not an innocent man, scorned silently in his heart, shameless vixen seducing her benefactor. Xie lifted Yi Yanma in her arms and carried him out of the tavern before setting him down. Having dined, they had no intention of going elsewhere. Xie needed to attend the palace examination the following morning, so they returned to the inn, with An Ran naturally following them. Yi Yanma attempted to suggest An Ran leave several times, but the topic was deftly diverted each time. Upon their return, Xiaoqing, surprised to see them accompanied by a man, asked, Young master, madam, who is this? An Ran noted the title madam used for Xie, his eyes flickering. For in the great Yi kingdom, only a concubine would be addressed as such. Seeing Xie remain silent, Yi Yanma quickly introduced, This is An Ran. Some of my wife and I rescued outside. Though Xiaoqing did not understand why they brought him back, he nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaoqing, please find a room for him. Yes, Xiaoqing replied, taking some silver coins and heading downstairs. Xie embraced Yi Yanma as they entered the room, but An Ran was denied entry. Wife, what are your intentions regarding An Ran? Yi Yanma could not help but inquire. Mo, do you know of the Wanhua building? Xie pressed him into a seat. No, the Wanhua building is the largest brothel in the capital, and the person you rescued, An Ran, is associated with its enforcers. Did you know that just moments ago, while you were rescuing him, he was actually thinking of escaping? She had observed clearly that when a woman attempted to attack Yi Yanma, An Ran seized the opportunity to flee, not expecting Yi Yanma to kick her instead. I didn't know. Yi Yanma felt a chill at the thought. What would have happened had his wife not been there? Mo, Xie gently squeezed his hand. This is the capital. It is not as easy to navigate as Baiwa City. Yi Yanma bowed his head like a child who knew he was wrong. But it's all right. In the future, my wife will work hard to support us, she said, pinching his cheek. Yi Yanma lifted his head in response to her touch, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at her, then leapt into her embrace. Wife Xie contentedly held him close. The following day, when Yi Yanma rose, he found no sign of Xie. Upon inquiry, he learned that she had already departed to participate in her examination, and Ran remained sequestered in his own room. Having received Xie's instructions the previous night, as long as An Ran refrained from any excessive actions, she intended to disregard him. Despite the joyful camaraderie shared between Yi Yanma and Xie over the past few days, an undercurrent of anxiety gnawed at him. With the palace examination concluded and still no news of Xie, he found himself unable to consume even a few morsels of food. My young master, Our Lady has triumphed once more, Xiaoqing exclaimed, racing up the stairs. Both Yi Yanma and An Ran simultaneously opened their doors, but in their excitement, they paid little heed to An Ran. Is it true? Yi Yanma grasped Xiaoqing's hand, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Where's my wife? Where is she? As he moved to rush downstairs, Xiaoqing promptly restrained him. My young master, do not be hasty. The lady is still within the palace. Still in the palace? Xiaoqing guided him back into the room. Yes, the news has arrived ahead of her return. They say Our Lady is the top scholar. Are you certain? Yi Yanma's joy felt almost surreal. Absolutely certain. This is first-hand information I procured with great difficulty. She should be returning shortly. Indeed, not long after. Xie made her entrance. Outside the inn, a sudden clamor erupted. Instinctively, Yi Yinma lifted the window to peer outside, where he saw the crowd divided into two groups, eagerly awaiting something. Clad in a resplendent red brocade robe adorned with intricate cloud patterns and phoenixes, she rode forth, halting before the inn, dismounting gracefully and looking up to find Yi Yinma watching her from the second floor. "I have returned," she mouthed, striding into the inn. Finally, Yi Yinma snapped to attention and dashed outside. Bursting into the familiar scent of her presence, he nestled against her affectionately. "Wife," raising his gaze. His eyes sparkled like crescent moons. "Congratulations, Scholar Xie." Xie planted a gentle kiss on his eyelids, her smile radiant. "Congratulations to you as well, my esteemed husband." As she grasped his hand, preparing to leave, a voice called out to them. "Benefactor." The inn, usually quiet, was now bustling with onlookers drawn by the news of the top scholar, amplifying the clarity of the voice. "I come to congratulate you, benefactor," and Rand said, bowing softly. Initially, he had feared that following Xie, being a consort, would lead to his own disgrace, but upon learning of her successive victories, he had refrained from departing. Now, he was astonished to hear of her crowning achievement. Xie regarded him, her expression devoid of the tenderness she reserved for Yi Yinma, and after a moment's contemplation, she nodded, noting her intent to depart without extending an invitation, and Rand gritted his teeth and boldly followed behind Xiaoqing. Upon exiting the inn, Xie mounted her horse, lifting Yi Yinma effortlessly onto the steed with one hand. Amidst his exclamations of surprise, they galloped through the streets. "Mo, my wife will take you on a tour of the town," Xie said, affectionately kissing the top of his head. Yi Yinma felt her embrace secure around his waist, and he attempted to place his hands on the reins. A gentle breeze tousled the strands of hair that fell across his forehead. The horse trotted at a leisurely pace as Yi Yinma leaned against Xie. Together they traversed the bustling streets of the capital. Among the crowd, Xiaoqing gazed enviously at her young master seated atop the magnificent steed, only to soon witness Rand's face contorted with jealousy. Upon noticing his glance, Rand hastily lowered her head. Xiaoqing shot her a disapproving look before continuing to follow the throng ahead. Following the imperial examination, the Qianlin banquet awaited, and Xie continued to accompany Yi Yinma to partake in the festivities. The current emperor, a benevolent sovereign, held Xie in high regard upon learning of her remarkable achievement in the examinations, subsequently appointing her as a Hanlin scholar. Almost immediately after the conclusion of the imperial examination, the decree of her appointment was issued.